Chapter 1. In the midst of his pretentiousness, the dragon falls. In the snowy city of Huaxia, a luxurious villa belonging to the Gao family, a young man named Qin Yuan awoke in a lavishly adorned bedroom. "Where am I? Wasn't I just asleep in a rental?" he murmured, bewildered by the opulence surrounding him. As he attempted to recall the events leading to his current predicament, the door creaked open. A middle-aged man in a black suit, wearing a broad smile, entered the room. "Xiao Yuan, why are you still in bed? Your godfather's birthday banquet is about to commence. Yuqing has come to fetch you. Hurry and freshen up. Do not keep her waiting too long." The man's smile faltered as he noted Qin Yuan's reluctance to rise, and he reprimanded him with a hint of displeasure. "Understood," Qin Yuan replied, his head throbbing as a torrent of information flooded his mind, prompting him to respond perfunctorily. Qin Jinghua, his father, was taken aback. Usually, the lad would leap at the chance to see Yuqing. Why was he so composed today? Has he changed, or is he still groggy? He shook his head, puzzled, and exited the room. After a minute had passed, Qin Yuan regained his composure, his eyes widening in astonishment. "I have traversed into another realm, and not just any realm, but one within a novel." With a mere thought, a blue panel materialized before him. Host has entered the book The Flamboyant Affairs of the Tyrannical Doctor. Protagonist progress. The dragon causes trouble on the frontier, forbidden to return for 2 years. He has assumed a new identity in the snowy city. Protagonist's identity, unlicensed doctor. Host's objective, survive until the conclusion to return to the real world with all rewards. Host's identity information, only son of the Gao family, one of the 4 prominent families in the snowy city, worth billions, infatuated with the ice-cold CEO Meng Yuqing of the Meng family. Current progress in the book, Chapter 9. Meng Yuqing's grandfather has suddenly fallen gravely ill. Task details. During Meng Yuqing's grandfather's birthday banquet, he suffers a critical ailment. The dragon intervenes to provide treatment, while the host questions the capabilities of the unlicensed doctor. After Meng Xian is revived, the host pressures Meng Yuqing into an engagement, leading to her godfather's utter disappointment in the host. Subsequently, the dragon retaliates by humiliating him. Disregarding his father's astonished gaze, Qin Yuan readied himself to descend. In a lavishly appointed living room, his mother was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Meng Yuqing, who donned a simple yet elegant suit, the top button fastened to the collar, accentuating her curves, exuding both restraint and allure. Her cool demeanor was softened by a polite smile, while her slender legs, encased in sheer black stockings, beckoned admiration. Upon noticing Qin Yuan's arrival, a flicker of disdain crossed Meng Yuqing's eyes. Were it not for her grandfather's birthday celebration, she would have preferred to ignore this nuisance entirely. For 3 long years, he had clung to her side like an unwelcome leech. Qin Jinghua beckoned to the group. "Yuqing, let us depart, we mustn't delay." Qin Yuan followed, treating Meng Yuqing as if she were invisible. "What are you waiting for? Get in the car," she urged, furrowing her brows at his unexpected demeanor. Under normal circumstances, even the slightest kindness from her would have sent him over the moon. "I'll drive myself. If you wish to ride, you may do so at your own discretion," she retorted, just as an odd sound interrupted the exchange. Truly, the first female lead of the dragon's harem is remarkably proud. Yet, when faced with the dragon, will she not kneel in reverence? At the banquet, as old Meng suddenly falls ill, after the dragon's intervention, you shall be tasked with loosening her garments while your brother worships him. Ultimately, she will be but a primary wife. What is there to boast about? Meng Yuqing's hands clenched tightly, casting a glare at Qin Yuan, who remained unfazed, surrounded by his parents, several bodyguards, and 3 assistants, all of whom exhibited no reaction. How curious, how did he know of the dragon? Just days prior, her younger brother had been uttering the name incessantly. He was merely an unlicensed doctor. Meng Yuqing, having completed her studies at the age of 19, took the reins of the Meng Corporation, skillfully restoring her family's prominence among the 4 leading families of the snowy city. Even without the Meng family's support, she was undeniably a paragon of talent. To think she would condescend to associate with an unlicensed doctor? Absolutely impossible. Upon arriving at the hotel, an opulent 5-star establishment, the banquet hall buzzed with activity, filled with esteemed guests. The prominent figures of the snowy city had gathered, eager to extend their greetings to the Qin family. renowned as the foremost among the four families. To forge connections with them, even in a subservient role, was a coveted opportunity. Old Meng, radiating joy, personally welcomed them. Old Meng, you have orchestrated a splendid celebration. Oh, not all, please have a seat. He gestured for Qin Yuan to join him at the head table, drawing envious glances from others. Many in attendance felt aggrieved. Why does Qin Yuan, a mere junior, sit beside Old Meng? Is it merely because he is handsome and wealthy? What else does he have to offer? Indeed, as the festivities progressed, Old Meng suddenly halted, his chopsticks suspended midair, eyes wide and pale, gasping as he collapsed onto the main seat. The scene erupted into chaos, with a mix of joy and distress. Rumors of Old Meng's declining health had circulated, prompting an urgent alliance with the Qin family to secure the Meng family's future. If he were to pass away now, their status would plummet, and the marriage alliance would be rendered futile. Old Meng, what is happening? Please wake up. Call a doctor. Meng Yuqing's expression shifted dramatically as she witnessed her grandfather's condition. Yet, recalling Qin Yuan's thoughts, she steadied herself. The immediate priority was to administer acupuncture to her grandfather. She hurried over, trembling as she unwrapped her acupuncture kit. At a crucial juncture, she hesitated, ultimately steering clear of two perilous acupoints. Qin Yuan observed, a faint sigh escaping him. She possesses filial piety and composure, which is commendable. Yet, by avoiding those significant acupoints, she nearly jeopardized her own grandfather's life, inadvertently allowing the dragon to steal the spotlight while she willingly handed her family's legacy to him. But then again, if both parties are willing, what concern is it of mine? Suddenly, Meng Yuqing turned to Qin Yuan, her eyes wide with realization. How did he know she had bypassed those acupoints? As her grandfather's face grew increasingly ashen, her urgency heightened. Nevertheless, she placed her trust in her own abilities over that of an unlicensed doctor. Resolute, she plunged the needle into the designated acupoints, following the guidance of Qin Yuan's thoughts. The once unconscious elder's withered eyelids flickered, slowly opening. No harm done, just an old ailment resurfacing. A wave of relief washed over Meng Yuqing, her cool demeanor brightening with a smile. Miss Meng, your skills are truly remarkable. With you at the helm, the Meng family shall undoubtedly thrive. The guests, witnessing Old Meng's revival, flocked to offer their compliments. Meng Yuqing responded with polite acknowledgments, her gaze shifting to Qin Yuan, her expression filled with intrigue. She found herself unable to decipher this man, who, despite being a persistent annoyance for 3 years, had revealed an uncanny insight into acupuncture that even seasoned practitioners might shy away from. Was it truly him, the persistent leech who had doggedly pursued her? Step aside, you inept physicians, only exacerbating the condition. Allow me to demonstrate what the legendary internal needle technique entails, proclaimed the dragon, pushing through the crowd with an air of arrogance. Chapter 2. The goddess agrees to the engagement. The leech no longer lingers. Meng Yuqing's countenance was exceedingly grim. Having accompanied her grandfather in the healing arts since childhood, her youthful visage belied her adeptness with acupuncture. Her skills were among the finest in the snowy city. Never had anyone dared to speak so arrogantly in her presence. Upon hearing the brash voice, Meng Yuqing turned to see none other than the so-called fortune teller her brother had mentioned just days prior. A doctor without a license dares to speak so boldly. As soon as she arrived, she was met with a retort, and Aotian, with a piercing glare, was taken aback to discover that the speaker was Meng Yuqing herself. He softened his tone and spoke, observing the pale yet spirited visage of old Master Meng amidst the throng. Aotian's expression soured, resembling someone who had tasted something foul. What was happening? Aotian quickly calculated, muttering incantations under his breath. According to the omens, old Master Meng should be on the brink of death. How could he be awake? Meng Xiangrui regarded Aotian with a peculiar gaze. Their initial encounter had left Meng Xiangrui awestruck, as Aotian had accurately predicted several outcomes of racing events. When he heard that his grandfather's life was in peril and that Aotian could cure him, Meng Xiangrui wasted no time in bringing Aotian to the banquet. But what was the situation now? Could it be that Aotian was truly a charlatan? Aotian, perceiving Meng Xiangrui's gaze, felt an uncontainable rage building within him. Yet, Old Master Meng was indeed awake. Long Aotian averted his gaze, his lips pressed tightly together. His earlier bravado now seemed absurd. Meng Yuqing scrutinized Long Aotian, noting his drab gray attire and unremarkable features, blending into the crowd. Especially after his grand proclamations. Witnessing her grandfather awake, he bore an expression of utter frustration. It was laughable not even Qin Yuan, who had pursued her for 3 years, nor his bodyguard Lu Gang could compare to him, who instilled in him the confidence that someone like her would ever be attracted to him. Was it Liang Jingru? Her disdain for Long Aotian deepened. Meng Yuqing turned to Meng Xiangrui. Every day, you indulge in trivial pursuits, associating with dubious characters, dabbling in superstition. I see you've lost your senses, go home at once. This statement clearly labeled Long Aotian as a quack. Long Aotian's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Why was this happening? Shouldn't Meng Yuqing be pleading for him to treat Meng Xian? After administering a few needles, he would save her grandfather, becoming a benefactor of the Meng family, and earn a handsome reward. How had he instead been branded a fraud? Meng Xiangrui, dissatisfied, protested. Sister, you are mistaken. The ability to heal grandfather only attests to your medical prowess. It does not imply that Brother Aotian is a charlatan. Meng Yuqing turned to Qin Yuan, who wore an impassive expression, merely serving as a backdrop. Throughout this ordeal, I remained silent. Surely, I cannot be blamed for this. Hearing this, Meng Yuqing pondered deeply. It appeared that these two were not aligned. Meng Xiangrui, too, had not anticipated this turn of events, but at least the outcome was favorable. Mindful of the audience, Meng Yuqing ceased her retorts. She cautiously assisted her grandfather to sit up, her face etched with concern. Grandfather, how do you feel now? After this unexpected incident, old Master Meng realized that his time was likely limited. What weighed most heavily on his heart were his grandchildren, Meng Yuqing and Meng Xiangrui. He had a fondness for Qin Yuan. Despite his playful nature being the scion of the Qin family, he had a safety net to fall back on, and his affection for Yuqing was genuine. Old Master Meng grasped Qin Yuan's hand and turned to Qin Jinghua. Old Qin, it would be prudent to settle matters between Yuqing and young Yuan soon. The Qin couple had long been pleased with Meng Yuqing as a prospective daughter-in-law, and given old Master Meng's words, they had little reason to object. Long Aotian's gaze fixated on Qin Yuan, who felt a sudden chill. Qin Yuan strained to extricate his hand from old Master Meng's grasp. Could he not see that Long Aotian was barely restraining his ire? Long Aotian examined Qin Yuan from head to toe, noting his impeccably tailored suit and dashing demeanor. What good was good looks? True merit lay in character. Wasn't he merely a wealthy dilettante, unworthy of a woman like Meng Yuqing? Moreover, Meng Yuqing was a woman who piqued Long Aotian's interest. Observing her deep in thought, he mistakenly believed that she shared his sentiments. Long Aotian nodded slightly at Meng Xian, acknowledging him. Old Master Meng, we live in an era of free love. Arranging marriages in such a manner is rather inappropriate, don't you think? One must consider Miss Meng's perspective as well. After speaking, he deliberately glanced at Meng Yuqing. With so many pressing her, surely she would appreciate his advocacy. To his dismay, Meng Yuqing did not spare him a single glance, her expression indifferent, clearly unmoved by his gesture. Long Aotian was incensed. Never before had anyone so brazenly disregarded his goodwill. Had Meng Yuqing not captivated his interest, he would have long since ensured she faced dire consequences. Without the obligation of saving her grandfather, old Master Meng did not treat Long Aotian with the reverence he anticipated. Setting aside the fact that Long Aotian was an unlicensed practitioner, even the heads of the other prominent families would not merit such deference from old Master Meng. The elder regarded Long Aotian coolly. You are here at the behest of Xiao Rui. To tend to my ailments, I shall address you as doctor out of respect. Even if your assistance has been minimal, should you wish to partake in a drink, the Meng family would not object. However, if you presume to meddle in the affairs of the Meng family, you are sorely mistaken. With that, he jovially grasped Qin Yuan's hand. What do you think, young Yuan? Qin Yuan smiled, but remained silent. Would I dare provoke a woman destined for the male lead? No matter how formidable I am, I cannot withstand a beating. I have it. Meng Yuqing has expressed her disdain for me. I shall allow her to voice her opinion first. Once she declines, I can gracefully withdraw, preserving my brothers, standing while offending no one. Qin Yuan smiled, turning the question back to Meng Yuqing. What does Yuqing think? Meng Yuqing scrutinized Qin Yuan, searching for any sign of his true feelings behind his placid facade. A beating? Who would dare strike him? Why did he fear this unlicensed doctor so? Something was amiss. Qin Yuan's earlier predictions had come to pass. If he could foresee the future, perhaps he held the key to resolving the Meng family's predicament. Despite such thoughts, Meng Yuqing remained skeptical of Qin Yuan's intentions. Her frosty countenance bore a hint of complexity. "Grandfather, I will heed your wishes." A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Who in the snowy city was unaware of Meng Yuqing's long-standing grievances with Qin Yuan? Whispers erupted among the guests. Does this mean Qin Yuan's relentless pursuit has finally paid off? Has Meng Yuqing been coerced by the Qin family? Just look at her unwilling expression. Old Master Meng is pressuring her. Long Aotian, already suspicious, became even more convinced that Meng Yuqing was being compelled. "Miss Meng, I wish to hear your true thoughts." Chapter 1. The overbearing hero's pretentiousness ends abruptly. In the snowy city of Huaxia, at a certain luxurious establishment of the Tang family, within the opulent confines of the Gao family's villa, on an extravagant bed, Qin Yuan gradually opened his eyes, bewildered by the lavish decor surrounding him. Where am I? Wasn't I sleeping in a rental room? As he attempted to recollect his thoughts, the door to the room creaked open. A middle-aged man, clad in a black suit and wearing a broad smile, entered. "Xiao Yuan, why are you still in bed? Your godfather's birthday banquet is about to commence. Yuqing has come to fetch you," he said. "Hurry up and wash up. Don't keep Yuqing waiting too long." The middle-aged man's smile faltered upon seeing Qin Yuan still lounging, his expression shifting to one of mild reproach. "Understood. Dad, please step outside. I'll be down shortly." Just then, a sudden headache struck Qin Yuan as a torrent of information flooded his mind, prompting him to respond half-heartedly. Qin Jinghua, slightly taken aback, noted the unusual calmness of his son. Normally, upon hearing that Yuqing had arrived, he would leap from his bed in excitement. Has he changed? Or is he merely still groggy? Shaking his head in confusion, he exited the room. Once his father departed, Qin Yuan took a full minute to regain his composure, astonishment flickering in his gaze. "I have actually crossed over, and not just anywhere, but into a novel." As he concentrated, a blue panel materialized before him. Host's current narrative. The overbearing doctor's flirtatious affairs protagonist's progress. The overbearing hero stirs trouble in the borderlands, forbidden to return for 2 years. He has assumed a new identity in the snowy city. Protagonist's identity. Unlicensed Dr. Host's objective. Survive until the conclusion to claim all rewards and return to the real world. Host's identity information. Sole heir of the Gao family, one of the 4 prominent families in the snowy city, worth billions, infatuated with the Ice Queen CEO Meng Yuqing. Current narrative progress. Chapter 9. Meng Yuqing's grandfather suddenly falls gravely ill. Current task. During Meng Yuqing's grandfather's birthday banquet, he falls ill, and the overbearing hero steps in to provide treatment. The host doubts the abilities of the unlicensed doctor. After Meng Xian is revived, the host pressures Meng Yuqing into an engagement. Godfather Meng Xian is utterly disappointed in the host. Subsequently, the overbearing hero retaliates and humiliates the host. Disregarding his father's astonished gaze, Qin Yuan prepared to descend the staircase. In a lavishly decorated living room, his mother engaged in light-hearted conversation with Meng Yuqing. Dressed in a simple yet elegant suit, buttoned to the top, her form was both modest and alluring. Her cool, delicate face bore a polite yet distant smile, and her long, fair legs, encased in black stockings, were captivating enough to hold one's attention for years. Upon spotting Qin Yuan, a flicker of disdain crossed Meng Yuqing's eyes. If it weren't for her grandfather's birthday banquet and his incessant mention of Qin Yuan, she would have preferred to ignore him altogether. For 3 years, he had clung to her like a stubborn adhesive. Qin Jinghua beckoned the group to depart. "Yuqing, let us be on our way. We can chat en route, we must not delay." Qin Yuan acted as though Meng Yuqing were invisible, following them to the car. "What are you dawdling for? Get in the car." Meng Yuqing frowned slightly. Since Qin Yuan had come downstairs, there was something off about him. Under normal circumstances, he would be ecstatic just to share a ride with her. "I'll drive myself." "Suit yourself." Just then, an odd voice interrupted. Truly, she is the first heroine of the overbearing hero's harem, such arrogance. But when faced with the overbearing hero, will she not kneel in admiration? At the banquet, when Meng Lao suffers his sudden illness, and after the overbearing hero's miraculous rescue, you shall strip down for him, while your brother worships him. Even at best, she is merely a favored consort. What is there to be proud of? Meng Yuqing's hands clenched tightly, shooting Qin Yuan a glare. Qin Yuan remained unfazed. His parents and a dozen bodyguard alongside 3 assistants showed no reaction. How strange that he seemed to know about the overbearing hero. Just days prior, her brother had been fixated on that name. He was merely an unlicensed doctor. Meng Yuqing, having completed her education at the age of 19, took the reins of the Meng group, rescuing it from decline and restoring its place among the 4 great families of the Snowy City. Even without the Meng family's backing, she was undeniably a woman of distinction. To think she would lower herself to be involved with an unlicensed doctor? Absolutely not. Upon arriving at the hotel, a luxurious 5-star establishment, the banquet hall was bustling with guests. Almost all the prominent figures of the Snowy City had gathered. As soon as Qin Zhengguo's family arrived, many rushed to greet them. This birthday banquet attracted numerous attendees keen on establishing connections with the Qin family, the foremost among the 4 great families. To have even the slightest association with them at this banquet was an opportunity many would eagerly seize, even if it meant serving as mere sycophants. Meng Lao, radiating joy, personally approached to welcome them. Old Meng, you have organized a splendid banquet. Not at all. Please take a seat. He promptly ushered Qin Yuan to the main seat. Come, Xiao Yuan, sit here with your godfather, eliciting envy from the others. Many felt a sense of injustice. Why does Qin Yuan, a mere junior, sit beside old Meng? Is it merely because he is handsome and wealthy? What else does he possess? What is he, really? Indeed, as the banquet progressed, old Meng suddenly halted, his chopsticks poised midair, eyes wide with terror, turning pale as he gasped for breath, collapsing onto the main seat. The atmosphere descended into chaos, with some rejoicing while others panicked. It was common knowledge that old Meng's health had been failing, which was why he sought to ally with the Qin family, hoping to secure the Meng family's future. If he were to pass away at this moment, the Meng family's status would plummet, and their alliance would be shattered. Old Meng, are you all right? Old Meng, please wake up. Call a doctor. Witnessing her grandfather's condition, Meng Yuqing's face drained of color, but recalling Qin Yuan's thoughts, she steadied herself. The urgent task was to administer acupuncture to her grandfather. She hurried over, trembling as she opened her acupuncture kit, but hesitated at the critical points, ultimately avoiding the 2 dangerous acupoints. Qin Yuan watched, sighing inwardly. Though well-meaning and composed, it was unfortunate that she avoided the 2 major acupoints, nearly jeopardizing her grandfather's life, inadvertently allowing the overbearing hero to shine while pushing her family's fortune towards him. But then, if both parties are willing, what concern is it of mine? Meng Yuqing turned sharply, wondering how Qin Yuan knew she had bypassed those acupoints. Seeing her grandfather's face grow ashen, her anxiety escalated. Yet, compared to an unlicensed doctor, she placed greater faith in her own skills. After a moment's contemplation, she resolutely proceeded, following Qin Yuan's earlier thoughts and targeting the acupoints. The elderly man, once unconscious, blinked his weary eyes open. No harm done, just an old ailment acting up. Meng Yuqing let out a long sigh of relief, her cool demeanor brightening into a radiant smile. Miss Meng, indeed a skilled hand. With your presence, the Meng family is bound to flourish. Many in attendance lauded Meng Yuqing for reviving old Meng, showering her with compliments. She offered a few casual responses, then glanced at Qin Yuan, her gaze laden with complexity. She realized she could not quite decipher this man. Those 2 acupoints, even seasoned practitioners would hesitate to approach, yet he seemed to discern the issue at a glance. Was this truly the same man who had relentlessly pursued her for 3 years? Step aside, you inept physicians. You only worsen the situation. Allow me to demonstrate the legendary internal needle technique. The overbearing hero declared haughtily, pushing past the crowd. Chapter 2. The goddess agrees to the engagement. The sycophant no longer fawns. Meng Yuqing's complexion was exceedingly grim. Having followed her grandfather in the medical profession since childhood, she possessed a wealth of experience in acupuncture that belied her tender years, and never had anyone dared to be so audacious in her presence. As she turned towards the source of the voice, she recognized it to be the so-called fortune teller her brother had mentioned a few days prior. What audacity for an unlicensed doctor to speak so boldly! Just as she arrived, Aotian shot her a glare, only to realize that the speaker was none other than Meng Yuqing herself. Attempting to temper his tone, he spoke again. He noticed the elderly Meng, pale yet alert, surrounded by onlookers. Aotian's expression darkened, reflecting an unsettling mixture of disbelief and frustration. What is happening? He muttered under his breath as he quickly calculated in his mind. According to the divination, Meng Laozi should be on the brink of death. How could he be awake? Meng Xiangrui observed Aotian's increasingly peculiar gaze. It was by chance that he had encountered Aotian, who had accurately predicted the outcomes of several racing events, earning his respect. Upon hearing that his grandfather's life was in danger and that Aotian could provide a cure, Meng Xiangrui had hastily brought him to the birthday banquet without a second thought. But what was this situation? Could it be that Aotian was merely a charlatan? Aotian noticed the strange expression on Meng Xiangrui's face, and a surge of indignation welled within him. Yet, the fact remained that Meng Laozi had indeed awakened. Aotian turned his face away, pressing his lips together in irritation. His earlier bravado now seemed utterly ludicrous. Meng Yuqing scrutinized Aotian from head to toe, noting his drab gray attire and unremarkable features, which would render him indistinguishable in a crowd. Especially after boasting and then witnessing her grandfather's revival, he appeared as though he were suffering from severe constipation. Not even Qin Yuan, who had pursued her for 3 years, nor his bodyguard Lu Gang, could compare to him, who granted him the confidence to think she would be attracted to someone like him. Perhaps it was Liang Jingru? Her disdain for Aotian deepened. Meng Yuqing turned her gaze to Meng Xiangrui. You squander your time daily, associating with dubious characters and dabbling in superstition. It seems you have lost your mind. Return home at once. Her words unmistakably labeled Aotian as a fraud. Aotian's face turned a shade of deep crimson. Why was this happening? Shouldn't Meng Yuqing be pleading with him to treat Meng Xian? Wasn't it his intention to save her grandfather with a few deft needles and emerge as the Meng family savior, reaping a handsome reward? Instead, he was being treated as a charlatan. Meng Xiangrui expressed his discontent, as well he desired nothing more than for his grandfather to recover. Sister, your assertion is misguided. The fact that you can heal grandfather only speaks to your medical skill, not that brother Aotian is a fraud. Meng Yuqing turned to Qin Yuan, who maintained a neutral expression, merely serving as a backdrop. I haven't spoken a word throughout this whole affair. Surely, I cannot be blamed. Meng Yuqing pondered this, realizing that the two men were not allies. Meng Xiangrui had not anticipated the situation unfolding this way, yet he was relieved by the outcome. Considering the onlookers still present, Meng Yuqing chose not to engage further. She carefully assisted her grandfather into an upright position, anxiety etched on her face. Grandfather, what do you feel now? After the unexpected incident, Meng Laozi understood that his time was likely limited. What weighed most heavily on his heart were his beloved grandchildren, Meng Yuqing and Meng Xiangrui. He held a fondness for Qin Yuan, despite his playful nature as the last scion of the Qin family. Even his mischief was underwritten by the family support, and he harbored deep affections for Yuqing. Meng Laozi grasped Qin Yuan's hand and turned towards Qin Jinghua. Old Qin, the matters between Yuqing and Xiao Yuan should be settled soon. The Qin couple was already quite pleased with Meng Yuqing as a prospective daughter-in-law, and with Meng Laozi's suggestion, they had little reason to object. Aotian's gaze fixated sharply on Qin Yuan, who visibly tensed. Qin Yuan strained to pull his hand back from Meng Laozi's grip, thinking, let go. Don't you see that Aotian is practically ready to devour me? Aotian assessed Qin Yuan's appearance, noting his dapper suit and charming demeanor. What good is being handsome? True worth lies in substance. Wasn't he merely a frivolous rich heir? What made him deserving of a woman like Meng Yuqing? Moreover, Meng Yuqing was the very woman Aotian had set his sights on. Observing her contemplative expression, he erroneously assumed she shared his sentiments. Long Aotian inclined his head slightly towards Meng Xian as a gesture of acknowledgement. Mr. Meng, we live in an age of free love. Such arranged marriages are rather outdated, don't you think? One should consider Miss Meng's opinions as well. After speaking, he cast a glance towards Meng Yuqing, believing that with so many pressuring her, his defense would elicit her gratitude. To his surprise, Meng Yuqing did not even spare him a glance, her expression icy and dismissive. Long Aotian felt his temper flare. Never had anyone dared to disregard his goodwill so brazenly. Had Meng Yuqing not been the object of his affections, she would have long since been dragged away for a good thrashing. Without the life-saving grace he had provided, Meng Laozi did not treat Long Aotian with the deference one might expect in the script. Setting aside the fact that Long Aotian was a quack, even the heads of the other prominent families would not require Meng Laozi's obsequiousness. The elder glanced at Long Aotian with mild indifference. You are here at the behest of Xiao Rue to treat me. I shall address you as doctor, though your assistance has been minimal. If you seek to indulge in a few drinks, the Meng family would not mind, but to meddle in our family affairs is quite beyond your understanding. With that, he jovially took Qin Yuan's hand. Xiao Yuan, what do you think? Qin Yuan smiled, but remained silent. Would I dare to provoke the woman of the protagonist? No matter how endowed I am, I can't withstand a beating. I have it. Meng Yuqing despises me, doesn't she? They'll let her voice her rejection first, and then I can smoothly withdraw. This way, I protect my younger brother while avoiding offending Long Aotian. With a smile, Qin Yuan directed the question at Meng Yuqing. What does Yuqing think? Meng Yuqing scrutinized him, attempting to glean any hint of trepidation from his impassive face. A beating? Who would want to hit him? Why was he so fearful of an unlicensed doctor? Something was amiss. Qin Yuan had accurately predicted events before. If he possessed foresight, perhaps he held the key to unraveling the Meng family's predicament. Though she contemplated this, Meng Yuqing remained skeptical of Qin Yuan's intentions. A hint of complexity graced her frosty features. Grandfather, I will heed your wishes. The room erupted in astonishment. Everyone in Shui City was well aware of Meng Yuqing's long-standing annoyance with Qin Yuan. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Is Qin Yuan not just a devoted admirer who has ultimately gained everything? Has Meng Yuqing been coerced by the Qin family? Just look at her unwilling expression. Meng Laozi is putting the pressure on. Long Aotian, already suspicious, grew increasingly convinced that Meng Yuqing was being forced. Miss Meng, I wish to hear your true thoughts. Chapter 3. The Iceberg CEO's Ruthless Pursuit. Qin Shao's unyielding resolve. Meng Yuqing harbored no affection for Qin Yuan. However, she also held little regard for Long Aotian, the proud and arrogant man. Besides, why did she agree to the engagement with Qin Yuan? It was merely a means to prevent the ambitious Long Aotian from devouring the Meng family. Her naturally frosty demeanor turned icy, resembling a walking iceberg in the presence of Long Aotian. What does it have to do with you? Long Aotian paused, suddenly enlightened. Meng Yuqing's public agreement to the engagement was likely coerced. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for her to openly slap her family's face, especially since that family member was her grandfather. Long Aotian cast a disdainful glance at Qin Yuan, as if observing an insignificant insect. Cancel the engagement, or do not compel me to take action. No way. I believe I can still salvage this. Though Qin Yuan's heart raced with anxiety, his exterior remained unperturbed. I refuse. Long Aotian, did you hear that? If you can still hear, then stop dragging me into this. Go and amuse yourself with Meng Yuqing, he declared. The simple assertion of I refuse left everyone astounded. The room fell silent. Meng Yuqing felt insulted. On what grounds do you refuse? You pursued me for 3 years. Not only did you agree to the engagement, but you would have leapt for joy at a mere kind glance. Now I humble myself for the Meng family, and you dare to feel wronged. Enraged, Meng Yuqing, who had always been the one to reject others, shot a glare at Qin Yuan. Her voice as frigid as ice shards. You will comply, whether you wish to or not. Grandfather Meng's benevolent eyes flickered with a glimmer of insight. From both personal and familial perspectives, Qin Yuan was the most suitable choice. Why tell your godfather? Qin Yuan fell silent for a moment, his mind racing. A forced fruit is never sweet. To everyone's astonishment, the situation took an unexpected turn. They remained frozen in shock until Qin Yuan's voice broke the spell. causing them to exchange bewildered glances, each reflecting the astonishment in their eyes. Did I hear correctly? The iceberg CEO of Shui City has actually been rejected? The suitor being the one who pursued her for 3 years? Stand up. With Qin Xiao's stature and looks, what kind of woman could he not attract? What is happening? The iceberg CEO's ruthless pursuit, and Qin Xiao staunchly refusing? Let the bets begin. I wager Qin Xiao will regret this by tomorrow. At that moment, Meng Yuqing's expression turned grim. She knew that if Qin Yuan so desired, myriad women would flock to him, but she had never regarded those women as rivals. She cared not how many women pursued Qin Yuan, as long as she could preserve the Meng family. This marriage watch Chapter 4. Justice descend from the heavens? Young man, are you deaf? He didn't bully me. The elderly man, perhaps in his 70s, clad in faded, somber garments, was visibly shaken. His dilapidated tricycle, laden with assorted recyclables, had scattered its contents across the ground due to the recent mishap. Qin Yuan, ensconced within his vehicle, initiated a system query. Isn't this a scene from Chapter 13? Why is it occurring now? The system responded with the affectation of a customer service representative. Affirmative, dear. As Qin Yuan conversed with the system, his phalanx of menacing bodyguards, brandishing baseball bats, encircled the elderly man. The old man, unaccustomed to such a display, was petrified, nearly prostrate before Qin Yuan. It wasn't as though he was destitute. While not affluent, he was blessed with dutiful offspring. However, driven by frugality, he often collected recyclables to supplement his family's income. He had intended to take a shortcut home when, regrettably, he had grazed the opulent vehicle. Now, repayment seemed the least of his worries. He feared the repercussions for his children. The elderly man found breathing difficult. He feared his end was nigh. Clasped hands trembled as he stammered, "Please, spare me. I will endeavor to compensate you, even if it means selling all I own. Please, I beg you, do not strike me. My old bones cannot endure it." He was on the verge of kneeling before Qin Yuan's car. Meng Yuqing's countenance grew increasingly frigid. Just as she prepared to disembark, Qin Yuan preempted her. "Did I instruct you to kneel?" Meng Yuqing paused, perplexed. Qin Yuan was notorious for his obstinacy, especially when justified. Why would he dissuade the man from kneeling? Something is amiss, she mused. With me present, he can't possibly concoct anything too nefarious. Thus, she retracted her hand from the door. Then, she discerned Qin Yuan's inner monologue. Not again. Is it that serious because of a scratch on the car? Qin Yuan inwardly sighed. One crisis followed another. The engagement remained unresolved, and now this. He extracted a cigarette from its case. His underlings hastened to drape coats over his shoulders and light his smoke. As Qin Yuan inhaled, he pondered a solution. The elderly man, though supported by Qin Yuan, trembled more violently. A growing crowd of onlookers whispered, none daring to intercede on the old man's behalf. It seems I'm doomed. The old man thought to himself. Bullying the weak, one whispered. It's just a scratch. How much could it possibly cost? There's no need to harass an old man. You're mistaken, another retorted. That's the latest limited edition supercar. Only 3 exist worldwide, and Qin Xiao owns one. Repairing it will cost at least 3 million. Wait, isn't that Qin Xiao? The old man is truly in dire straits. Qin Xiao's name was infamous throughout the city. The elderly man despaired, convinced his end was near. He wept profusely, repeatedly attempting to kneel. However much is owed, I will strive to gather it. I, an old man, will bear the responsibility alone. I implore you to spare my children. The dignity of the impoverished was worthless. To safeguard his offspring, he would debase himself. Qin Yuan, inscrutable, supported the man, his emotions masked. Why is he kneeling again? Old man, give me a moment to devise a plan. Cease kneeling. I'm merely a minor antagonist, and I'm frightened. Only Meng Yuqing, privy to Qin Yuan's thoughts, understood his true intentions. She watched from her discreet, luxurious vehicle. Antagonist or not, I care not. I only wish to discern his machinations. As time elapsed, her anxiety mounted. Qin Yuan extinguished his cigarette. It seems the only recourse is reciprocity. Decisively, he retrieved a baseball bat from the trunk. Li Gang, the bodyguard captain, and his cohorts promptly surrounded the elderly man and his dilapidated tricycle. Qin Yuan kicked Li Gang. Did I instruct you to move? He ground out his cigarette. Li Gang, enlightened, offered Qin Yuan a sincere thumbs up. The boss wishes to do it personally. Truly, he is the boss. Meng Yuqing, alarmed, lowered the car window, poised with a silver needle. The elderly man trembled violently, pleading incessantly. Onlookers, some sympathetic, others merely curious, watched. A few surreptitiously recorded the scene, intending to leverage public opinion to aid the elderly man. Qin Yuan casually struck the tricycle with a baseball bat. Seeing Qin Yuan approach, the elderly man despaired. You scratched my car, so I've damaged yours. Remember, avoid such vehicles in the future. Next time, you'll suffer the consequences. The onlookers were stunned. Was that all? Had it ended? Isn't Qin Shao supposed to be a ruthless bully? One muttered. I've already crafted my video title, and it's over. I'll wait. He's likely to retaliate after everyone leaves. The videographer hesitated, continuing to record. Others harbored similar suspicions. That was Qin Yuan, after all. Meng Yuqing was equally bewildered. She had envisioned countless scenarios. Qin Yuan leveraging his influence to torment the elderly man, or feigning magnanimity only to later exact retribution. But she had never imagined Qin Yuan equating his supercar with a tricycle, retaliating without harming the elderly man, preserving his dignity. She found him increasingly enigmatic. She lowered the silver needle, inexplicably remaining to observe the aftermath. Initially, she had feared for the elderly man's safety. Now, she was uncertain of her motives. As the elderly man recovered, Qin Yuan and his entourage re-entered their vehicle. Escape, Qin Yuan thought. The protagonist is coming. He lamented his choice of route. Before the engagement with Meng Yuqing was settled, he was now confronted with an elderly man. Long Aotian pursed his lips, glaring at the opulent vehicle. His disdain for Qin Yuan palpable. He approached the car and rapped on the window. Get out. The elderly man, still reeling from his near escape, witnessed Long Aotian confronting Qin Yuan. His initial fear transformed into gratitude. He stepped forward to defend Qin Yuan. Young man, you're mistaken. He didn't demand compensation. Impossible, Long Aotian exclaimed. The phalanx of burly bodyguards, brandishing baseball bats, surrounded the elderly man. Were they there to shield him from the wind? Long Aotian refused to believe it. Divested of the Qin family's influence, what was he? Long Aotian, exuding an aura of dominance, addressed the elderly man. Rest assured, I will secure justice for you. The elderly man regarded him quizzically. What's wrong with you? I told you I'm fine. He didn't demand compensation. Are you hard of hearing? The elderly man gazed earnestly at Long Aotian. Young man, are you deaf? I know a hospital that specializes in deafness. Chapter 5. Long Aotian confronted, should you find yourself idle, why not fetch a couple of loads of manure from the village entrance? Long Aotian's countenance darkened as he abruptly turned to the elder. While the words were spoken, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Gazing into the old man's sincere eyes, and faced with a gathering crowd, Long Aotian suppressed the odd sensation within. Elder, I am assisting you, he insisted. Having recently survived a calamity, the elder, speaking without thought, suddenly grasped the implication behind the young man's words. It was evident that this lad was not genuinely there to help him, but rather to showcase his bravado. In the elder's eyes, Qin Yuan possessed such a fine vehicle that if he were to demand compensation, even selling the elder would not suffice. Yet, rather than pressing for recompense, Qin Yuan chose to grant him dignity in this manner. The elder felt compelled to kneel, but was restrained by the young man. Qin Yuan treated people with respect, unlike this newcomer who, despite claiming to help, neither understood the situation nor offered to compensate Qin Yuan for the damages, but instead approached with an aggressive demeanor. The contrast was stark. It was clear who the true benefactor was. Reflecting on this, the elder's admiration for Qin Yuan surged. While others decried Qin Yuan as lawless, the elder perceived him as a paragon of virtue. He even contemplated erecting a monument in Qin Yuan's honor, praying that he would encounter more individuals of such noble character. Growing impatient, the elder waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for your help. You should return whence you came, young man. Long Aotian felt a lump in his throat, caught between frustration and disbelief. Why did this elder refuse to trust him? Qin Yuan's bodyguards, unable to remain passive, swiftly exited the vehicle. Li Gang, brandishing a baseball bat, had long harbored disdain for Long Aotian. having faced his provocations time and again. Without imparting a lesson, Long Aotian would never grasp the gravity of his actions. Qin Yuan initially intended to remain in the car until the traffic cleared, but upon seeing his bodyguard, Li Gang, disembark, he promptly followed. After all, his subordinates were extensions of himself. If one were to be harmed, it would not be long before the repercussions reached him. Seeing someone step out invigorated Long Aotian, who was eager for a proper confrontation. Having suffered a significant loss at the birthday banquet previously, he was keen to reclaim his honor. A fleeting glance at a bystander recording the scene fueled his resolve. He vowed to make his prowess known to all of Snow City. Only he, Long Aotian, stood for justice, while Qin Yuan was merely a jester preying on the elderly. Long Aotian stepped forward, envisioning the impending accolades, unable to suppress a smirk. "I shall not allow you to bully the elder." Qin Yuan nodded slightly in response. "Mr. Long, I believe you are mistaken. No one is bullying the elder." The elder, witnessing Qin Yuan's dissent, nodded in agreement. "How many times must I tell you? They're not bullying me. Do you not comprehend human speech? This gentleman is the victim." I scratch his car. With no room for retreat, Long Aotian swiftly redirected his ire towards Li Gang. He was determined to ensure that today, as conflict would not falter. "You are merely a group of bullies, a bunch of scoundrels." Meng Yuqing, observing from within the vehicle, regarded Long Aotian with disapproval. Despite possessing some martial skills, he was merely a hothead, recklessly seeking to display heroism without understanding the situation. Li Gang, a champion of the underground boxing circuit in Snow City, had never faced such provocation. His eyes narrowed, and he exhaled heavily, his imposing figure straining against the confines of his tailored suit. He swiftly discarded his jacket and swung a punch toward Long Aotian's face. "Hey, who kicked me?" Li Gang stumbled to his feet, a distinct shoe print marking his rear. "Boss, why did you kick me? This arrogant fool needs a lesson." Qin Yuan sighed. "Brother, calm yourself. Why did I kick you? To prevent you from leading me into a trap laid by Long Aotian." Li Gang felt a swell of gratitude. He regarded his boss as family, and naturally, one must stand up for family. Tears of emotion welled in Li Gang's eyes. "If the boss sees us as brothers, how can we stand by while a brother is bullied? We will fight for our brother." His fellow bodyguards echoed his fervor. Seeing the situation escalate, Qin Yuan knew he had to intervene. Despite the fervor of their chants, he understood that in a real confrontation, Long Aotian could easily handle them. Long Aotian was no ordinary man. He was a true fighter of the frontier. Qin Yuan firmly restrained Li Gang, preventing him from rushing into a reckless altercation. "Enough. Stand down." Meng Yuqing, a subtle smile gracing her lips, observed the scene with mild amusement. Indeed, they were all aware that with the crowd present, any violence would paint them as bullies, even if they were the genuine victims. What was she concerned about? Shaking her head, she continued to monitor their actions. Long Aotian, rolling up his sleeves, assumed a combat stance, but was momentarily halted by Qin Yuan's actions. The fervor that had ignited within him dimmed. "What are you doing? Let him come. We shall engage in a proper fight." Considering the numerous onlookers, he refrained from initiating conflict. Will they indeed fight? Qin Yuan smiled. "I apologize. My brother is a bit impulsive." With a wave of his hand, he beckoned Li Gang closer. "We are civilized individuals who understand decorum. Brawling is simply beneath us." Li Gang scratched his head, glancing around at the throng of spectators and the numerous bodyguards. Suddenly enlightened, he recognized the folly of engaging Long Aotian alone. If they were to beat him and he ended up in the hospital, would not the Qin family bear the financial burden? Moreover, such an incident could easily make the headlines, portraying them as bullies. Qin Yuan's approach not only safeguarded their reputation, but also bolstered the company's image. Truly, he was a master strategist. He promptly bowed to Long Aotian at a 90-degree angle. "My apologies." Long Aotian's face flushed with indignation, and after a moment, he managed to retort, "You are quite polite, I see." The elder, witnessing this exchange, quickly discerned that the young man was indeed targeting Qin Yuan. Having spent years collecting scrap, he had encountered numerous characters, and Long Aotian was a familiar type, eager to rise to fame at the expense of the man whose car he had damaged. The true victim still stood before them. He must not allow the public to misinterpret the genuine benefactor. As the crowd swelled, the elder took it upon himself to clarify the situation, gesturing towards a scratch on Qin Yuan's vehicle. Please do not mistake Mr. Qin. I caused this damage, and he has not demanded a single cent from me. Instead, that young man has repeatedly sought to provoke Mr. Qin. I believe he is deliberately attempting to stir trouble. Qin Yuan, taken aback by the elder's sudden defense, repeatedly gestured that it was not necessary. Lu Gang's admiration for Qin Yuan soared to new heights, relieved that he had heeded his boss's counsel. Had he not, the misunderstanding could have escalated. Truly, his boss was wise. The bystanders, mostly there to witness the spectacle, were surprised by the unfolding truth. They had initially believed that Qin Yuan was the bully, but now realized that the young man was the true villain, even going so far as to apologize to the genuine victim. What more could be said? It was never his concern. It was akin to a dog meddling in affairs that do not pertain to it. He insisted on provoking a confrontation, merely seeking to display bravado. One must be cautious, for should the proprietor become enraged, it could result in the elder bearing the financial burden. Indeed, I perceive him to be a hypocrite. Upon hearing of the potential costs, the elder was even less inclined to participate. This situation had finally settled, and the other party was willing to let it slide. Why then does he continue to push him toward peril? If one finds themselves with an abundance of idle time, they ought to fetch a couple of loads of dung from the village entrance, rather than intruding into matters that do not concern them. Chapter 6. A Face-Off with Danger. The protagonist, drugged Long Aotian's face turned crimson with indignation. How could his goodwill be met with such hostility? No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Were it not for the elder's presence and the multitude of onlookers, he would have retaliated long ago. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress his rage. I did not mean it that way, elder. How can you be so oblivious to right and wrong? Besides, disregarding the facts, does Qin Yuan bear no fault at all? The delay had been prolonged, prompting the arrival of the traffic police to restore order. As others attempted to voice their thoughts, the sight of the officers made them disperse. Meng Yuqing, relieved that Qin Yuan was not misunderstood, followed the crowd away. Upon returning home, Qin Yuan felt as though he had narrowly escaped a perilous fate. Finally, it was over. His phone buzzed again. What could possibly be so urgent at this hour? He glanced at the screen to find Xi Jinping's name. Despite his illustrious name, this individual was, much like the original owner, a prodigal son. Ironically, he had a famous saying, I, Xi Jinping, am as upright as my name suggests. As a villain and the sole heir of the Qi family, second only to the four prominent families of Shui City, he had once been soundly slapped by Long Aotian while vying for a woman's affection. Brother Yuan, come quickly. It's urgent. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yuan truly did not wish to go. Who could endure 2 brushes with death in a single day? What is it now? I'll send you the address. You'll understand once you arrive. Accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, Qin Yuan arrived at the entertainment complex, heading straight for the exclusive VIP room. The spacious lounge, filled with pulsating 3D music, stirred the atmosphere, and beautiful women, clad in revealing attire, showcased their stunning figures. Among them were top-tier influencers and pure campus beauties, swaying to the rhythm of the music. As soon as the women spotted Qin Yuan's entrance, they flocked to him, making him feel as though he had stepped into a den of enchantresses. Many girls approached him with the hope of being favored by the illustrious Qin Shao. Even if it meant merely becoming a mistress, such an honor will be a lifelong boast among friends. Xi Jinping introduced the women. This is Tian Tian, and this is Lily. What's her name again? The beauty seated in the corner spoke up. It's Lu Gang. With a wave of his hand, Xi Jinping dismissed the others, leaving Lu Gang behind. Qin Yuan glanced at the striking girl with a coarse voice. Lu Gang, you can leave too. Xi Jinping patted his chest. I, Xi Jinping, am as upright as my name suggests. Qin Yuan interjected, pinching the bridge of his nose. Is this really the reason you were so eager to find me? Xi Jinping scratched his head, his smile somewhat sheepish. It's just that I've been calling you but couldn't get through. While Qin Yuan stepped outside for a smoke, he noticed a petite girl running ahead, chased by a man with a lecherous grin, leisurely pursuing her. The little girl, clad in a JK uniform, had fair, slender legs encased in black stockings, her feet adorned with small black shoes, and her hair styled in twin ponytails. Unlike Meng Yuqing's imposing elegance, this girl was short and cute, her charm seemingly accentuated by her petite stature. Qin Yuan harbored serious doubts about her height being a result of her alluring figure. Observing the scene, he continued smoking. Is this a case of Beauty and the Beast? No, wait, doesn't this little girl resemble one of the male lead as harem members, Tian Shiner? Confusion washed over him. Isn't this the plot from chapter 32? Tian Shiner, as one of Long Aotian's harem members, was a quintessential fangirl. Weighing just 90 pounds, she had most of her weight in her bosom. After being drugged in an unfortunate incident, Long Aotian descended to save her from danger. However, what would happen to Tian Shiner, who had already been drugged? Long Aotian, not taking her to the hospital, could be justified. After all, the Tian family was one of the 4 prominent families, and Tian Shiner was a pampered child. If a scandal erupted, it would reflect poorly on him. Yet, Long Aotian was skilled in medicine. For him to suppress a common aphrodisiac should be a trivial task. Alas, he refrained. He was reluctantly forced to become Tian Shiner's antidote. In the narrative, Tian Shiner clamored for the antidote and eventually became one of Long Aotian's harem members, assisting him in subduing the Tian family. Not only did she receive favors, but she also managed to take away their resources. At that moment, feeling weak all over, Tian Shiner heard a familiar voice. In her hazy state, she regained a flicker of consciousness and looked up to see Qin Yuan not far ahead, glancing back at the approaching ruffian. Oh no, are they working together? Tian Shiner gazed at the vibrant lights of the entertainment complex, feeling overwhelmed by the looming danger. What should I do? What should I do? Suddenly, she spotted the manager coming around the corner. I'm saved. Someone is following me, and I suspect I've been drugged. The manager hurried over, only to find it was Huang Haoyan, another wealthy heir. Although he lacked the connections of the 4 prominent families, he still boasted assets in the hundreds of millions. Rather than paying for company from countless girls, he preferred to haunt entertainment venues, preying on young girls under the guise of seeking beauty. To make matters worse, his elder brother was Qin Shao, and despite causing numerous disturbances, no one dared challenge him. Recognizing the young girl as the treasured pearl of the Tian family, the manager rushed forward, intending to rescue her from Huang Haoyan's clutches. Yet, upon spotting Qin Yuan smoking in the corner, his steps faltered. Qin Shao is here, giving Tian Shiner a helpless glance. He lowered his head and quickly departed. It's not that I want to help you. I cannot afford to offend either side. Dazed and disoriented, Tian Shiner's mental defenses crumbled as Huang Haoyan closed in on her. I warn you, I am the prized gem of the Tian family, one of the 4 great families of Shui City. You. Before she could finish, Huang Haoyan interrupted her with disdain, arrogantly gesturing to himself with his thumb. Come on, who doesn't know the Tian family's strict rules? Just look at where we are. Tian family members wouldn't dare come here. I could say Qin Yuan is my elder brother. In Shui City, my brother Qin Shao ranks first, and I, Huang Haoyan, second. He advanced menacingly. Tian Shiner, swaying and filled with despair, realized she might truly meet her end here. Is there really no one to save me? If I could turn back time, I would never step foot in this entertainment complex again. Dazed, she stared at the garish walls, contemplating whether her demise was the only way to end this nightmare. Qin Yuan, observing the farce unfold, initially had no intention of intervening. After all, the protagonist had allies to rescue her, so what concern was it of his? Yet, this scoundrel was using his name to commit vile acts. Wasn't that akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death? Just as he considered clarifying that he had no part in this, he noticed Tian Shiner, in a moment of desperation, attempting to slam herself against the wall, seemingly trying to replicate a scene from a drama. Quick as lightning, he reached out and caught her. With such intellect, it's no wonder your family's status is on par with Meng Yuqing's. In the end, you can only be a fangirl. How foolish. Tian Shiner, sobbing and struggling, was hoisted up by Qin Yuan. He had initially intended to ignore the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lingered for so long. However, upon reflection, if anything were to happen to Tian Shiner in the entertainment complex, and the Tian family investigated and discovered he had been there, coupled with the fact that Huang Haoyan acted under his name, there would be an 80% chance the blame would fall on him. Moreover, he recalled that Tian Xiner was quite favored by his grandmother. If anything unfortunate were to occur, she would be the first to hold him accountable. Just as Qin Yuan embraced Tian Xiner, the system's voice echoed. Long Aotian will arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes. Please prepare for action. All units mobilize. Chapter 7. An emergent lotus. A second glance. Qin Yuan was exasperated. Thrice in one day? Was such relentless targeting truly necessary? It seemed he was the sole villain being exploited. He held Tian Xiner's soft, fragrant form as if it were a burning ember, unwilling to discard it. Yet unable to keep it, Tian Xiner was already delirious from the drug's effects. Her soft murmurs and caresses a torment to Qin Yuan. He wished to push her away, but feared she wouldn't endure until Long Aotian's arrival. Instead, he attempted to rouse her consciousness. Good heavens, refrain from such liberties. That area is off limits. Tears streamed down Tian Xiner's face as she whimpered, her voice like a kitten's paw against Qin Yuan's heart. Her small hands continued their explorations. She gazed up at Qin Yuan, exclaiming, "So handsome! Mother, I see Takashi Kaneshiro." She wept as she continued her advances. Qin Yuan restrained her hands and exclaimed, "Behave yourself. Am I being tested with this? Would I dare touch Long Aotian's woman?" Tian Xiner, jolted by Qin Yuan's rebuke, regained some clarity, her expression one of grievance. "Why can't I touch? And who is Long Aotian? When did I become his woman?" Long Aotian was unwilling to let his prey escape. He stepped forward, pointing at Qin Yuan with audacity. "Boy, do you know who my elder brother is?" Qin Yuan, already irritated by Tian Xiner's advances, was further incensed by Huang Haotian's presence. "Who are you?" Huang Haotian sneered, his arrogance palpable. "Qin Yuan, the foremost of Snow City, is my elder brother. Are you afraid now?" Tian Xiner, who had been in a daze, grew more desperate. So, they're indeed accomplices. She struggled to break free, but her strength failed her. Qin Yuan scoffed. "And do you know who I am? Here we go, an in-your-face revelation. I'm standing right here, yet you dare use my name." Tian Xiner suppressed the drug's effects, questioning, "What does this mean? They aren't working together? How is that possible? Qin Yuan seems to be in cahoots with them, one drugging me, while the other feigns a heroic rescue to take advantage of me." Huang Haotian lifted his chin, regarding Qin Yuan with disdain. "I don't care who you are. Can you be more arrogant than young Master Qin? I advise you to mind your own business." Before Qin Yuan could respond, his longtime bodyguard captain, Lu Gang, stepped forward. "Open your eyes and behold. This is young Master Qin himself." Huang Haotian's eyes widened as he scrutinized Qin Yuan. The dim lighting and his lustful intentions had prevented him from noticing earlier. Now, he observed the impeccably tailored bespoke suit, the handsome slick-back hair, and the striking face. Beside him stood Lu Gang, the renowned underground boxing champion with his signature golden belt, and behind them, a dozen bodyguards. Who else could it be but Qin Yuan? Overwhelmed with fear, Huang Haotian fell to his knees, begging for mercy. He never imagined he would encounter Qin Yuan himself, especially while using his name for nefarious purposes. Now, not only was the girl gone, but his life was also in jeopardy. If this was indeed Qin Yuan, was the drug girl truly a member of the Tian family? Having offended two of Snow City's 4 great families, could he possibly survive? Young Master Qin. Master Qin, I was blind and ignorant. Please forgive me. Huang Haotian kowtowed repeatedly. "If you spare us, I will follow your lead from now on." Qin Yuan scoffed, uninterested in further engagement with this scum. His priority was to resolve Tian Xiner's situation. He glanced at Lu Gang, signaling him to handle it. "I don't want to see anyone in Snow City using my name to commit evil deeds." He turned and left with the disoriented Tian Xiner. Lu Gang immediately understood. Qin Yuan considered Tian Xiner's identity in her current state. No matter where they went, they would be suspected of wrongdoing. It seemed a hotel was their only option. Long Aotian received news that the Tian family's most beloved daughter had been drugged at an entertainment establishment. He rushed to the scene, only to encounter Huang Haotian fleeing the premises. He grabbed Huang Haotian's arm. "Where's the girl?" Huang Haotian, bruised and battered, instinctively replied, "Young Master Qin took her away." Long Aotian clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Qin Yuan again." Qin Yuan halted Tian Xiner's movements with one hand and called the Qin family's butler. Find me a female physician knowledgeable about narcotics, one who is discreet. I need her at the Emperor Hotel's presidential suite within 10 minutes. The butler acknowledged the order and immediately dispatched someone from the Qin family's private hospital. While waiting, Qin Yuan retreated from the doorway all the way to the balcony to evade Tian Xiner. The petite girl was surprisingly agile. Tian Xiner's face was flushed, her voice both coquettish and soft. She pounded on the door. Open the door, brother Qin Yuan. I'm not afraid. So what are you afraid of? Qin Yuan, separated by the door, lamented silently. I want to open it. Put on your clothes and restrain yourself, and then I'll consider it. Tian Xiner giggled. So, brother Qin Yuan likes this kind of thing? Qin Yuan was speechless. If you weren't Long Aotian's woman, I would have taken you already. Would you still be so arrogant? The female physician, although unfamiliar with Qin Yuan, had heard tales of his exploits. She braced herself for a scandalous scene. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that even if the situation was unsavory, she couldn't abandon the opportunity. The Qin family's compensation was unmatched. The female physician opened the door and tentatively called out, "Young Master Qin?" Upon hearing the physician's voice, Qin Yuan felt a surge of relief. He grasped the doorknob, but hesitated to open the door. Quickly, examine Tian Xiner. She's been drugged. The female physician paused, nodding blankly. Oh yes, right away. So, it's not that kind of situation. The female physician placed Tian Xiner in the bathtub and skillfully administered an antidote. After Tian Xiner fell silent, Qin Yuan finally emerged from the room, relieved. He turned to the female physician and said sternly, I don't want anyone else to know about this. You understand what you should and shouldn't say, correct? The female physician was stunned upon seeing Qin Yuan. Takashi Kaneshiro? No wonder the women of Snow City are so drawn to him. Qin Yuan frowned. Is this female physician not very bright? The female physician snapped back to reality and nodded repeatedly. Even after leaving the hotel, she remained in a daze. So, young Master Qin isn't as lecherous as the rumors suggest. He's quite the gentleman and incredibly handsome. Qin Yuan shifted his gaze to Tian Xiner. She had chosen a revealing JK uniform for her outing to the bar. Now, the wet clothes clung to her body, creating a tantalizing effect. Indeed, one of the male lead's harem members. Who could resist a buxom, brainless loli with a youthful face, especially with a wet look? I'll take another look. Tian Xiner moaned softly. MMM. Qin Yuan was surprised by her swift awakening. He cleared his throat. Finally awake. Long Aotian should be arriving soon, right? Those who act unscrupulously under my name must be thoroughly dealt with. Given my current situation, this blame cannot be placed upon me. Can it? Have you awakened? Next time, refrain from visiting such places. As you have seen, Huang Haoyan is not affiliated with me. After Qin Yuan spoke, he turned and departed, leaving without a trace of reluctance. Tian Xiner cried out, Stop. Chapter 8, Tian Xiner. I'm not naive at all. I'm actually quite astute most of the time. Qin Yuan turned back. Is there anything else? Tian Xiner emerged from the bathtub, her form accentuated by the clinging fabric of her attire, which was already form-fitting. Water cascaded down her figure, creating an alluring silhouette in the warm, amber glow of the bathroom lights. While under the influence of the drug, her memories were fragmented. The subsequent events remained a blur. However, the absence of any discomfort and the discarded syringe in the wastebasket served as irrefutable evidence that Qin Yuan was not involved. He had even summoned a physician for her. Despite their family's connections, their personal interactions were minimal. Even individuals who outwardly projected an image of integrity might succumb to such temptation. Qin Yuan's restraint was exceedingly commendable. Perhaps Qin Yuan isn't as reprehensible as the rumors suggest, she mused. But is he simply going to leave? Am I not an attractive woman? I attempt to entice him, yet he remains unmoved? Who truly holds the title of Snow City's most lustful individual? Tian Xiner advanced toward Qin Yuan, her hands planted firmly on her hips, and spoke with a huff. I was drugged and dressed like this. And you didn't touch me? Qin Yuan's gaze remained fixed upon Tian Xiner's curvaceous figure, and he swallowed audibly. Of course not. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiner's annoyance intensified. You truly didn't touch me at all? I genuinely didn't, Qin Yuan replied, perplexed. He couldn't fathom the reason for her ire. He thought, What is she so angry about? Does she genuinely desire my advances? Am I at fault for not touching her? Women are so perplexing. Tian Xner stamped her foot in exasperation. I am an attractive woman whom many would desire. Although my attempt to seduce him was induced by the drug, it indirectly confirms that Qin Yuan is a decent individual. However, he shouldn't have remained completely indifferent. Doesn't this imply that I lack feminine allure? After a moment of contemplation, Tian Xner, whose vocabulary failed her, could only utter a phrase devoid of any menace. You infuriate me. Qin Yuan was bewildered. He thought I would love to. Her waist, breasts, and legs. I would love to pin her in the corner and spank her, even if it meant hearing her cry. But I must consider my own safety. I exited through the back door and didn't encounter Long Aotian, so I should be safe. It's best to return home and sleep. Tian Xiner's tears transformed into a smile. Her ire dissipated as she proudly puffed out her ample chest. It appears that I still possess some allure. Qin Yuan averted his gaze, offering Tian Xiner a towel. Wrap yourself up. Any longer, and I won't be able to restrain myself. Tian Xiner found herself unable to decipher this man. If he desires me, why doesn't he act on it? And who is Long Aotian? Meanwhile, Long Aotian finally arrived, colliding with Qin Yuan as he was about to depart. Noticing Tian Xiner wrapped tightly in a small blanket within the suite, her full figure concealed by the towel, her eyes still carrying a hint of intoxication, Long Aotian's rage reached its zenith. It was evident that Qin Yuan's antidote had counteracted the drug's effects. How is it that every woman I desire ends up involved with Qin Yuan? Long Aotian wondered, his face contorted with anger. He clenched his fists, his expression as frigid as glacial ice. Miss Tian, rest assured that I will seek retribution on your behalf. Qin Yuan maintained a composed facade while inwardly panicking. Brother Aotian, allow me to explain. Tian Xiner, having previously overheard Qin Yuan's thoughts about Long Aotian, scrutinized him. She couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment, thinking, Long Aotian's appearance is unremarkable. I cannot discern what makes him so formidable, but his arrogance is evident. She couldn't comprehend why Qin Yuan was so apprehensive of him, especially when Long Aotian spoke as if he and Qin Yuan were intimate. Tian Xiner stared at Long Aotian with her watery eyes, her hands on her hips. Are you unwell? Why would you seek retribution on my behalf? I don't need you to do that. Who do you think you are? Long Aotian furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He responded coldly, I'm doing this for you, Miss Tian. Don't be deceived by him. Tian Xiner was puzzled. What kind of master diviner could be so precise? Even the feng shui masters employed by the Tian family can only provide general guidance when searching for lost items. How could he possibly know the suite number? He clearly believes that I am involved with Qin Yuan. He was aware of my movements and is deceiving me. This Long Aotian is targeting me. Since being drugged, Tian Xiner had developed a profound aversion to liars. She scoffed. You divined it? Then why don't you divine what just transpired between us? Long Aotian paused, his expression darkening. Isn't it obvious what transpired between them? Miss Tian, I know you are innocent. Don't be deceived by them. Perhaps Huang Haotian was also sent by Qin Yuan. If Tian Xiner couldn't hear Qin Yuan's thoughts, she might have believed him. However, she recalled her disoriented state and her brazen behavior toward Qin Yuan. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she became even more endearing. She rolled her eyes at Long Aotian. Is it any of your concern? As the victim of the entire ordeal and privy to Qin Yuan's thoughts, Tian Xiner was well aware that Qin Yuan was not involved. In fact, she might have suffered harm if not for him. Long Aotian was incensed by Tian Xiner's words. I'm trying to help, but it seems as though I'm meddling. If it were anyone else, I would have taken action. But this is Tian Xiner, the apple of the Tian family's eye, who has just been deceived by Qin Yuan. Long Aotian's rage was boundless. He suddenly noticed the syringe in the wastebasket, and his expression froze. What is going on? Did they truly not engage in anything intimate? He calculated the time and realized that even with the time he had taken, it had only been a few minutes. Long Aotian's anger dissipated instantly, replaced by a mixture of emotions. Tian Xiner rolled her eyes. Go deceive someone else. Do you think I'm a child? Who can divine a suite number? Leave, or I'll call for help. She reached for her phone, turned it on, and dialed the Tian family. Long Aotian realized that he couldn't gain anything in this situation. He inhaled deeply and bowed slightly. I apologize, Miss Tian. I was simply concerned. My name is Long Aotian, but you can call me Aotian. Allow me to escort you home. Xian Xin Sniet. I'm not foolish enough to allow someone with ulterior motives to escort me home. That would be like a chicken willingly entering a hawk's mouth. Qin Yuan moved toward the door. While they argue, I must escape. They are husband and wife, and I will be the one to suffer. Tian Xiner's eyes lit up. I have an idea. Brother Qin, please escort me home. As Qin Yuan was about to refuse, Tian Xiner clung to his arm. If you don't escort me, I will tell my parents that you drugged me and attempted to violate me. Confronted by the murderous gaze of Long Aotian, Qin Yuan felt a surge of panic within, accompanied by perplexing curiosity. Could this aphrodisiac possibly enhance one's intellect? How had she suddenly become so astute? Tian Xiner, brimming with self-satisfaction, unconsciously snuggled against Qin Yuan's arm. I knew you rescued me out of fear of being misunderstood. Truly, I'm quite clever. Qin Yuan was irresistibly tempted by her closeness. To advance is to face the blade, yet to retreat is equally perilous. Dying under the peony blooms is still a form of elegance. If I must, I shall let this little lady understand that the renowned scion of Shuetu is not to be trifled with. Chapter 9. System rewards. Qin Yuan pondered, deciding against harming her to avoid fatal consequences, yet he was unwilling to simply let the matter drop. He couldn't allow his act of rescue to be exploited without reciprocation. It was imperative that she clarify the situation to others and, ideally, place the Tian family in his debt. Do you realize you might have doomed me by acting that way in front of Long Aotian? Tian Xiner responded with a plaintive expression. I couldn't possibly let him take me. He seemed rather unsavory. Upon returning home, you must explain everything to everyone, understood? I saved your life, so you must speak up. Tian Xiner cheerfully hopped into the car. Understood, let's drive. As Qin Yuan settled into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel, he mused, everything is in disarray. The female lead now perceives the protagonist as a villain and has veered toward the antagonist, claiming the protagonist seems untrustworthy, having already diverted the protagonist's admirer. Will Long Aotian spare me? Qin Yuan scrutinized Tian Xiner, his annoyance growing. He leaned in close. Tian Xiner finally felt apprehensive. What is he about to do? Why is he so close? Could he be contemplating a kiss? What should I do if he tries to kiss me? Help! He looks even more handsome up close. No, this is my first kiss. Oh, he's coming closer. Qin Yuan, observing Tian Xiner's pouting lips, was perplexed. What is this child thinking? Why the pout? Regardless, a reprimand is in order. He abruptly pulled Tian Xiner over, positioning her across his lap. With a raised hand, he delivered a firm swat. The sensation was surprisingly pleasant. Tian Xiner's eyes widened, and she emitted a soft shriek. Ah, do you acknowledge your mistake? Speak. Tian Xiner struggled, her small hands flailing. But due to the disparity in strength, she couldn't break free. Wah, weren't you going to kiss me? Why the spanking? I'm already 18. Being spanked is so mortifying. Growing increasingly aggrieved, Tian Xiner stubbornly refused to yield. I'm not wrong. That's right. Wah, I'm sorry, okay? I admit I was wrong. Tian Xiner wailed. As Qin Yuan embraced her soft form, a sudden, urgent ringtone interrupted. Hello, you brat. You dare lay a hand on the Tian girl who just turned 18. Bring her back immediately. Your Uncle Tian is waiting at our house. 1 second late, and I'll skin you alive. Qin Jinghua, feigning calmness, directed the servants to serve tea to Tian Dongliang. They had been roused from sleep late at night. Upon learning that the Tian girl had gone to the entertainment city and been taken away by Qin Yuan, any lingering sleepiness vanished. Qin Jinghua immediately made a series of urgent calls to Qin Yuan, fearing the boy might take advantage of the young lady. This brat, always causing trouble. After all these years of navigating the complexities of Shuedu, I have to bow to Tian Dongliang because of him. It's infuriating. Fortunately, Qin Yuan answered the first call, indicating there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Lao Tian, sit down. Little Yuan may be a bit foolish, but he wouldn't act so lawlessly. He's probably on his way back. Tian Dongliang looked displeased, well aware of Qin Yuan's reputation. I'll go meet them. Lao Qin, you need to reconsider your parenting style. Your son is spoiled. Qin Jinghua, cognizant of his fault, didn't retort as he usually would. He scoffed at Tian Dongliang's words, thinking, as if his parenting is so great. If he weren't so strict, the Tian girl wouldn't have ditched her bodyguards to go to the entertainment city alone. They were no longer the feared heads of the Qin and Tian families, but two concerned fathers. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, having hung up, looked at the wailing Tian Xiner and felt immense regret. Tian Xiner was part of Long Aotian's harem. Even if she seemed indifferent now, she would eventually fall for Long Aotian. If she held a grudge and complained about the spanking, he would be doomed. Moreover, her father was probably coming to get her, and he would surely face punishment. Tian Xiner had overheard the phone call and wailed even louder. It's so embarrassing. If others find out I was spanked at this age, they'll laugh at me behind my back. Qin Yuan sighed and embraced her, gently patting her back. All right, stop crying. Tian Xiner, tears streaming down her face, glared with watery eyes and puffed cheeks, feigning ferocity but appearing more adorable. You can't tell anyone about this, or I'll make you regret it. Qin Yuan nodded repeatedly. Okay, stop crying. I'll buy you candy tomorrow. Tian Xiner, satisfied with Qin Yuan's promise, wiped her tears and sniffled strawberry flavor. Gotta say, I'm quite clever. Not only did I threaten the top in Shuadu, but I also extorted candy from him. I'll have to threaten him more often to get candy. What a profit. Tian Xiner thought gleefully. Qin Yuan drove straight to the Qin residence, equally relieved. Thankfully, this child isn't too bright and can be appeased with candy. Upon their arrival, the heads of the two most influential families in Shuadu stood anxiously at the door. Tian Dongliang rushed to the car, thoroughly examining Tian Xiner for any signs of harm, before finally sighing in relief. He glared at Qin Yuan, containing his anger due to Qin Jingwa's presence. If anything were to happen to my daughter, I would never forgive you. Qin Yuan felt exhausted. He felt like an octogenarian who had irrigated 30 acres of land overnight, only to realize he had watered his neighbor's field. He was already infamous in Shuadu, and tonight would likely add another mark to his reputation. Tian Xiner didn't even try to explain the situation. Tian Xiner, remembering Qin Yuan's rescue, felt a bit embarrassed. Dad, if it weren't for Qin Gij, something bad might have happened to me. She briefly recounted the events, omitting the spanking incident due to embarrassment. Qin Jingwa, previously apprehensive, now felt proud. No longer tired or listless, he spoke with vigor. So Lil Yuan saved you? Tian Xiner nodded as Qin Jingwa basked in the astonished and dubious look on Tian Dongliang's face. Who says my son is no good? If he were no good, would he have saved the Tian girl? Good lad, truly a descendant of the Qin family. Lao Tian, wouldn't you say my son is well-behaved? Tian Dongliang was incredulous. He knew his daughter, and she didn't seem to be lying. Moreover, to protect Tian Xiner, he had always visited the Qin residence when Qin Yuan was away. The two had never met before. In nature, there exists no circumstance where one is duped yet assists the deceiver in counting the ill-gotten gains. Confronted by Qin Jingwa's triumphant gaze, it dawned on Tian Dongliang that his daughter had indeed been rescued by another. He recalled Qin Yuan's earlier remarks, nodding awkwardly. Could it be that my previous methods of education were flawed? Otherwise, how could my daughter have dashed off to the entertainment district upon reaching adulthood? However, it appears that Qin Yuan is not as unsavory as the rumors suggest. Excellent, excellent. Old Qin certainly knows how to raise his children. It is too late today. I shall express my gratitude tomorrow. He took Tian Xiner by the hand and departed. Qin Jingwa watched them leave and patted Qin Yuan on the shoulder. Well done, Xiao Yuan. The Tian family is now indebted to us for a monumental favor. Observing the weariness etched on his son's face, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Go rest. We shall discuss this further tomorrow. With the matter finally settled, Qin Yuan felt the weight of drowsiness descend upon him. He nodded while stifling a yawn as he ascended the stairs. The system's insincere yet enthusiastic voice resonated. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing a day. The system shall now commence the reward. Qin Yuan immediately perked up. If you speak of rewards, I am no longer weary. Chapter 10. A Visit of Gratitude. The Duality of a Snow City Titan's Phase 2 Rewards. Reward 1. Multifecundity Pill. Guarantees conception with the female lead upon consumption. Ineffective on others. Qin Yuan was speechless. Bestowing this upon the female lead would be a death sentence for himself. Reward 2. Sunflower Manual. To practice this art. Qin Yuan interrupted the system's enthusiastic pitch. Next. Even without the female lead, countless maidens awaited his rescue. For mere reward. Sacrificing his lifelong happiness was out of the question. The system continued, a hint of regret in its electronic voice. Are you sure you don't want this? It comes with 20 top-tier beauties. This bonus package only fueled Qin Yuan's displeasure. Do you have any real rewards? What good are beauties to a eunuch? To watch them flirt among themselves? Next, the system pressed on. Reward 3. Vanishing Card. A one-time use item that makes the target disappear for a day. The user must mentally invoke the target's name. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. Finally, something useful. He swiftly selected the vanishing card. After settling everything, Qin Yuan slept soundly until daybreak, roused by a gentle voice. Xiao Yuan, wake up. Uncle Tian is here with gifts. Everyone's waiting. Qin Jingwa beamed, more amiable than Qin Yuan had ever witnessed. Qin Yuan nodded, aware that the first day was merely the beginning. Tian Dongliang and his wife arrived with Tian Xiner, masking the previous day's turmoil. They had spent the night reflecting on their strict parenting. Tian Xiner, disciplined severely, barely managed to rise in the morning. Madame Qin and Madame Tian chatted amiably. The Qin family's matriarch, upon learning that her grandson had rescued her favorite, lauded Qin Yuan as a responsible young man. The Tian couple cherished their only daughter, protecting her excessively. The incident was unimaginable. Had Qin Yuan been absent or indifferent, the consequences would have been dire. Despite suppressing the matter to protect Tian Xiner's reputation, the Tians had not informed the Qins. Had Qin Jingwa publicized the event to vindicate his son, they could not have objected. However, the Qins remained silent, prioritizing their daughter's reputation, thus incurring a significant debt. Therefore, despite Tian Dongliang's animosity towards Qin Jingwa, he conceded 2 pieces during their chess game and offered a previously contested project. Upon Qin Yuan's arrival, Tian Dongliang greeted him warmly. Xiao Yuan, why didn't you sleep longer? Lao Qin is too strict. Qin Jingwa, unperturbed, acknowledged the compliment. While the matter was delicate, the Qin family had benefited tangibly. The Tians, though smaller than the Qins, were a force in Snow City. With Tian Dongliang's support, Qin Yuan could be shielded from future troubles. Qin Yuan responded with measured courtesy. Uncle Tian. His composure impressed Tian Dongliang. He had assumed Qin Yuan's rescue was mere luck, and that he remained a debauched heir. Now, he recognized Qin Yuan's hidden depths. He had misjudged Qin Jingwa's son. Oblivious to Tian Dongliang's musings, Qin Yuan focused on dealing with Aotian. A butler approached, announcing reporters seeking an interview with Qin Xiao. Tian Dongliang deferred to Qin Jingwa, who glared at Qin Yuan and brandished a broom. Do you know the impact on Tian Xiner? We aren't ordinary people. I'll beat you to death. Qin Yuan dodged, recalling the car vandalism. Had gone viral? He hoped the narrative wouldn't be twisted. Dad, let me explain. It's about my car being vandalized. Qin Jingwa scoffed. You think the media is here to praise you? Qin Yuan's good deed was an anomaly. He anticipated a reprimand to appease the Tians. Qin Yuan nodded, apprehensive. Probably. It's not about Tian Xiner. Qin Jingwa eyed the butler skeptically. Tian Dongliang interjected, patting Qin Yuan's shoulder disapprovingly. Lao Qin, you're too impulsive. I think Xiao Yuan is a good kid. Qin Jingwa was speechless, feigning anger for Tian Dongliang's benefit. What's going on? Tian Dongliang displayed his phone to Qin Jingwa. The screen showed trending topics online. A luxury car of exorbitant value has been scratched, and Mr. Qin's commanding approach to handling the situation is remarkable. Mr. Qin, a man who never imposes difficulties on ordinary individuals, possesses both striking looks and a profound respect for the vulnerable. Who could possibly resist his charm? Although he recognizes these characters when separated, he fails to comprehend their meaning when they are combined. Chapter 11. Instead of an interview, Long Aotian becomes a complete fool. Is this still referring to Qin Yuan? Even his own father would feel embarrassed to boast so shamelessly. Qin Jingwa glanced at his phone, then at Qin Yuan, pride mingled with a hint of skepticism. Though Qin Yuan had previously trended online, it was usually for trivial matters, spending 20,000 on a haircut, wooing a girl, or engaging in some frivolous antics. This instance of positive publicity with 3 consecutive trending topics reported favorably by major media outlets, was unprecedented. Is what they say online genuinely about you? Qin Yuan checked and confirmed that the trending topics were indeed positive, letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were no absurd accusations directed at him. Do you still consider me your father? Is there no trust left between us? Suppressing his excitement, Qin Yuan recalled that the Tian family was still present and nodded slightly to Tian Dongliang, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of him. Since this matter had nothing to do with them, Tian Dongliang did not linger. Not at all. Let us gather another day, he said before departing with his wife and daughter. Qin Yuan beckoned to the butler. Since it was a fortuitous occasion, he decided to let them in. Qin Yuan frowned, as he had no desire to deal with the media. As a villain, what was the foremost priority? Naturally, it was survival. After taking the protagonist-esque girl in front of him yesterday and stepping on his face today, how could he expect a favorable outcome? Just let it go. It's not a significant matter. I'll just take a nap. Qin Yuan frowned, seething with frustration. What a splendid opportunity. Others would envy such prospects. Yet here it was served on a platter, and he refused it. At least he was finally willing to engage in some meaningful activities. Oh, my child. Very well. Sleep on. Ascending the stairs, Qin Yuan pondered. Qin Yuan sighed, still feeling that such a remarkable opportunity should not be squandered. If Qin Yuan's reputation were better, it wouldn't matter, but his notoriety was utterly abysmal. If he did not seize this chance to clear his name, who knew when he would get another? Qin Yuan instructed the butler to accommodate the reporters in the study, while he and his wife would take the place of their son for the interview. After changing into formal attire, he entered the study with Qin Foreign, facing the barrage of questions from the reporters. Despite having participated in numerous interviews and financial discussions, this was his first time substituting for his son, like a maiden embarking on her wedding day. Accustomed to storms, Qin Yuan felt a twinge of nervousness. Fortunately, he had cultivated an unflappable demeanor, and the reporters, aware of his formidable presence, dared not pose any overly intrusive questions. The comments streamed rapidly. Weren't we supposed to interview young Master Qin? Why has it turned into an interview with President Qin? Such an overwhelming aura. I came to see the handsome guy. What about my husband, young Master Qin? He is so cool. I adore him. After such a significant scratch on his car, any ordinary person would be furious, let alone someone like young Master Qin. What was that later fellow's name? He was such a fool, trying to show off in front of young Master Qin and challenging him. It's hilarious. Bro, times have changed. The live interview concluded with a pleasant atmosphere. Long Aotian watched the broadcast, initially thinking that whether he spoke or not, at least the netizens would commend him for being a good Samaritan. In reality, only a few comments mentioned him, and they likened him to a clown. It's all Qin Yuan's fault. If it weren't for him, would things have turned out this way? The events of last night still irritated him. Long Aotian's expression darkened. This feud was now firmly established. That night, Qin Yuan groggily felt someone poking his face. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Tian Shiner. He immediately sat upright. What are you doing here? How did you get in? Why didn't anyone call me? Tian Shiner tilted her head, answering earnestly, her small finger pointing at the partially ajar door. I walked in. Your door was open. Qin Yuan rubbed his forehead. It was his fault for asking. What does Long Aotian's woman want with me? Hurry and leave. I'm just trying to hide at home. How could you come here? Why are you looking for me? Tian Shiner pouted. What Long Aotian's woman? That's not me. If anyone's woman, shouldn't it be yours? Qin Yuan? Even though I was drugged and taken advantage of by you. So what? Tian Shiner thought defiantly. Besides, weren't you the one who promised to bring me candy? Why did you suddenly forget? I've been thinking about it for so long. Sitting on Qin Yuan's bed, she pouted, reluctantly adding, You said you would bring me strawberry-flavored soft candy. Qin Yuan pondered. It did seem to be the case. He felt a bit helpless. But, Miss, the Tian family is quite well off, right? Why do you have to come to me? Upon hearing this, Tian Shiner sat up straight, hands on her hips, looking fierce. Are you trying to back out? If I could eat, would I have to come here to threaten you? If she could eat as she pleased, she wouldn't have to resort to this. The Tian family had strict rules. Even a few bites of a dish were regulated. Snacks? That was utterly non-existent. Growing up, while other children indulged in spicy snacks and drinks, she could only adhere to the carefully curated diet prescribed by her nutritionist. filled with green vegetables. As for candy, such harmful treats were beyond her reach. It's not an exaggeration to say that she only had her first taste of candy when others were already indulging themselves. It thrilled her so much that she couldn't sleep that night. Yet, she was still a food lover, yearning daily for snacks. The more Tian thought about it, the angrier she became, ready to scold him. "What's this? You pulled up your pants and refused to acknowledge me." Was scoundrel just then. Qin's mother passed by, hearing the commotion and frowning as she peeked in. "What is going on, Xiao Yuan?" I hear a girl's voice. As she spoke, she pushed the door open. Qin Yuan, startled by Tian's reaction, quickly covered her mouth. Seeing his mother approach, he yanked her over and pulled her under the covers. Why does this stubborn child blurt everything out? Is it really appropriate to say you've pulled up your pants and denied me? Just yesterday, I was forced into an engagement with Meng Yuqing. And if she starts talking nonsense in front of my mother, I wouldn't even need Long Aotian to take action. I'd be doomed. Tian, buried beneath the covers, struggled and accidentally bumped into Qin Yuan. Having just woken, he and fully recovered. Tian's face flushed bright red. While she was innocent, she wasn't naive. Instantly, she became docile. Covered by the blanket in the confined space, they were pressed closely together. This was her first time being so close to a man. She felt as if her head was filled with cotton, unable to stop her thoughts from wandering. What if he took advantage of the situation? Qin Yuan felt equally uncomfortable. With her soft form beside him, he couldn't blame her for coming at such an hour. No, I must resist. She is Long Aotian's woman. Being tempted by desire is perilous. Qin's mother pushed the door open, only to see Qin Yuan smiling. Propped up on one elbow. "It's nothing, Mom. You must have misheard. I'm just watching a drama." Qin's mother scrutinized him with suspicion, but eventually nodded. Tian, lost in her thoughts, was enraged upon hearing this, and she pinched Qin Yuan's waist hard. "Umph." Qin Yuan inhaled sharply from the pain, but with his mother present, he couldn't show it. Qin's mother eyed her son suspiciously several times before leaving. Once she was gone, Tian immediately wriggled out from under the covers. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Her big, watery eyes glared at Qin Yuan. "You nearly suffocated me." Chapter 12. The times have changed. Brother Aotian Qin Yuan was eager to see this stubborn fellow leave. He instructed a servant to bring various candies, grabbed a handful, and offered them to Tian, saying, "Here's your candy. Now be off." Tian's eyes visibly brightened as she accepted the sweets with her small hands. Her already petite and endearing appearance became even more charming when she smiled. Setting down the candy, she immediately embraced him. "Qin Yuan, you're such a wonderful person." Before Qin Yuan could react, he was unexpectedly met with a breast to the face. Soft and ample, it carried a faint milky fragrance, leaving Qin Yuan somewhat breathless. Seriously, is this little girl so easily deceived? Fortunately, Tian, completely absorbed with the treats, skipped away gleefully. As soon as Tian departed, Qin Yuan faintly heard someone weeping. Mistaking it for a moment of unleashed beastliness, he wondered if he had somehow offended a respectable woman. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the hulking Li Gang, over 6 feet tall, with a dark countenance, standing at the door, sobbing like a distressed maiden. Qin Yuan nearly leapt up, ready to kick him out. He didn't recall having such inclinations. Li Gang wept convulsively, covering his face. "I'm sorry, boss. I've disgraced you." Qin Yuan, observing Li Gang's unsightly crying, sighed, "Speak." Li Gang briefly recounted the events. "I knew that Long Aotian was up to no good yesterday. To prevent any mishaps, I intended to strike first with the brothers. Who knew he was so formidable? He defeated all the dozen or so men I brought, and I didn't fare any better." Qin Yuan was now consumed by a single thought. "I'm doomed. This brother has quietly landed me in deep trouble. Offending Long Aotian is equivalent to offending him myself. Do I even have a chance of survival?" Qin Yuan gnashed his teeth in anger. "You've certainly given me a grand surprise." Li Gang was deeply moved. He hadn't even been able to help the boss, yet the boss was comforting him. The boss is truly a good man. No, I must assist the boss. Next time, I must devise a more thorough and meticulous plan. Li Gang gesticulated erratically. "It's all my fault, boss. I should have brought more men. Once I recover, I'll bring 10 carloads of bread men to beat him up." Qin Yuan was utterly defeated. The protagonist is surrounded by hidden dragons and crouching tigers. While I'm surrounded by sleeping dragons and phoenix chicks, aren't I? Is this merely a matter of numbers? It's the protagonist's aura. Do you know who that is? That's Long Aotian, the protagonist. Even 100 carloads of bread men wouldn't withstand a single slap from him. It's futile. Li Gang's already dim-witted brain completely overloaded. Then what do we do, boss? Qin Yuan took a drag of his cigarette. Li Gang sought trouble with Long Aotian for my sake. How could I not show any concern when my subordinate has been wronged because of me? Are there security cameras where you fought? Li Gang paused, then shook his head. No, boss. I specifically chose a location without cameras. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, a plan forming in his mind. Let's go to the police station. The group arrived at the police station. Li Gang scratched his head, looking at Qin Yuan in confusion. Boss, what are we doing here? Qin Yuan waved his hand grandly. Exudino, imposignoha. Just go in and cry. Cry about everything. Li Gong suddenly understood. I get it. The boss is avoiding a direct confrontation while simultaneously avenging me. Long Aotian is too powerful to defeat in a fight, so we'll outsmart him instead. The world isn't all about violence. It's about navigating human relationships. I'm so clever. I've grasped the boss's intentions so quickly. I'll definitely secure my position as the boss's top henchman. With that thought, the burly Li Gang, over 6 feet tall, began wailing as soon as he entered the police station, startling Gu Qing so much that she nearly dropped her thermos. She looked up and saw Qin Yuan, her brow furrowing. Who was he bullied now? Where's the victim? Gu Qing couldn't bring herself to associate the black-faced, sobbing giant on the floor with the term victim. Wasn't this his bodyguard, Li Gang? A ruthless man who had won multiple boxing championships? Qin Yuan sized up Gu Qing. Her uniform was elegant and spirited, her almond eyes and peach cheeks contrasting with Meng Yuqing's icy queen demeanor. Gu Qing's beauty possessed a fiery and heroic quality, with every move exuding neatness and efficiency. I want to report a case of intentional injury. TSK, Tisk, truly one of the female leads. That chest, that waist, those legs. I could enjoy them for a year, no, a lifetime. It's just that her temper isn't great. Marrying her would likely lead to chaos at home. Luckily, she's Long Aotian's woman. Otherwise, her personality would be a burden to anyone she married. Gu Qing glared fiercely at Qin Yuan. How dare Qin Yuan, in his current state, fantasize about her? Did he even consider his own worth? The slight improvement in Gu Qing's impression of Qin Yuan due to the online incident had completely vanished. Qin Yuan, inexplicably glared at, was even more convinced that Gu Qing's temper was a ticking time bomb. I haven't even done anything, and I can't even report a crime. Why is she so hostile towards me? But it's fine. The further she stays from me, the safer I am. Anyway, she's the one who will be deceived by Long Aotian, losing her heart and soul, and ultimately leading to her family's ruin, while she washes his feet. What does it have to do with me? Gu Qing, wide-eyed, took several deep breaths to resist the urge to punch him. The Gu family may not be as prosperous as the 4 major families, but it was still a family of scholars with a deep foundation. Her parents were both teachers, with disciples all over the world, and they cherished their reputation above all else. How could she possibly open back doors for others? This was simply an insult to her integrity. Gu Qing struggled to steady her breathing, her professional smile laced with gritted teeth. Please describe the incident. Li Gang gave a truncated account of the events, portraying himself as the victim. Gu Qing listened with surprise. She never expected Qin Yuan's lackey to be beaten one day. Combined with the videos circulating online, Long Aotian seemed to head straight for Qin Yuan's car, as if he had anticipated it. With a police officer's intuition, Gu Qing sensed that there was something amiss with Long Aotian. Combining the case details with fragmented information, she quickly deduced that Long Aotian was a highly capable, ambitious hypocrite with some grudges against Qin Yuan, a true villain. This made her even more wary of Long Aotian. After Li Gang finished reporting the crime, Gu Qing nodded and put down her pen. In that case, let's summon Long Aotian. Long Aotian had just finished fighting Li Gang and his men, feeling refreshed. After enduring so much frustration, he had finally regained some ground against Qin Yuan's subordinates. This Qin Yuan had repeatedly disrupted his plans and caused him to be ridiculed online. It was truly detestable. Long Aotian was contemplating how to deceive the intellectually challenged Tian Xiner when he received a summons from the police station. Long Aotian remained expressionless as he followed the officer to the station. What's going on? Long Aotian had a vague premonition. Could it be that Qin Yuan, that old trickster, is behind this again? What's the matter? The officer got into the car and drove. You'll find out when we get there. As soon as Long Aotian arrived at the police station, he saw Li Gang, bruised and swollen, sitting to the side, weeping and complaining to the officers. The hulking, muscular simpleton exaggeratedly cowered when he saw Long Aotian, appearing weak and helpless. If he were a beautiful woman, Long Aotian might have felt some pity, but since he was a rough, 6-foot-tall man, Long Aotian could only feel disgust. Inspecting Long Aotian with a businesslike air, Gu Qing tapped the table. This gentleman alleges that you assaulted him? Chapter 13. Dragon Aotian's 15-day sojourn in detention. Dragon Aotian had never encountered such brazen individuals. Are these two truly so shameless? He mused, clenching his fists and glaring menacingly at Qin Yuan. Had he not been in the police station, he might have resorted to violence. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and endeavored to suppress his fury. They initiated the confrontation, and I merely acted in self-defense. Gu Qing, whose initial impression of him was already unfavorable, furrowed her brow even more upon hearing his explanation. Self-defense has its boundaries. Whose self-defense results in such grievous injuries? Dragon Aotian, already incensed by her rebuke, grew even more agitated. However, upon beholding the fiery beauty before him, he could only suppress his anger and patiently explain there should be surveillance footage. Simultaneously, he contemplated how to win over Gu Qing. Although the Gu family was only slightly better off than ordinary families, their extensive network of contacts was still quite valuable. Most importantly, it was evident that Gu Qing disliked Qin Yuan. He was confident that without Qin Yuan in the picture, winning her over would be a trivial matter. Gu Qing's perception of Dragon Aotian had been influenced by the online rumors. As a police officer, she could easily discern his subtle expressions. A hint of disgust flickered across her face. Does this Dragon Aotian think I summoned him here for an interrogation so he could flaunt his arrogance? He lacks any sense of being a suspect. Gu Qing, known for her volatile temperament, grew increasingly exasperated by his demeanor. In a fit of pique, she slammed her hand on the table. Sit up straight and answer my questions with sincerity. Do you think this is a stage for your theatrics? The surveillance footage will be reviewed, but in the meantime, answer my questions truthfully. Qin Yuan watched the spectacle with amusement. Gu Qing pondered the situation. If they could access the surveillance footage, they would have already done so. The cameras, they were merely decorative. Otherwise, they would have directly arrested him instead of issuing a summons. However, it seemed Dragon Aotian was unaware of this. Could it be that Dragon Aotian's underlings had turned against him? Furthermore, Dragon Aotian's gaze made her extremely uncomfortable. Already irritated, she glared at Qin Yuan upon hearing his inner thoughts. Dragon Aotian was taken aback that his vaunted domineering aura was being met with disapproval for his lack of decorum. Woman, you have piqued my interest. Gu Qing recoiled inwardly. This Dragon Aotian is so boorish, oily, and prone to causing trouble. He's even more detestable than the villainous Qin Yuan. The thought of Qin Yuan's prediction that she would one day fawn over him and abandon her principle for his sake was unbearable. She shot him another fierce glare. If you don't start speaking properly, the police station has ways to make you cooperate. This is a society governed by law. You can't possibly believe that brute force is the only way to get ahead. Qin Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. Turns out this girl has a brain. The world isn't just about fighting. It's about navigating relationships. Hearing Qin Yuan's inner praise, Gu Qing's anger subsided slightly. Dragon Aotian widened his eyes. But I haven't done anything wrong. Isn't it just self-defense? Why is Gu Qing so hostile towards me? Could it be that my approach is flawed? He recalled his subordinate's words. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon for winning over girls. Perhaps he had been mistaken in his methods. Yes, I did beat them, but it was in self-defense. Based on the findings of other officers, Gu Qing analyzed the data and sneered. Whose self-defense involves lethal moves. With that, she proceeded according to the regulations. Excessive force and self-defense, sentenced to 15 days of detention and full compensation for medical expenses. Any objections? Gu Qing would never compromise her principles for anyone. Qin Yuan was practically reaching for popcorn. This plot is exciting. Dragon Aotian is actually being detained by the female lead. Shouldn't they have started flirting during the incident? I even proactively reported the crime and created an opportunity for them. Gu Qing was about to explode. Do I need you to create opportunities for me? Do you see me paying him any attention? Seeing Gu Qing looking at him, Qin Yuan assumed she was inquiring about medical expenses and quickly waved his hand. No need to worry about medical expenses. Just follow the proper procedures. After all, my men did get beaten up. Right, Brother Aotian, you admit that, don't you? Dragon Aotian, aside from his initial rage, hadn't considered the potential consequences. He certainly hadn't imagined that he would be detained. In the frontier, the strongest always ruled. Detention was something he had never contemplated. He pointed at himself and then at the injured man. Detained? I acted in self-defense. They attacked first. Why detain me? Gu Qing gestured towards the bodyguards with bruised faces. Self-defense has standards. If someone slaps you, you don't cripple them in return. That's excessive force. Qin Yuan's willingness to waive medical expenses is his business. Since a police report has been filed, we must follow procedure. Dragon Aotian gritted his teeth in anger. So they provoked me and then called the police after getting beaten up? Sir losers, aren't you? Thank you so much. Qin Yuan smiled magnanimously. No need, no need. Just be a law-abiding citizen next time. Gu Qing glared at Qin Yuan. Does this man think the judicial process is a game? Everything will be handled according to the regulations. Not a day more, not a day less. After speaking, Gu Qing instructed her colleagues to handcuff Dragon Aotian. She couldn't understand why Qin Yuan was so afraid of Dragon Aotian. She began to lecture Dragon Aotian. Just because you know some martial arts, you think you can do whatever you want? Times have changed. No matter how fast you are, you can't outrun a bullet. Reflect on your actions inside. Dragon Aotian attempted to explain the situation to Gu Qing. Being detained for 15 days was not only humiliating, but also disruptive. He had never experienced such frustration in the frontier. Since arriving in, he had encountered one setback after another. Qin Yuan sat beside them, nodding along, appearing mature, composed, and earnest. In his heart, he was practically celebrating Dragon Aotian's imprisonment. Gu Qing, while lecturing Dragon Aotian with her colleagues, also had to endure Qin Yuan's mental cacophony. She gritted her teeth in anger. Life is better now. The food in prison has oil. Dragon Aotian's 15 days in detention were the most enjoyable and fastest 15 days Qin Yuan had ever experienced. Accompanied by Lu Gang, smoking, drinking, and indulging in extravagant hairstyles, a woman named Chu Manin incessantly sought his company. Initially, Qin Yuan presumed she was merely a close younger sister from his past. It was only when Long Aotian was on the verge of his release from prison that he recalled the truth. This Chu Manin was not his younger sister. She was, in fact, the fiancée on the brink of breaking off her engagement with Long Aotian. Qin Yuan gazed at the delicate and enchanting Chu Manin in his embrace. I am undone. Chapter 14. A bet, collaborating with the protagonist to outwit Long Aotian. Upon hearing the name Long Aotian, Chu Manin's expression stiffened. How could Qin Shao possibly know about this? It was all her grandfather's fault for arranging such a pitiful fiancé. How could he possibly compare to Qin Shao? Chu Manin clung to Qin Yuan's neck in a playful manner. It was merely a jest from my grandfather in his younger days. If it displeases you, I shall promptly seek to annul the engagement. I've heard that he is from a desolate region. What prowess could he truly possess? Unlike our esteemed President Qin, who is charming and dashing. Just the sight of you makes my heart melt. Feel for yourself. Saying this, she took Qin Yuan's hand and placed it on her ample bosom. The intention was one of utter lack of restraint. So soft, so Qin Yuan felt an uncomfortable heat radiating from her. Seeking an excuse to excuse himself, he made his way to the restroom, calling upon the system. Isn't this the plot of Chapter 39? Why is Chu Manin appearing now? In the narrative, Chu Manin plays a minor antagonist. Upon hearing of Long Aotian's arrival in Shui City, she initially paid him some attention, but upon discovering he lacked wealth, power, and influence, she dismissed him entirely. Later, she ensnared a wealthy heir, believing she had climbed to greater heights. On the day of Long Aotian's grandfather's memorial, she arrogantly marched over with a crowd to annul the engagement, prompting Long Aotian to utter that classic phrase, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. Do not belittle the youth for their poverty. Subsequently, she became the target of the four prominent families' wrath, leading to her downfall alongside the wealthy heir she had clung to. Despite Tian Xiner and Meng Yuqing's current disdain for Long Aotian, it is only a matter of time before they succumb to the allure of the protagonist. Everything was in disarray. How had the leg she clung to become his? What hope remained for her? The immediate priority was to rid herself of this troublesome woman. Chu Manyin, bewildered by the shove, nonetheless approached him brazenly. Qin Yuan stepped back, resolutely declaring, "Keep your distance. Had I known you had a fiancé, I would never have considered you a sister." Chu Manyin, misinterpreting his disdain for her fiancé, stomped her foot and departed, intending to seek Long Aotian to annul the engagement. Long Aotian had just been released from prison and had spent a considerable amount of time in introspection. He analyzed the situation and concluded that a person of his virtuous standing should first pursue Gu Qing by performing good deeds, such as assisting the elderly across the street. Surely Gu Qing would be enchanted by him. Coincidentally, he encountered Gu Qing as she was leaving work. "Miss Gu, are you off duty? May I escort you home? Perhaps we could share a meal as well." Unbeknownst to him, the catchy tune of Wo Wo Tu sung by Qin Yuan had lodged itself in Gu Qing's mind, causing her to associate his presence with it. When faced with Long Aotian's advances, she took a step back, recalling Qin Yuan's previous warning that she would gradually surrender her dignity for him. The conflicting emotions made her wary and repulsed. Her profession had exposed her to far more malevolence than the average person. "No, thank you." Long Aotian was not deterred, without Qin Yuan's interference. Surely he could win Gu Qing's affections. Securing her favor would open doors, making it easy to deal with Qin Yuan later. He stepped closer to Gu Qing, stating, "Miss Meng, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I sincerely appreciated your previous advice on moral education. I merely wish to express my gratitude." Gu Qing, exasperated by his persistence, evaded him as he closed in. Wearing her police uniform signified a weighty responsibility. Qin Yuan, having been summoned due to prior matters, arrived just in time to overhear Long Aotian's words, nearly bursting into laughter. Such words are hardly convincing, even to a child. While one might understand that a teacher reprimands for their own good, can one truly accept such criticism calmly? If Gu Qing were to believe him, she would be utterly naive. Forget it. Let the protagonist flirt. What concern is it of a mere antagonist? I should leave before I am discovered. Gu Qing did not need to look back. She recognized Qin Yuan's voice instantly. As she walked, Qin Yuan mused, if Long Aotian and Gu Qing were to be together, surely only the protagonist could manage her? Otherwise, who would marry Gu Qing and endure her wrath? Gu Qing was aware of her volatile temper, but was taken aback by Qin Yuan's thoughts about her. Anger surged within her. "Oh, you Qin Yuan, aren't you afraid of Long Aotian? This is a perfect opportunity to rid yourself of that clingy nuisance." Gu Qing pivoted and strode towards Qin Yuan, affectionately linking her arm with his. "Brother Qin, weren't you here to pick me up? Why are you leaving so hastily?" Qin Yuan was taken aback. "I." Before he could finish, Gu Qing pinched him sharply at the waist. Leaning in close, she whispered, "If you don't want to tell Long Aotian that you harassed me, you can continue speaking." Qin Yuan, caught off guard, changed his approach. "Yes, I can pick you up." Even after being battered and bruised, Qin Yuan could discern right from wrong. Long Aotian was incredulous. When had these two grown so close? Surely Qin Yuan must have coerced Gu Qing or promised her something. Although the Gu family was well-connected, they were not particularly wealthy. Moreover, Gu Qing had only recently begun her career. Where would she find financial resources? Yet, no matter how much Qin Yuan had, he had never bought her a car. Gu Qing was left with no choice but to ride with him or take a taxi. Alas, Gu Qing was too gullible, easily swayed by Qin Yuan's mere words. Long Aotian believed he had unraveled the truth. He waved his hand, halting Gu Qing's departure. "Miss Gu, no matter how good others may seem, they remain others. It is far better to rely on one's own talents. While my wealth may not compare to Qin Yuan's, my feelings for you are genuine. And look, despite his promises of various benefits, he still needs to come pick you up, doesn't he? If you do not mind, I would be more than willing to gift you a car, thereby protecting you from those who might seek to exploit you. Qin Yuan felt as though he were caught in a trap, yet found no evidence to support his feelings. Turning to see the disdain in Gu Qing's eyes directed at Long Aotian, a plan formed in his mind. Ah, so I am the one exploiting you, am I? You are the paragon of virtue, I suppose? Just as Gu Qing was about to decline, Qin Yuan gently tugged at her hand. Brother Aotian is indeed an honest man. In that case, Gu Qing, do choose wisely. With a subtle glance, he urged her to consider. Accept his offer. There's no harm in it. After all, you two will become family eventually. Why not gain a little something for yourself? You've already been insulted. Shouldn't you at least receive some compensation for your emotional distress? Gu Qing rolled her eyes at Qin Yuan in secret. Her family was not as affluent as others, but they were far from impoverished. Their strict family values were meant to teach her resilience. Aware of Qin Yuan's ulterior motives, Gu Qing remained unconvinced. Given her profession, who could predict Long Aotian's true intentions? Besides, it was merely a car. She had no desire for it. Gu Qing's demeanor turned frosty. I don't need it. Long Aotian, well aware of Gu Qing's character, reassured her. This is a personal gift for you, Miss Gu. Please feel no obligation. I merely admire you sincerely. Qin Yuan leaned in closer to Gu Qing, whispering, would you care to place a wager? No matter how exorbitantly priced the vehicle you choose, he will procure it, even if it necessitates borrowing funds. Gu Qing let out a derisive laugh, leaning in slightly. Do you truly believe that everyone is a fool? She led them to her company's car dealership. Long Aotian exuded confidence, and before he could utter a word, Gu Qing had already made her selection. Observing Long Aotian's expressions while feigning contemplation, a Maserati is quite appealing. A Lamborghini would suffice. But what do you think of a Qin Yuan, Brother Aotian? A hint of embarrassment crept onto Long Aotian's face. He intended to play the part of a big spender, intending to purchase a car for Gu Qing. Yet he had not anticipated such a lavish choice. He was not foolish enough to part with millions without having seen anything first. However, having already spoken, he could not suddenly concoct an excuse to retreat. After all, he was Long Aotian. Chapter 15. Do not take action. Qin Yuan will call the police for Long Aotian. Several million is neither too much nor too little. Yet, simply handing it over makes him feel somewhat like a fool. Qin Yuan is well aware of Long Aotian's predicament, which is precisely what he desires. With an outwardly sympathetic demeanor, he suggests, if you find yourself short on cash, I can lend you a little. Long Aotian, already irritated by Qin Yuan's repeated interference in his affairs, scoffs at the notion of borrowing money in front of Gu Qing. No need. I can certainly manage a few million, he retorts. Qin Yuan knows he can, but he relishes the pretense. The more Long Aotian shows off, the more profit Qin Yuan stands to gain. Who would appreciate a big spending client? Nodding enthusiastically, he exclaims, indeed, I underestimated you, my friend. A few million is merely a drop in the bucket for you. Gu Qing instantly comprehends the underlying meaning, playing along and feigning embarrassment as she says in a high-pitched voice, oh, how could we let you spend so much? Long Aotian, I think that 3 million option is quite nice. Just get her that. Long Aotian, who wouldn't even consider a 1 million vehicle, is even less inclined toward a 3 million one. Gu Qing perceives his intentions. He isn't entirely foolish. If he were to walk away right now, she might think more highly of him. If he actually makes the purchase, he would indeed look like a fool. The attractive saleswoman, informed by Qin Yuan, approaches Long Aotian with enthusiasm, clad in a revealing uniform and high heels. Here is our latest model. Only someone as generous and manly as you would buy such a fine car for a lady. It's perfect for her. What do you think? Gu Qing glances at Long Aotian, a look of anticipation on her face, while internally mocking, what a foolish man. Not only is the car expensive, but he has also been easily swayed into acting like a big spender. If I were to abandon my dignity for someone like him, that would be absurd. Long Aotian grits his teeth. How much? After a moment's thought, Qin Yuan responds, for the car and all the extras, it could very well reach 7 million. But since you're a friend, let us say around 6 million. Long Aotian internally scoffs. 6 million? Shouldn't you be robbing a bank? But he cannot show weakness in front of Gu Qing. He reflects that even Qin Yuan might not be that generous. As long as he, Long Aotian, makes the purchase, Gu Qing would be at his mercy. What's your opinion, Gu Qing? He asks, not expecting her to respond. Gu Qing is taken aback that Long Aotian would actually consult her. Isn't this a bit ridiculous? Who buys such an extravagant car for someone they just met? Does he think a 6 or 7 million vehicle will win me over and unlock my family's connections? Or is he testing Chapter 16? The true misfortune of Long Aotian yet. Long Aotian could not help but clench his fists. Qin Yuan, the monk, was utterly perplexed. Why was he even more enraged? Regardless, the money had been secured and the car was in hand. It was time to make a swift exit. As Long Aotian observed Qin Yuan preparing to leave, he stepped forward, blocking his path. Do you have a problem with me? Qin Yuan shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. No, not at all. I find great delight in your presence. Still, Long Aotian was determined not to let him off the hook. Then why do you persistently entangle yourself with the girl I fancy? Qin Yuan thought to himself. Was it I who initiated this? I would rather keep a distance of 8 yards from you. What on earth is wrong with Meng Yuqing and Tian Shiner? As for Gu Qing, he simply could not be bothered to engage with you. Let me explain, he stammered. Long Aotian regarded Qin Yuan with a cold smirk. Do you believe I would take your word for it? Qin Yuan swallowed hard. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Without another word, he decisively departed from the scene, contemplating how swiftly Gu Qing had managed to escape. As a mere side character, could he truly contend with the protagonist? Long Aotian's heart bled with indignation. It wasn't about the money. The injustice was simply too great. Not only had Gu Qing made unreasonable demands of him, but he hadn't even had the chance to hold her hand. The vehicle he had purchased at such a high price had ended up being gifted to Qin Yuan. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. Was this car truly worth 6 million? He dialed his subordinate. Qin Yu, please check the market value of this car model. I spent 6 million, yet I feel utterly swindled. It cannot possibly be worth that much. Qin Yu nodded earnestly. Yes, young master. He opened his computer and began typing rapidly. 10 minutes later, Qin Yu spoke with utmost seriousness. Indeed, young master, you have been deceived. This car, at most, is worth 3 million. Long Aotian clenched his teeth in frustration. I knew I was being conned. But why is Qin Yu being so loud about it? Does he want everyone to know I've been swindled? Help me find out who owns this 4S dealership, he commanded. Once more, Qin Yu's fingers danced across the keyboard. Yes, young master. This dealership is also a property of the Qin family. In other words, you spent nearly double the actual value to buy a car for Gu Qing, which she then gifted to Qin Yuan. He profits on both ends, while you're left with nothing, not the girl, nor the car, and you've lost money in the process. No clown compares to you, young master. You are the quintessential fool. Long Aotian's rage boiled. That Qin Yuan, he waved his hand. I, Long Aotian, have never suffered such a loss. Young master, please reconsider. Qin Yu implored, kneeling. Do you not recall the last time you assaulted Qin Yuan's bodyguard and ended up detained for 15 days? Do you wish to endure that again? Our time is limited. We must focus on taking down the other families. Long Aotian held his breath, feeling trapped. He understood Qin Yu's point, but he was unwilling to swallow this bitter pill in silence. After several deep breaths, he gradually released his tightly clenched fists. Very well, you make a valid argument. Qin Yu nodded. By the way, young master, do you remember the engagement your grandfather arranged for you? It was with the eldest daughter of the Chu family, Chu Manin. However, we have been in Shuadu for quite some time, and the Chu family should be aware of your presence. Why have they not come to greet you? Even if Chu Manin has been flirting with other men and has tarnished your reputation, she is still your fiancée. Some formality should be observed. Long Aotian glanced at Chu Manin's profile, nearly choking on his anger. It turned out the Chu family had taken notice of him from the very start. But upon seeing him powerless and without influence, they simply chose to ignore his existence, disregarding his grandfather's past kindness. Previously, Long Aotian had been preoccupied with schemes to undermine the 4 major families and had not paid attention to the Chu family's actions. Qin Yu continued. It appears they plan to call off the engagement on your grandfather's death anniversary, intending to publicly humiliate you and proclaim that you are unworthy of Chu Manin. Long Aotian trembled with rage. Very well, let them come. I, Long Aotian, have no interest in such a materialistic woman. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan returned home. Once again, Chu Manin's call came through. He avoided her like the plague, missing work at the company. Qi Zhongping had summoned him to the club, yet he did not show up. Qi Zhongping, frustrated, exclaimed, "Brother Yuan, what is wrong with you? This is not like you at all. Last time, you were raving about Xiaohong's curves and land softness. Have you suddenly found them unsatisfactory?" Qin Yuan shook his head. "My desires for these women have waned." He thought to himself, the club's models may be appealing, but they must possess a certain allure as well. It's not that I do not wish to go. It's that I fear encountering Chu Manin. If she calls off the engagement, I cannot be implicated. No, I must have a proper conversation with her. Otherwise, her loose tongue could lead to my ruin. Resolute, Qin Yuan sprang to H chapter 17. The withdrawal of a marriage proposal. Tian Xer didn't quite grasp what Qin Yuan was saying, but desired to be involved. Clinging to Qin Yuan's arm, she implored, "Qin Yuan Gij, let me accompany you." Losing to a woman like Meng Yuqing would be one thing, given her height and intelligence. But to be outdone by someone like Chu Manin, I simply cannot bear it. Qin Yuan's arm was nestled between her breasts, causing a distracting friction. He struggled to maintain composure, silently chanting, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. I must not touch the protagonist woman. Discretion is paramount. Stirring up trouble with her will lead to disaster." Upon hearing this, Tian Xener tightened her grip on Qin Yuan's arm, her fair face nuzzling against him. "Qin Yuan Gij, please say yes. I promise not to interfere." Gu Qing was reluctant to involve Tian Xener, an innocent and naive girl. Dealing with Chu Manin alone was already a challenge. Adding Tian Xener to the mix would be overwhelming. Qin Yuan extricated his arm from Tian Xener's embrace. "It's too tempting. I really want to spank her bottom until she cries and calls me daddy. No, I must prevent Chu Manin from implicating me during the annulment." Tian Xener, initially displaying a pitiful expression, pondered upon hearing this. Implicate him? She tilted her head. "Qin Yuan Gij, what have you done?" Qin Yuan was speechless. "This is adult stuff. Don't meddle. Go play elsewhere. And remember to avoid bars and KTVs to prevent being taken advantage of." Qin Yuan hurriedly departed for Chu Manin's residence. Xian Xin pouted, stomping her foot as she watched Qin Yuan's retreating figure. "I'm already grown up. I'm 18 years and 15 days old. Why do they still treat me like a child? If you don't want me to interfere, I'll interfere even more. So you don't want Chu Manin to mention your name during the annulment? Then she simply shouldn't annul the engagement with Long Aotian." Tian Xener quietly followed at a distance. Chu Manin was anxious about losing the big fish she had almost caught. Not everyone was as generous, handsome, and devoid of peculiar habits as Qin Yuan. If she could secure Qin Yuan, perhaps even as the next Mrs. Qin, she would have everything she desired. Qin Yuan's concern about her annulment with Long Aotian suggested he wanted to marry her. Chu Manin believed she had discovered the truth. She had repeatedly lobbied her family elders, assuring them she would win over Qin Yuan. Upon learning of Qin Yuan's impending visit, she was overjoyed. She meticulously bathed and dressed up. Her voice was soft and sweet. "Qin Yuan Gij, you've come to see me. Don't worry, I'll annul the engagement soon. Tomorrow, during Long Aotian's grandfather's Memorial Day, I'll dump Long Aotian. Rest assured, I have absolutely no relationship with Long Aotian." Her sweet voice was enough to melt bones. But Qin Yuan only felt his scalp tingle. This was a death knell. Qin Yuan retreated. "Stop. Don't touch me." Chu Manin looked hurt. "What's wrong, Qin Yuan Gij? Did Manin do something wrong?" Qin Yuan struggled to remain calm. "She's a gold digger, and her acting is superb. If I didn't know the future plot, I would have been deceived by this woman, thinking she was truly infatuated with me. Playing around is fine, but you actually want to get serious? You can annul the engagement, but don't involve me. Understand?" Chu Manin panicked. What did Qin Yuan mean? She had finally persuaded her family to annul the engagement with Long Aotian. Was Qin Yuan turning his back on her? Chu Manin gritted her teeth, but maintained a pitiful and charming expression. She could only make a fuss at most. The Chu family and the Qin family were not on the same level. Chu Manin stepped forward and pitifully asked, "Qin Yuan Gij, do you not want Manin anymore?" Qin Yuan quickly retreated. "I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I want to adopt you as my sister, but you want my life." Gumanya Sobed. Qin Yuan turned and fled, as if pursued by demons. Chu Manin did not soften Qin Yuan's heart. She stopped crying and stomped her feet in anger. That jerk. All men are the same. However, she had already told her family about the annulment. Chu Manning muttered to herself, forget it. Long Aotian isn't a big deal anyway. It's better to annul the engagement. I'll just hug Qin Yuan in front of everyone. You can't deny me then, right? Tian Xiner had been secretly observing Qin Yuan. She had witnessed the entire process. An idea struck her. Tian Sina clinchel her fist determined. I must let Qin Yuan Gij know that I'm not foolish at all. I'm actually very clever most of the time. On the day of Long Aotian's grandfather's memorial, several families with old ties to the Long family came. The Long family used to be a prominent family in Shuadu, with many friends. Even though the Long family had declined, leaving only Long Aotian, many respected elders came to support him and pay respects to the late elder Long Qin Yuan also came, knowing that repairing his relationship with the protagonist was impossible. He would at least keep an eye on Chu Manning to prevent her from talking nonsense. Your grandfather and my grandfather arranged this marriage. Now that your grandfather is dead and your Long family has declined, I heard you're just a small commander on the frontier. I'm throwing the engagement token to Long Aotian. Someone like you doesn't deserve me. Chu Manning. I'm calling off this engagement. Long Aotian clenched his fists. This woman was as materialistic and shameless as the rumors said. 30 years east, 30 years west. Tian Xiner interrupted Long Aotian's incantation. Wait. Chu Manning stepped forward, attempting to take Qin Yuan's arm. Qin Yuan retreated. Don't come over here. Didn't you see the way Long Aotian was looking at me? He almost ate me alive. We're all villains here. Can't we just not hurt each other? Tian Xiner stepped forward, blocking Qin Yuan. She took Chu Manning's arm. Manning Jijia, let me talk to you for a moment. What was Tian Xiner doing? She had already offended Long Aotian. She needed to find a patron quickly. Was she waiting for Long Aotian to take revenge? Even if he was incapable, being resented by him every day would be annoying. Manning Jijia, don't be deceived by appearances. Long Aotian is the real big shot. Qin Yuan can't even compare to one of his fingers. Chu Manning was incredulous. Really? I don't see any ability in him. Tian Xiner continued. He bought Gu Qing a $6 million car without hesitation. How many ordinary people have that kind of power? He's just pretending to tempt you. You can't fall for it. Chu Manning thought about it. It seemed true. She quickly called Gu Qing to confirm and found out it was true. She hadn't noticed before. When Long Aotian said, don't bully a young man for being poor, his aura was extraordinary. Tian Xiner continued to deceive her. Indeed, possessing such a remarkable husband. Unlike Qin Yuan, who is ostentatious, unfaithful, yet undeniably capable, and even bound to you by marriage pact, you, who are so close, should be the one to bask in his affection. Why then would you contemplate an annulment? Should he seek retribution? Would someone as callous as Qin Yuan truly care for you? Chu Manning nodded in agreement, recognizing that if Qin Yuan were genuinely devoted, he would not have succumbed to the allure of Meng Yuqing after their engagement. It seems her perspective was rather limited. However, having already uttered such words, it is likely that even if she were to beseech Long Aotian, he would remain indifferent to her plight. Eureka! Chu Manning instantly transformed her demeanor before the onlookers. Chapter 18. Engagement. Long Aotian and the materialistic woman with a swift motion, she wrapped her arm around Long Aotian's. The engagement is hereby annulled. We shall marry at once. Long Aotian was utterly taken aback. He hadn't even had the chance to voice his thoughts on the struggles of youth. How could this materialistic woman suddenly change her demeanor? Could it be the doing of Tian Xiner? But did she possess such cunning? Perhaps it was Qin Yuan's handiwork again? Yet, Qin Yuan was right before him, motionless. What on earth was happening? Chu Manning sobbed, her tears flowing freely. The purpose of gathering everyone here today is to witness the commitment made by our grandfathers years ago. Throughout these years, you have occupied my heart. Yet, upon arriving in Shui City, you not only failed to seek me out, but also pursued other women. How could I not be furious? Uninformed, several elders from a Long family cast reproachful glances at Long Aotian. Aotian, this is your fault. The girl may be shy and hesitant to approach you. Yet you did not seek her out and chased after other young ladies. Does this comport with reason? Long Aotian's eyes widened. While the situation was indeed as they described, had she not also neglected to seek him? Why was he being blamed? Chu Manning, with her supposed shyness? She would eagerly pursue any man. Where was the evidence of her modesty? However, the relatives and elders, busy with their own lives in various locales, remained oblivious to the intricacies of the matter. Faced with the increasingly pitiful sight of Chu Manning, they displayed a heightened sense of compassion, attempting to persuade her to forgive him. Chu Manning, however, was resolute. Since she was here, the matter of their engagement must be settled. Rather than compete with Qin Yuan's entourage, she found it more prudent to embrace her role as Mrs. Long. Witnessing Long Aotian's incredulous expression, she tearfully lamented, "What? Am I unjustly accusing you? Yesterday, you spent millions on a car for Gu Qing. Is that not true?" While Long Aotian's clandestine flirtation with Gu Qing, seeking to leverage the Gu family's connections, was one thing, addressing it publicly in front of his fiancée and elders was entirely another. It was akin to the difference between discreetly relieving oneself in the bathroom and doing so in front of an audience. The venerable elders, known for their integrity, glared at Long Aotian. "Aotian, is this true?" Long Aotian's face flushed crimson. Had he not been ensnared? He had merely intended to purchase a vehicle for convenience, to impress Gu Qing. Little did he know that Qin Yuan would manipulate the situation so cunningly, costing him 6 million. Upon witnessing Long Aotian's predicament, the onlookers began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Chu Manning, encouraged by the support of those present, felt a surge of satisfaction and continued to embellish her narrative. "I have yet to drive such a fine car. Aotian, in pursuit of other women, gifted it away without a second thought, neglecting to contact me all these years. Do you still harbor feelings for your fiancé? If you wish to disregard your grandfather's wishes, then before his spirit, renounce our engagement, and thus it will be concluded." Such a woman was unworthy of Long Aotian. Yet, he could not bring himself to publicly withdraw from the engagement, feeling it would dishonor his grandfather's memory. The elders, leaning on their canes, chimed in. "I do not consent. This union was arranged by your ancestors. A promise made by parents cannot simply be discarded." Aotian apologized to Manning. They urged. The respected elders, unfazed by Chu Manning's sudden shift in attitude, chose not to undermine their own kin in public. Long Aotian, overwhelmed with frustration, practiced his breathing exercises multiple times to quell his anger. Why should he apologize to a woman who had publicly humiliated him? Was there no law in this world? In a matter of minutes, Qin Yuan's emotions resembled a roller coaster, nearly erupting in laughter. What a game! Chu Manning has truly outdone herself. But what caused her sudden change of heart? Did she perhaps foresee Long Aotian's prowess? Had I known earlier, I would have advised her to use this approach. How I fretted for nothing. Tian Shiner, catching wind of Qin Yuan's thoughts, felt a sense of pride. Indeed, Long Aotian, always with his sights on me. Their engagement is now public knowledge, and the entire Shui city knows he is a man with a fiancée. Let us see how he dares to pursue others. Long Aotian's face burned with embarrassment. To apologize to this materialistic woman was utterly out of the question. The other elders continued to discuss among themselves, earnestly persuading Long Aotian. "Manning is such a wonderful girl. Knowing of your indiscretions, she still waits patiently for you. Where else would you find such a devoted woman?" Hearing this, Chu Manning felt a twinge of guilt, but the performance had reached its climax, and she had to see it through. She needed to solidify their engagement, otherwise, she might truly find herself in a dire predicament. All of this was Qin Yuan's fault, that scoundrel, charming and generous, who had ensnared her attention. Should anything go awry, he would abandon her. Thank goodness for Tian Shiner, that foolish girl, who revealed the truth. Otherwise, she might have lost her chance with Long Aotian. Her declarations in front of the assembly were not intended to compel Long Aotian to abandon other women, but rather to ensure that the elders sided with her. No matter how formidable those other women were, they could not surpass her position as the legitimate wife. With a forced smile, Chu Manning feigned a demeanor of selflessness and grace. "Fear not, dear uncle. Should Aotian still desire me, I shall never abandon him." The elders were moved to tears. Such a fine woman. Aotian, you must cherish her. No matter how alluring the others may be, they cannot compare to a devoted wife. I shall take charge. The wedding will be set for 3 months from now. During this time, You two may prepare and nurture your relationship. Long Aotian trembled with indignation. Yet, he could not publicly admit to being deceived. However, swallowing this humiliation was equally unbearable. He found himself at a crossroads, to either publicly acknowledge his disgrace and unveil Qin Yuan's true nature, or to endure this indignity and marry her in 3 months. Neither option was palatable. Standing nearby, Qin Yuan, unexpectedly displaying wisdom, advised, "Young master, it would be wise not to outright refuse them. After all, the wedding is still 3 months away." Long Aotian, caught in a mental trap, suddenly grasped the situation upon hearing Qin Yuan's words. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. Seeing Long Aotian acquiesce, the two elders approached him. "Cherish Manning, she is a rare gem. To witness your union would honor your grandfather's memory." Another elder addressed the assembly. "We welcome everyone to attend the wedding of Aotian and Manning." Chapter 19. Long Aotian's fury. The elders of the clan departed, satisfied, having finally steered Aotian back onto the right path. Yet, Long Aotian was seething with frustration. Despite his constant vigilance over Qin Yuan, how had things escalated to this point? Was it possible that this place, Shuedu, was cursed for him? Why did everything seem to go awry? Qin Yuan was overjoyed. She had known it all along. Now that the wedding was confirmed, her next step was to win Long Aotian's heart. She clung to his arm. "Brother Aotian, do you remember our childhood games of horse riding?" Long Aotian's expression darkened. Who'd she think she was? He was Long Aotian, the king of the frontier. The only ones he played such games with were Meng Yuqing and Tian Xiner. Qin Yuan, a mere gold digger, was not worthy of his time. In a fit of anger, Long Aotian struck her across the face. "You dare to presume?" Qin Yuan was taken aback, stunned into silence. The atmosphere grew tense. After a few seconds, she ran off in tears. Tian Xiner flinched, realizing the situation's gravity. She never anticipated Long Aotian would resort to violence. After all, compared to the punishment Qin Yuan had dished out in the carriage, this slap seemed particularly harsh. After some contemplation, Tian Xiner concluded that Qin Yuan was indeed the better man. "Brother Qin Yuan, you are truly wonderful," she exclaimed, snuggling against his arm. Qin Yuan was puzzled by her sudden affection. "Could you please let go?" she whispered, drawing closer to his ear. "I'll tell you a secret when we get back." Long Aotian, having realized that Meng Yuqing and Tian Xiner were still present, felt a surge of anger upon witnessing their closeness. He forced a calm expression. "Xiner, do not be deceived. Qin Yuan is nothing but a scoundrel." Tian Xiner, hands on her hips, retorted, "If Qin Yuan is garbage, then what does that make you? You already have a fiancé, yet you meddle in others' affairs? Are you that idle? Do you feel the need to taste the saltiness of every dish that passes by your door?" Despite her youth and navet, Tian Xiner's words cut deeply. Qin Yuan silently applauded her. "Well said. Long Aotian truly has a penchant for meddling and flaunting his superiority." The compliment made Tian Xiner beam with pride. Long Aotian felt a knot in his throat. Her words rang true. He was, after all, grappling with his own issues while attempting to manage others. He resolved to end his engagement with Qin Yuan sooner rather than later. Surely, Tian Xiner's anger stemmed from his engagement, and she was merely trying to provoke him. Was she hiding her sadness behind her rage? Long Aotian believed he had uncovered the truth, shaking his head in exasperation. "Xiner, please don't be so immature. Rest assured, I will resolve my engagement with Qin Yuan soon." Tian Xiner frowned, perplexed by Long Aotian's thoughts. Had she really expressed concern for his marriage? In truth, she was merely repaying Qin Yuan for his kindness. However, she couldn't help but take a jab at Long Aotian. She decided to ignore him. Long Aotian turned to Meng Yuqing, hoping for her understanding. Meng Yuqing, however, was preoccupied with observing the intimate exchange between Qin Yuan and Tian Xiner. Their newfound closeness puzzled her. Was it related to the incident with the drug? It made sense. Someone like Tian Xiner, who lacked depth, would naturally develop feelings for the one who saved her. Yet, as these thoughts crossed her mind, her brows furrowed in discontent. How could Qin Yuan forget about her? His true fiancée, while pursuing another. Suddenly, She was drawn back to reality as Long Aotian's frown caught her attention. Despite her disdain for Qin Yuan, seeing another woman struck made her heart race with concern. Though she was merely an observer, she found herself unexpectedly involved. While she could never confront him as fiercely as Tian Xin had, she still felt no desire to engage with Long Aotian. Is this even meaningful? I have no interest in your affairs. If it weren't for grandfather's insistence, I wouldn't have come at all. And you, Qin Yuan, remember who your true fiancé is. Long Aotian was well aware of Meng Yuqing's character. She was intentionally provoking him, knowing full well he was engaged. It was ironic that he had met Meng Yuqing first, only to be bound to another woman now. Her anger was understandable, especially since she, too, had been forced into an engagement with Qin Yuan. It was all Qin Yuan's fault, he thought, glaring at him. Don't be too smug. I will reclaim Meng Yuqing from you. You, who only uses familial pressure to manipulate her, are unworthy of her. Qin Yuan nodded fervently. Yes, expedite the cancellation of your engagement, and I will fully cooperate. When you marry Meng Yuqing, I will even contribute to your wedding gifts. Meng Yuqing, hearing this, felt a surge of irritation. She was a person, not a mere object to be passed around. After all, hadn't Qin Yuan pursued her for 3 years? How could he so easily hand her over? Qin Yuan sighed wistfully, glancing at Meng Yuqing. She truly is a goddess, but alas, she belongs to Long Aotian. Meng Yuqing let out an indignant huff, feeling slightly better, yet questioning why she should care about his sentiments. Suddenly, she realized that Qin Yuan had not sought her out in quite some time. No wonder things fell off recently. What was he plotting now? Shaking her head, she resolved to ignore such thoughts and prepare to leave with her brother, Meng Xiangrui. As Long Aotian's first friend in Shuedu, Meng Xiangrui had come to support him, feeling discontented. Brother Aotian, why don't you expose Chu Manyin's true nature in front of everyone? The whole circle knows what she's like. Only the elders, who hardly pay attention, think she's a good woman. Forcing you to marry her is tantamount to placing a green hat upon your head. Long Aotian understood this well enough without needing to be reminded. He simply did not want others to know about his humiliation. Yet, Meng Xiangrui's outburst only fueled his anger. Shut up, Long Aotian roared. Meng Xiangrui scratched his head. Does that mean you and my sister have no future? Facing her brother, Meng Yuqing felt exasperated. If only he were a bit more ambitious, she wouldn't have to shoulder all the responsibilities. How could he be so foolish as to think he was a match for Long Aotian? He was making her sick, flirting with Tian Xin in front of her and then coming to her for validation. Did he expect her to understand him? Meng Yuqing huffed. Meng Xiangrui, I will give you 1 minute to get home. If you're even a second late, you'll be kneeling at the ancestral hall for an hour. Meng Xiangrui was left dumbfounded. Why is everyone scolding me? Reluctantly, I followed Meng Yuqing back. Qin Yuan was pulled away by Tian Xiner. Fortunately, I returned to keep an eye on things. That woman Chu Manyin did not expose herself. I managed to evade a calamity. Qin Yuan felt a twinge of curiosity. What's going on? Tian Xiner pouted. Chu Manyin is clinging to Long Aotian, and I told her that Long Aotian is actually quite formidable, far surpassing you. I do not like her. She behaves this way with everyone. I dislike her clinging to Brother Qin Yuan. He won't blame me, will he? Chapter 20. The class reunion. What tender, intellectually gifted woman. She is, in reality, a cunning and scheming presence. Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the academically weakest among them, Tian Xin, could bring him such immense surprise. It appeared that Chu Manyin truly believed that Long Aotian was far superior. If she wished to cling to Long Aotian, how could she possibly mention other men in his presence? That would be utterly nonsensical. Qin Yuan clapped his hands in delight. Good. Truly worthy of you, Tian Xin. From now on, if anyone dares to call you foolish, I shall be the first to object. Seeing Qin Yuan's exuberance filled Tian Xin with joy as well. This has repaid my brother Qin Yuan's kindness. Surely, he wouldn't be wandering in my thoughts endlessly, would he? For reasons unknown, whenever Tian Xin confronted Qin Yuan, she felt inadequate, as if she fell short in every regard. Despite the fact that her family and close friends had never deemed her foolish, she always felt lacking in intelligence when in his presence. This feeling intensified, particularly in the presence of Meng Yuqing. In those moments, her inferiority complex peaked, making her acutely aware of her own perceived lack of intelligence and her less-than-stellar looks. Even though she and Meng Yuqing were entirely different types, there was no basis for comparison. The usual petite and adorable demeanor of Tian Xner felt akin to a small potato. After much contemplation, Tian Xner realized that when she thought of Meng Yuqing independently, she felt no discomfort. However, when linking Meng Yuqing with Qin Yuan, her feelings of inadequacy surged forth. She could not fathom why this was so, yet she yearned to prove to Qin Yuan that she was not foolish. With matters resolved, a weight lifted from Qin Yuan's heart. In Long Aotian's territory, he had no time to dwell on Tian Xiner, as he received a phone call from Xi Jinping. "Brother Yuan, I've heard that Chu Manning has completely latched onto that brat, Long Aotian. This is quite a spectacle. We should grab a drink sometime and learn from the young master. It's not about the money spent, but about how to effortlessly charm." The ladies seemed quite willing to be swept off their feet. Such tactics would leave even the grandmasters of romance in awe. Xi Jinping had fully submitted to Qin Yuan, evolving from a mere drinking companion to a devoted sycophant. He reassured himself that as long as he clung to Qin Yuan early enough, no one else would be able to catch up. Even if nothing else, learning a few tricks of seduction would be beneficial. Little did Qin Yuan know that Xi Jinping had concocted an entire narrative in his mind. Feeling exasperated, Qin Yuan thought how this individual never approached him with serious matters. The last time Xi Jinping had claimed urgency, he had dragged him to a nightclub filled with young models, where he fortuitously encountered Tian Xiner, nearly losing his second brother's safety. And now, he returned again. "If you have nothing else, please refrain from bothering me." Xi Jinping immediately backpedaled. "Actually, I do have something. Brother Yuan, are you attending the class reunion? Let those ladies witness your prowess. Back in the day, your modesty allowed that scoundrel, Tang Jianya, to act so brazenly." Xi Jinping thumped his chest with confidence. "At your command, I could single-handedly take him on before your bodyguards even arrived. He dared pursue Duan Yuqing back then. He deserves a lesson." Qin Yuan's expression was inscrutable as he silently smoked. This made Xi Jinping, on the other end of the line, hold his breath, reflecting on whether he had misspoken. What if Brother Yuan still harbored feelings for Duan Yuqing? Was he inadvertently stepping on a landmine? As Xi Jinping's anxiety grew, Qin Yuan reminisced about his past, recalling himself as a well-behaved, diligent student. Unfortunately, concerning his first love, Duan Yuqing, it had been a youthful folly, where he had been deceived and lost his precious first experience of romance. She had since gone abroad for further studies, and they had not seen each other in many years. He wondered how she was faring now. Indeed, Tang Jianya had pursued Duan Yuqing, but she had shown him no interest. Furthermore, she had orchestrated his humiliation during the flag-raising ceremony the previous Monday. But who was Tang Jianya now? He was the most notorious scion of Xiudu, and as long as Long Aotian was absent, Qin Yuan was the undisputed ruler of the city. It was imperative to reclaim his status. With a decisive wave of his hand, he proclaimed, "Let's go to the reunion." Xi Jinping instantly relaxed, grinning from ear to ear. "All right, brother." He sent over the address. At the five-star hotel, in a luxurious private room, nearly all the prominent young figures of Xiudu had gathered. Dressed in a black trench coat, Qin Yuan strode in, flanked on either side by the boisterous Liu Gang and Xi Jinping, exuding an air of authority. As he surveyed the room, heads bowed in deference wherever he glanced. With a cold snort, he inquired, "Where is Tang Jianya?" Upon his entrance, the early attendees fell silent before quickly regaining their enthusiasm, surrounding Qin Yuan with warmth. A male classmate eagerly interjected, "Brother Yuan, is that you? It's been too long. Tang Jianya hasn't he arrived yet? I'll keep an eye out for him. The moment he shows up, I'll notify you immediately." Others nodded in agreement. "Yes, Brother Yuan, I always knew you were exceptional, not only in your studies, but also in your demeanor." Qin Yuan waved his hand, urging them to continue speaking. He reveled in the thought that as long as he distanced himself from someone like Long Aotian, he could still reign supreme. But where was Duan Yuqing? In the corner stood a woman who caught his eye, though she was regrettably lacking in certain physical attributes. Such a pity, he mused, that her figure is so unremarkable. a budding flower, but with an unfortunate appearance. It's not that I dislike her, but choosing her would surely lead to hardships for any offspring. He hoped Duan Yuqin had fared better in that regard. After all, she was his first love. Duan Yuqin, upon hearing the commotion, tightened her grip on her glass and turned towards the source. That scoundrel dares to speak of me in such a manner. The Duan family was one of the 4 prominent families, boasting significant strength and notable achievements in academia, recognized as key talents nurtured by the nation. Even members of the Qin family would afford her respect, especially since Qin Yuan was her first love. Their bond was far from ordinary. Duan Yuqin found the voice familiar. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, a smile graced her lips. "Mr. Qin, it has been a long time." Qin Yuan nodded back with a smile, maintaining an air of casual indifference, while internally he was filled with incredulous thoughts. Is that really her? So plain? How did I ever find her appealing? All right, I was coerced into it. Duan Yuqin tightened her grip on her glass, her smile growing more pronounced. Those who knew her well understood that Duan Yuqin was furious, extremely so. After years abroad for her studies, she had returned to a grand reunion organized in her honor, only to be mocked about her appearance. Though she had not witnessed Qin Yuan's lips move, she could not remain silent. With an increasingly gentle smile, she addressed him. "Qin Yuan," accompanied by Tang Jianya. Long Aotian entered, his voice booming. "It's hardly surprising that Ms. Duan discarded a scoundrel like you. Did you actually believe you, a toad, could aspire to possess a swan? Take a good look at yourself. Are you even worthy?" Qin Yuan's expression remained serene, his smile unwavering. "This is it. I'm utterly finished." Openly mocking Long Aotian's woman's small chest, only to be caught red-handed. "Is there any hope for me?" Clearly, one should never speak ill of others behind their backs. The moment I do, Long Aotian is there, defending his woman, calling me a toad. Duan Yuqin, trembling with indignation, slammed her glass down, her gaze fixed upon the speaker, confirming through Qin Yuan's inner thoughts that this was indeed the Long Aotian he spoke of. She knew not from whence he emerged, nor why Qin Yuan was so certain that she would become his woman. All Duan Yuqin knew was that her intention to rekindle her past with Qin Yuan, for which she had specifically returned to the country, had been exposed by Long Aotian, who then dared to insult her, likening her to a toad coveting a swan. It was he who abandoned me back then. Chapter 21. The contemporary Lu Bu, specializing in filial piety upon uttering those words, silence enveloped the room. Long Aotian's eyes widened in disbelief, a mix of embarrassment and shock washing over him. Who could believe that such a stunningly beautiful woman could also experience rejection? He himself was merely forced into an engagement with the gold-digging Chu Manin out of discontent, seeking a moment of amusement. He had met a like-minded companion, having come here upon hearing of the lovely maidens present, only to be struck with such a blow right away. Duan Yuqin cast a cold glance at Long Aotian. "What? Do you think I'm a toad?" He had clearly insulted Qin Yuan. How could such a gentle and beautiful woman be spurned? Who would dare to reject her? Surely, he must have misheard. Yes, that must be the case. Long Aotian hastily clarified. "Miss Duan, is there a misunderstanding here? I was referring to the party that took the initiative, the one who was rejected." He fervently tried to explain, but Duan Yuqin found his words grating. Wasn't it evident that he was attempting to ruin the atmosphere? She had yet to do anything, yet she was already being labeled a toad. If she were to act, who knew what they would say about her? Despite the boiling anger within her, Duan Yuqin maintained a smile, one that grew increasingly gentle. Qin Yuan could distinctly sense that something was amiss. Why do I feel that Duan Yuqin is not as simple as she appears? Her smile sends chills down my spine. But what is going on? Why are these two at odds? Shouldn't Long Aotian come to the rescue, winning her heart, and then they would join together in a harmonious symphony of love? Duan Yuqin was on the verge of exploding, glaring at Qin Yuan. She longed to give him a good thrashing right then and there, having been so utterly clueless about romance all these years. What symphony could I possibly play with Long Aotian? After all these years of guarding my virtue for you, do you truly wish for me to play a melody with someone else? How could Qin Yuan not see that she had no affection for Long Aotian? She had always thought, regardless of how other women played, as Qin Yuan's first love, she would remain irreplaceable. This was why she had devoted herself to her studies abroad for several years, hoping to return with academic achievements and a stronger stance when marrying into the Qin family. Previously, there had been rumors that Qin Yuan pursued Meng Yuqing for 3 years, which Duan Yuqing had dismissed. After all, she was Qin Yuan's first love. It was only when news of their engagement surfaced that she hastily returned home to chase after him. Little did she expect that upon her arrival, she would be insulted by an unrelated party. Clearly, to win back her youthful love, she must first deal with Long Aotian. Duan Yuqing turned her gaze toward Long Aotian, her smile growing ever more gentle. Are you also a classmate? How come I haven't seen you before? Or is it that the security at Junwei restaurant has become so lax that anyone can stroll in? Long Aotian was momentarily taken aback by her words. Tang Jinya hurriedly stepped in to mediate, saying, Duan Yuqing, Aotian is a guest I specifically invited. Please do me the courtesy. Duan Yuqing maintained her smile. You can leave as well. Tang Jinya's expression faltered, and he pointed at Duan Yuqing, exclaiming, What are you talking about? You were arrogant back then, and I, being so dashing, was beneath your notice, preferring that pretty boy Qin Yuan. Was it not merely because of his family's influence? Long Aotian still could not fathom that such a gentle and beautiful woman had indeed been rejected by the wastrel Qin Yuan. The misunderstanding was too profound. He needed to clarify matters with her. Qin Yu sent a message, and Long Aotian glanced at it. Young master, the Duan Yuqing at the class reunion is the eldest daughter of the Duan family, one of the 4 prestigious families of Xueqing. She is a quintessential talented woman. Although the Duan family may not possess the wealth of the Gao family, their heritage is exceptionally profound. No wonder Long Aotian had been drawn to her. She was indeed, unlike other girls, cultured and gentle. Faced with Tang Jianya's pleading gaze, Long Aotian firmly denied any connection. I am not who you think I am. Do not spread rumors. Tang Jianya was taken aback by Long Aotian's sudden shift. What is going on? Everything seemed fine just a moment ago. Tang Jinya was aware that Qin Yuan would be attending this reunion and had hoped to have Long Aotian support him. Otherwise, he would never dare to act so brazenly. Yet, he never anticipated Long Aotian's betrayal. In the face of Qin Yuan, along with his sycophant Qi Jinping and a dozen bodyguards, was he not inviting trouble? I am Long Aotian. You, Tang, have forgotten that I covered your tab at the club when you forgot your wallet. I brought you here because I regarded you as a person of stature. Long Aotian was anxious to present himself favorably in front of Duan Yuqing, indifferent to Tang Jianya's plight, exhibiting a demeanor of righteousness. With a resounding slap, he struck Tang Jianya. The famed border general was not to be trifled with, knocking a tooth out in the process. Do not tarnish my reputation. Miss Duan, please do not misunderstand. I am not that kind of person. And as for you, Tang, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Tang Jianya was reeling from the blow, clutching his face in disbelief. Long Aotian, why are you hitting me? What did I say wrong? Duan Yuqing was equally surprised by the sudden altercation between Long Aotian and Tang Jianya. With her delicate hand covering her mouth, she burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling. Qin Yuan quickly grasped the situation. It appears that this altercation with Tang Jianya is actually a way for Long Aotian to vent his frustration on behalf of Duan Yuqing while simultaneously distancing himself from Tang Jianya. Truly the protagonist. His quick wits are commendable. Qin Yuan delightedly watched the unfolding drama. Xi Jinping swiftly lit a cigarette for Qin Yuan while he gang, having missed the chance to serve his boss, silently offered him a handful of sunflower seeds. As for the others, they dared not breathe a word, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Upon seeing Duan Yuqing smile, Long Aotian was momentarily entranced. No one had ever informed him that a girl could smile so beautifully, exuding both warmth and elegance, possessing both culture and a noble lineage. Was she not the quintessential dream girl, the ideal partner? Long Aotian threw himself into the fray with renewed vigor. He delivered several resounding slaps to Tang Jianya, who was now cowering, clutching his head. Aotian, what are you doing? I brought you here to support me, not to beat me in public. What about those models from the club? You said we would have fun together. Long Aotian was incensed by Tang Jianya's attempt to tarnish his image before Duan Yuqing. He leaped up, causing Tang Jianya's suspenders to snap. What models? In my eyes, they are nothing compared to Miss Duan's little finger. Do not ruin my reputation. I will have my lawyer issue a warning. Having endured enough, Tang Jianya fainted from the onslaught. Had he known the hired muscle was to turn against him, he would have never invited Long Aotian. He had lost face and suffered a beating for no reason. Duan Yuqin continued to smile gently, finding the spectacle of dog-eat-dog quite entertaining. However, to her, both men were merely two sides of the same coin. If anything, Long Aotian's hypocrisy made him all the more detestable. How dare he label her a toad? He would soon learn that her moniker of demonic woman was not without merit. Qin Yuan observed the scene with satisfaction. Fortunately, I remained silent this time, avoiding any disruption to Long Aotian's grandstanding. I should be in the clear now. As for Tang Jianya, someone will need to deal with him later. Time to make my exit. Clearing his throat, Qin Yuan announced, "It seems the reunion is not meant to be. For now, let's part ways. And I shall take my leave." Only when Qin Yuan spoke did the other classmates seem to awaken from their stupor. A fleeting exchange of glances with an old classmate sent a thrill coursing through me. Little did I anticipate that this would devolve into a battleground. I had no inkling it would be this exhilarating. Who could have foreseen that the enforcers brought by Tang Jianya would turn against him? Observe Qin Shao, whose composure remained unshaken throughout, his eyes never wavering. Such an air of tranquility unmistakably marks him as a true titan, unlike the ostentatious Long Aotian. He is akin to a modern-day Elbu, betraying his adoptive father. Chapter 22. Raised by hand, the individuals present were not fools. Take Long Aotian, for instance. He was hardly qualified to attend the reunion simply because he was brought along by Tang Jianya. Under normal circumstances, they would not even deign to engage with him. What use is a bit of martial prowess? Intelligence is paramount. Although Qin Shao was a wastrel, he possessed a sharp mind, and the companies he managed thrived, yielding profits that doubled. Not only did he hail from a prestigious family, but he was also handsome. In comparison, Long Aotian, a mere brute with limited skills, was nothing more than a clown. To dare compete with Qin Shao for women was to invite disaster. It was well known that Tang Jianya had pursued Duan Yuqin with great expense, only to suffer a humiliating defeat in front of the entire faculty and student body. He had failed to win her over, let alone this insignificant Long Aotian. The astute classmates had already gathered around Qin Yuan, recognizing that the busy executive taking time to reconnect with old friends was a rare privilege. "Please, if you have pressing matters, do not let us keep you," they insisted. "We hope to gather again soon." Others nodded in agreement, expressing their disdain for Tang Jianya. Long Aotian, filled with righteous fervor, basked in the moment. Yet to his dismay, he found that everyone was clustered around Qin Yuan, offering him their admiration instead. Wasn't he expected that they would rally around him? The one who had dealt with Tang Jianya, Long Aotian, was bewildered. Did they think he was merely Qin Yuan's enforcer? As he pondered this, he grew increasingly convinced of this absurd notion. It was all Qin Yuan's fault for being so pretentious. "I, Long, am the harbinger of justice," he declared, but his classmates barely acknowledged him, offering only perfunctory applause that conveyed their indifference. Qin Yuan, deep in thought, realized something was amiss. In the original narrative, it was Tang Jianya who had tyrannized others, causing the classmates to rally against him, thus elevating Long Aotian to a position of admiration. Why then was the crowd now surrounding him? Duan Yuqin stepped forward, addressing Qin Yuan directly. "Years ago, you prioritized your studies and cast me aside. Now all that time has passed. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal as compensation?" Qin Yuan was taken aback. "Excuse me, miss, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am Qin Yuan. Your future husband, Long Aotian, is right behind you. Why approach me? Why not?" She replied playfully, inching closer, her smile warm. Qin Yuan's gaze fell, and he noted, "It seems she is not as modest as I once thought. Perhaps my perception was skewed by my previous encounters." Long Aotian, sensing the tension, felt a surge of desperation to escape. "Old classmate, I must take my leave. We can meet for dinner another time." Duan Yuqin's temper flared. This man had mocked her for her modesty. What of it? Can't he appreciate that I've been well endowed? Long Aotian fell silent, realizing that it was indeed Qin Yuan who had rejected her. He had always known, but could not accept it, especially as this radiant woman pursued Qin Yuan, a man of stature and intellect. This was a fortunate woman, and Qin Yuan had squandered his opportunity. Long Aotian clenched his fists in frustration. Surely, the scars from the past had left their mark on her, influencing her feelings towards Qin Yuan. When he finally won Duan Yuqin, he would ensure she understood what it meant to be treated by a true man. Miss Duan, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Long Aotian, the one who punishes wrongdoers. Should you ever face injustice, do not hesitate to approach me, he declared earnestly. Qin Yuan nodded fervently. You two continue. I must take my leave. Duan Yuqin stifled the urge to roll her eyes at Long Aotian's bravado, maintaining a facade of sweetness, though she harbored sharp retorts. Which of your eyes saw me being bullied? You were brought here by Tang Jianya, after all. Is it appropriate for you to turn on your friends? Long Aotian hastily defended himself. Miss Duan, it is not what you think. I was unaware of his duplicitous nature. I acted in the name of justice. Duan Yuqin nodded, her voice soft yet flirtatious as she turned to Qin Yuan. So, Qin Yuan, will you please take me out to dinner? Qin Yuan shook his head. I apologize. I have family matters to attend to. Perhaps another time. What is this, Duan Yuqin? Why are you seeking me out? Is it not a death wish? Just then, a man approached, impeccably dressed, exuding false charm as he offered Duan Yuqin his hand. Yuqin, since Qin Xiao is unwilling to treat you to a meal, how about joining me instead? Qin Yuan's expression remained calm, though he hesitated momentarily. Who does he think he is, daring to vie for Long Aotian's interest? Does he not value his life? Recalling the original plot, Qin Yuan remembered that Zhang Yongwang had previously coveted Duan Yuqin. Had this man now found the audacity to pursue her? Duan Yuqin took note of this, her resolve steeling. What does he think he is? Does he believe he is worthy of dining with me? Zhang Yongwang's smile faltered as he sensed her disdain. Please, do not be so disheartening. You have just returned to the country. Surely, Qin Yuan's refusal does not diminish your worth. Duan Yuqin noticed Qin Yuan's detached expression, as if he were merely an observer, and her irritation flared. She was about to agree to Zhang Yongwang's invitation, compelling Qin Yuan to join them when Long Aotian interjected once more. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped forward to shield Duan Yuqin. I'm sorry, but Miss Duan has already accepted my invitation. Zhang Yongwang appraised Long Aotian with disdain. And who are you to claim such a privilege? Do you believe you are worthy of treating her? Long Aotian, upon hearing this, was filled with mirth. Duan Yuqin could be overlooked, but he had yet to find a way to hold anything against Qin Yuan. What was Zhang Yongwang after all? The previous question pertains to Tang Jianya. This Zhang Yongwang serves as his tool for ostentation. This time, he is determined to redeem himself from past humiliations. While aiding Duan Yuqin, he aims to demonstrate his formidable prowess, ensuring that everyone recognizes the might of Long Aotian, particularly those who fail to see beyond their flattery of Qin Yuan. Long Aotian fervently signals to Duan Yuqin. Miss Duan, we have made arrangements, have we not? Chapter 23. I return to my homeland not to indulge in your ostentatious display. Long Aotian cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yongwang, his overly polished appearance exuding insincerity, truly reminiscent of Qin Yuan's character. Qin Yuan was left speechless, bewildered at being dragged into this. Hadn't he remained silent all along? Duan Yuqin was on the verge of frustration with Long Aotian. What business was it of his? What did I agree to this? This is a classmates' reunion. Could you kindly take your leave if you're not involved? Long Aotian's eyes widened in confusion. What was happening? Wasn't he merely attempting to assist Duan Yuqin? Why was she suddenly so fierce? Could it be that she still harbored resentment over being called a toad? Surely not. The more he pondered, the more anxious he felt. It was indeed inappropriate to refer to such a beautiful woman as a toad, and her anger was understandable. However, in this situation, it would be wise to first deal with Zhang Yongwang. Lowering his voice, Long Aotian remarked, Miss Duan, I apologize for any prior offense, but this is neither the time for anger. You appear to be a gentle and understanding woman. Might I suggest we refrain from quarrels at this moment? Duan Yuqin found herself laughing in exasperation. How could this person be so oblivious? My first love was incessantly trying to pair me with Long Aotian. If I didn't quickly distance myself from him, I might truly lose my chance. I returned to the country to pursue my own interests, not to witness Long Aotian's pretentiousness. The coldness in my gentle tone nearly etched the word refusal across my face. I'm sorry, but we are not familiar, nor did I arrange to dine with you. Duan Yuqin's gaze flickered toward Qin Yuan, her eyes dancing with seduction, as if they were kissing across the distance. In her form-fitting black dress, she leaned slightly forward, her fair hand delicately adjusting her golden-rimmed glasses, casually brushing against Qin Yuan's throat. Though she was 2 years younger than him, she inexplicably evoked memories of his high school teacher, emanating an alluring and mature charm that was utterly captivating. Are you certain you want to invite me to dinner? If not, I can treat you instead. Should you continue to decline, I might just walk away with Zhang Yongwang, she teased. Having practiced this smooth approach for an entire night, with every gesture meticulously crafted, I refused to believe that Qin Yuan would genuinely let me walk away with Zhang Yongwang. Long Aotian shot a furious glare at Qin Yuan. Why was he always around? Duan Yuqin was undoubtedly still irked over the toad incident, which was why she had summoned Qin Yuan to provoke him. Qin Yuan, momentarily stunned, felt a tingling sensation in his throat. Even with his extensive experience, he found himself momentarily dazed. But that moment passed quickly. Long Aotian was still present. Why is everyone staring at me? What does this have to do with me? Zhang Yongwang retorted, equally perplexed. During their school days, Duan Yuqin had favored the introverted type. Perhaps Qin Yuan's brief advantage had gone to his head. Why was she suddenly drawn to the rebellious? Was it merely because of his handsome appearance? What was so special about that? Once he had captured Duan Yuqin's heart, he would simply record her in a video. Would she not then be at his mercy, unable to resist his whims? Qin Yuan clearly exhibited no interest in Duan Yuqin, which was good news. Duan Yuqin, you may not realize, but Qin Yuan is already engaged. Inviting a man with a fiancé is futile. He will surely refuse your advances. Instead, consider me. Although my family background may not be as prestigious, I'm still quite charming, and I am solely interested in you. Brother, why are you bringing up Meng Yuqing? She is also Long Aotian's woman. I dare not provoke him. As expected, Long Aotian's fury flared at the mention of Meng Yuqing. Why did Qin Yuan always steal his thunder? Forcing Meng Yuqing and deceiving Tian Xiner, repeatedly sabotaging his efforts. He would eventually pay for it. Miss Duan, he is an unrepentant scoundrel. Do not let past grievances lead you into despair. Duan Yuqin rolled her eyes in frustration. Had it not been for the need to appease Qin Yuan for a private conversation, she would have exploded. Where had this foreign fool come from, making such absurd claims in my presence? What grievances? I had reserved Qin Yuan for myself since childhood. If not for my urgent departure to study abroad, would Meng Yuqing have dared to take my place? Time slipped away, and Duan Yuqin's expression grew increasingly sour. She refused to believe that this thick-headed fool was genuinely unconcerned for her. Observing Qin Yuan's inaction, Duan Yuqin gritted her teeth and turned to Zhang Yongwang. Fine, I will agree to go with you for dinner. Tonight, we shall check into a hotel. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Qin Yuan felt a pang of anxiety. After all, this was his first love, a matter of significance. Long Aotian might not fully grasp the situation. As someone well-versed in the unfolding drama, Qin Yuan understood the nature of Zhang Yongwang all too well. While Duan Yuqin was clever, one could never be too sure. Since you are so determined, miss, for your safety, I, Long Aotian, shall accompany you. Long Aotian's demeanor changed. He was no longer anxious. A thunderous sound echoed in the sky, heralding the arrival of the one who would take the stage. Realizing Long Aotian had stepped in, Qin Yuan quickly retreated into the background, wishing to avoid further animosity. Zhang Yongwang was taken aback by her unexpected agreement, elated at her response. He hurriedly messaged a few lackeys to prepare the filming equipment. Tonight, he would ensure Duan Yuqin would not return. Qi Jinping, equally anxious, chimed in, Brother Yuan, you and I both know what Zhang Yongwang is like. Do you truly wish for her to leave with him? Qin Yuan shook his head. Rest assured, Duan Yuqin will be fine. Long Aotian is clearly waiting to play the hero. Qi Jinping could see that Duan Yuqin was not fond of Long Aotian. Since he recognized this, it followed that Qin Yuan would be even more aware. Qi Jinping suddenly understood. Although Qin Yuan had feelings for Duan Yuqin, they were all part of the same social circle. The news of his engagement to Meng Yuqing was well known. If he were to entangle himself with Duan Yuqin at this juncture, it would undoubtedly complicate matters with Qin's uncle and the Meng family. With Long Aotian acting as the perfect scapegoat, even if Qin Yuan chose to ignore Duan Yuqin, she would be safe. If Duan Yuqin had not changed over the years, she would undoubtedly wish to distance herself from Long Aotian, likely setting him up for failure. This way, he would neither lose face nor put Duan Yuqin in jeopardy. Such a masterful maneuver, effortlessly executed. Xi Jinping's admiration for Qin Yuan's sword. Just look at his capabilities, his cunning strategies, and his meticulous planning. Who could rival him? Unbeknownst to Qin Yuan, Xi Jinping had concocted an elaborate narrative in his mind. He merely felt that the protagonists had finally met, and Zhang Yongwang was just a minor antagonist, a mere footnote in the grand scheme of things. Duan Yuqin's eyes brimmed with anger. How could Qin Yuan be so unconcerned about her entanglement with Zhang Yongwang? Back in her school days, she had indeed coerced Qin Yuan into a relationship. But had he not consented? Could it be that Meng Yuqing's allure was truly so potent, ensnaring her first love in its web? Qin Yuan desired nothing more than to leave. Duan Yuqin, stop. You're coming with me. He paused. What does this have to do with me? Isn't Long Aotian here? Why not seek him out? I just wish to preserve my life, dear lady. I implore you to cease this pursuit. Qin Yuan, maintaining a composed facade, responded with a genial shake of his head. Perhaps you should request the company of Brother Aotian. I am unfortunately bound by a prior engagement and must attend a meeting. Thus I am unable to accompany you. Zhang Yongwang furrowed his brow, perplexed by Duan Yuqin's intentions in summoning Qin Xiao. He wondered if Qin Xiao's presence would impede the execution of his carefully laid plans. He held the boisterous Long Aotian in low regard, considering him a mere brute. Qin Xiao resides in Snow City and can be summoned at any time. This is a private banquet to entertain you, Yuqin. Duan Yuqin overheard Qin Yuan's thoughts, and a suspicion arose. Could it be that Qin Yuan fears this Long Aotian? Let's put it to the test. Duan Yuqin smiled, stepping forward to seize Qin Yuan, who was attempting to depart. She whispered in his ear, her delicate fragrance filling his senses. If you dare to leave, I shall inform Long Aotian that you have assaulted me. Why does everyone resort to this tactic? Qin Yuan gritted his teeth, conceding, very well, you win. Chapter 24. Law-abiding good citizens. Duan Yuqin, filled with delight, wrapped her arm around Qin Yuan's as she gazed at Zhang Yongwang. Young Master Qin is coming too. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongwang appeared somewhat reluctant. Meanwhile, the original center of the event, Long Aotian, went unnoticed. Long Aotian believed that Duan Yuqin was merely sulking due to her previous reprimand of him. He was contemplating how to apologize to her, while simultaneously making a bold impression during Zhang Yongwang's underhanded intentions, hoping to thaw the ice between the two of them. However, he did not expect Qin Yuan's arrival to complicate matters. With Qin Yuan present, could he still maintain his facade? Long Aotian quickly interjected. Didn't Qin Yuan mention he had another engagement? Surely he cannot come? Duan Yuqin casually glanced at Qin Yuan. Is he coming? My dear, my mind is becoming overwhelmed. What do you two lovebirds' ice-breaking moments have to do with me? Why am I involved again? I wish to leave, but it seems I cannot. Noticing Duan Yuqin's desire to depart, she suddenly covered her behind, feigning shyness, and shot a playful glare at Qin Yuan. Ah, young Master Qin, why are you pinching? Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Yuan firmly covered her mouth. All right, Duan Yuqin, you're quite something. Qin Yuan nodded, his expression resolute. Yes, I have time. Duan Yuqin's lips curled into a subtle smile. It appeared that she had indeed gained the upper hand. With her grasp on his secret, wouldn't Qin Yuan eventually be at her beck and call? Long Aotian's expression darkened. Qin Yuan, are you certain you have time? Before Qin Yuan could respond, his sycophant, Xi Jinping, interjected. Confirm? What's wrong? Do we irritate you? Shall we settle this with a fight? Qin Yuan was taken aback by Xi Jinping's audacity. This kid truly knows how to stir trouble for me. Why is he so eager to provoke? He is practically offering himself as a target. Oh dear. I never anticipated that my illustrious reputation would be jeopardized at a gathering of classmates. Duan Yuqin noticed that Qin Yuan genuinely feared Long Aotian. Fortunately, her objective had been achieved, and she decided not to further intimidate him. Indeed, he remained as endearing as ever. Duan Yuqin spoke softly. I detest when boys fight. Long Aotian was eager for a confrontation, still fuming from his earlier altercation with Zhang Yongwan. Anyone associated with Qin Yuan was fair game for him, but he had never found a valid reason until now. Cool me. Before he could finish, Duan Yuqin's voice interrupted him. A phrase of acceptance caught in his throat. Come, what nonsense! I, Long Aotian, have always been law-abiding, cultured, and polite. I would never associate with those who revel in violence. Upon hearing this, Duan Yuqin beamed with delight, tilting her head to one side as she applauded him. Long Aotian, you are truly a good person. Internally, she cursed him, finding him to be nothing but a hypocritical pretender. Just moments ago, he had been so eager to strike Zhang Yongwang, yet now he preached civility and decorum. If he wished to maintain such airs, she would delight in bringing him down a peg. Long Aotian felt a pang of frustration. I was merely trying to protect you. What if Qin Yuan or Zhang Yongwang had ill intentions? You're just a girl. What if they took advantage of you? Duan Yuqin, with a teasing smile, replied, How do you know I do not wish to be taken advantage of? Long Aotian's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean? But Duan Yuqin felt her purpose had been fulfilled, choosing to ignore him as she pulled Qin Yuan along. Qin Yuan, expressionless, internally lamented. Is it appropriate for you to drag me in front of the male lead? I beg you, please don't push me. He attempted to break free from Duan Yuqin's grasp. With a wave of his hand, Duan Yuqin exaggeratedly stepped back 2 paces, looking at him with an innocent expression. I know you do not like me, but we're childhood friends. Is it too much to ask you to share a meal with me? Dear boy, the first step in winning a man's heart is to make him feel empathy. Watch as I skillfully manipulate you. Qin Yuan was bewildered. I clearly did not exert that much effort. But upon seeing Duan Yuqin's wounded expression, his heart softened. He shook his head vigorously. No, no, no. She is Long Aotian's woman. If I dared to touch her, Long Aotian would twist my head off. If only I had known, I wouldn't have been so reckless. Regaining his composure, Qin Yuan scrutinized Duan Yuqin and realized she was hardly in any distress. Not only did he not feel sympathy, but he also entertained the thought of giving her a good beating. Long Aotian, already uneasy, became even more concerned upon witnessing Qin Yuan's audacity in pushing Duan Yuqin away. He stepped forward, wishing to assist her, but Duan Yuqin was quicker, deftly avoiding his touch. With a gentle smile, Duan Yuqin said, Thank you, I can manage. Long Aotian experienced a fleeting illusion. Could Qin Yuan truly overpower her? Once again, he looked at Duan Yuqin's delicate and beautiful visage and realized he might be overthinking it. She was undeniably a soft and gentle girl. A sense of responsibility surged within Long Aotian. No, I must accompany you. If those two have ulterior motives, I can protect you. Duan Yuqin sighed. It's really unnecessary. I know chapter 25. Touch me? Touch that? Qin Yuan nodded. It should be resolved soon, right? Why would she ask such a life-threatening question right off the bat? Can such words be uttered in front of Long Aotian? The protagonist's first wife is about to be engaged to me, while the second wife is serving me more dishes. I must be tempting fate. Duan Yuqin raised an eyebrow. She had thought that this Long Aotian was only entangled with her. Little did she know he also had ties with Qin Yuan's fiancée. Moreover, considering her own excellence, she was merely a secondary wife. This implies that the rumors surrounding Meng Yuqing might not be entirely false. However, it wasn't all bad news. It appeared that Qin Yuan did not harbor feelings for Meng Yuqing. Long Aotian suddenly recalled that Meng Yuqing was sulking over his engagement with Chu Manin. It seemed imperative to resolve matters with Chu Manin swiftly. As dinner was nearing completion, Zhang Yongwang could no longer endure the situation. Wealth aside, he was no fool. How could he let the wolves go unchallenged? He couldn't allow the children to be discarded. He needed to find an excuse to send these two away. Zhang Yongwang smiled and toasted Long Aotian. Brother Aotian, I apologize for any past grievances. Here's to you. I am curious about some of your subordinates. What brought you here? Long Aotian did not drink, but turned to Duan Yuqin to respond to Zhang Yongwang's inquiry. Initially, it was Tang Jianya who sought me out, claiming he was being bullied. I had no idea he was a hypocrite, so I taught him a lesson. Later, I met Miss Duan and felt an instant connection. I feared that certain individuals might bully her, which is why I came along. This specifically referred to Qin Yuan as certain individuals. As Zhang Yonglong conversed with Long Aotian, he flattered him. Initially, Long Aotian was quite guarded, but Zhang Yonglong's charm gradually eased his defenses. Unobtrusively, he poured drinks for Long Aotian, Duan Yuqin, and Qin Yuan. Duan Yuqin was not accustomed to alcohol. A single beer was enough to incapacitate her. Zhang Yonglong thought to himself, pleased with the outcome. Qin Yuan paid no attention, focusing on his meal. Regardless of what Duan Yuqin asked, he merely responded with affirmatives, showing no real engagement. Duan Yuqin could easily perceive his thoughts. The more Qin Yuan behaved this way, the more curious she became about Meng Yuqing. Who was this remarkable woman that could make Qin Yuan pursue her relentlessly for 3 years, while he was so dismissive of his first love? Even knowing Long Aotian was involved did not diminish her sensitivity as a woman. The more she pondered, the more her heart ached. She raised her glass and drank it down. Upon seeing Duan Yuqin finally drink, Zhang Yonglong felt a surge of satisfaction. Once he dealt with Long Aotian and Qin Yuan, this matter would be settled. Long Aotian had faced numerous constraints since arriving in Snow City. Apart from Meng Xiangrui, he was frequently misunderstood by various women, living a life of frustration. With Zhang Yonglong's silver tongue, it took a long time for him to lower his guard. After a few drinks, Long Aotian felt a rush of bravado reminiscent of his days on the frontier. Seeing that the moment was right, Zhang Yonglong took the inebriated Long Aotian to the restroom, not forgetting to call Qin Yuan along. Qin Yuan, we had some misunderstandings before. I didn't expect you to be quite impressive upon meeting today. How about we go relieve ourselves together? Qin Yuan felt disgusted. Long Aotian had drunk quite a bit, while he had not touched a drop. Moreover, go to the restroom together was something one typically did among women, not men. Faced with Zhang Yonglong's repeated invitations, Qin Yuan shook his head. No thanks. You two go ahead. I'll just eat a bit more. Zhang Yonglong had no choice but to lock Long Aotian in the restroom and think of a way to send Qin Yuan away. He glanced at Duan Yuqin, still feeling uneasy. Once Long Aotian left, Qin Yuan let out a sigh of relief and reclined in his chair. Finally, he was gone. Wait, why was it so quiet? Wasn't Duan Yuqin incessantly bombarding him with questions? Turning to look, Qin Yuan discovered Duan Yuqin had somehow slumped over the table. He glanced at her and, helplessly, prepared to make a call. If one has poor tolerance for alcohol, they should drink less. Why are they all trying to show off? He reached out and patted Duan Yuqin's face. This feels quite soft. No wonder she is one of the leading ladies. Wake up, wake up. If you don't, I might just touch you. Duan Yuqin's eyes were tightly shut, appearing completely oblivious. Touch me? Touch that? You're taking liberties so boldly, but I like it. Qin Yuan cautiously wrapped his arms around Duan Yuqin's slender waist. This waist is quite enticing. Initially, Duan Yuqin was unaware, but after taking a sip, she remembered the persona she had to maintain and feign drunkenness. She was well aware of Zhang Yonglong's intentions. While she was playing mind games with someone else, Zhang Yonglong was still playing in the mud. Why not turn the tables and play along? She pretended to be overwhelmed by alcohol and melted into Qin Yuan's embrace. Qin Yuan held the unconscious Duan Yuqin, her collar askew, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Noticing that Duan Yuqin showed no sign of awakening, it seemed she was genuinely intoxicated. That old Zhang Yonglong had gotten her drunk and whisked Long Aotian away. But now that Long Aotian is gone, what should I do? I can't let him be secretly filmed by Zhang Yonglong. Duan Yuqin secretly curved her lips. Not bad. He still has a conscience. It's worth the effort to return home to win over her husband. As Qin Yuan was mulling over the situation, Zhang Yonglong approached. Witnessing Duan Yuqin nestled in Qin Yuan's arms, eyes closed, Zhang Yonglong panicked. After all his hard work and money spent, the fruit was picked by Qin Yuan? But what could he do? Qin Yuan had clearly caught on to something, and this was not something that could see the light of day. Especially considering his father's repeated warnings not to oppose Qin Yuan. Zhang Yonglong gritted his teeth. He might as well share the spoils with Qin Yuan. After all, Qin Yuan didn't seem to have any genuine affection for Duan Yuqin. Zhang Yonglong stepped forward. I initially intended to send you away, but it seems you got drunk so early. All right, don't let her find out. You go ahead and enjoy. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan felt a surge of anger. Enjoy? What nonsense! What about Long Aotian? Zhang Yongwang scoffed dismissively. P.S. Gone. What are you still pretending for? Long Aotian? That brainless fool is locked in the restroom. Qin Yuan almost wanted to give him a thumbs up. Great. Locking the protagonist in the restroom while his woman is drugged. Even a deity couldn't save you now. He looked at Zhang Yongwang as if he were a ghost. Did he think everyone operated by such lowly means? While he too was a villain. He was a villain with principles. Suddenly, Qin Yuan felt a chill. Wait, will Long Aotian think that I'm in cahoots with him? Once he wakes up, given his thought process, he might actually believe that. This isn't good. How could I be dragged into this mess? I should have come here with Duan Yuqin in the first place. Although Duan Yuqin didn't comprehend what he meant by being a villain, she sensed that at least Qin Yuan hadn't completely lost his way. It was reasonable for someone of his status to be pursued by women, rather than forcing them. Since he wasn't taking the initiative, she would take matters into her own hands. Duan Yuqin resolved herself, pouting and tugging at her collar, mumbling about feeling hot. Little did she know, Qin Yuan was too preoccupied to notice her, waving his hand for the bodyguard leader, Li Gang, to check the restroom. Indeed, they found Long Aotian unconscious in one of the stalls. Li Gang bore Long Aotian back as if burdened by a sack of hemp, a task undertaken with considerable effort. Chapter 26. Escorting Duan Yuqin home, Zhang Yongwang scoffed, dismissive. Even if they brought Long Aotian back, what could he do? He'd struggle to even stand. How could he possibly beat him with so many bodyguards? A mere brute, and a drunken one at that, could never overcome his security detail. Qin Yuan inwardly applauded, acknowledging Zhang Yongwang's mastery of self-destruction. Long Aotian was the protagonist. Even death wouldn't hold him back, had he not feared disrupting the storyline and ultimately bearing the blame. Qin Yuan would have ignored the situation entirely. Holding Duan Yuqin's delicate form, Qin Yuan instructed Li Gang, the head of security, to rouse Long Aotian by any means necessary. Li Gang nodded, proceeding to slap Long Aotian repeatedly, showing no restraint. After 10 minutes without any sign of awakening, Qin Yuan resigned himself to the situation. This is disastrous. Why must I bear the consequences of Zhang Yongwang's actions? I'm just a babe in the woods. Zhang Yongwang continued his reckless taunts, boasting about the potent sedative he had administered to Long Aotian, enough to incapacitate an elephant. Qin Yuan, already overwhelmed, was further incensed by Zhang Yongwang's arrogance. In a world without Long Aotian, Qin Yuan would reign supreme, let alone be challenged by a second-rate rich kid like Zhang Yongwang. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Qin Yuan nonchalantly ordered his men to deliver a severe beating, ensuring Zhang Yongwang would regret his penchant for spiking drinks. Upon seeing the swarm of black-clad figures surrounding him, Zhang Yongwang's bravado evaporated. Li Gang, without hesitation, launched himself at Zhang Yongwang, delivering a crushing blow to the head. Zhang Yongwang cowered, his own bodyguards conspicuously avoiding the scene. They had been explicitly instructed to avoid conflict with Qin Yuan, the notorious young master of the city, and were unwilling to risk their livelihoods for such a trivial matter. As Qin Yuan's men continued their assault, Zhang Yongwang's bodyguards feigned disinterest, their gaze fixed on the sky or the ground. Zhang Yongwang, enraged, cursed their incompetence, begging for intervention. Eventually, he pleaded for mercy from Qin Yuan, acknowledging his mistake. Qin Yuan refocused his attention on Duan Yuqin. What to do? Long Aotian is out of commission. Perhaps I should escort her home to deflect suspicion before Long Aotian awakens and seeks retribution. Duan Yuqin overheard everything, yearning to confront Qin Yuan. Escort me home? I'm intoxicated and utterly helpless. Do you understand what that implies? You dare take me home in this state? She fumed inwardly, forced to feign unconsciousness. Qin Yuan placed her in the car, instructing the driver to take her home as quickly as possible. The driver, anticipating a trip to the Qin residence or a luxury hotel, was taken aback by the order to go to the Duan residence. Had Qin Yuan had a change of heart? With decades of service to the Qin family, the driver knew better than to question his employer's decisions. However, a chilling glare from Duan Yuqin in the rearview mirror prompted a swift change of plans. Duan Yuqin might be drunk, but the driver remembered her cunning and mischievous nature from childhood. "Apologies, young master," the driver thought, accelerating towards the Qin residence. A scolding and potential job loss are preferable to facing Duan Yuqin's wrath. Hearing the change of destination, Duan Yuqin seethed with frustration. Such an opportunity wasted. Am I inferior to Meng Yuqing? Is my figure and face not enough? Despite knowing Meng Yuqing's cold treatment of Qin Yuan, Duan Yuqin was determined to seize this opportunity before their engagement. With a soft moan, Duan Yuqin tugged at her collar, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her decolletage. Her eyes glazed over as she wrapped her arms around Qin Yuan's neck, whispering seductively, "It's so hot." The confined space of the car filled with an aura of intimacy. Fortunately, Zhang Yongwang was no longer present to witness the scene and wonder why a single beer had such a profound effect. Qin Yuan felt time slow to a crawl. The Buddhist chant in his mind, struggling to quell the desire ignited by Duan Yuqin's advances. Damn it, he thought, she is Long Aotian's woman. But am I not a man? He reached for the privacy screen, sealing them off from the driver. Embracing Duan Yuqin, he began to explore her curves. Unseen by Qin Yuan, Duan Yuqin smirked, her plan unfolding perfectly. Her legs entwined around Qin Yuan's waist. She swayed provocatively. Qin Yuan was equally consumed by desire. As they were about to escalate their intimacy, the car braked abruptly, jolting Qin Yuan's head. The sudden interruption extinguished his lust, replaced by anger. "What's the meaning of this?" he demanded. The driver stammered, "We've arrived, sir." Qin Yuan snapped back to reality, shaking his head and releasing Duan Yuqin. "What was I doing? She is Long Aotian's woman. What would become of me if I went through with this? Lust truly is a dangerous path. I must get her back to the Duan residence to clear my name." He glanced out the window and confirmed their arrival. "We're here, at her house." Chapter 27. Meeting the parents, Qin Yuan fumed. "How did you drive the car?" The driver, trembling, stole a glance at the unconscious Duan Yuqin. "Qin, young master, didn't you say to go home?" Reflecting on his prior reputation, it was understandable that the driver presumed they were heading home. Qin Yuan glanced down at Duan Yuqin in his arms, her expression dazed and her attire disheveled. Even if he were to return her to the Duan residence, the time lost would undoubtedly be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Moreover, her parents would surely overthink the situation. Qin Yuan faced two choices. First, he could immediately turn around and return Duan Yuqin to her family, where she would undoubtedly receive the best care. However, the blame would inevitably fall upon him. As for Duan Yuqin, he had no faith that she would take the initiative to clarify the situation on his behalf. The second option was to take Duan Yuqin home with him. Regardless of whether he cared for her, if her current state remained unseen by others, there might still be room for maneuver. Being a man of steadfast principles, Qin Yuan's choice was clear. He opted for the latter. Duan Yuqin, her plans thwarted, simmered with unexpressed anger. But given her current state of being drugged and disoriented, she could only endure in silence. She was resolute in her intentions. After all, if she could coax him into a relationship before, she could surely seduce him now. With a hazy gaze and slightly parted lips, she clung to Qin Yuan, gently nibbling on his earlobe, her voice tinged with a whimper. "Qin Yuan, I feel so uncomfortable. Please help me." Having made his decision to choose the latter option, he resolved not to touch her, at least not in a way that would leave evidence for others to seize upon. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yuan pushed Duan Yuqin away. "Driver, play the Great Compassion mantra." The driver, having been previously reprimanded by Qin Yuan, immediately rushed to connect the car's Bluetooth. The soothing sounds of the mantra filled the air, striving to cultivate a tranquil and detached mind. As the mantra enveloped them, Duan Yuqin's voice grew hoarse, unable to compete with the calming yet powerful melody. While Qin Yuan found solace in the chant, Duan Yuqin felt increasingly agitated. He carried her into his room, wishing he could simply dismiss her existence. The following morning, Qin Yuan's parents were seated at the dining table, breakfast in hand, when a woman emerged from their son's room, one whom they found increasingly familiar. "Isn't that you, Qin?" Qin's mother murmured softly. "She just returned from studying abroad. Why is she in our home?" Qin Jinghua quickly grasped the situation. Their son had once again strayed into dangerous territory, this time returning with an educated companion. Although they had shared a childhood romance, he was now engaged to Yuqing and pursuing the daughter of the Duan family was nothing short of folly. This scoundrel, even with Yuqing, he dares to pursue Yuqing. I must confront him. Qin's mother hastily restrained her husband, playfully nibbling on seeds as she whispered, "Why the rush? It's not over until the final moment. Who knows who will emerge victorious? We all have our youthful indiscretions. Remember, I nearly married someone else before you swept me away?" Qin Yuan's face flushed at the memory. He was astute in business, but utterly bewildered by matters of the heart. "What should we do?" he asked. "Every visitor is a potential daughter-in-law. I hold affection for both Yuqing and Yuqing." Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. "I'll heed your counsel. But can we truly let our son off the hook? It would be inappropriate. I wouldn't know how to explain it to the Duans." His wife shot him a look. "What is there to explain? If you discipline him in front of Yuqing, she might think poorly of you as a future father-in-law." With a sigh, Qin Yuan acquiesced, understood. Duan Yuqing, initially alert, had succumbed to sleep after a long night. Exhausted from her flight and the subsequent reunion, she groggily wandered to the living room for water, only to suddenly realize she was in Qin Yuan's home. Her face flushed crimson. Despite her seductive prowess, this was her first overnight stay at someone else's house. Panic set in. Would his parents have seen her? Would they judge her character? Feeling despondent yet unrepentant, she mused, not regretting it. "My first love remains as delightful as ever." Upon awakening on the couch, Qin Yuan was greeted by the sight of Duan Yuqing's expression fluctuating between emotions. One moment bright, the next shadowed, occasionally tinged with a hint of mischief and shyness. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, "What are you daydreaming about? If you're awake, hurry back." With a pout, Duan Yuqing replied, "Are you going to deny me after putting on your pants?" "No, I want to have breakfast first. At least I want to gauge my future in-law's attitudes." Qin Yuan was at a loss for words. "What pants? Don't make things up. Just because I put on pants doesn't mean I won't acknowledge you, you scoundrel." Realizing that reasoning with her was futile, he relented. "Fine, let's eat breakfast and leave quickly." After washing up, they emerged together. Duan Yuqing followed behind Qin Yuan, head lowered. Her cheeks flushed like a bashful bride. "Uncle, Auntie," she greeted. Qin Yuan and his wife exchanged glances, their earlier suspicions confirmed by her demeanor. Qin's mother warmly grasped Duan Yuqing's hand, engaging her in small talk. "Yuqing, you've just returned to the country, right? Are you feeling well? I hope you find my cooking to your liking." Qin Yuan was exasperated. She had always been so charming in front of his parents, while she had mercilessly teased him during their childhood. Now that they were adults, he couldn't allow her to bully him again. Enough of the act. Let's finish breakfast and leave. "Mom, don't believe her." Before he could finish, Qin Yuan delivered a light smack to his son. "What a way to speak. Yuqing is such a good girl. You should have informed us before bringing her over. We weren't prepared." Turning to Duan Yuqing with a warm smile, he continued, "Yuqing, just tell us what you'd like to eat. Our chef can prepare something for you." Duan Yuqing, suppressing a smile, felt relieved. Clearly, his parents bore her no ill will over the previous night. Watching Qin Yuan receive a reprimand, she felt a pang of sympathy mixed with a hint of shyness. "It's all right, Uncle Annie. Please don't blame Qin Yuan. It was I who pressured him into this." Chapter 28, The System Rewards. Original Flavor Pandy's Qin's mother was furious, gripping Duan Yuqing's hand and interrupting her words. "Good child, we have watched you grow up. How could we not understand? It is only right for old Qin to give him a proper lesson. You have suffered." Qin Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. This insufferable brat is utterly outrageous. Qin Yuan had no words to express his grievances. "No, you cannot simply take one side of the story." Qin Yuan, constrained by Duan Yuqing's presence, shot a glare at Qin Yuan. "All right, let us eat properly." Instantly shifting his demeanor, he kindly served Duan Yuqing some dishes. "Come, Xiao Qin, eat up." After the meal, Qin Yuan was ordered to personally escort Duan Yuqing home. Along the way, he was seething with indignation. Although he had brought Duan Yuqing home out of urgency, having genuinely rescued her from Zhang Yongwang, how could she turn the tables on him in front of his parents? If she continues to babble in front of her parents, wouldn't the blame still fall on me? This cannot stand. I must clarify this matter. I refuse to be left holding the bag without having savored the meat. Qin Yuan suddenly halted. "I did not do anything to you last night." Duan Yuqing chuckled softly, her demeanor becoming even more endearing. "Look how nervous you are." She had truly been drunk the previous night and was fully aware that Qin Yuan had not taken any liberties. Had it not been for her threatening the Qin family's driver, he would have genuinely returned her to the Duan household. However, witnessing Qin Yuan's anxiety over the incident amused her, and she felt a mix of bashfulness and grievance. I know you have a fiancé. I want to hold you accountable. Qin Yuan stepped back, both frustrated and helpless. After spending a day and a night with her, he understood her character all too well. The sweet and sophisticated persona was merely a facade. She was a cunning enchantress. He continually reminded himself that she was the protagonist woman and that he dared not tread on dangerous ground, lest he incur the protagonist's wrath. Are you still playing the role? Duan Yuqin laughed genuinely. I knew you would see through it. Fortunately, there were not many people around, so she took a step closer, her small hands clasped behind her back, tilting her head with a mischievous smile. Or are you suggesting that you want something to happen between us, my little first love? Qin Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment and retreated a step. Don't speak nonsense. I saved you yesterday. At the very least, when others try to pin the blame on me, you must vouch that I am innocent. Duan Yuqin stepped forward. Then how about I offer myself in return? Qin Yuan retreated once more. That is entirely unnecessary. She is the woman of long Aotian. I have no desire to meet my end. Duan Yuqin closed the distance again, leaving Qin Yuan with no escape. No, this must happen. Speak. Black stockings or white stockings? With no other option, Qin Yuan relented. Black stockings. Duan Yuqin tiptoed and rubbed his head affectionately. Good. I'll show you the black stockings next time. Duan Yuqin departed. When her parents inquired, she simply stated she had stayed at a friend's house for the night due to the late hour. It was best not to mention anything before they got to the bottom of the situation. Although her plans from the previous day had nearly been disrupted by Long Aotian, it was evident that Qin Yuan harbored feelings for her. After all, she was no longer a child. Duan's parents were not entirely narrow-minded. Moreover, they had been preoccupied with a project, making Duan Yuqin's return timely for her to get involved. Xiao Qin, you should visit the Qin family this afternoon. Duan Yuqin felt a flicker of guilt. She had just returned from there. Maintaining a composed facade, she took a sip of tea. What is it, Dad? Duan's father handed her a document. While it was acceptable for you to study abroad, now that you are back, it is imperative you accept my arrangements. This project is yours to practice on. The first reason for visiting the Qin family is that our families have been close for years. It is only right you pay your respects to the elders. Secondly, with the impending union between the Qin and Meng families, it is advantageous to strengthen our ties early. Why do you think Lao Tian always sends his daughter to the Qin family? You and Qin Yuan share a past. Do keep in touch. Duan Yuqin smiled, accepting the contract. Thank you, Dad. I will prepare right away. Returning to her room with the contract, Duan's father murmured to his wife, perplexed. This girl used to despise such things. Duan's mother, knowing her daughter well, sensed something unusual. If her daughter could forge a connection with that young man from the Qin family, it would benefit both the Duan family and her daughter. Previously, she would have opposed this, but times had changed, especially after hearing about Qin Yuan's good deeds that made the news. However, until there was solid ground, it was unwise to speak too soon. Let her be. If she is willing to take on your responsibilities, that is good. Duan's father nodded. Meanwhile, after being beaten up following a drunken night, Long Aotian finally regained consciousness, feeling pain all over his body. He was still hazy, as if something important eluded his memory. Long Aotian shot up. Where is Duan Yuqin? Chapter 29. A meeting between first love and current partner. Who prevails? Am I the most eccentric person in Snow City? Perhaps I am unaware, but you, dear system, are truly peculiar. Next. The system, reluctant, inquired once more. Host, do you truly not desire any undergarments? The original flavor. Of course. Additionally, I could provide you with 10 pairs of Duan Yuqin's authentic stockings. Go away. Option 3. A teleportation card. It allows you to instantly appear anywhere. Simply concentrate on your desired location while using it. Qin Yuan, filled with excitement, finally received something of value. I choose the teleportation card. The teleportation card has been issued. Please check your inventory, host. After receiving the teleportation card, Qin Yuan delightedly pondered its potential usefulness. If the day ever came, it might serve a significant purpose. In the afternoon, Duan Yuqin, clad in an overcoat, returned once more. Qin Yuan sighed in resignation. Why have you come again? Duan Yuqin feigned innocence, closing the door behind her. I have come to offer myself to you. As she spoke, she removed her trench coat. With luscious red lips and cascading waves, she donned a fitted business suit, her white shirt unbuttoned just enough to tease. Her curves were barely concealed, swaying enticingly with each step, her slender waist barely gripped by a hand. The fitted skirt barely reached mid-thigh, and her black stockings enveloped her long, elegant legs, complemented by golden-rimmed glasses as she approached him. While speaking, she unfastened another button. Qin Yuan's eyes widened, and he quickly shook his head to regain his composure. With the experience from a morning still fresh in mind, Qin Yuan slipped away faster than an eel. There is no need for that. You can entertain yourself. Duan Yuqin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Qin Yuan, have you forgotten our past? We were so close as children, yet now you only wish to drive me away. Others might have been softened by Duan Yuqin's appearance, but not Qin Yuan. He knew this girl well. She had always been manipulative, adept at using her looks to achieve her aims. He had been tricked by her countless times as a child. Qin Yuan reached out, attempting to push Duan Yuqin outside. Go away, go away. Do you dare bring up our childhood? How many times have you deceived me? Do you not keep count? Duan Yuqin had not come merely to express gratitude. She sought to reconnect with Qin Yuan. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, rather than feeling embarrassed, she beamed with pride. It is only because you allow me to deceive you that I can succeed. Do you remember when we played hopscotch together? Qin Yuan's anger flared at the memory. Of course I remember. You jumped to one side and tricked me into jumping into the pit, leaving me covered in mud and returning home to face my father's wrath. Undeterred, Duan Yuqin continued, recounting how she had slyly given him candy during their family's visits. This only fueled Qin Yuan's irritation. You deceived me into believing that candy was cow dung candy, claiming that after eating it, I had to kiss a cow to express gratitude for such a delightful treat. Duan Yuqin touched her nose sheepishly. And do you not recall when I was bullied by two delinquents in middle school? You, despite being so frail, bravely stood in front of me. Have you forgotten? Qin Yuan nodded, only to realize later that she had been skipping class and fighting. Afterward, she had blamed him for instigating it all. Qin Yuan exhaled in exasperation. Sister, please keep your distance. I implore you. You are no gentle, cultured lady. You are a little devil, plain and simple. Duan Yuqin laughed mischievously. So, you remember all of this? She pouted, her tone tinged with feigned sorrow. I thought you might have forgotten me after all these years, especially since I went abroad for further studies and you never sought me out, even getting engaged in the meantime. Qin Yuan sighed in resignation. I have been troubled by this matter as well. When can I break off my engagement with Meng Yuqing? Upon hearing this, Duan Yuqin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that you no longer have feelings for her? I can understand. I reviewed her profile. While she is attractive, her demeanor is too cold, capable of extinguishing any man's fervor. However, if you truly wish to dissolve the engagement, I may have a solution. Qin Yuan perked up at this prospect. If he could indeed sever ties with Meng Yuqing, he could distance himself and perhaps secure a fortune upon his return home. What is your plan? Duan Yuqin tilted her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she leaned closer to Qin Yuan. A fragrance, distinctly feminine, wafted toward him. Her voice held a hint of seduction. Let's become engaged instead. Qin Yuan was at a loss for words. Is there truly a difference between being engaged to you and Meng Yuqing? Both are women of high status and influence. It's merely a matter of switching one predicament for another, is it not? Thank you, but no thanks. You seem quite nice, though. Duan Yuqin feigned innocence. There is no need for gratitude. I've always been kind. Since you have decided, let's inform uncle and aunt right away. They are both present. Without waiting for a response, she seized Qin Yuan's arm and dragged him toward the living room. Qin Yuan gently extricated himself from her grasp. Do stop. I have no intention of being engaged to Meng Yuqing, nor do I wish to be engaged to you. As he turned, he collided with Meng Yuqing, whose aura was as frosty as ice. Her gaze swept across Duan Yuqin, holding Qin Yuan's arm. What are you planning to discuss? May I join you? The atmosphere noticeably chilled. Meng Yuqing maintained her usual demeanor, distant and aloof, yet Qin Yuan inexplicably sensed her irritation. If it were merely a matter of breaking off the engagement with Meng Yuqing, Qin Yuan would wholeheartedly agree. However, the notion of ending his engagement with her only to become engaged to Duan Yuqing was utterly unacceptable to him. It's nothing at all. Meng Yuqing, what brings you here? Meng Yuqing scoffed. If I hadn't come, how would I know you've been ensnared by this girl? During this time, Qin Yuan had not approached her, initially relishing the newfound freedom. Yet as time passed, Meng Yuqing began to worry about potential complications regarding the dragon Aotian situation and its implications for the Meng family. Since yesterday, her right eyelid had been twitching incessantly. Furthermore, she had learned from her brother Meng Xiangrui that Qin Yuan had attended a reunion with Xi Jinping and others. Meng Yuqing's anxiety intensified, and she discovered that Qin Yuan's first love had returned. Coincidentally, the Meng and Qin families had been engaged in more business dealings since their engagement. Meng Yuqing decided to deliver a contract herself, hoping to glean some information. She wondered why Qin Yuan had not come to find her recently. It turned out he had been lured away by another woman. It was infuriating. They were on the brink of engagement, yet he remained so reckless. Though Meng Yuqing felt compelled to protect the Meng family due to her grandfather's pressure, her discomfort lingered. Two women, one exuding sensual allure, the other radiating frigid elegance. Coincidentally, both were dressed in tailored suits and form-fitting skirts, inevitably leading to comparisons. Meng Yuqing scrutinized the woman before her, seemingly casual yet brimming with cunning, meticulously crafted down to the last strand of hair. She keenly sensed the provocative glint in Duan Yuqing's eyes, revealing that Qin Yuan's first love was no ordinary woman. As Meng Yuqing assessed Duan Yuqing, the latter was equally appraising her. Dressed in a sharp black suit, her figure was curvaceous, nearly bursting from the fabric. The chilling demeanor and impenetrable aura resembled that of a regal queen, evoking a desire for submission. In silent contemplation, Meng Yuqing and Duan Yuqing regarded one another, their thoughts surprisingly aligned. They both recognized this was a woman no man could resist. Chapter 30. A clash of wills. Having just engaged in a heated argument, Meng Yuqing was the first to speak. This young lady, the man you are embracing, is my fiancé. From childhood, Meng Yuqing had always strived for excellence in everything. It was not that she held a particular fondness for Qin Yuan. Rather, it was the principle that what belonged to her, even if she did not cherish it, was still hers. She could not abide by other women attempting to usurp it. Duan Yuqing feigned a fragile and innocent demeanor on the surface while accurately surmising Meng Yuqing's character. Intentionally retreating behind Qin Yuan, she cast a subtle yet provocative glance at Meng Yuqing. Brother Qin Yuan, this sister is so fierce. I am quite frightened. So what if I hold him? Wicked man, if it is to be taken, it shall be taken. Qin Yuan immediately recognized that Duan Yuqing was merely acting again. He had no desire to entangle himself with either of these women. Meng Yuqing, with a sharp gaze, understood her implication. She glared at Qin Yuan before our engagement. You may frolic as you please, but after, you shall keep your flirtations to yourself. If I catch you with any other ladies, I shall break your legs. The spark of competition ignited within Meng Yuqing, fueled by Duan Yuqing. This was a battle that belonged to women. Her message was clear, no matter how familiar they were. The one engaged to him was she, and the one destined to marry him was also she. Duan Yuqing was merely a sister among many. After all, he had more than one sister. It was not that Meng Yuqing was obsessively devoted to him after their engagement. It was simply her aversion to being provoked. Qin Yuan found himself caught in the crossfire. Why are you suddenly concerned about this? Duan Yuqing evidently grasped the underlying meaning, trembling with anger. Yet, the truth was undeniable. She indeed held no rightful claim. Duan Yuqing pinched Qin Yuan's waist fiercely, linking her arm with his as she pulled him back to her room. Come, let us kiss. If you dare, I shall break your legs. Meng Yuqing bit her teeth in frustration. Qin Yuan felt utterly perplexed, unable to determine whether to leave or stay, knowing he could not afford to offend either woman. Why did their words feel encrypted? With long Aotian absent, they are at each other's throats. This kind of romantic entanglement is not something an ordinary person can bear. Once I am free from my engagement with Meng Yuqing, I shall seek a truly gentle woman, a loving wife, children, and a warm hearth. What could be more blissful? Duan Yuqin smirked. So, this is why you have not taken a bait. It seems you favor this style. A gentle demeanor. Is it not simply a matter of having a firm grasp? Upon hearing Qin Yuan's thoughts, Meng Yuqing's expression grew colder. What was this about Long Aotian's woman, and what was he conjuring in his mind? Until the threat of Long Aotian was entirely dispelled, she would never consent to annul the engagement. With a dismissive huff, Meng Yuqing declared, I have delivered the documents. I shall take my leave. Duan Yuqin, sensing the shift in atmosphere due to Meng Yuqing's arrival, lost interest in teasing. We shall dine together this evening. If you dare not come, I will tell Long Aotian that you slept with me yesterday and refused to take responsibility. With that, she departed, contemplating her earlier argument. Was it merely about claiming a title? What was so remarkable about that? Did she not understand the order of precedence? Qin Yuan felt as though he were on the verge of tears. This was an overt threat. How was their quarrel any of his concern? That evening, as Qin Yuan stepped out and arrived at the designated restaurant, Duan Yuqin had been waiting for quite some time, adorned in a soft, tea-colored dress, complemented by layers of pearl necklaces. She appeared gentle and demure, the epitome of a refined woman. Long Aotian, upon calculating the situation, approached but halted upon seeing Qin Yuan beside her, his gaze filled with fury. It was imperative to resolve the misunderstanding. Otherwise, Duan Yuqin's disdain would only deepen. Everything that transpired yesterday was your scheme, was it not? Zhang Yongwang was beaten. I was intoxicated, yet you remained untouched. You returned Duan Yuqin home. I did not anticipate your cunning was so profound. Qin Yuan felt defeated. How was it that he was implicated in everything? Fortunately, it seemed Long Aotian was unaware that Duan Yuqin had spent the night at his home. Had he known, it would have surely led to an explosion. No, my good sir, did you not notice that I was coerced into dining with you from start? Long Aotian scoffed. Who could say whether you were not playing tricks? Duan Yuqin rolled her eyes at Long Aotian. What? Are you disappointed that you did not gain an advantage? Long Aotian was filled with regret. He should not have trusted others so easily. Gradually lowering his guard against Zhang Yongwang, he found himself in a precarious situation, leaving Duan Yuqin unprotected while Qin Yuan reaped the benefits. Duan Yuqin, do not be deceived by his facade. He is a beast at heart. He still has a fiancée, and is entangled with you. Duan Yuqin scoffed. I recall that you too have a fiancé, Long Aotian. Why are you so keen to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? And even if Qin Yuan has a fiancé, what of it? I am willing to be his mistress. Who are you to judge? Qin Yuan was taken aback. This girl truly dares to speak such words. Is it permissible to utter such things? With her saying this, Long Aotian may very well end my life. Duan Yuqin was aware of his fear of Long Aotian, but was astonished at its intensity. With a smile gracing her lips, she subtly positioned herself in front of Qin Yuan, her delicate hand entwined with his, playfully scratching his palm. Do not fear, sister shall protect you. Qin Yuan was speechless, wishing to break free but wary of drawing attention from Long Aotian. Your silence is my greatest protection. Long Aotian glared at Qin Yuan, finding him unbearably cunning. Deceiving them was insufficient, for he was now using his initial bond with Duan Yuqin to further manipulate her. I cannot allow this gentle and kind-hearted girl to fall prey to Qin Yuan's deceit. Only a person of my valor and stature deserves her affection. Long Aotian huffed coldly, his authoritative aura radiating. Qin Yuan, deceiving Tianxiner was not enough? You dare to ensnare her as well? A person of your ilk deserves a fate worse than death. I offer you one last warning. Disclose the truth to Duan Yuqin. Do not compel me to take action against you. A mere Gao family is no match for me. Qin Yuan nodded. Indeed, how did I not realize that, as the protagonist, I could shoulder all the blame? This way, Duan Yuqin would certainly lose faith in me, allowing her and Long Aotian to unite, while I remain safe until the end. Perhaps Duan Yuqin will completely sever her ties. Chapter 31. Confrontation and withdrawal from engagement. Full firepower, feigning magnanimity, I disregard past grievances and position myself on a moral high ground, compelling Qin Yuan to engage in a betrothal with me. As for men, a few gentle nudges will suffice. A kiss, an embrace, treating him like a little child will do the trick. Duan Yuqin thought to herself, barely stifling a laugh, donning an incredulous expression. Qin Yuan, what have you done to me? Was it truly your doing? Qin Yuan nodded earnestly. Indeed, it was I. Everything was orchestrated by me. Not only did I administer the drug, but I also harbor a desire to spank you. Upon uttering this, he gazed at Duan Yuqin with anticipation. Well, are you furious? Unleash your wrath upon me. Ruin my reputation even further. Go to my parents and create a ruckus. Let them intervene on your behalf. And compel Meng Yuqing to dissolve our engagement. Duan Yuqin instinctively pouted. How insufferable. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she struggled to suppress her laughter. Ah, how could you? Qin Yuan? I'm genuinely angry. Just because others remain calm, does that mean they can be treated as fools? She covered her face, feigning tears. Long Aotian nodded in agreement. This was the correct trajectory for such matters. He mused on how a man as morally corrupt as Qin Yuan could possibly act with such benevolence. It was one thing to be unmoved by beauty, but to voluntarily relinquish a woman was beyond comprehension. Long Aotian's indignation surged. Duan Yuqin, let me tell you, he is not a good man. Do not harbor illusions about him due to past friendships. A man with a fiancée who cavorts with others is unworthy of you. Fortunately, no calamity had ensued. He reached out, attempting to comfort Duan Yuqin by placing a hand on her shoulder. However, she caught a glimpse of his gesture and promptly stomped her foot, subtly shifting away, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. What filth dares to touch me? She gazed at Long Aotian innocently. You are correct. Such men are indeed trash. Long Aotian, I trust you're not one of them, right? Long Aotian momentarily recalled Chu Manxin, hesitating. Duan Yuqin, you must believe me. I'm not like that. My engagement was arranged by my grandfather long ago, and I was ensnared by that woman's schemes. I had no choice but to accept it. Just wait for me. I will promptly dissolve my engagement with Chu Manxin. Duan Yuqin was unconcerned about whether he would dissolve his engagement. He was nothing but a meddler, parading virtue while his true intentions were transparent. I donned my black stockings for a reason. Had it not been for encountering this dimwit, I could have ensnared Qin Yuan. Nevertheless, the current situation held merit. At least she could eliminate Meng Yuqing, who had been a persistent thorn in her side, always leveraging their status. How absurd. If her sister had not gone abroad, would Meng Yuqing even have a chance? When Long Aotian had just become engaged, Meng Yuqing and Tian Xiner, out of spite, deliberately displayed intimacy with Qin Yuan in front of him. Long Aotian found himself appeasing one after the other, yet none acknowledged him. It was only after Duan Yuqin returned to the country that she hinted repeatedly about her discomfort regarding his engagement to Chu Manxin. Long Aotian had been seeking excuses, yet thus far, none were forthcoming. Duan Yuqin found Long Aotian's stammering exasperating. Ultimately, he was nothing more than a hypocrite. He could not compare to Qin Yuan, who was audaciously straightforward in his scheming. Long Aotian, you should hurry along, she urged, taking Qin Yuan's arm. Let us go and dissolve your engagement. Qin Yuan, too eager to escape the binding ties, did not resist her grasp. As long as we can annul the engagement, it is worth any effort. Upon hearing they were going to confront Meng Yuqing, Long Aotian hurriedly followed. I shall accompany you. There are misunderstandings between us as well. Duan Yuqing glanced at Long Aotian, recalling a previous instance when she overheard Qin Yuan's thoughts, revealing that Meng Yuqing was also Long Aotian's woman. Instantly, her demeanor softened into one of elegance and grace. Excellent. Let us all go together. To Duan Yuqing, Long Aotian resembled a piece of detestable refuse, disgusting yet necessary to dispose of, especially in light of Meng Yuqing's past mockery. Long Aotian felt profoundly moved. He knew Duan Yuqing possessed a gentle and virtuous nature, unlike the cold Meng Yuqing or the easily deceived Tian Xiner. Having just completed her work, Meng Yuqing's secretary reported their arrival. Qin Yuan, Duan Yuqing, and Long Aotian came as a trio. Upon seeing Duan Yuqing's gentle attire, Meng Yuqing's already frosty countenance grew even more disdainful. Qin Yuan shrank into the background, aware that these two women were inexplicably at odds. Their words seemed encrypted. leaving him utterly bewildered as their conflict escalated without regard for collateral damage. Duan Yuqin was the first to strike. Qin Yuan, my brother, did you administer drugs to me? Does Sister Yuqing know? Indeed, that is precisely how it should be stated. Once I make the drug incident credible, I cannot fathom how Meng Yuqing would not withdraw from the engagement. A proud woman like her would surely be unable to endure the thought of her fiancé misbehaving while betrothed to her. Meng Yuqing, feeling cornered, was unwilling to allow this confrontation to escalate further and especially did not wish to indulge Qin Yuan as arrogance any longer. After discerning his thoughts, she scoffed. If he truly believed that, then the one who administered the drug could not possibly be him. Moreover, if it were true, why had the Duan family remained silent thus far? Although not as doting as the Tian family, the Duan family was one of the prestigious four families. It was inconceivable for them to allow their daughter to be bullied without recourse. Hence, these individuals sought to force her and Qin Yuan into a withdrawal. Meng Yuqing snorted. Oh really? Then your virtue must be quite precious. The women Qin Yuan has dallied with could stretch from here to France. If they all came seeking me, I would need to establish a consulting firm to charge for my services. Duan Yuqing ground her teeth in anger. I advise you to promptly sever ties with Qin Yuan. After all, you do not harbor any affection for him, do you? Why linger in a place of discomfort? Qin Yuan endeavored to diminish his presence. What do you mean? Lingering in discomfort? The women in the protagonist's life truly lack elegance. Both Meng Yuqing and Duan Yuqing shot him a glare. Meng Yuqing scoffed coldly. Whether I like him or not has nothing to do with you. My union with him was arranged by our parents, a bond sealed by both families. I trust my fiancé. Duan Yuqing shook Qin Yuan's arm, demanding, Did you or did you not lay your hands on me back then? Speak the truth. Qin Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. After all, in that car, who could resist such circumstances? However, with Long Aotian present, it would be folly to admit it openly. Hey brother, I put a green hat on you. That would be akin to lighting a lamp in the restroom. Sheer folly. Regret washed over Qin Yuan. He lamented ever agreeing to this. Now, caught in this predicament, he found himself unable to nod or shake his head. Long Aotian attempted to interject. I suggest you both calm down, but before he could finish, both Meng Yuqing and Duan Yuqing glared at him fiercely, their voices in unison. Shut up, shut up. Long Aotian was taken aback. Qin Yuan pressed his lips together, striving to suppress a laugh. Even the mightiest protagonist must yield before the fierce quarrels of women. Ha ha. Even Long Aotian must yield before two fierce tigers. Meng Yuqing pivoted her attention, inching closer to Long Aotian. While I can understand their visit, what business do you have here, Long Aotian? Chapter 32 Aotian. My brother, is it true that your mother and your stepmother get along peacefully as well? Long Aotian nodded, contemplating. I have come to inform you that I wish to annul the engagement. After all, you are well aware of the kind of woman Chu Manin is. Moreover, let us not quarrel over my presence, nor let my engagement provoke any resentment. Harmony among women is of utmost importance. Duan Yuqing nodded, her voice soft and fragile. Aotian is right. Do your mother and your stepmother coexist in such harmony? Qin Yuan could not help but admire her. Duan Yuqing, ever so sharp-tongued. Long Aotian paused. How could that be? He had but one mother. Where did stepmother come from? Observing Duan Yuqing's earnest expression, he sighed. I know you're upset with me because of Chu Manin, but the immediate priority is to dissolve the engagement first. Meng Yuqing sneered. This Long Aotian truly remains as self-absorbed as ever. He expects to back out on his side, while simultaneously pulling away from his engagement with Chu Manin. Is he attempting to gradually undermine the Meng family? Long Aotian's scheming was clear to her, having heard it from Qin Yuan's inner thoughts. Meng Yuqing, regardless of what was said, was determined to protect the Meng family and her grandfather. She snorted dismissively. You expect me to annul the engagement? Have you done the same? Long Aotian felt helpless. Beyond the pressure from Qin Yuan, it was clear that she cared about the engagement. I'm simply searching for a valid reason. You all witnessed it. Chu Manin has always occupied the moral high ground. Meng Yuqing scoffed, mercilessly mocking him. You have yet to dissolve your own engagement, yet you meddle in others' affairs. Are you so idle? Long Aotian was momentarily speechless. I merely wished to clarify things and eliminate any misunderstandings. Meng Yuqing scrutinized him. There is no misunderstanding between us. Long Aotian, seeing that Meng Yuqing was unyielding, turned to Duan Yuqing with hopeful eyes. You understand me, don't you? Duan Yuqing frowned in confusion. What right does he have to expect my understanding? Yet, years of practice pretense, coupled with her carefully cultivated gentle persona, prevented her from confronting him as directly as Meng Yuqing had. Instead, she nodded softly. Of course, Long Aotian, I understand that you intended to protect me from the start. However, why would a woman like Chu Man attach herself to you? Did your grandfather truly believe you were well suited to such a woman? Qin Yuan clenched his fist, stifling laughter to the point of trembling. Duan Yuqing's tongue remains as sharp as ever. Is she implying that Long Aotian himself believes they are a match made in heaven? Long Aotian could not fathom why he always felt tongue-tied in Duan Yuqing's presence. The perplexity lingered, as her sincere demeanor made it difficult to pinpoint any issues. After much contemplation, he ultimately attributed the dilemma to Chu Man. He inadvertently caught sight of Qin Yuan, who was shaking. Annoyed, he snapped, "What are you trembling for?" Qin Yuan feigned innocence. "I am cold." Long Aotian, panting in frustration, wanted to scold him but held his tongue. "Then put on more clothes." Qin Yuan nodded. "Thank you, you are quite kind." Long Aotian looked at Duan Yuqing, taking a deep breath. "How could that be? I'm certainly not the same as Chu Man. Just wait. Tomorrow I will go and annul the engagement." Duan Yuqing was taken aback. "Did you not say she always stood on the moral high ground? How do you plan to annul it then?" Longi, Aotian sigid, pinching the bridge of his nose while gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, revealing his sharp jawline. "There is no other option. I cannot bear to see you two continue to clash so fiercely because of me. I must sacrifice my reputation instead." Hearing such words nearly made Duan Yuqing retch. Truly, one who discards their dignity is invincible. Long Aotian had long since reached a level of invincibility. Meng Yuqing looked on in disdain, rolling her eyes. Her heart sank further. If Long Aotian were to dissolve his engagement with Chu Man, would he truly set his sights on a Meng family? During this time, Meng Yuqing had been thoroughly investigating Long Aotian. The deeper she delved, the more alarmed she became. Initially, she only knew he hailed from the border and might possess knowledge of ancient martial arts and fortune-telling. However, upon deeper investigation, she discovered he emerged from the legendary Mirror organization and seemingly had skills in divination. A man from such a mysterious and powerful organization had come to Xuedu, continuously ingratiating himself with 3 of the 4 prominent families. Meng Yuqing had reason to suspect that had Qin Yuan not provided his inner thoughts during her grandfather's birthday banquet, Long Aotian might have truly become the savior of the Meng family. The Meng family must not fall into Long Aotian's hands. She had to bind herself closely to Qin Yuan to secure a glimmer of hope for the Meng family. With this in mind, Meng Yuqing could not possibly agree to their request for an annulment. Pressing her lips together, she dismissed them. "Enough. Qin Yuan may stay. The rest of you may take your leave." Long Aotian noticed that Meng Yuqing was in a foul mood. It seemed the news of his engagement had affected her deeply. It was a topic best left untouched. Perhaps it would be wise to give her some time to cool off. He decided to annul the engagement first. "Well then, I shall take my leave now, Miss Meng." He cast a lingering glance at Duan Yuqing, words unspoken. "Do not let bitterness cause you to miss out on the one who truly loves you." With that, he turned and departed without looking back. Duan Yuqing felt a shiver run down her spine as she watched Long Aotian's retreating figure. Oh dear. Unfazed by Meng Yuqing's icy glare, Duan Yuqing happily linked arms with Qin Yuan. How could she pass up the opportunity after finally persuading Qin Yuan to come out, leaving the innocent and naive Qin Yuan to Meng Yuqing? "You think too highly of yourself." Saying this, she stood on tiptoe and planted a quick kiss on Qin Yuan's cheek, leaving a faint mark of lipstick. Duan Yuqing, sensing the moment was right, pulled Qin Yuan away. Qin Yuan was bewildered. "Wait, what about my involvement in this?" He quickly glanced around, confirming that Long Aotian had indeed left before releasing a sigh of relief. "Wait, why did you?" What was that for? Meng Yuqing's expression turned even colder, even if it was merely a nominal engagement. She felt provoked by the audacity of such an act before her. Qin, let's go. Qin Yuan hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Two elder sisters. Now that long Aotian has left, why are you still at odds? Duan Yuqin was the first to strike, looking at Qin Yuan with feigned innocence. It is all my fault for upsetting the elder sister. I shall take my leave now. Please do not stop me. Qin Ge. Chapter 33. I'm going to eat papaya. Having spoken, Duan Yuqin feigned departure. Qin Yuan was eager to separate the two. Upon hearing her words, he felt compelled to respond. All right, go ahead. As Duan Yuqin took a couple of steps, she noticed that Qin Yuan had not followed. Anger bubbled within her. This imbecile. She decided to abandon pretense, placed her hands on her hips, twisted Qin Yuan's ear, and dragged him along. Is this how it is? I don't stop you. And you truly want to stop me? Are you genuinely entranced by Meng Yuqing? What does she possess that is so remarkable? Qin Yuan glanced at Duan Yuqin, whose chest heaved in frustration, rubbed his subtly aching ear, and murmured, she has become quite formidable. Her fists were clenched. Duan Yuqin closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and struggled to suppress the impulse to strike him. Here's your chance. Raised with care, can you seize it? Isn't this a privilege reserved for protagonists? If she truly nurtured Qin Yuan, wouldn't Long Aotian turn him into dumpling filling? Noticing Qin Yuan's silence, the frustration Duan Yuqin had managed to contain flared anew. Speak. Louder. Can. Do. Truly a villain. With a temper like hers, even a dog would receive a kick before leaving. Never mind. I'll deal with her for now. Why is Meng Yuqing so adamant about not calling off the engagement? She once despised me. It's utterly perplexing. Duan Yuqin paused, cursing internally. Oh no, I forgot he prefers gentlewomen. Observing Qin Yuan's slightly aggrieved expression, her maternal instincts surged forth. Gently embracing him, she cooed, all right. My dear Qin, I apologize for being harsh. I shall go eat papaya. Qin Yuan rested his head against Duan Yuqin's bosom, too afraid to move. What madness is this? Her mood shifts faster than flipping pages. It's quite alarming. Well, why not seize the opportunity? Breathing in the comforting scent, he nuzzled closer. You mustn't scold me again. Duan Yuqin cradled him, gently patting his back while holding him close, making him more comfortable. Be good, my Qin baby. I won't scold you any longer. Qin Yuan nodded, half believing her. He mused, if comfort is the measure, then truly, Tian Xnr's robust figure is far more pleasing. Duan Yuqin's once burning maternal affection was abruptly extinguished. With a swift shove, she pushed Qin Yuan away and turned to leave. Confused, Qin Yuan watched her retreating figure. Hey, where are you going? Without turning back, Duan Yuqin declared, I'm going to eat papaya. Qin Yuan, baffled, waved his hand. Women's hearts are as elusive as needles in the ocean. Their emotions shift too rapidly. Never mind. I must focus on how to persuade Meng Yuqing to withdraw from the engagement. Meanwhile, Meng Yuqing observed as Qin Yuan and Duan Yuqin playfully departed, feeling a twinge of envy that even she did not recognize. After they left, she continued her work with a blank expression. Yet, the image of their intimacy lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. The contract her assistant Su Wei had delivered was unreadable to her. Cold by nature and sparing with words, she maintained her usual reticence in both work and life. It wasn't shyness, but rather disdain for engaging with those beneath her. Unlike Duan Yuqin, who unabashedly twisted Qin Yuan's ear, she found it impossible and beneath her dignity. Yet, why did she find herself preoccupied with such thoughts? Unable to comprehend her feelings, Meng Yuqing doubled her efforts at work. The employees at Meng Corporation felt an unusual chill in the air, despite their president's consistent demeanor. Working late into the night, the tension only escalated when she received a message from her grandfather. Dear granddaughter, how are things with Xiao Yuan? Don't be misled by his seemingly frivolous nature. I assure you, he possesses a kind heart. Nurture your relationship with him. Meng Yuqing felt an inexplicable bitterness. Hadn't she been nurturing it? It was Qin Yuan who had not engaged with her properly. She had offered him countless opportunities, but seeing him now, her resolve faltered. She was merely an ordinary woman desiring a faithful husband. Why was it so difficult? Despite everything, He even brought another woman into their company, publicly asserting his claim over her. On one hand, Meng Yuqing was infuriated, while on the other, she reminded herself that she should not be upset. A scoundrel like Qin Yuan, even if he reformed, could never compare to her. She should not allow herself to be angered over someone beneath her. For years, Meng Yuqing had devoted herself to work and studying traditional medicine with her grandfather, never having experienced love. She could not decipher the origin of these emotions or how to resolve them. Previously, whenever she worked past 10 o'clock, Qin Yuan would insist on escorting her home, citing safety concerns for women at night. Even after being rejected countless times, he never grew disheartened and would patiently follow her. But suddenly, she realized that Qin Yuan had not picked her up in a long time. Even when she worked until the early hours, there had been no call. Contemplating, she pressed her lips together. It wasn't he that she wanted to be picked up. Rather, she needed to secure Qin Yuan as support to safeguard the Meng family in light of long Aotian threats. Yes, that was it. Meng Yuqing retrieved her phone, opening the green chat bubble with Qin Yuan. She typed and deleted several times before settling on a simple message. Come pick me up. With a deep breath, she reflected on how, in the past, Qin Yuan would rush over at the mere thought of her needing him. For 3 years, she had never initiated contact. The green bubble was a result of her grandfather's insistence that they connect. Given her current state, surely he would come. Meng Yuqing waited, gazing at the door as the last of the employees departed, harboring an anticipation of which she herself was unaware. Yet, Qin Yuan did not appear. The emotion she had suppressed all day erupted forth, and the usually proud Meng Yuqing felt a sudden urge to cry. But how could she, in her lofty pride, yield so easily? Taking a deep breath, she patted her cheeks, managing to hold back the tears. Dismissing her bodyguards, she walked slowly down the deserted street alone. Shouldn't she be elated? Now Qin Yuan would no longer pester her. Long Aotian was engaged to Chu Manin, even if he wanted to call off the engagement. With her tenacious nature, it wouldn't happen anytime soon. Thus, she would be free from his harassment and the threat to the Meng family. As for Qin Yuan's advances, Meng Yuqing doubted they would materialize, for she had no feelings for Long Aotian. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. Yet, why was it that she could not find joy? Chapter 34. Meng Yuqing in peril. As Meng Yuqing pondered, 2 ruffians suddenly emerged. Oh, a beauty all alone. Care to entertain us? Meng Yuqing frowned at the 2 miscreants. Although she was indeed a girl, she had learned medicine from her grandfather since childhood. Mastering various acupoints and human vulnerabilities, dealing with these 2 thugs was hardly a challenge. With a stoic expression, she regarded the pair, her silver needles poised for action. What do you want? The ruffians leered, closing in on her. Just want to have some fun with you. Just as Meng Yuqing was about to strike, Qin Yuan, accompanied by his bodyguards, turned the corner. He halted abruptly and hastened toward her. Having just bid farewell to Duan Yuqing, he was called by his father, Qin Zhenghua, to learn the ropes at the company. After a long day, he sought a breath of fresh air, only to spot Meng Yuqing approaching. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, only to realize that 2 thugs were trailing behind her. So soft. No wonder she is the first female lead of Long Aotian. What is happening? Meng Yuqing, an icy and domineering female CEO, is out at night without bodyguards, wandering alone. Is it possible that a person well-versed in acupuncture and human anatomy cannot fend off 2 ruffians? This defies logic. Wait, why does this scenario seem so familiar? Recalling the original plot, Qin Yuan realized it was indeed the storyline from Chapter 42. In that narrative, Meng Yuqing unexpectedly encountered ruffians during her outing, only to be rescued by the gallant Long Aotian, which further intensified their relationship. The system's insincere yet enthusiastic voice chimed in, "Host. The male lead will arrive at the battlefield in 3 minutes. Hold on until then, and the system will automatically grant you a survival gift pack for lasting 30 days. As thoughts of Long Aotian crossed his mind, Qin Yuan regained his composure. If I steal the male lead's thunder, won't he kill me? No, I cannot do that. Meng Yuqing, feeling indignant, thought, what is this? I have been so proactive, yet you wish to push me away? Have I been nothing but a loyal dog for 3 years? Is Duan Yuqing truly that captivating? Is it simply because she calls him brother a few times? Day in and day out, It's brother this, brother that, like a clucking hen. No, what am I even thinking? She quickly pulled herself back to reality. They're so terrifying. Qin Yuan. She found it difficult to utter those two words. While Duan Yuqin could speak them without hesitation, it filled her with profound embarrassment. Qin Yuan, intending to distance himself from Meng Yuqing, caught sight of her usually cold and expressionless face, now displaying a hint of distress and vulnerability as she clung tightly to him. His heart melted instantly, and he instinctively wrapped his arm around her, gently patting her back. It's all right, it's nothing. Just a couple of ruffians, right? I might as well leave one for long Aotian. I can't just stand by and watch Meng Yuqing being bullied. It seems I have overestimated her. I thought her medical knowledge would allow her to handle them. After all, she is still a woman who needs protection. A faint, unrecognized smile crept onto Meng Yuqing's lips as she regained her composure and released Qin Yuan. The two ruffians, witnessing their opportunity slip away, erupted in fury. Which street do you think you're messing with? How dare you act so arrogantly? Brothers, take him down. Meng Yuqing stood behind Qin Yuan, attentively observing their movements. Should Qin Yuan's lackluster bodyguards fail to manage the situation, she would step in herself. Against Long Aotian, a few bodyguards might falter, but against two ruffians out for fun? That would be an easy task. Qin Yuan did not even need to intervene. He signaled to the eager Li Gang, "Take out the trash for me." Before he could finish, Li Gang had already surged forward, landing a punch that sent one of the ruffians reeling. "Wait," Qin Yuan called out. "Let him regain some strength. But not too much. Ideally, he should be able to get up but not run away too quickly." Li Gang paused, his massive fist halting midair. He scratched his head, glancing at Qin Yuan. Under the ruffian's terrified gaze, he lightly poked the thug, who promptly wet himself in fear. "Is this a new method of torture? Just beat me. Why leave me half alive? Do city folks play like this?" The ruffian whimpered, "Brother, just hit me already. Please don't scare me." While Qin Yuan comforted the still shaken Meng Yuqing, he shook his head. "You are meant for Long Aotian, not for me. If I, a villain, steal the spotlight from the protagonist, how will I survive? I need to hold on until Long Aotian arrives. Then I will make my exit. The affairs between the male and female leads have nothing to do with me." Meng Yuqing lowered her head, her gaze heavy. Long Aotian's engagement withdrawal could not happen so swiftly, could it? Why was he lingering so persistently? Meng Yuqing was a very traditional woman. In her view, an engagement signified an impending marriage, not something to be dismissed lightly. Especially since Long Aotian's engagement to Chu Manin was sanctioned by both families' elders. Thus, she had always believed that, no matter how little he liked Chu Manin, their disengagement would not be straightforward. Why, during her attempt to clear her head, did she encounter a ruffian connected to him? Meng Yuqing found Long Aotian bothersome, not only because he constantly meddled unnecessarily, but also due to her brother Meng Xiangrui, who sought to bring them together, incessantly praising Long Aotian in her ear. Setting aside the fact that Meng Yuqing was already engaged to Qin Yuan, she had no interest in Long Aotian. Whenever he spotted a pretty girl, he would act like a lustful fool. After Qin Yuan's instruction, Li Gang refrained from using excessive force. The ruffian sensed that the opponent's punches were akin to a soft tap. Yet, being timid by nature, he fainted from fright. Li Gang scratched his head, feeling apologetic. "Boss, should I wake him up again?" Qin Yuan glanced at him, shook his head, and sighed. "Let us go." He turned to Meng Yuqing. "Are you all right?" Meng Yuqing suddenly lifted her head. "Why do you keep trying to push me toward Long Aotian? We are already engaged. You are my fiancé." Qin Yuan was taken aback. Has this icy beauty changed her tune? Hasn't she always looked down on me? Why is she so fervent today? This feels off. I need to reassess. Could this be directed at me? What if Long Aotian is nearby? What if they are plotting together to eliminate me? After all, he seemed quite averse to Chu Manin during their engagement. With this thought, Qin Yuan instinctively distanced himself from Meng Yuqing. She was furious, wishing to strike him. What a dense fool. How much brain tonic had he consumed to conjure such wild imaginings? Chapter 35. What does your pursuit over 3 years amount to? Just your misfortune, Meng Yuqing firmly grasped the fleeing Qin Yuan, although she held disdain for using emotions to secure a man. The current predicament forced her to acknowledge that the Qin family was indeed at the pinnacle of the 4 great families. When it came to wealth, Qin Yuan was undoubtedly wealthier. In terms of power and influence, her uncle Qin wielded considerable authority. The icy, unattainable figure of the female CEO, who appeared so formidable to others, suddenly felt vulnerable in front of Qin Yuan. Aside from her own excellence, the only bargaining chip she possessed was Qin Yuan's affections. Meng Yuqing parted her lips and finally voiced her question. She found herself torn between genuinely wanting to secure Qin Yuan's loyalty to protect the Meng family and the unwillingness to accept that someone who had been infatuated with her for 3 years could so suddenly have a change of heart. You pursued me for 3 years. What does that amount to now? Just your misfortune. And those sweet words and tender inquiries? What do they mean? Just idioms. What about the money you spent on me? Just me paying for a lesson. At that moment, Meng Yuqing felt a sense of clarity. Those thugs were not sent by Qin Yuan. Yet, why did his words only deepen her discontent? She was not the type to sulk or act spoiled with men. The most proactive she had ever been in her life was instinctively moving toward someone in a moment of danger. With her younger brother still so young, she bore the burden of the Meng family alone. She had to cling desperately to Qin Yuan as her lifeline. Regardless of the reason, he must marry her. Meng Yuqing could not articulate her feelings toward Qin Yuan. In the first 3 years, Qin Yuan had been exceedingly attentive, and she had found him utterly repulsive. Now, witnessing him playfully interacting with his first love before her, she felt an inexplicable discomfort. The two stood at an impasse, Meng Yuqing gripping Qin Yuan's sleeve, her lips pressed tightly together, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Let go. Those two thugs are incapacitated. Why are you still holding on to me? I need to go home. If I linger, Long Aotian will be here soon. Qin Yuan attempted to free his sleeve, but was met with a fierce glare from her. Meanwhile, at the engagement ceremony, Aotian publiquise la paix que mania. She turned away, nursing her injury, and sought the support of the family elder. When she broached the subject of annulling the engagement, several elders wept and prayed at Long Aotian's grandfather's memorial, expressing their regret for not having better guided their grandson. Long Aotian was thoroughly chastised, leaving him not only without his intended outcome, but also filled with frustration. Qin Yu informed him about Meng Yuqing's encounter with thugs. He rushed to the scene, only to find the chaos before him. Thugs lying on the ground, unresponsive, while the gang and several bodyguards stood by. Meng Yuqing, her brow furrowed with anger, looked at Qin Yuan with a mix of indignation and sorrow. Qin Yuan, taken aback by Long Aotian's swift arrival, felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known, he would have never involved himself in this mess. Long Aotian stepped forward, his voice booming, "Let her go." Qin Yuan glanced at his hand, still caught in Meng Yuqing's grip, and muttered, "Did you hear? Long Aotian wants you to release me." Long Aotian reiterated, "Release Meng Yuqing, or I will not be merciful." There are security cameras here. Having learned from past experiences, he ensured the cameras were indeed present before confronting Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's face fell in despair. "Wait, brother. What do you see me holding on to her? I would love to hold her, but do I dare?" Li Gang, eager for action, was ready to mobilize his crew. This time, he had brought dozens of men with him, prepared to take on Long Aotian at Qin Yuan's command. For him, Qin Yuan was everything his sky is God, the only being worthy of his loyalty and admiration. He would pursue Long Aotian into the depths of hell if necessary, should Qin Yuan order it. Meng Yuqing turned her head, and indeed, Long Aotian had appeared once more. She scoffed. "What does my engagement with my fiancé have to do with you? Perhaps you should focus on your own fiancé instead." Long Aotian, distressed, replied, "Yuqing, even if you're upset, this isn't the way. Is he forcing you? Rest assured, I will resolve this engagement matter and rescue you from this scoundrel." Long Aotian's gaze shifted to Qin Yuan. "I know you've harbored ill feelings toward me. If you have the courage, let's settle this like men, without involving the women. We won't call the police. The cameras will bear witness. What do you say?" Qin Yuan realized the implications of Long Aotian's challenge. His head shook vehemently. "Brother Aotian, you must have misunderstood. I see you are quite pleased, almost ecstatic. Well then, I shall take my leave." "Oh no, it's begun. The men are about to escalate. One knows medicine, the other martial arts. Surely they won't be using iodine to disinfect their punches as they fight? No, I must flee." Meng Yuqing's voice rang out. "Stop." Qin Yuan instinctively halted. "Wait, why should I listen to her? He turned and ran. Long Aotian, furious, called out, "Yuqing, do not be deceived. Those thugs may very well be in league with him. He was never satisfied with merely possessing your body. He now seeks your heart." Meng Yuqing clutched Qin Yuan's arm. "Can you please set aside those wild thoughts? What about you? What is your intention sneaking out here at night with an unwed fiancé? Are you here to play the hero?" Long Aotian stumbled, caught off guard. Before he could finish, Meng Yuqing interrupted, "I am not a simpleton like Tian Sheener, who can be easily dismissed with a passing remark. You better explain yourself clearly." Long Aotian sighed, adopting an expression of "I only want what's best for you." "Yuqing, trust me, I mean you no harm. I genuinely admire you, and I won't pressure you like Qin Yuan does." This incident truly was a coincidence. He could not disclose that his subordinates had been monitoring her movements, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Not only would it raise her suspicions, but it could also jeopardize the Meng family support. Instead, he turned to focus back onto Qin Yuan. "Qin Yuan, did you say something to Yuqing that led her to misunderstand me?" Li Gang arrived with his men. "Boss, just give the word, and we'll take him down." Long Aotian stepped back. He was a legendary warrior, but he was no fool. Facing a group armed with weapons while he stood unarmed would not end well. It was precisely why he proposed a one-on-one duel with Qin Yuan. Chapter 36. The eve of the final battle returning in such a dejected manner was simply unacceptable. Meng Yuqing had already harbored discontent towards him due to the affair with Chu Manin, particularly because this visit had been so hurried, lacking adequate preparation. Long Aotian cast a glance at Qin Yuan, challenging him. "If you possess true skill, face me one-on-one. What merit is there in having a throng assault me?" The system's insincere, yet enthusiastic voice echoed. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Duel with Long Aotian. Accepting this challenge will yield a mysterious reward." Qin Yuan internally scoffed. "What mysterious reward? It's just a vague promise." He found it utterly absurd. How does this compare to the disappearance card? There's simply no comparison at all. His mind raced with thoughts. No comparison? A duel with the protagonist? As a villain, engaging in battle with Long Aotian is tantamount to a death sentence, isn't it? With such high stakes, the reward must be considerable, right? Recalling the disappearance card he had previously acquired, a mysterious smile graced his face. "Do you truly wish to confront me one-on-one?" Long Aotian nodded. He had long regarded Qin Yuan with disdain. Time and again, Qin Yuan had thwarted his endeavors and relentlessly pressured Meng Yuqing. He had preempted Long Aotian in securing a marriage arrangement. Today, he intended to demonstrate his prowess, to defeat Qin Yuan to the point of incapacitation, allowing Meng Yuqing to witness his strength. "Are you daring enough?" Qin Yuan laughed. "What is there to fear? With the disappearance card in hand, I refuse to believe I cannot contend with the protagonist." Long Aotian felt invigorated. After a prolonged stay in the snowy city, he finally had the opportunity to unleash his skills, targeting none other than the person he despised most, Qin Yuan. "Let us duel tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon. Those who do not attend shall be deemed cowards," Qin Yuan declared. Long Aotian glanced at the throng of bodyguards behind Qin Yuan and reiterated, "I must emphasize, this is a one-on-one duel, with no interference from the authorities, nor any retaliation permitted. The defeated shall concede one condition to the victor." With an enigmatic expression, Qin Yuan departed with his bodyguards. Long Aotian turned to Meng Yuqing. "Wait for me, Yuqing. I shall ensure your freedom." Meng Yuqing, however, was less than impressed. "Should I reward you with a little red flower for your efforts? How can you even consider dueling someone of ordinary caliber?" Long Aotian interpreted her words as concern for his reputation, believing she was worried about him losing face. Satisfied, he turned to leave. Yet Meng Yuqing, having not heard Qin Yuan's thoughts, felt a tinge of worry cross her otherwise serene features. "Are you confident in facing him? If not, admit defeat." Qin Yuan smiled enigmatically. "Not all." Meng Yuqing became anxious. "If you're not confident, why did you agree to his terms, risking your life with no recourse to the authorities? Are you willingly offering yourself as a sacrifice?" Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "I assure you, I will be fine. Do not fret. He will not show up tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Meng Yuqing secretly relaxed, but then suddenly questioned why she was so concerned about Qin Yuan. She turned to leave, her mood inexplicably lightened. Upon returning home, Meng Xiangrui immediately approached Meng Yuqing, massaging her shoulders in an attempt to curry favor. Ever since Long Aotian's engagement to Chu Manin, Meng Xiangrui had made it his daily mission to persuade his sister, hoping to unite them. Sister, trust in Aotian. He will surely resolve the Chu Manin situation. He is a rare talent. Being with him is far better than being with Qin Yuan, don't you think? Meng Yuqing shot him a glance of disdain, replying coolly, "Is that what you truly wish for? To see me married off?" Meng Xiangrui faltered, "I'm doing this for your benefit, sister. Aotian is undoubtedly superior to Qin Yuan in capability, even if his looks are rather average." Meng Xiangrui had intended to praise Aotian's appearance, but realized that compared to Qin Yuan, calling him merely average was actually an exaggeration. "Sister, you're not the type to judge solely based on looks, are you?" he inquired. Without lifting her gaze, Meng Yuqing replied, "I am." Meng Xiangrui struggled to find merit in Long Aotian compared to Qin Yuan. The latter was notorious for his vices, smoking, drinking, and womanizing, whereas Long Aotian, after getting to know him, seemed rather similar. In fact, Qin Yuan was somewhat more handsome and generous towards his sister, always ensuring she received whatever she desired. Long Aotian possessed martial prowess and medical skills, sharing a common language with her. Yet it seemed Meng Yuqing was indifferent to these attributes. Indifference equated to insignificance. Long Aotian had even faced attention due to fighting not long ago. However, Meng Xiangrui felt that Long Aotian, with his ability to read fortunes and practice medicine, was far more complex than he appeared. This was why he sought to facilitate a union between his sister and Long Aotian. Naturally, he had his own ulterior motives. As a man, he aspired to establish his own career. Even someone with Qin Yuan's dubious reputation could be a competent heir to the family business. His entourage of bodyguards alone commanded attention, unlike him, who often had to request financial support from home. Yet as he observed his sister gradually being drawn to Qin Yuan, Meng Xiangrui couldn't help but feel anxious. He was confident that Long Aotian would not marry Chu Manin, even if it were not for the sake of the family business. He wished for his sister to find a suitable match. Meng Yuqing noticed her brother's anxious demeanor and sighed deeply. Their parents had spoiled him excessively in their earlier years, granting him every whim, which had led to a period of unruliness. Now, she felt compelled to guide him carefully. She had no intention of micromanaging family affairs. With her capabilities, she could easily establish her own company. Taking a sip of tea, Meng Yuqing retrieved a contract she had prepared in advance. "This is the project for the development of the land in the Eastern District. You can take this opportunity to hone your skills. All personnel are arranged for you. Simply follow President Fu's guidance and refrain from making independent decisions." Meng Xiangrui seized the contract, beaming with delight, and before Meng Yuqing could finish her instructions, he dashed off. "Thank you, sister. I knew you believed in me." Meng Yuqing, typically not verbose, felt compelled to impart more advice to her only brother, fearing he might stumble. She initially intended for Meng Xiangrui to assist Fu Chong as a driver, allowing him to learn by observation, even sitting quietly during meetings. However, recalling her brother's temperament, she realized that asking him to play the role of a subordinate would be more challenging than asking him to endure torture. Thus, she reluctantly appointed him as the leader of the project. The initiative was nearing completion, and all necessary connections had been established. As long as Meng Xiangrui refrained from causing trouble and committed to learning diligently, he would undoubtedly reap rewards while simultaneously boosting his confidence. Meng Yuqing couldn't help but think of Qin Yuan. Both were notorious scions, inheriting family businesses. However, Qin Yuan seemed to have inherited his uncle's commercial acumen, yielding substantial profits from his investments, of which even she had heard whispers. Looking at Meng Xiangrui, she sighed deeply, feeling a vague sense of unease within her. Chapter 37. The Fog Lifts. No matter how formidable Qin Yuan might be, he remains an ordinary man. The power of Long Aotian, though not fully discerned by her, is undoubtedly formidable. What chance does Qin Yuan have against him? Yet, recalling Qin Yuan's unwavering confidence, Meng Yuqing found herself compelled to trust him. She was increasingly perplexed by this man. Initially, she perceived him as a good-for-nothing sycophant, merely throwing money around. until she discovered at her grandfather's birthday banquet that he possessed medical knowledge. Subsequently, after their engagement, she unearthed that his previous facade of ignorance and bullying was merely a disguise. She had anticipated that Qin Yuan would cling to her as before, but post-engagement, he appeared to maintain a distance, just as she was about to conclude that he had no feelings for her. Qin Yuan was willing to duel Long Aotian for her sake. What if Qin Yuan were to be injured because of her? Long Aotian had likely calculated the potential retaliation from the Qin family, hence his provocations. To her astonishment, Qin Yuan actually acquiesced. Truly, he is nothing short of a fool. Meng Yuqing's heart was in turmoil. Perhaps it would be best to wait until their duel the following day to see how matters unfold. Meng Yuqing tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to sleep. Qin Yuan was in a similar predicament, suspecting that the system might be deceitful. Yet, with the arrow already knocked, he had no choice but to let it fly. Also, the so-called divine gift pack. Since it was divine, it must surely be more useful than the vanishing card, right? Early the next morning, Qin Yuan's first action upon rising was to silently invoke Long Aotian's name and activate the vanishing card. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to bring along dozens of bodyguards, fully prepared and armed for the destination. Just in case the vanishing card proved ineffective, he might still have an opportunity to confront him. Upon awakening, Long Aotian instinctively sensed something was amiss. After a quick calculation, he realized that today's outing portended great misfortune. The weather forecast had promised clear skies, yet upon stepping outside, he was engulfed in dense fog, visibility barely reaching 5 meters. This was peculiar. Such thick fog should have triggered an alert. Something was indeed amiss. Long Aotian murmured to himself. Could it be the handiwork of some ancient master? Few in the whole of Huagua possess such capabilities. And if someone could truly manipulate the elements, how could they confine themselves to merely conjuring fog? Surely, there were deeper, more complex sorceries at play. Contemplating this, Long Aotian dialed Qin Yu, only to find that even the signal had vanished. This was bizarre, exceedingly bizarre. He had only recently arrived in Snow City, and his acquaintances were few. It was unlikely he had offended any such masters. Only Qin Yuan had motive. A cold smile spread across Long Aotian's face. No wonder he had so readily agreed. He had evidently been waiting for this moment. Immediately, he sat cross-legged and began to perform a ritual to dispel the fog. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate period, Long Aotian reopened his eyes and gazed out the window. The fog had dissipated, night had fallen, and the city lights flickered to life. A wicked grin curled at the corners of Long Aotian's mouth as he stood. Suddenly, his legs gave way, and darkness enveloped him. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Long Aotian cursed inwardly, cursing his numbed legs. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, accompanied by dozens of bodyguards, waited until 5 in the evening, ensuring that Long Aotian would not be making an appearance before departing. He mused that the vanishing card from the system was indeed effective. It vanished without a trace, leaving no messages behind. He was curious about the rewards he might receive. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a mysterious reward, a glowing yo-yo. Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Please repeat that. The system's mechanical voice reiterated, a glowing yo-yo. Qin Yuan felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could obliterate the system. Did it have the audacity to place an item I chose not to select in a mysterious reward package? Pray tell, what uses a glowing yo-yo? The system cryptically replied, you will understand its purpose by nightfall. Qin Yuan stifled his murderous intent. Very well, I shall wait until night. If it proves useless, prepare for dire consequences. As he assisted Qin Jinghua with company matters, evening descended. Qin Yuan held the yo-yo, its mundane form radiating a green glow in the darkness, casting a more sinister hue upon his face. Host, look, this glowing yo-yo emits light. If the system had a physical form, Qin Yuan would have relished the chance to slap it. The system, aware of its misjudgment, hurriedly interjected, host. If you press the circular button in the center, it will play background music while you use the yo-yo. Skeptical, Qin Yuan pressed the button. The once quiet yo-yo erupted into song. On the hillside to the west, a male monkey told a female monkey, "You are truly ugly." The female monkey retorted, "Are you tough enough to take a beating?" The male monkey replied, "Tough enough, tough enough. You are truly ugly." Startled, Qin Yuan nearly flung the yo-yo away. Host, see, it can provide background music while you play with the yo-yo. All of this for a vanishing card? Qin Yuan's frustration mounted. With the vanishing card gone and only a blinking card remaining, and having thoroughly offended Long Aotian, a singular thought consumed him. Was it too late to make a hasty retreat? Chapter 38. Long Aotian's breakup upon regaining consciousness. Long Aotian found himself in a pristine white hospital room. Qin Yu stood respectfully at his side. "Young master, you did not eat anything yesterday and remained seated in meditation for an entire day, causing poor blood circulation. After your fall, you also injured your knee. The doctor has advised that you take some time to recuperate." Long Aotian's expression was shrouded in darkness. Understood. This Qin Yuan managed to summon an old master with the ability to deceive the heavens. He had indeed underestimated him. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Long Aotian's eyes. Last time, he had been unprepared. He must eliminate Qin Yuan as soon as possible. He recalled the numerous times he had been thwarted in his attempts to confront Qin Yuan. After some contemplation, he decided to signal the border for reinforcements. This would facilitate his operations. Moreover, should he inadvertently expose himself, having allies would provide an added layer of protection against the Qin family's retaliation. As Long Aotian pondered, Qin Yu entered again. "Young master, will we still go to the agreed-upon location today?" The sight of Qin Yu ignited a spark of irritation within him. Why not find another means of transportation instead of stealing the old man's wheelchair? What was the purpose of going to the rendezvous point after such an incident? There was a chance that Meng Yuqing might perceive him as retreating from battle. Would he allow her to call Qin Yuan grandfather in his presence? Long Aotian snorted coldly. "Look at what you've done. Go signal the border to send reinforcements." Initially, Long Aotian intended for Qin Yu to face the consequences alone. However, considering that he had come to Xuedu incognito and had no one else to rely on, and with the situation regarding Meng Yuqing, he decided to visit the Meng family and inform her that he had encountered an unforeseen incident yesterday, assuring her not to worry, and that he would battle Qin Yuan another day. Qin Yu knelt on one knee, her head bowed in deference. "Yes, young master." Long Aotian glanced at Qin Yu's slightly cherubic face, and the unbidden anger within him diminished somewhat. "Very well, you may leave." Qin Yu exited. Meanwhile, the old ghost of the border received the message with disbelief. That was their young master, the veritable god of war at the border, held in high esteem, known for his charm and prowess. Had it not been for the treachery of the Fan Tian society, he would never have forsaken all resources at the border to come to Xuedu prior to receiving this signal. They had believed that the young master had successfully taken control of all factions in Xuedu and was ready to make a triumphant return. Could it be that there were even more formidable figures in Xuedu? That even their young master had suffered setback? The old ghost contemplated the predatory gaze of the Fan Tian society upon them, yet felt compelled to send someone to assist the young master. He rose, calling out, "Where are the protectors? Wind protector, present. Fire protector, present. Thunder protector, present. Electric protector, present." 3 men and 1 woman, clad in black robes with black masks akin to the old ghost's, albeit simpler in design, stood before him. The old ghost surveyed the 4, and they bowed their heads in unison. "The young master has encountered a formidable opponent in Xuedu. The situation is dire. Who among you is willing to go?" The 4 exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. The young master's strength could easily overpower 10 of them. If he could not handle the situation, what would they possibly do? The old ghost naturally recognized this reality. The Wind Protector, possessing remarkable speed, though lacking in combat prowess, might still yield unexpected results. The Electric Protector, being a woman, could more easily conceal herself in such an environment. If she could employ her charm to subdue the notable figure in Xuedu, it would indeed facilitate the young master's conquest of the city. Wind and Electric stepped forward. The 2 exchanged a glance and stepped forward in unison. "You 2 will assist the young master in Xuedu, yes?" "Yes." The Electric Protector hesitated, then spoke up. "What does the young master look like? How shall we recognize him upon our arrival in Shuedu? This question momentarily stumped the old ghost. The majority of those in the border were desperate individuals. To prevent retaliation, they donned black robes and masks, typically distinguishing their factions by the complexity of their attire and emblems. However, the young master's emblem had been publicly incinerated following the battle with the Fantian Society as per their agreement. The old ghost ruminated on the young master's appearance, cold, unyielding, charming, surrounded by beauties, and extraordinarily heroic. The two protectors nodded and prepared to depart for Shuedu with funds in hand. Meanwhile, after signaling the border, Qin Yuan set off for the Meng family. Upon learning that it was Long Aotian's associate, Meng Yuqing had no desire to meet. After a day fraught with anxiety, fearing for Qin Yuan's safety, she had only just begun to relax. Now Long Aotian was sending someone again. Ultimately, was he not still attempting to win her favor? Yet to Meng Yuqing, there was no honor in entertaining him. Given the choice, she would rather review contracts than hear him out. Long Aotian's mood soured further upon discovering that Meng Yuqing would not even meet Qin Yuan. All of this was Qin Yuan's fault. If it were not for him, Long Aotian would not find himself in such a predicament. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Aotian, I have come to see you. Chu Man Yin entered, her high heels clicking against the floor. She flung herself onto Long Aotian, adopting a coy demeanor. Brother Aotian, are you all right? It was as if the earlier incident where she had been slapped by Long Aotian had never happened. Qin Yuan interjected, young master's fiancé. The young master has not eaten for an entire day and has injured his leg. The doctor has advised rest. Long Aotian shot a glare at Qin Yuan. If you remain silent, no one will regard you as a mute. Qin Yuan scratched her head, kneeling on one knee, her head bowed in respect. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake. Please punish me, young master. Long Aotian waved his hand dismissively. Get up. Chu Man Yin's eyes darted around, taking in the scene with delight. She felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed that Tian Xnair had not deceived her. Long Aotian was indeed exceptional. In this age of reform and opening up, he could still command such deference. Thankfully, she had been clever enough to halt the engagement at the last moment. She must grasp this man tightly. With this thought, Chu Man Yin cheerfully sat down, offering to peel an apple for Long Aotian. She cast a condescending glance at Qin Yuan. All right, you may leave now. I will take care of Brother Aotian. Qin Yuan nodded and departed. Yes, young master's fiancé. She did not wait for Long Aotian to speak, leaving without a backward glance, thereby granting Long Aotian and Chu Man Yin their privacy. Truly, she was adept at flattery. Long Aotian let out a deep sigh. Well then, since Chu Man Yin has arrived, it is best to proceed with the annulment of the engagement first. Chapter 39. The Toad Plays with the Frog. Ugly yet charming Long Aotian snorted coldly. Don't think I am unaware that you wanted to call off the engagement. If you are wise, you will speak to the clan elder about it yourself. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Chu Man Yin's smile faltered slightly. What nonsense is this? As if she would willingly do so. Were it not for the money, she would not even bother. Had she not previously experienced a better life? After all, she had been with Qin Yuan, who, despite merely toying with her affections, was undeniably handsome and generous. And what of Long Aotian? His looks were unremarkable. And during their engagement, what had he ever given her? Not even a single flower, let alone expensive gifts. Oh, there was that, the slap he gave her, always looking down on this and that. Yet he himself was hardly in a position to judge. Yet Chu Man Yin was reluctant to give up. After all, there were only a handful of wealthy suitors in Snow City. Now that she was engaged to Long Aotian, even if she called off the engagement, Qin Yuan would never take her back. Furthermore, it was evident that Long Aotian was concealing his true abilities, albeit not with great finesse. Deep down, Chu Man Yin was somewhat attached to the benefits he could offer her. Tears welled up in Chu Man Yin's eyes. Brother Aotian, please let me explain. I was deceived before. During our time together, I realized that you were my true love. Regardless of your wealth or poverty, I will always stand by your side. In moments of despair, one often yearns for warmth. Long Aotian, currently facing numerous setbacks and hospitalized, could not remain unmoved by Chu Man Yin's declaration. It seemed he still possessed some charm after all. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, setting aside the authenticity of her words. Did Chu Manning truly believe she could compare to someone of Meng Yuqing's caliber? That was a laughable notion. He interrupted her. If you genuinely love me, then listen well and take the initiative to call off the engagement. I have other plans. Chu Manning cursed him inwardly. This long Aotian truly was a toad dreaming of a beautiful frog. Other plans? Wasn't he simply trying to court Meng Yuqing? He ought to reflect on his own worth. Chu Manning took several deep breaths to steady her expression. But our engagement was arranged by your grandfather, Brother Aotian. Is your plan truly so significant that you would disregard your grandfather's wishes? Long Aotian was furious, yet he had no outlet for his anger. What could he say? That was his own grandfather. However, without severing the engagement, he could not pursue Meng Yuqing openly. Even Tian Shiner and Duan Yuqing looked upon him with disdain, deeming him a scoundrel. Long Aotian asserted resolutely, no, it must be cancelled. I will personally pay my respects at his memorial tablet. Chu Manning was taken aback by his determination. Gritting her teeth, she decided to retreat strategically. We can call off the engagement, but Brother Aotian, have you considered how others will perceive you afterward? Is it not Meng Yuqing you desire? I could go to her and clarify things on your behalf. What do you think? Long Aotian paused. Is that feasible? Well, if it doesn't work out, we can always call off the engagement. Manning, how confident are you in this? Chu Manning rolled her eyes internally. How could one quantify confidence in this matter? They were both women. Did he truly think she was unaware? Meng Yuqing had no interest in him at all. She would merely concoct some excuse to dismiss him, and he foolishly believed it was due to their engagement that she kept her distance. How laughable. Very well, Chu Manning replied. I will give it a try. If Meng Yuqing cares at all, or if I fail, it won't be too late to call off the engagement. Long Aotian nodded, placing his hand gently on her wrist. Then I entrust this matter to you, Manning. I misunderstood you before. Chu Manning suppressed her disgust, feigning a look of injured innocence. It's all right, Brother Aotian. For you. Manning is willing to do anything. In these times, earning money was arduous, and it felt like a struggle to maintain appearances. Long Aotian nodded, speaking naturally also, please take care of Tian Shiner and Duan Yuqing for me. Chu Manning felt her facade of forced cheerfulness slipping away. It's nothing, Brother Aotian. This is all my own choice. As long as you hold a place for me in your heart, even if it is just a small corner, I will be utterly satisfied. After bidding farewell to Long Aotian, Chu Manning stepped out of the hospital, her smile vanishing in an instant. No wonder he wished to call off the engagement. One was not enough for him. Long Aotian was attempting to woo 3 women simultaneously. It was no wonder Meng Yuqing looked down on him. Chu Manning couldn't help but feel regretful. She had thought she had landed a golden husband. But it turned out he was miserly and only interested in other women. Yet who could say? Perhaps after marriage, he would treat his wife exceptionally well. With this thought in mind, she took the initiative to seek out Meng Yuqing. Just after Meng Yuqing had dismissed Qin Yuan, she heard from her assistant that Chu Manning had arrived. Her irritation with Long Aotian reached a peak. Why was he so bothersome? One was not enough. Now a second was coming? Was this a marketplace? Assistant Su Wei, sensing the president's displeasure, cautiously spoke up. President Meng, Chu Manning wishes to propose a transaction with you. Meng Yuqing furrowed her brows. The two had no prior interactions. She had never thought highly of Chu Manning, especially after her engagement to Long Aotian. She had even less desire to become entangled with her now. What business could they possibly have? Without lifting her head, Meng Yuqing continued to peruse her documents. I am unavailable. Su Wei nodded and left, instructing a subordinate to relay the message politely. Chu Manning stomped her foot, surprised by Meng Yuqing's arrogance. To refuse her outright was unexpected. Turning to the receptionist, she pleaded, please tell her again that I know she dislikes Long Aotian, and I share that sentiment. I have come to discuss this matter. The receptionist relayed the message once more. Half an hour later, Meng Yuqing descended, flanked by her secretary and bodyguard, her expression icy. Glancing at her exquisite wristwatch, she declared, you have 5 minutes. Chapter 40. The transaction of Chu Manning faced Meng Yuqing with a hint of trepidation. Recalling her previous actions of encroaching upon Meng Yuqing's territory. May I have a word? Meng Yuqing slightly raised her hand, signaling for others to leave, and the two proceeded to the conference room. Speak, Chu Manning stated directly. Long Aotian wishes to annul our engagement. Meng Yuqing's delicate face revealed no emotion. And Chu Manin bit her lip. He is not only entangled with you, but also with Tian Xiner and me. You are aware of this, correct? Though Meng Yuqing maintained her composure, her heart sank. She had initially thought he was merely after the Meng family. But now it appeared he had his sights set on the entire Shui city. Her vigilance towards him escalated. Long Aotian hailed from the frontier and had been deliberately concealed, making many aspects of his background difficult to investigate. As far as she knew, the young lady accompanying him was no ordinary figure either. Thus, any attempt to confront him seemed futile. Meng Yuqing's only course of action was to keep a close watch on Qin Yuan, the variable in this equation, remaining ever vigilant. But why was Chu Manin divulging all this to her? Meng Yuqing pressed her lips together, her expression icy, losing patience. Que manière a-t-il continué? I understand you have no affection for him. I can provide you with his whereabouts in advance, allowing you to avoid him. Meng Yuqing raised an eyebrow, her demeanor softening slightly. What do you seek in return? Que manière sigue? This wretched man wishes to annul our engagement. I told him you wouldn't mind. And neither would I. Meng Yuqing scoffed. Who does he think he is? Whether he annuls the engagement or not has no bearing on my feelings toward him. Chu Manin pressed on. Unlike you, I lack your capabilities. You know my reputation in Shui City. If I were to break off the engagement with Long Aotian, I may never find such a promising match again. Meng Yuqing pondered. This situation could yield her benefits without any detriments. Even if she despised the idea of evading a man, the presence of an unknown adversary necessitated her caution. She nodded. Very well, but if you learn more about Long Aotian, you must inform me immediately. Chu Manin felt a wave of apprehension. Why did you want to know? Oh well, it didn't matter. Meng Yuqing wouldn't be interested in Long Aotian anyway. Chu Manin nodded. Agreed, but do keep this matter confidential. I told Long Aotian that I came to seek your assistance. Meng Yuqing glanced at her exquisite watch and rose expressionlessly to leave, not looking back as she replied. That will not happen. Chu Manin was taken aback by how smoothly things had progressed, her confidence soaring as she set off to find Duan Yuqing. Prior to this, she had only heard of this woman, Qin Yuan's first love, rumored to be gentle and graceful, a paragon of high education, beauty, and intellect. Chu Manin rushed to the library, intending to track her down, only to come up empty-handed. She then went to the Duan residence, only to be informed that Duan Yuqing was not home. Exhausted from her fruitless search, Chu Manin decided to stop by a bar for a drink. Turning around, she spotted a woman clad in a sexy camisole, her face obscured as she tilted her head. All that was visible were her alluring legs encased in fishnet stockings, even more enticing under the dim lights. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Duan Yuqing. Chu Manin stepped back in disbelief, glancing again at the bar's sign. Yes, it was indeed a bar. How interesting. I couldn't find you at the library or at home, yet here you are at a bar. She wondered who could still claim that Duan Yuqing was gentle and virtuous. This woman was clearly on a different level. Qin Yuan was avoiding Duan Yuqing to the extent of retreating to a bar. Chu Manin thought Duan Yuqing would at least consider her public image and refrain from appearing too brazenly in places like this. But she was mistaken. Just days ago, Duan Yuqing had been mindful of Qin Yuan's preference for gentle and kind women, striving to maintain her facade. Yet, she soon realized she could not pretend forever, and each attempt to feign gentleness only resulted in her being irritated by him. Thus, she decided to abandon the pretense altogether and boldly pursue her desires. As soon as Qin Yuan sat down, Duan Yuqing plopped herself beside him. When he shifted away slightly, she inched closer. Each time he retreated, she advanced until he was pressed against the back of the sofa. Qin Yuan sighed, realizing that not only was he burdened with learning the ropes of the family business from his father, but he also had to fend off Duan Yuqing's relentless advances. Life felt utterly devoid of hope, fraught with threats. Why are you crowding me? Go bother Long Aotian instead. Duan Yuqing pouted. What is wrong with me getting closer to you? I'm being proactive. Why can't you be a bit more so? Qin Yuan, feeling exasperated, responded. That's not the issue. I came to the bar for a reason. Why did you follow me here? Duan Yuqing replied nonchalantly. I came to supervise you, to see if you were chasing after any women. As the two bickered, Chu Manin approached. Spotting Qin Yuan, she greeted him warmly. Qin Yuan, feeling at ease, greeted her back, realizing that as long as he remained unembarrassed, it was others who would feel awkward. Duan Yuqin scrutinized Chu Manin, noting her beauty but feeling that she still fell short in comparison. What brings you here? Chu Manin smiled. You must be Miss Duan, correct? Could we have a more in-depth conversation regarding Long Aotian? Qin Yuan felt relieved. It seems this has nothing to do with me. What could Chu Manin want with Duan Yuqin? Is she here to stir jealousy or make a show of power? Regardless, I should take this opportunity to escape from Duan Yuqin before Long Aotian arrives. Duan Yuqin raised an eyebrow. Long Aotian? That pretentious man who meddles in everything? Noticing Qin Yuan's intent to slip away, she quickly grabbed his arm. Let us discuss matters here. Chu Manin glanced at Qin Yuan, nodding as she pondered how to persuade Duan Yuqin to find an alternative excuse to deal with Long Aotian. You don't like Long Aotian, do you? Duan Yuqin rolled her eyes. Isn't that obvious? You're his fiancé. Wait a moment. You aren't here to show off, are you? Chu Manin shook her head repeatedly. Not at all. I merely wish to ask if you could find a different excuse to deal with Long Aotian. He always assumes that your indifference is due to our engagement. Duan Yuqin scoffed. That's your business, not mine. Chu Manin felt frustrated. She had hoped Duan Yuqin would be more amenable, but she was proving uncooperative. Chu Manin's gaze inadvertently drifted to Duan Yuqin's hand, which was tightly gripping Qin Yuan's. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Leaning closer to Duan Yuqin, she whispered, If you change your excuse, I can teach you how to win over Qin Yuan. Duan Yuqin appeared skeptical. Really? Chu Manin donned a flirtatious smile as she looked at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan immediately felt a shiver run down his spine. Isn't this just the beginning of a harem rivalry? How can I possibly get involved? Chu Manin is already engaged to Long Aotian. She shouldn't be dragging me into this. He quickly denied. I'm not. I didn't. Don't say such things. Who is your brother? Chapter 41. The past of Chu Manin is exposed. The Long family calls off the engagement. Duan Yuqin, observing Qin Yuan's reaction, could surmise the situation almost perfectly, even without hearing his heart's voice. Her expression darkened immediately. How delightful. Here I am, presenting a feast before you, yet you disdain it completely, while you find joy in the filth you picked up off the street. She pinched the soft flesh at Qin Yuan's waist and twisted it sharply. Qin Yuan inhaled sharply. Hey, take it easy. Duan Yuqin gritted her teeth, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, I won't ease up. I'll deal with you when we return. Chu Manin, witnessing their interaction, felt a twinge of envy. However, she quickly realized that even if she were to call off her engagement with Long Aotian, she could never be as close to Qin Yuan as they were. Unfortunately, economic foundations dictate the upper structure. Lacking Meng Yuqing's capabilities, Tian Xiner's family background, and the emotional bond share between Duan Yuqin and Qin Yuan, she found solace in her connection with Long Aotian. Chu Manin collected her thoughts and cleared her throat. Can we have a serious discussion now? Duan Yuqin nodded, her mood quite sour, asserting her claim. I have no affection for Long Aotian. Since you are adept at enticing men, you should swiftly ensnare him and spare us all from his distasteful presence. As for everything else, Qin Yuan is rightfully mine. I need no guidance from you. Chu Manin agreed, feeling that dealing with Tian Xiner would be far simpler. After their discussion, she felt utterly drained. Long Aotian, upon receiving the news, was incredulous. Initially, he had casually agreed, never anticipating that she could truly convince Meng Yuqing and the others to accept the reality of their engagement. Despite this, he felt deep down that Chu Manin was unworthy of him. Only a woman like Meng Yuqing deserved to be his wife, or, at the very least, someone as gentle, virtuous, and intelligent as Duan Yuqin. However, the elders of his clan had always perceived Chu Manin as a commendable woman, compounded by his grandfather's will, making it difficult to find an excuse to call off the engagement. With a nod, Long Aotian replied, Well done. We can discuss the annulment later. I have matters to attend to. You may leave for now. Chu Manin, fatigued from the day's events, was disinterested in continuing their charade. All right, dear Aotian, take care of yourself. I shall take my leave. Meng Xiangrui, having just secured a project, rushed over to see Long Aotian upon hearing he was hospitalized. As he entered, he overheard their conversation. Seeing Chu Manin depart, He hurriedly approached. Aotian, are you truly planning to get engaged to Chu Manin? What of my sister? Long Aotian scoffed. How could she possibly be worthy? The elders believe her to be an admirable woman. I cannot act recklessly for now. Meng Xiangrui breathed a sigh of relief. Despite previous incidents, he still found Long Aotian to be inscrutable. What should we do? My sister doesn't wish to see you at all. Long Aotian insisted. The marriage must be annulled, and it seems that you must take the lead in this matter. For no matter how I express my disdain for Chu Manin, the elders will think I am merely slandering her. It must come from you, as an outsider, to break this deadlock. Meng, if you're willing to assist me, gather evidence of Chu Manin's materialistic pursuits and her entanglements with other men, and anonymously deliver it to the elders of the Long family. Let them see what kind of woman they are so ardently supporting as their daughter-in-law. Meng Xiangrui, being a bit of a wastrel, was not suited for serious tasks, but he was adept at gathering gossip. He grinned widely, assuring Long Aotian, rest assured, Aotian, leave it to me, and I will handle it splendidly. Long Aotian watched Meng Xiangrui's departing figure, hands clasped behind his back. Let's hope so. The next day, the elders of the Long family received an anonymous package containing scandalous photographs of Chu Manin with various men. The content was utterly disgraceful. One elder, enraged, nearly suffered a hypertensive crisis, exclaiming about the injustice. Another elder, equally furious, almost fainted from shock. They both wept bitterly before the tablet of Long Aotian's grandfather. Oh, brother, I am so sorry. I nearly allowed my grandson to fall into that woman's trap. Another elder struck his cane against the ground. The Chu family has taken advantage of us, thinking our Long family weak. If so, then let us call off this engagement. Summon the banquet. We shall publicly annul the engagement tonight as a tribute to Aotian's grandfather's spirit. The Long family elders sent invitations to several prominent families in Snow City, announcing that they would publicly declare an important matter. Naturally, the Qin family, as the leading family among the four great clans, was included in the invitation. Qin Yuan, upon receiving the invitation, was reluctant to attend, wishing to avoid the spotlight. He had heard from Qi Zhongping that Meng Xiangrui had delivered something to the Long family elders the previous night, which had nearly caused a scene. It was evident that the banquet was related to this affair, and he hoped to avoid getting entangled in the fallout. However, since the invitation came from the esteemed elders of the Long family, and his father was unable to attend due to business matters, it was unavoidable for him to go. At the five-star hotel, the luxurious private room was bustling with guests. Almost all the notable figures in Snow City were present. Unlike the previous banquet for Meng's grandfather, this gathering seemed to be a spectacle. When Qin Yuan arrived, many guests had already gathered. Meanwhile, Meng Yuqing had learned of the events, and the two anonymous packages had already reached the Long family, leaving no time for her to intervene. What a fool, she lamented. What does Long Aotian's situation have to do with him? If the elders of the Long family were truly angered, would Long Aotian cover for him? To be sold out and still count the money for the seller? Meng Yuqing dragged the defiant Meng Xiangrui to the ancestral hall for punishment, ordering the butler to oversee the family discipline before she made her way to the banquet with her assistant. As the Long family elders noticed that most guests had arrived, they glanced at the seemingly demure Chu Manin and the self-assured members of the Chu family, their tempers flaring once more. This is outrageous. The two elders supported each other as they cleared their throats. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence at this banquet. As you may know, Aotian and Manin were recently engaged. I have gathered you here to serve as witnesses. The engagement between our two families is hereby annulled. From this point forward, our families shall have no further ties. Chu Manin's eyes widened, her forced smile faltering. Wait, are you trying to trap me? Just yesterday I was running around, pleading and negotiating. We had agreed not to annul the engagement. So why is this happening? Moreover, it is the elders of the Long family making this declaration, indicating that the annulment is indeed finalized. Could they have conspired against me all along? Chu Manin's expression darkened further, while the elders of the Chu family shared her grim demeanor. An elderly man stepped forward. What does your Long family mean by this? You wish to engage and disengage at will? Do you truly believe our Chu family is easy to bully? Chapter 42. The token is shattered. rendering the marriage pact between the Chu family and the Long family void. The elder of the Long family scoffed. What if we do? Have you considered the misdeeds of your Chu family? Do you truly believe that the Long family is a receptacle for refuse? We are not to be treated with such disdain. The elder of the Chu family, enraged, could hardly contain his fury. He had thought that the public annulment of the engagement was humiliation enough, yet their arrogance seemed to know no bounds. Do you really think the Chu family holds the Long family in high esteem? If it were not for my ungrateful granddaughter's infatuation with Long Aotian, the Chu family would never have consented to this union. Initially, that statement was merely a jest. Moreover, throughout history, it has always been the case that those of lower status marry into families of higher standing. The Chu family values its promises and abides by its commitments, unlike your Long family, which has barely progressed over the years. What gives you the right to seek an alliance with us? The two elderly men refused to yield to one another, and were it not for the intervention of others, they might have resorted to violence. Chu Manning, ever perceptive, quickly grasped the underlying sentiments. Initially vexed, she soon noticed a trace of disdain in the elder of the Long family's gaze directed at her. It was perplexing, for although Long Aotian had previously shown no interest in her, the two aged patriarchs of the Long family had seemed quite content with her. What had changed? Could it be that someone was intentionally scheming against her? Upon spotting Long Aotian, a cold sweat broke out across Chu Manning's body. The two elders of the Long family might be unaware of her circumstances, but Long Aotian was well informed. Had he somehow manipulated the situation to convince the elders of her previous actions? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of this possibility. Her gaze towards Long Aotian now tinged with anger. Was it a crime to aspire for a better life? Why did it seem as if Long Aotian were some paragon of virtue? He flirted recklessly with this one and that one, and yet he dared to claim no desire for their family status? Essentially, they were cut from the same cloth, though Long Aotian concealed his true nature more adeptly. Taking a deep breath, Chu Manning recognized that this was not the moment for such thoughts. The Long family's elders were likely aware of her conduct in Xiudu. Given this, a direct confrontation would be unwise. She stepped forward, grasping the sleeve of her elder, hoping to salvage her dignity. Grandfather, please cease speaking. If Brother Aotian and the Long family deem me unworthy, then let it be. We need not humiliate ourselves further. I am unsure where I have disappointed you. But since you have decided to annul the engagement, given the past ties between our families, it is best to part amicably. After all, you are still my elder. Chu Manning had anticipated a typical gathering, donning a lovely pink gown and a pearl necklace, exuding an air of gentility. Her words were sweet, and among the older attendees, many were subtly inclined to support her. The elder of the Long family, however, had come to a full understanding of why Long Aotian had initially resisted the engagement. With Chu Manning at her current station, it was indeed challenging for an average person to contend with her. The elder scoffed, recalling how much he had once admired her. Now, feeling utterly repulsed, nevertheless, he refrained from overt hostility, recognizing that Chu Manning's demeanor had at least softened the situation somewhat. How could I not? The elder of the Chu family replied with a cold snort, pulling his arm away from Chu Manning's grasp. His usually astute granddaughter had truly lost her senses this time. How could this matter simply be brushed aside? Today, the Long family dared to humiliate the Chu family before such a large audience. If left unchecked, would others not feel emboldened to do the same? How could the Chu family maintain its standing in Xiudu? This situation demanded redress. It could not be allowed to conclude without consequence. With an impatient wave of his hand, the elder of the Chu family declared, Manning, you seem truly hungry. How can we let the Long family insult us thus, and let it go without retaliation? Enough. This is not your place to interject. Chu Manning felt a surge of frustration, knowing that prolonging the situation would only harm the Chu family. Yet, with so many witnesses present, she could not directly express her concerns about the Long family holding leverage over her. Casting a fierce glare at Long Aotian, she blamed him for the predicament. Had he not chosen to utilize her once more, things would not have escalated to this point. I know you looked down upon me from the start, but after spending so many days together, at least we have some semblance of affection. If we must part ways, let us conclude it here. There is no need for our elders to create a scene. Long Aotian, having finally accomplished something during his time in Shuadu, regarded Chu Manin with disdain. In his eyes, she was a woman unworthy of his regard. Now that she showed weakness, he deemed her beneath his notice. To him, she was simply receiving her just deserts. Furthermore, with so many witnesses present, he felt obliged to distance himself from her in front of Meng Yuqing. With a dismissive scoff, he swirled his wineglass, exuding an air of dominance. Affection? What affection could possibly exist between us? The Chu family is hardly worthy. The elder of the Chu family, his expression darkening, fixed his gaze upon Chu Manin and assertively commanded, "Bring it to me." Chu Manin, taken aback, stammered in confusion. "What?" "Bring the jade pendant that signifies your engagement to the Long family." The elder's tone was unusually forceful, causing Chu Manin to flinch. Trembling, she produced the pendant and handed it over. In front of the assembly, the elder of the Chu family forcefully shattered the pendant. With a sharp sound, the exquisite jade split into countless fragments. With a cold snort, he declared, "The engagement between the Chu family and the Long family is hereby nullified." Remember, even if the Long family chooses not to uphold the contract, the Chu family will not ally with a family that lacks decorum. After delivering his proclamation, the elder took Chu Manin by the hand, preparing to depart. "Manin, we shall leave. Your grandfather will find you someone far superior." Chu Manin understood that remaining in this place would yield no favorable outcome, and she promptly followed her grandfather. The Long family, having been so publicly humiliated by the Chu family, was evidently not inclined to let the matter rest, sneering with scorn. Lacking decorum? That is far better than being fickle and promiscuous. The elder of the Chu family halted, his face flushed with anger as he turned back to confront the elder of the Long family. "What do you mean by that? Que mauvaise complexion tu en es pas?" Realizing that the confrontation had indeed escalated, the elder of the Long family, his cane striking the ground with a resounding thud, replied, "What I mean is quite clear. Do you think we of the Long family would break our promise for no reason? It is precisely because your granddaughter has been so indiscreet in Shuadu that we are forced to reconsider. Do you think we, as elders, are unaware of your family's misdeeds simply because we have not been present in Shuadu?" The elder of the Chu family halted abruptly, casting a furious glare at the elder of the Long family. What a vicious scheme! If the rumors of Manin's alleged impropriety were to take hold, she would find it exceedingly difficult to marry in the future. "My granddaughter may have dated a few young men, but do you know what sort of person your grandson is? Do not cast aspersions upon us. The Chu family is not one to be scorned by the likes of you. If you claim Manin is promiscuous, where's your evidence? If you cannot provide any, then be warned. Our legal team is not to be trifled with." Chapter 43. A fish dies, and the net breaks. Qin Yuan stood in the corner, flanked by Tian Shiner and Duan Yuqing. Fortunately, both women were engrossed in their gossip and had not noticed anything amiss. Upon hearing the elder, Mr. Chu, mention evidence, Qin Yuan's heart sank. When it comes to evidence, there is certainly an abundance. Chu Manin has been with so many men that one hand cannot count them all. Wait, it wouldn't involve me, would it? He felt a growing sense of unease. To accuse the protagonist in front of so many people? I might not even know how I meet my end. Although Duan Yuqing learned of their past when Chu Manin visited her the previous day, she still felt a surge of anger. With a smile plastered on her face, she stealthily inched her hand toward Qin Yuan and, taking him by surprise, pinched him hard. He gasped in pain, turning to see her glaring at him. "All right, I can't offend this fierce woman," he thought, his confidence waning. "What was that for?" he whispered. Duan Yuqing, with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, replied, "Because I wanted to." Meng Yuqing stood a short distance away, exuding an aura of keeping everyone at bay, both strangers and acquaintances alike. Noticing their small antics, she scoffed. If it weren't for that fool Meng Xiangrui being used as a pawn by Long Aotian, she would have bothered attending the banquet. Fortunately, their playful gestures did not attract widespread attention. Chu Manin subtly tugged at her grandfather's sleeve. "Aider, monsieur, que, observing que Magnan est guilty de mineur," immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. It was likely true. Yet he found himself in a precarious position. Could he really leave in such disgrace? As long as they had no concrete evidence, there remained a glimmer of hope for redemption. Chu Manin felt a profound despair, blaming Long Aotian for her predicament. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be facing this humiliation. Her reputation, while tarnished, had been merely the subject of whispers among the young elite who were all too aware, yet had not dared to expose her. However, if her secrets were laid bare before the public, it would signify a true social death. She regretted ever listening to Tian Shiner's deceitful words, believing Long Aotian to be an easy target to manipulate. Now, she realized he could very well lead to her ruin. No, I cannot allow this to transpire. Chu Manin gritted her teeth. Long Aotian, your betrayal is one thing, but if you push me too far, I won't hesitate to bring you down with me. Long Aotian regarded Chu Manin with disdain. Unlike her, he had only recently arrived in Shudu. What dirt could she possibly hold on him? A mere gold digger. The thought of mutual destruction was laughable. Chu Manin trembled with anger, feeling as if she were being stripped bare and cast into the street. The murmurs and scrutinizing gazes of those around her pierced her like daggers. Her mind went blank as she quaked in fear. How could she possibly live on after this? Elder Mr. Chu watched the images flash across the screen, his eyes widening in horror. He staggered back, trembling as he pointed at Chu Manin. He had known she was somewhat materialistic, but he never anticipated she would be so reckless as to leave behind evidence that could be publicly displayed. How could the Chu family maintain their standing in Shudu now? In his fury, he felt as if he might vomit blood. He seemed to age a decade in an instant, his previously upright posture crumpling as he faced the Long family. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented. The family has fallen into disgrace. With that, he collapsed. Seeing her grandfather faint, Chu Manin rushed to support him. Grandfather, call for an ambulance. Meng Yuqing pursed her lips and stepped forward with her acupuncture kit. I'll take care of this. After a few precise needles, Elder Mr. Chu coughed up blood, his pallor gradually returning to a healthier hue. Once he regained consciousness, he swiftly made a decision. To save the Chu family, he must sever ties. Without pausing to catch his breath, he pointed a trembling finger at Chu Manin. From now on, you're no daughter of the Chu family. Turning away to compose himself, he glanced at Meng Yuqing, forcing a strained smile. Thank you, Ms. Meng. Without your timely intervention, I fear I might have been driven to an early grave by this unfilial daughter. Meng Yuqing remained indifferent, showing no intention of leveraging her act of kindness for favors. She stood, brushing off non-existent dust. It was nothing. In truth, she believed that her compassion extended to all living beings, even stray animals. After all, this situation was partly the result of Meng Xiangrui's actions, and she held no grudge against Chu Manin. Chu Manin felt as if the world had collapsed around her. Her reputation shattered, intimate photographs publicly displayed, and now she had been disowned by her family. All of this was the doing of Long Aotian. In that moment, only one thought consumed her. If he would not allow her peace, then neither should he live. Chapter 44. The unattainable soft rice. Chu Manin slowly surveyed the crowd, her gaze ultimately resting upon Long Aotian, who felt a shiver run down his spine. However, as the god of war from the borderlands, he had faced countless storms before. What could a mere Chu Manin do to him? Noticing that Long Aotian showed no signs of remorse, but rather a hint of disdain, Chu Manin shed her pretense. You claim I am no better than a vile creature. What does that make you? Have you not entangled yourself with numerous women? You cannot handle them, yet you expect me to explain? Should I elucidate that you are nothing but a lecher? Or perhaps clarify that your attempts at soft rice have failed? Long Aotian dismissed her mockery with a scoff. What did she know? As long as he terminated their engagement, whether it be Meng Yuqing or Duan Yuqin, he could have them at his fingertips. His true aim was to seize Shuedo and return to the border to exact his revenge. Yet, being publicly insulted, Long Aotian was not one to let slide. He spoke from his elevated position. I shall overlook your insolence merely because you are a woman. Depart swiftly and do not cross my path again. Chu Manin remained unyielding, her expression laced with contempt and disgust. Are you aware that Meng Yuqing and the others find you quite bothersome? Do you genuinely believe yourself to be desirable? Long Aotian scoffed at her words, dismissing them as the last gasps of a dying struggle. Chu Manin cast her gaze around, spotting Qin Yuan, before turning back to Long Aotian. Let me lay bare a harsh truth. The very Qin Xiao you scorn is 1,000, even 10,000 times superior to you. You deride him as a lecher and a hypocrite. Yet what are you? With every step, she drew closer to Long Aotian. You lack wealth, you lack good looks. And even the Chu family pales in comparison to the Qin family. If not for your potential, why would I ever consent to an engagement with you? The crowd began to murmur, glancing towards Qin Yuan. Indeed, while Long Aotian had his merits, he paled in comparison to Qin Xiao. If Chu Manning had been entangled with Qin Yuan, it would all make sense. Indeed, Long Aotian does not appear to be a virtuous man. I previously thought him a victim, they whispered. Qin Yuan was taken aback, his outward demeanor calm, while inwardly lamenting. What is this madness? I explicitly stated I would not come. My father insisted. Now, I have publicly worn the green hat. This cannot stand. I must salvage this situation. He stepped forward, maintaining a composed smile that starkly contrasted with Long Aotian's darkened expression. Please do not misunderstand. Chu Manning was merely my sister. Despite her irritation, Duan Yuqin refrained from exposing him, moving closer to Qin Yuan and wrapping her arm around his. Indeed, I can assure you, Chu Manning is truly just his sister. I am. Before Duan Yuqin could finish, her father pulled her aside, irate. He wished to pry open her skull to discern where her education had gone astray. Such matters should not be spoken of in public. He shot her a glare and admonished her quietly, "You foolish girl." Qin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, attempting to diminish his presence. Duan Yuqin ought to receive a stern reprimand. She blurted out secrets that nearly cost me dearly. Thank goodness for Uncle Duan's intervention. As Duan Yuqin faced her father's chastisement, she caught wind of Qin Yuan's inner thoughts, and her eyes sparkled with mischief. How delightful! Qin Yuan instinctively shot her a glare. How dare she compare him to that scoundrel? Although he had orchestrated the green hat affair, being publicly compared unfavorably to Qin Yuan was an affront he could not bear. Long Aotian's face flushed with indignation, pointing a trembling finger at Chu Manning. You! Chu Manning interrupted. What of it? Am I mistaken? In terms of wealth, can your Long family rival the Qin family? In terms of appearance, is it not clear to the discerning eye? And as for generosity, what have you offered me throughout our engagement? Chu Manning rolled her eyes, clearly harboring a long-standing grudge against Long Aotian. Had I known you were such a person, I would never have consented to this engagement. Long Aotian's countenance darkened, trembling with rage. Who did she think she was to speak to him thus? Very well. Remember your words. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of it. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. The Qin family may be formidable for now, but a woman expelled from the Chu family can be dealt with. With murderous intent glimmering in his eyes, Long Aotian advanced. Chu Manning, sensing fear, took a step back. But then she realized she had nothing left to lose. What was there to fear? With defiance, she continued, What? Am I mistaken? You are indeed inferior to Qin Yuan. Dear sister, the likes of Meng Yuqing can confront Long Aotian because they are the protagonists. Their exchanges are merely playful banter. You, a spiteful supporting character, charging in boldly. What do you expect? Are you courting death? You can criticize Long Aotian, but why drag me into this? I wish to live. Before Long Aotian could respond, Qin Yuan felt compelled to dispose of her. He raised his hand, and the captain of his security team, Li Gang, immediately approached, bowing respectfully. Boss, how may I assist you? Qin Yuan murmured. Remove Chu Manning from my sight. Li Gang swiftly advanced, seizing Chu Manning as though she were a mere chick, lifting her effortlessly. Despite her struggles, Chu Manning continued to hurl accusations at the Long family. What of your two ancient relics? Are you not responsible for your son's behavior? You knew he was courting others and urged reconciliation. Yet when I sought solace elsewhere, you demanded a broken engagement. No wonder the Long family remains stagnant in Shuedo. You refuse to take losses, yet seek to profit endlessly. Do you? Do not think I am unaware that you are both keeping a mistress next door, and you two ancient relics play the part of my mother? If you do not allow me peace, then let us all perish together. Even as she was dragged away, Chu Manning continued her tirade, determined to take down as many as she could. The once proud Long family now wore expressions of deep discomfort. How could this madwoman possibly know such things? Nonsense. Elder Long glared at Chu Manin as she was unceremoniously ejected, a flicker of pity passing through his eyes before swiftly vanishing. Chu Manin had irrevocably offended the Long family. If it were only the Long family, they could still contend, but with Qin Xiao's stance, it seemed she had alienated him as well. Everyone knew the world of Shuedo belonged to the Qins. Chu Manin was likely to meet an untimely end without even grasping how it happened. Now, even if the Chu family wished to protect her, they could not. Elder Long silently lamented, inwardly praying that Qin Yuan would not vent his ire upon the Chu family. Chapter 45. The Pit Project. Fortunately, Qin Yuan had not contemplated these matters. He pressed his fingers against his temples, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. You wish to break off the engagement? By all means, do so, but why must you involve me? I am merely an innocent bystander. Now, he had to devise a way to explain this to Long Aotian, hoping he would not be angered by the affair. Qin Yuan stepped forward and patted Long Aotian on the shoulder. Brother Aotian, do not take offense. You are still quite impressive in my eyes. Long Aotian snorted dismissively. I'm not worthy of such praise. Qin Yuan sighed in relief. I knew you were magnanimous enough not to dwell on trivial matters, Brother Aotian. Long Aotian seethed internally. How could he not be upset? If the roles were reversed, would he not be concerned about public perception? Yet, in front of everyone, he could not voice his displeasure. Long Aotian could only swallow his indignation, vowing that once he had full control over Shuetu, he would make Qin Yuan pay dearly. The banquet concluded on a sour note, with guests hastily finding excuses to depart. Regardless of the circumstances, the engagement was dissolved. As long as the engagement was off, everything else could be negotiated. Meng Yuqing, seeing that matters had settled, prepared to leave when Long Aotian called out to her. Miss Meng, it has been a while. I am aware that you harbored some misconceptions due to my prior engagement with Chu Manin. I would like to offer you a chance to clarify things. Meng Yuqing frowned, her expression instantly turning frosty, resembling a moving icebox. There is no need for that. I have no time to spare. Long Aotian glanced at Qin Yuan, who was engaged in a playful tug-of-war with Duan Yuqing. His brow furrowed as he recalled Meng Yuqing's former submissive demeanor during the engagement, feeling a pang of sympathy. Has Qin Yuan threatened you? Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will find a way to extricate you from this situation. Meng Yuqing let out a cold laugh, feigning contemplation. You should focus on yourself first. I recall you retreated without a fight during your match with Qin Yuan. What was it you were supposed to call him, according to the agreement? Long Aotian's face turned awkward. He clearly hadn't expected her to bring that up. That day, he had resorted to trickery, which he knew could not be counted. Meng Yuqing raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. What? You Chapter 46. Meng Xiangrui falls into a trap. The Guardian arrives in the Snow City. Did he truly believe that the business world was devoid of challenges? If it were that simple, he would have long since established himself within it, rather than engaging with a few women. Meng Xiangrui clearly had not anticipated this perspective. Had it been anyone else speaking, he might have pondered it further. But who was Long Aotian? A master of medicine with unparalleled martial arts skills. A sage who could decipher the cosmos. Most importantly, he was his own brother. How could he betray him? If he were to unite with his sister, he would become a cherished brother-in-law. How could he possibly intend to deceive him? Initially harboring some doubts, Meng Xiangrui, upon receiving Long Aotian's assurance, invested without a second thought. A month later, he found himself ensnared. Daily pressure to inject more funds. His small reserve was depleted. The only option left was to clandestinely partake in the project arranged by Meng Yuqing, skimming off the top. Others dared not voice their discontent, for he was the only brother of President Meng. Even if the matter were to reach President Meng's ears, what would it matter? It would only jeopardize their own positions. Meng Xiangrui's misappropriation of company funds went unnoticed until 2 months later, when it was discovered by Meng Yuqing during an audit. Upon learning of this, the elderly Meng, who had painstakingly regained his health, nearly succumbed to rage once more. Typically indulgent towards his grandson, the elder Meng relinquished all responsibilities to Meng Yuqing. Kneeling in the ancestral hall, with his back straight as an arrow, Meng Xiangrui remained convinced that the project would yield profits. Sister, you must believe me, this project is truly lucrative. Meng Yuqing, devoid of mercy, struck him with a slender bamboo rod, the crack echoing sharply. Despite her usually gentle demeanor, she was furious enough to utter expletives. Profitable? Pray tell, how much have you invested in total? Have you even calculated the return on investment? Your proposal is utterly worthless. Do you realize how agitated you've made grandfather? Had I not been here, he might have succumbed. Do you not understand that Long Aotian is eyeing our Meng family covetously? With each strike of the bamboo, Meng Yuqing's frustration boiled over. Previously, she had believed that violence could not resolve issues. Thus, Meng Xiangrui had only faced the mild punishment of kneeling in the ancestral hall. However, this time, her anger drove her to act. As Meng Xiangrui heard her words, he instinctively sought to refute them. How could that be? Brother Aotian and I share the closest bond. I was the first he met upon arriving in Snow City, and he praised my proposal as exceptional. Meng Yuqing interrupted him sharply. Exceptional? You'd rather it were riddled with faults. You consider him a brother, while he views you as an easy mark. Meng Xiangrui's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking his head in denial. The pain from the strikes seemed trivial now. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Meng Yuqing scoffed, her disappointment palpable. How can it be impossible? Do you genuinely believe he harbors goodwill? If he were sincere, why would he flirt with others while courting me? You are a man. Stop pretending to be naive. Wasn't his previous engagement a ploy to manipulate you? Why do you think he failed to warn you this time? Was it due to ignorance or a calculated decision? Meng Xiangrui, stubbornly refusing to concede, grappled with disbelief, unable to accept that his dear brother could betray him. Left speechless by his sister's relentless accusations, he struggled to respond. But these funds cannot completely drain the Meng family. Meng Yuqing found his naivety laughable. Is this truly my brother? So foolish? Perhaps I should consider a paternity test. He sought a favor from the Meng family, a debt of gratitude that would ultimately grant him control over it. Did he truly believe that Long Aotian's intentions were as innocent as they seemed? Long Aotian possessed true ambition, while you incessantly criticized Qin Yuan. Yet, did you not witness how Qin Yuan treated me before? Were you not aware of his schemes against the Meng family? Meng Xiangrui collapsed to the ground, murmuring to himself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Exhausted from the confrontation, Meng Yuqing discarded the bamboo rod. Enough. Reflect on your actions. The Meng family will cover this shortfall, but you are barred from participating in any future decisions regarding the Meng Group. You shall simply receive your dividends each year. The Meng Group is our parents' legacy. Should the day come, I would rather entrust it to professional managers than watch it falter under your stewardship. Meng Xiangrui's face drained a color, and he offered no dissent to her decision. He had always looked down upon Qin Yuan, deeming him unworthy of his sister, and had derided him behind his back, likening him to a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat. Yet in this moment, he realized how blind he had been. Qin Yuan was the true gentleman, while the brother he had revered, Long Aotian, was the real scoundrel, watching as he fell into a trap, even scheming for his inheritance. When he approached Long Aotian, perhaps the latter was already mocking him for his foolishness. Conflicted emotions surged within Meng Xiangrui. His previous ignorance became painfully evident as he reflected. Long Aotian seemed to regard him as a mere subordinate, summoning him at will, treating him as a convenience. He felt as if he were less than a sycophant, foolishly attempting to orchestrate a union between his sister and Long Aotian. Having knelt in the ancestral hall before, this particular instance weighed heavily on his conscience. Guilt and sorrow washed over him, and he delivered a self-inflicted slap to his face. I'm truly a fool. As thoughts of Long Aotian consumed him, he ground his teeth in frustration. Long Aotian, just you wait. Meanwhile, Long Aotian calculated that it was nearly time to have the funds delivered. With Meng Xiangrui's blunder, the Meng family would undoubtedly be in urgent need of capital. The project he held was so robust that even the most skilled professional would not discern any flaws. Everything was in place, awaiting the arrival of the funds from the border for a decisive takeover of the Meng family. As Long Aotian awaited the funds, he noted that the two guardians who were supposed to rendezvous with him had instead found themselves wandering through a shopping mall in Snow City. Suddenly, the electric guardian halted, tugging at the wind guardian with excitement. Look at 12 o'clock. Chapter 47. The guardian arrives in Snow City and stumbles upon Qin Yuan embracing two women as the Wind Guardian surveyed the scene. He indeed noticed a man of remarkable appearance, clad in a tailored suit, followed by several burly bodyguards. Flanking him were two stunning women, one petite with a childlike face and prodigious figure, holding a lollipop in one hand while playfully clinging to the man with the other. The second, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a chic suit, sported a wavy bob and a figure-hugging skirt that accentuated her long, shapely legs encased in dark stockings, a quintessential image of a sophisticated, alluring professional. He was debonair and surrounded by beauties. The two guardians exchanged glances. Who else but their young master could simultaneously captivate two strikingly different, yet equally alluring women, compelling them to willingly share his company? It was precisely as the elder had described, unmistakably him. The Wind Guardian took a step forward, ready to reveal their identities. However, the Electric Guardian swiftly restrained him. "Let's observe further, just in case," she cautioned. Despite her own conviction that this was indeed their young master, prudence dictated caution. Qin Yuan had merely stepped out for a meal after work when he found himself once again entangled. Ever since his appearance in the news, Qin's father had become convinced that his son had turned over a new leaf. He now insisted on personally guiding Qin Yuan in investment and company management. Despite his reluctance, Qin Yuan succumbed to his father's earnest gaze and the looming threat of a paternal swat. The Qin family's business empire was vast, and Qin Yuan was astonished by its complexity. His days were now consumed with work. Furthermore, since Qin Yuan's rescue of Tian Xer, the Tian family had ceased restricting her interactions with him. Tian Xer now sought him out frequently, partly because Qin Yuan occupied her thoughts constantly, and partly because visits to Qin Yuan invariably resulted in a sugary treat. Meanwhile, Duan Yuqin had made it her mission to remain close to Qin Yuan since her return to the country. Wherever he went, she followed. Their family's collaboration provided her with ample opportunities to pursue him, even during his working hours. During this outing for a meal, the two women clung to Qin Yuan's arms like twin guardians. Suddenly, Qin Yuan sensed that he was being watched. He casually scanned his surroundings and noticed a man and a woman whose attire suggested they were not local to Snow City. The man was of unremarkable appearance, short and dark-skinned, dressed too lightly for the frigid weather. The woman was strikingly beautiful, possessing a sharp, commanding aura. Her figure was voluptuous, her eyes alluring, and her every gesture seemed to radiate charm, like a captivating and dangerous serpent. These two exuded an air of mastery, marking them as extraordinary. Alarmed, Qin Yuan mentally summoned the system. "Help me identify these two individuals." "The Wind Guardian and the Electric Guardian," the system replied. "Two of the protagonist's bodyguards. One excels at disguise, the other at tracking. While they may not be as adept at assassination as the other two guardians, their ability to rise to the top ranks in the martial arts-obsessed frontier through nonviolent means like disguise and tracking is a testament to their diverse capabilities." TSK host. "These two experts have been dispatched to eliminate you." Qin Yuan inwardly cursed. Why had these two arrived so early? In the original storyline, they didn't appear until much later, assisting the protagonist in reclaiming his business empire. Qin Yuan glanced at the women beside him. One was destined to be the protagonist's lover, and the other was already one. If the protagonist's guardians discovered that he had been wooing their young master's women, would he survive? Would they kill him to prove their loyalty? He had to get rid of these two burdens quickly. An idea struck Qin Yuan. "Have you two eaten?" Duan Yuqin shook her head, her voice soft and coquettish. "Not yet. I was waiting for President Qin to treat me." Her delight was palpable. "You can't deny you care about me, can you?" Tian Xiner, munching on snacks, shook her head. "I'm not hungry. I'm full from these snacks." Qin Yuan nodded. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear." He stepped forward, affectionately taking Tian Xiner's hand. "How can that be? You still need to eat properly." Tian Xiner nodded, agreeing with Qin Yuan. She clung to his arm, pleadingly. "Can I join you two for dinner?" Duan Yuqin rolled her eyes. "All you ever do is eat." She thought that her biggest obstacle on her journey to capturing Qin Yuan's heart would be Meng Yuqing. But she never expected it to be this little one. Seeing their romantic date about to turn into a trio, Duan Yuqin firmly shook her head. "No, the food outside isn't clean." Go home and eat. Tian Exeter looked at Qin Yuan with tearful eyes, tugging at the hem of his expensive suit. Brother Qin, I want to eat river snail rice noodles, Peking roast duck, hot pot, spicy boiled skewers, and stinky tofu. Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. Be good. The food outside isn't clean. Listen to your sister Duan. Emboldened by Qin Yuan's support, Duan Yuqin became even more smug. All right, little sister. Cuteness is no match for sexiness. Go home and eat. Tian Exeter pouted and left with tears in her eyes. Duan Yuqin was triumphant. You thought you could compete with me? Suddenly, Qin Yuan spoke. Wait. Tian Exeter turned back, her eyes shining with anticipation. Brother Qin Yuan ignored her and looked at Duan Yuqin. Since you told her that the food outside isn't clean, you should go home and eat too. Duan Yuqin pointed at herself in disbelief, stomping her foot in anger. Me? Why? Are you seeing someone else? Qin Yuan retorted, I'm seeing a donkey. Even a donkey is unacceptable. Qin Yuan was exasperated. Why can't you understand? Unless I'm working, you want to be with me 24 hours a day. Go find Long Aotian. Qin Yuan's voice was loud enough to attract the attention of passersby. Humiliated and rejected in front of so many people, Duan Yuqin flared up, glaring at him, trying not to cry. Fine, I'll leave. What's so great about you? I, Duan Yuqin, am not without suitors. Duan Yuqin turned and left, crying as she cursed Qin Yuan in her heart. You big jerk. I'll never talk to you again. Who's he think he is? It's not like I'm unwanted. Qin Yuan secretly sighed in relief, finally getting rid of these two. The Guardians were stunned by this series of events. Ruthless and extraordinary, if they had harbored any doubts before. Witnessing Qin Yuan chase away the two beauties had now convinced them that this was indeed their young master. Qin Yuan walked directly towards the two Guardians. He couldn't hide forever. It was better to take the initiative. Chapter 48. The Guardian is deceived. As Qin Yuan approached, the two individuals instinctively straightened up, standing at attention. Greetings, young master, they exclaimed, bowing respectfully. Without waiting for Qin Yuan to speak, they knelt on one knee, lowering their heads in a gesture of reverence. The Electric Guardian discreetly glanced up, winking at Qin Yuan with a spark of admiration. She had often fantasized about the handsome visage concealed beneath the young master's mask. Yet this was beyond her wildest expectations. The Wind Guardian, bowing respectfully, felt a surge of excitement. At last, she beheld the true face of the young master. Indeed, he was worthy of his title, as even he seemed oblivious to the formidable inner strength of others. Each step he took appeared casual, yet concealed profound mysteries. Fortunately, he knelt quickly, striving to leave a favorable impression on the young master. Qin Yuan realized they viewed him as a figure of greatness. What should he do? What if they discovered he was merely an ordinary person? He might as well be stripped bare. The only course of action was to maintain the facade. Qin Yuan nodded nonchalantly. There is no need for such formalities. I trust you understand why you are here. They rose and nodded in agreement. The Wind Guardian quickly affirmed. We understand. The funds have been prepared. When shall we commence? Qin Yuan felt a flutter of confusion. Why were they bringing money? Were they not here to extort him? He mentally scolded the system for allowing him to forget that this was a pivotal plot point. Meng Xiangrui's investment had failed, leading to misappropriated funds, and the Meng family was on the brink of financial ruin. As a villain, he intended to exploit Meng Yuqing's vulnerability. At a critical juncture, the hero would arrive with a project, saving the day and winning Meng Yuqing's heart, transforming her from a proud daughter into the hero's devoted partner, willing to share him with others. The hero would then seize control of the Meng family, leveraging their influence to undermine rival families. Qin Yuan maintained his composure, raising a hand to signal patience. There is no need to rush. You shall follow my lead. They nodded in unison, affirming their compliance. We will heed your directives. Young master, the Wind Guardian stepped forward, her eyes glinting with intent as she subtly gestured with her hand. Young master, I heard from the elder that you encountered some troubles in Shui City. Shall I? She seemed intent on eliminating him. No. He could not allow them to rendezvous with the hero. Qin Yuan clenched his fist, covering his mouth as he cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. No need. That individual is highly skilled and adept at deception. He is not easily dealt with. You two shall follow my commands. Do not act without my explicit order. The wind and electric guardians recognized the young master's ire and exchanged knowing glances, nodding fervently. Yes, young master. Yes, young master. Qin Yuan gestured for them to depart. Only after he and his bodyguards had left did they breathe a sigh of relief. The young master's prowess was unfathomable. Even so close to him, they could not sense his strength. The electric guardian nodded, her expression grave. Though she had braced herself for the encounter, she could not shake the feeling of defeat. Indeed, the young master faced formidable challenges in Shui City, and even he acknowledged the prowess of his adversary. Regrettably, besides providing funds, they could offer no further assistance. The two departed, nodding in agreement. It was not until Qin Yuan settled into the luxurious, understated opulence of a stretch limousine that he exhaled deeply. A secretary gracefully presented him with a glass of red wine while gently massaging his shoulders. Thank goodness these two were easily deceived. The secretary cautiously spoke, young Master Qin. Mr. Qin called earlier. He requests that you return to the company immediately after your meal. There is a meeting to attend. Qin Yuan nodded, pinching the bridge of his nose. Understood. Upon arriving at the company conference room, two elegantly attired women promptly opened the door. The senior executives of the Qin group sat upright in their tailored suits, clearly having awaited his arrival for some time. Qin Jinghua, seeing his son, felt a swell of pride. Sitting at the head of the table, he clasped his hands atop the expansive desk. Xiao Yuan has arrived. Please take a seat. Qin Yuan sat at his father's side. What is the urgency? Qin Jinghua wasted no time in getting to the point. I would like you to oversee the development of a tourist resort project in the vicinity of Shui City, in partnership with the Meng family. This afternoon, pack your bags and join Mr. Meng for an on-site inspection. This project had long been in their sights, nearly a sure bet. Initially, the Qin family could handle it alone, but Qin Jinghua had sensed trouble brewing within the Meng family, piecing together Meng Yuqing's recent activities. As the prospective daughter-in-law, they were quite taken with the beautiful, intelligent, and dutiful Meng Yuqing. A little benefit to the Meng family posed no harm, and it would afford their son and future daughter-in-law the chance for a romantic getaway, an endeavor with dual rewards. Qin Yuan had not anticipated the situation would unfold so swiftly. Would he now resort to using financial leverage against Meng Yuqing, threatening to resort to force, only for the hero to swoop in dramatically? Without hesitation, Qin Yuan shook his head. Isn't this project nearly finalized? There is no need for another trip. I am still managing the traditional Chinese medicine industry. Due to recent turmoil, the industry has suffered, and the cost of medicinal herbs remains exorbitantly high. My belief is that we must refrain from raising prices and instead focus on cultivating herbs. This requires oversight. Qin Jinghua, aware that his son had reformed, was pleasantly surprised by his level of consideration. He felt a wave of emotion wash over him, almost moved to tears. His son had genuinely uttered words of wisdom. Standing up, he leaned over the desk, exuding an air of authority. The other executives straightened in their seats. Given the current circumstances, your approach to the medicinal herb project appears to be a guaranteed loss. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Xiao Yuan, you must understand that this company is not a charitable organization. Beneath the pressure, Qin Yuan resolutely nodded. Some responsibilities must be shouldered. This is our obligation. Qin Jinghua was deeply touched, tears welling in his eyes. His son had finally matured, recognizing the weight of responsibility. With a stoic expression, he nodded, pausing momentarily before responding. Very well, you may manage the medicinal herb project, but only after you conduct the on-site inspection of the tourist area with Mr. Meng and submit a satisfactory report. I will personally oversee the subsequent evaluation. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth in agreement. His father had him firmly in his grasp. At worst, he could simply keep his distance during the trip. As long as he refrained from using force against Meng Yuqing, he believed he could navigate the situation. He would not entrust this project to another. He could not afford to be careless. Losses were inevitable, yet, as his father had said, it was a responsibility every enterprise must bear. All right, I shall pack my bags. As Qin Yuan departed, Qin Jinghua smiled. An aide seized the opportunity to voice a lingering question. Mr. Qin, wasn't maintaining the original price of medicinal herbs part of the plan all along? Qin Jinghua nodded, hands clasped behind his back. Of course. The aide quickly recognized the depth of Mr. Qin's strategy silently admiring his acumen. In the afternoon, Qin Yuan collected the luggage prepared by the servants, and Meng Yuqing had been waiting expectantly. While the financial hole left by Meng Xiangrui had been filled, the Meng family found itself ensnared in a financial crisis. With the hero lurking ominously, Meng Yuqing had to muster all her strength to generate revenue. Other partners detected the unusual atmosphere and began to distance themselves from her. Ironically, the first to extend a helping hand was none other than the Qin family. Meng Yuqing gazed at Qin Yuan, who was laden with luggage and seemed to wish to distance himself by 8 miles. Suddenly, she felt a surge of emotion and was on the verge of tears. Chapter 49. The two share a vehicle. Qin Yuan takes the initiative to set terms. It is often said that adversity reveals true feelings. However, the reality is that before encountering hardship, people tend to scatter. Meng Yuqing stepped forward, attempting to grasp Qin Yuan's hand. Qin Yuan, feeling as if faced with a formidable adversary, retreated a step. "What are you doing?" he asked, and Meng Yuqing felt a surge of grievance. She advanced once more, tugging at the hem of his garment. "Give me 3 seconds." With that, she leaned against Qin Yuan's shoulder, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Qin Yuan stood frozen, not daring to move. The subordinates trailing behind Meng Yuqing had never witnessed such a scene. The usually aloof CEO revealing such vulnerability in front of them was unprecedented. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Internally, Qin Yuan lamented his predicament, yet a flicker of compassion stirred within him. Meng Yuqing, having lost her parents, relied solely on her grandfather, all while caring for a troublesome younger brother. The entire Meng corporation rested on her shoulders. Life was already challenging enough. Now, she was faced with this predicament. To claim she felt helpless would be an understatement. He gently patted her back. There, no more tears." Hearing his voice, she immediately composed herself. But upon noticing the crowd, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Struggling to maintain her composure, she retorted, "Who says I'm crying?" She turned to the stunned subordinates, her expression icy. "What are you all doing here? Have you completed your work? Hurry up and get in the car." The others dispersed hastily, leaving only her devoted assistant, Su Wei, by her side. Qin Yuan exhaled in relief. "All right, it's nothing. Let's get going." He released her, preparing to enter his own vehicle, hoping to part ways with Meng Yuqing. Surely, if he refrained from bothering her this time, there would be no issues, right? Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Oh no, after just now, will others perceive it as me forcing Meng Yuqing?" Panic washed over him. After all, she was the protagonist's woman. He could not afford to show any weakness. He grimaced at the thought of being labeled a simp, forcing anything upon her. As he turned, he found Meng Yuqing, who was supposed to be in another group, standing right behind him. Her eyes were slightly red, the usual air of indifference replaced by an unexpectedly approachable demeanor. "Crying looks beautiful on her. Without that frosty aura, she seems rather endearing. I just want to hold her close and tease her, make her kneel and call me daddy," he mused. Meng Yuqing's delicate features flushed crimson. She had thought Qin Yuan had finally changed, only to find him as brazen as ever. No man had dared to act so audaciously before her. Embarrassment made her stomp her foot. You're a rogue." Qin Yuan quickly suppressed his thoughts, clearing his throat and feigning seriousness, though confusion lingered. "Weren't you the one who hugged me? How am I the shameless one? By the way, do you have other matters to attend to?" Meng Yuqing bit her lip, lowering her gaze. Typically reserved, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Qin Yuan, perplexed, turned to leave. "If you have nothing else, I'll head to the car first. It's quite cold in the winter." He made to depart, but she called after him. "Wait." Qin Yuan turned back. "What's wrong? Feeling a tad shy?" Meng Yuqing replied, "Uncle Qin wants us to share a vehicle." Qin Yuan shook his head vigorously. "I'll just lend you my shoulder. That's more than enough. You want to share a car with me now?" "Absolutely not." Meng Yuqing recognized his aversion towards her, but was taken aback by the extent of his avoidance. Anger flared within her. With a fierce glare, she asserted her authority. "What are you afraid of? Am I going to eat you?" Qin Yuan countered. "Didn't you say you didn't like me? Why the sudden desire to share a vehicle?" "Honestly, I'm not afraid of you. I fear long Aotian. I haven't even touched you. Yet others might think I'm forcing you, and I'd be the one to suffer afterward." Meng Yuqing raised an eyebrow. "Who dares to force me?" You pursued me for 3 years and never dared to impose. Now, in this cowardly state, you think you can intimidate me? Not a chance. Do you think I care? If you don't want to ride, then walk." With that, she strode towards a vehicle, fully aware that her actions were unreasonable but unable. Chapter 50. 7. A level scenic resort. Meng Yuqing was initially untroubled, but upon hearing Qin Yuan's heartfelt thoughts, her expression darkened instantly. If he does not wish to marry me, then with whom does he desire to tie the knot? With Duan Yuqing, perhaps? Is she truly worthy? Certainly, Duan Yuqing possesses an impressive academic background, and they share a childhood bond. Yet, she cannot believe that Qin Yuan harbors no feelings for her at all. It must be that insufferable long Aotian causing this predicament. Once he is dealt with, Qin Yuan will revert to being the devoted companion who once trailed behind her. Patience. Patience, one step at a time. Qin Yuan is merely fearful of long Aotian. As Meng Yuqing settled into the vehicle, she gradually calmed her emotions. She glanced at Qin Yuan, who occupied a spacious seat in the luxury business car, designed to accommodate several guests comfortably. As a person who never allows himself to be shortchanged, the lavish interior was well appointed. The partition drawn, it became a private space solely for the two of them. In such an expansive cabin, however, Qin Yuan had huddled into the farthest corner. Meng Yuqing found his behavior amusing. "At your age, do you truly find that comfortable? We still have 3 to 4 hours of travel ahead. Do you intend to remain curled up like that?" Qin Yuan also wished for comfort. Who doesn't find a long journey uncomfortable? Yet he was trapped. Should he move an inch, Meng Yuqing might accuse him of coercing her. In that case, he might as well be guilty beyond redemption, not uncomfortable, he reassured himself. After all, he was receiving assistance from the Qin family while she had claimed his vehicle. Seeing him so distressed, Meng Yuqing felt a twinge of guilt. "Come now, a 1 tea bite. You needn't be so frightened." Qin Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. "You asked me to come here. I didn't force you," he replied. Meng Yuqing, exasperated, nodded. "Understood, sie Zeit." Qin Yuan stretched a bit, gradually relaxing. Meng Yuqing lowered the partition, ensuring their space was exclusive to them, and shifted closer to him. Immediately, Qin Yuan tensed, instinctively retreating into the corner. "What are you doing? You agreed to our terms. It's only been 10 minutes, and you've already forgotten." Meng Yuqing nodded. "Fine, I won't touch you. Just sit still. I have a few questions." Qin Yuan maintained his defensive posture. "All right, ask away." Meng Yuqing bit her lip, hesitating in silence. Her red lips parted several times, but the words eluded her. Did she truly want to ask him if, in the absence of Long Aotian, he would return to his former self? Meng Yuqing questioned her own reasoning. Why should she demand unwavering affection from him? Yet, seeing Qin Yuan cower from her was disheartening. The sight of Duan Yuqing flaunting herself before her only deepened her discomfort. She pondered, did she long for the past? Yes, and yet no. In truth, she preferred the current version of Qin Yuan. However, the old Qin Yuan, despite his playful nature, would prioritize her above all else. Unlike now, when he seemed to shy away from her. Perhaps it was best to resolve the Long Aotian issue first. Afterward, she could have a heart-to-heart with Qin Yuan. If he truly did not wish to marry her, then so be it. With a deep sigh, she concluded, "Fine, you sit there quietly. I won't bother you." With that, she closed her eyes. During this busy period, she was like a spinning top, attending meetings and seeing clients daily, compounded by her tendency to experience motion sickness. Ever since boarding, she had felt unwell and decided to rest her eyes. Qin Yuan scratched his head, muttering to himself in confusion. It was all rather perplexing. Only when she appeared to have genuinely fallen asleep did he finally relax and stretch his limbs. As Meng Yuqing slumbered, her head gently rested on Qin Yuan's shoulder. Looking down, he noticed faint dark circles under her eyes, a testament to her exhaustion. With only the driver, who had been with their family for decades and was utterly trustworthy, the three of them occupied the vehicle. Since Meng Yuqing was asleep, it was unlikely she would suddenly awaken to voice any grievances, considering she had leaned against him of her own accord. With that thought, he let it be. Qin Yuan closed his eyes, seeking relaxation. He hoped this field trip would proceed smoothly, contemplating how to write the subsequent report in the matter of the herbal medicine. "Grandfather, That rascal is calling again. The ringing echoed through the car. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Duan Yuqin. Hadn't she stormed off earlier today? Had she reconciled so quickly? Surely there must be something urgent. With skepticism, Qin Yuan answered the call. Hello. Duan Yuqin was on the brink of exploding. Where are you? Qin Yuan stole a glance at the sleeping Meng Yuqing beside him and replied softly in the car. Duan Yuqin was at a loss. Why didn't you tell me you were on Earth? If I wanted to go to the moon, I wouldn't be able to. She placed her hands on her hips. You tell me, are you with Meng Yuqing? Qin Yuan bitterly nodded. I didn't want this. It's a work requirement. Despite her earlier expectations, hearing his words ignited her fury. Fine, I'll be waiting for you to soothe me while you run off on a vacation with another woman. Truly admirable. Just wait until you return. I'll make sure you regret it. Duan Yuqin was so furious she felt like crying. Having stormed off due to Qin Yuan's words, she had initially sought excuses for him, thinking he hadn't meant it. Perhaps she had been too clingy, causing him to feel suffocated, which led to his harsh tone. She had planned to wear black stockings to charm him, hoping to give him some space, believing it would resolve everything. Just as Duan Yuqin had calmed herself, her assistant informed her that the Qin and Meng families were collaborating on a 5-level tourism project, with Qin Yuan and Meng Yuqing conducting a field study. Such arrangements were premeditated. Ostensibly a field study, it was, in actuality, a funded vacation. Noticing Qin Yuan's silence, Duan Yuqin began with a sarcastic tone. A funded vacation to a 5-level scenic area. How carefree of you. President Qin. Qin Yuan wished for nothing more than her to be angry and distance herself, allowing him to breathe easier. He had no intention of pacifying her. Actually, it's not a 5-level, but a 7-level scenic area, he teased. Duan Yuqin raised an eyebrow. 7-level? Qin Yuan replied earnestly. The local female project manager has 2 A's. Duan Yuqin remained unimpressed. Yet, the sound of Meng Yuqing's laughter, which erupted like a silver bell, broke the tension. Ha ha. Once her laughter subsided, she quickly covered her mouth. Realizing she might have exposed herself, Qin Yuan's eyes widened. This was the first time he had witnessed Meng Yuqing smile, her eyes curving delightfully. In the enclosed space of the vehicle, with the air conditioning set just right, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, resembling the melting of ice and snow. Vibrant and beautiful, Meng Yuqing felt a bit embarrassed. She genuinely wished to sleep, but her discomfort had rendered her rest uneasy. Furthermore, Qin Yuan's phone ringing had disrupted her slumber. Fearing that upon awakening, Qin Yuan would wish to distance himself, she decided to feign sleep. Little did she know she would overhear all of this. Chapter 51. The two women argue from afar. Qin Yuan suffers. Qin Yuan regained his composure and sincerely suggested, "You really ought to smile more. It suits you beautifully." Meng Yuqing had received compliments on her beauty throughout her life, some genuine, others motivated by her family background and capabilities. Yet, it was Qin Yuan's earnest encouragement for her to smile, appreciating her beauty when she did, that left her momentarily bashful, lowering her gaze. "Thank you." The atmosphere grew somewhat ambiguous. Duan Yuqing, unable to contain herself, wished to fly over and interrupt their interaction, shouting into the phone, "What do you mean by thanking me? You African wild donkey. Qin Yuan, are you even listening to me? Did you just let her rest her head on your shoulder?" Before Qin Yuan could respond, Meng Yuqing's temper flared. Even a clay figurine has its limits, and Duan Yuqing's incessant provocations made her question whether she was truly unyielding. Grabbing Qin Yuan's phone, she challenged, "What is it to you if I'm chatting with my fiancé? Do you have a problem? May I ask, Miss Duan, by what right do you question my fiancé?" Duan Yuqing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Meng Yuqing's expression turned frigid, her aura imposing. "Miss Duan, kindly keep your distance from my fiancé, if you please." Regaining her composure, Duan Yuqing scoffed, "What are you angry about? Ask him if he likes you. Now that you realize your regrets, where was your agreement when he was fawning over you? As far as I know, you looked quite reluctant when you got engaged. So why not step back gracefully? You're not the only one he's engaged to. He once said he would marry me when we were younger." Qin Yuan never anticipated that the two women could argue, even over the phone. He sat in a corner, trembling and hesitant to interject. Meng Yuqing glared at Qin Yuan, demanding, "Did you ever say that to her when you were a child?" As she spoke, she pulled the phone away, threatening him with her expression. "If you dare say yes, you're finished." On the other end, Duan Yuqing had no such reservations. Her long reach was stifled by her father's insistence on learning to manage company affairs, and she shouted directly into the phone, "If you dare say no, you're finished." Caught between the two, Qin Yuan shook with trepidation. Each woman was a pivotal figure in his life. He could not afford to offend either. Duan Yuqing, with her cleverness, would surely devise a plan against him if he claimed denial, while Meng Yuqing was right there, ready to confront him should he admit to anything. With a quivering voice, Qin Yuan finally spoke. "So, do I have a past with her or not?" Meng Yuqing shot him an exasperated glare. "Don't you know the answer to that yourself?" Trying to lighten the mood, Qin Yuan chuckled nervously. "It's been so long, I honestly don't remember. This is an unsolvable dilemma. It's not about existence or non-existence. Besides, human memory can be quite fallible." He still recalled the phrase, but could never manage to type it out. What if it were merely a case of the Mandela effect? Meng Yuqing understood that this matter was indeed a muddled affair. With a cold snort, she declared, "What happened in the past is just that, past. Even if it were true, it was merely youthful folly. Now, please keep your distance from my fiancé." Duan Yuqing nearly smashed her phone in frustration. She refused to believe that she could not unearth the truth. Just wait. When Qin Yuan returned, she would ensure Meng Yuqing understood her strength. After ending the call, Tian Shiner rang him. Under Meng Yuqing's icy gaze, Qin Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose and shakily answered, "What on earth is wrong with them? I should have never let Meng Yuqing ride in the car. The air conditioning in winter turned me into an ice sculpture." Thankfully, Tian Shiner is usually preoccupied with food and play. She must be calling for candy. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's inner thoughts, Meng Yuqing realized she might have been too frosty. She softened her demeanor slightly. "Answer it." "Hello, Brother Qin, where are you? I came to find you to play." Qin Yuan nodded. "I'm on a business trip in the car. Are you looking for candy? Go ask Uncle Lee for some, be good. Brother is busy. Don't disturb me, okay?" Tian Shiner pouted, nodding obediently. "Got it, Brother Qin. When are you coming back?" "Shiner thinks about you when she sleeps." Qin Yuan wished he could cover her mouth through the phone. "You want me to bring you strawberry candy, right? All right, I will. The battery is low. I have to hang up now." He quickly ended the call, ensuring he had no other tasks before shutting down his phone. Meng Yuqing held no significant animosity towards Tian Shiner. After all, she was merely a child. Despite her impressive physique, it did not compensate for her lack of intellect. Additionally, the Tian family had a strict upbringing, and Tian Shiner was generally well-behaved. Meng Yuqing dismissed her as a mere child craving sweets, hence her clinginess to Qin Yuan. "Wait, why am I concerning myself with this?" Meng Yuqing realized, her expression slightly uneasy. Qin Yuan also secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully, the two had not erupted into another quarrel over the phone. For reasons unknown, he always seemed to be the one to suffer when the women in his life clashed. Upon learning that the two would be arriving, the hotel staff had already prepared accommodations. As soon as they arrived, heavy rain began to pour outside. Whether by design or coincidence, Meng Yuqing's room was adjacent to Qin Yuan's. As a 7A level tourist resort, the luxury of the environment and accommodations was beyond reproach. In the frigid winter, the heating was ample, and thick carpets covered the floors. There were hot beverages and snacks available around the clock. Notably, to cater to the younger crowd, some mid to high-end rooms were equipped with the latest gaming consoles. The travelers were too weary to notice these amenities and retired early to rest. Qin Yuan, however, was not tired. He was aware that this was a veritable banquet of intrigue. With a metaphorical sword hanging over his head, sleep eluded him. Meng Yuqing was genuinely fatigued. After arriving at the hotel, she took a shower and changed into a loose, champagne-colored silk nightgown, collapsing into bed. The underfloor heating kept the room warm, ensuring she would not feel cold even in her lightweight attire. In the dead of night, as Qin Yuan was engrossed in a game, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the entire sky, followed closely by a thunderstorm. The relentless claps of thunder and torrential rain transformed the night into a daylit spectacle. Startled awake by the thunder, Meng Yuqing shot up, her face pale and breath quickening. She had harbored a fear of thunderstorms since childhood, ever since her parents had vanished on a stormy night. This experience had left her with a profound psychological scar, one unknown even to her grandfather and younger brother, Meng Xiangrui. With another resounding crack of thunder that seemed to shake the heavens, Meng Yuqing trembled uncontrollably, scrambling into the wardrobe, her eyes wide with fear, shivering incessantly. Chapter 52. A midnight visit too vast. Still too vast. The tour manager, upon discovering that Meng Yuqing was a woman, specifically selected this presidential suite, which boasted an exceptionally large wardrobe. Meng Yuqing, concealed within the closet, felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness and insecurity. With her eyes closed, she endeavored to suppress her thoughts, yet her body trembled uncontrollably. The torrential rain poured outside. Meng Yuqing curled up, hugging her knees tightly in the closet. She bit her lip, her eyes wide open in the darkness, struggling to contain her emotions, every breath quaking. Faint sounds of gaming drifted from the adjacent room, akin to a ray of light piercing through the stormy clouds. Meng Yuqing felt a slight calm wash over her. Should she seek out Qin Yuan? Accustomed to her independence, she was reluctant to reveal this vulnerable side of herself to anyone. In the past, during such moments, she would endure alone, donning noise-canceling headphones to weather the storm. However, she had left in haste this time, forgetting to bring them. The sporadic music from the game incessantly beckoned her, as if to suggest that the thunderstorm was not as menacing as it seemed, and that following the melody would lead her to safety. Meng Yuqing shook her head. No, that was not an option. Her pride and dignity forbade her from exposing her fragility in front of others. Besides, she felt utterly disheveled in her current state. The opulent presidential suite offered an expansive view, revealing the tempestuous storm in all its clarity. The rumbling thunder and flashing lightning created an oppressive atmosphere that threatened to suffocate her. Should she seek out Qin Yuan? Surely, that would ensure her safety. This thought took root in her mind, growing increasingly fervent. Meng Yuqing covered her ears and bowed her head, silently counting. If she reached 20 and still felt this way, she would go find him. With that resolve, she closed her eyes and began to count in the corner. 1, 2, 3. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan had just finished gaming. Stretching lazily, he glanced outside. Indeed, it was a thunderstorm. Once he freed himself from the main character and those troublesome women, he would relish sleeping through such weather for 10 days or more. The relentless thunder continued. 10, 11, 20. Meng Yuqing, fueled by an unexpected courage, sprang to her feet and dashed out the door. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Yuan initially assumed it was some special service. Upon opening the door, he was abruptly enveloped by a shadow. He nearly lost his balance, almost executing a throw. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Meng Yuqing in his embrace. Realizing she wore nothing beneath her robe, her soft form pressed against him, Qin Yuan instinctively raised his hands. Hey, what are you doing? This is your embrace. I didn't force you. Trembling with fear, Meng Yuqing's voice quivered as she pleaded. I know, just let me hold on for a moment. Qin Yuan sensed something was amiss and hesitated to push her away. Are you afraid of thunder? He asked, but before Meng Yuqing could respond, another loud clap of thunder resounded. Instinctively, she clung tighter to him, her actions serving as her answer. Perhaps the system wouldn't sound an alarm. Maybe it would be until tomorrow before the main character emerged. Qin Yuan felt a bit more at ease, chuckling. Who would have thought that the Ice Queen, unafraid of anything, would be scared of thunder? Meng Yuqing held him tightly, and as Qin Yuan laughed, the vibrations resonated through his chest, transmitting a sense of calm to her. Just as she considered loosening her grip to retort, another booming thunder illuminated the night sky. She clung to him once more. Qin Yuan, though not devoid of compassion, recognized that if this continued, it could lead to complications. After all, Meng Yuqing was entirely unadorned beneath her robe. He promptly closed the door and gently ruffled her hair. Isn't this Meng Yuqing's head? Isn't that akin to petting a tiger's rear? One typically wouldn't dare touch it. Yet, the texture is surprisingly pleasant. Perhaps I'll indulge a little longer. Meng Yuqing found herself amused by his absurd analogy. How could anyone liken her head to a tiger's backside? Her head was far more fragrant. The oppressive thunder continued, yet, unbeknownst to them, the torment had lessened. Qin Yuan softly reassured her, "It's all right. There's nothing to fear about thunder. It's merely a natural phenomenon." Meng Yuqing shook her head, holding onto him tightly until the storm passed. As a high-achieving student, she had refrained from pursuing further studies post-graduation to support the Meng group. She understood that thunderstorms were just meteorological events, devoid of any connection to demons or monsters. Yet, she could not help but feel afraid. Such storms reminded her of her deceased parents, of her helplessness when her younger brother was still a child, surrounded by relatives who eyed their fortune with greed. That sense of helplessness and fear seemed to have been etched into her very being since that day. Like a wild beast yearning to break free from its cage every stormy night, dragging her back to the moment of her parents' passing. Seeing that his initial approach was ineffective, Qin Yuan began contemplating alternative strategies. He couldn't allow her to cling to him all night. The next day, if Aotian discovered them leaving the same room, it would be a predicament he could not extricate himself from. Aotian had always regarded him with disdain and was seeking an opportunity to create trouble. After a moment of thought, Qin Yuan silently urged the system, "Help me investigate why the female lead fears thunder." The system promptly provided information regarding Meng Yuqing's parents, summarizing the situation for him. "Here's the gist. It was an accident. You've survived all these years. Those who sought to divide the Meng group have faced your wrath. You've protected the legacy left by your parents and safeguarded your brother. Do you realize why you were so renowned beyond being an ice-cold campus belle? It's because you possess a courage and tenacity that others lack." Chapter 53. Aotian arise. You are unlike other women. Your parents trust you, which allows them to leave with peace of mind. Each thunderstorm is a testament to their longing for you, a desire to come and see you. Qin Yuan gently caresses Meng Yuqing's fragrant hair. "Be good, that time has passed. You are strong now. You should not leave your inner child in the past." Meng Yuqing choked back tears, always the one others relied upon. Her grandfather had told her to be strong, that the Meng family depended on her. Meng Xiangrui was still young and utterly unaware of the circumstances. Outsiders only saw her as cold and decisive. Yet they did not realize that when she first took over the Meng group, she was merely a teenage girl. Meng Yuqing lowered her head, admitting that it would be a lie to say she was not moved. She had thought her struggles were hers alone, yet Qin Yuan had observed everything. For so long, she had harbored prejudice, feelings of exploitation, resentment, and inexplicable emotions towards him. This was the first time she felt her heart race. In a soft voice, Meng Yuqing said, "Qin Yuan, thank you." Seeing that she was finally all right, Qin Yuan sighed in relief, thinking that it wouldn't take much longer. He hurriedly planned to send Meng Yuqing away, hoping she wouldn't be seen by the main character. Beep, beep, beep. The protagonist will arrive in 5 seconds. Please prepare to welcome your conclusion. I'll welcome your grandmother's watermelon. There was no time. He had to find a place to hide. Qin Yuan glanced around. Before Meng Yuqing could finish her words, he pulled her into the wardrobe. The project site manager had thoughtfully made subtle adjustments to the suites according to their genders. As a male, Qin Yuan had no dressing room, only a slightly larger, luxurious, fully enclosed wardrobe with extra space for activities. Almost the instant Qin Yuan pulled Meng Yuqing into the wardrobe, there was a knock at the door. Aotian stood outside, frowning as he calculated with his fingers. He had waited in vain for the people from the border to arrive. Now hearing that the Qin and Meng families were to collaborate on developing a 5-star resort, he felt that having Qin Yuan and Meng Yuqing together was akin to a wolf spotting its prey. Could Meng Yuqing hope for a good outcome? Moreover, this scheme was his design, meant to fully control the Meng family. He could not allow anyone to disrupt his plans. As he awaited funding, the two had gone to the resort, prompting Aotian to follow as soon as he received news. He had even calculated that Meng Yuqing was particularly fearful of thunder, which is why he rushed over to play the hero. Who would have thought that after knocking for so long, no one would respond? Aotian then knocked on Qin Yuan's door. Whenever Qin Yuan was present, trouble was sure to follow. Aotian continued calculating, puzzled as to why no one answered. His knocking grew increasingly urgent. Inside the cramped wardrobe, Meng Yuqing's back was pressed tightly against Qin Yuan's chest. In the darkness, An ambiguous tension began to rise. Meng Yuqing was bewildered and was about to speak when Qin Yuan swiftly covered her mouth with his hand, placing a finger over his lips in a shushing gesture. "Don't say a word," he whispered, gesturing towards the door. Meng Yuqing instinctively pressed her lips together, her ears turning crimson in the dark. This was her first experience of such close proximity. Chapter 54, Dragon Aotian. The Meng family and Meng Yuqing. "I'm determined to have them. Why can't I even use it myself? What's the point of this card? System, help me check why my disappearance card isn't working." "Host, your card has expired." Qin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Seriously? You didn't mention there was an expiration date. But I also didn't say there wasn't one. Anyway, it can't be used now. Host, prepare to meet your demise." Qin Yuan was speechless. "Are you a mole sent by the other side? Is your mission to kill me? Just say it." The system's insincere yet enthusiastic voice sounded. "No. Host, please believe in our system's impartiality." Qin Yuan scoffed. "Do you even have such a thing?" Qin Yuan pondered. "What should I do now?" The little brother was still excited, and Meng Yuqing wasn't in a good state either. Dragon Aotian was still searching meticulously. As he was thinking, a peculiar sensation suddenly surged. Qin Yuan was bewildered. What was happening? Weren't both his hands right here? There was no one else inside the closet. Whose hand was that? Meng Yuqing blushed, knowing very little about this. Seeing Dragon Aotian starting his search, she knew that their current state couldn't be seen by anyone. The only option was for Qin Yuan to go out first, while she hid in the closet and dealt with Dragon Aotian. Meng Yuqing kept encouraging herself. He was her fiancé, someone she was going to marry, so it was okay. She thought she would find it disgusting, but that wasn't the case. From the moment he stopped bothering her, she felt a sense of relief, and when she had to get engaged to him, she felt forced. Perhaps things had changed from the day he saved her grandfather. Later, when she saw Qin Yuan flirting with his first love, she admitted she was furious. Tonight, Qin Yuan was like a ray of light breaking through the dark clouds, illuminating her life, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Meng Yuqing extended her small hand, feeling incredibly embarrassed. She lowered her voice, trying not to sound so nervous. "Hurry, in our current state, neither of us can be seen." Qin Yuan nodded. There was no other way. "Fine, let's do it. At least I get to be serviced by the protagonist woman before I die, so it's not a loss. It's just that she's too inexperienced, probably hasn't even watched a few movies." Having made up his mind, Qin Yuan wrapped his arm around Meng Yuqing's waist, lowering his voice as their warm breaths intertwined. "I'll teach you." Meng Yuqing's face was flushed. If she hadn't taken the initiative to find Qin Yuan, none of this would have happened. She obediently followed his instructions, biting her lip and trying her best not to make sound. Fortunately, Qin Yuan hadn't unpacked his luggage immediately after arriving at the hotel, providing enough space for them to move around without making any noise. Dragon Aotian checked each room, even looking inside larger closets. Since he had broken in, he had to pretend. He searched while calling out, "Brother Qin, are you there? I need to speak with you." Qin Yuan knew the situation was urgent. After taking advantage of Meng Yuqing several times, he quickly grabbed his clothes, turned, and closed the closet door. He went to the bathroom, splashed his face with cold water, and wrapped a towel around himself. Just before Dragon Aotian opened the closet door, he came out, feigning surprise. "Brother Aotian? I thought I locked the door. How did you get in?" Dragon Aotian glanced in the bathroom, and when he saw no one, he relaxed. After exchanging pleasantries, he asked, "I heard you're working with Miss Meng on the 5A level resort. Do you know where she went?" Dragon Aotian stared intently at Qin Yuan, trying to find any sign of deceit. Qin Yuan calmly shook his head. "I just finished showering. You know how she feels about me. Why would she tell me where she's going?" Dragon Aotian thought it made sense. He nodded dubiously, his face cold. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Don't think that by helping Meng Yuqing, you can do whatever you want. I'm determined to have Meng Yuqing and the Meng group." Dragon Aotian didn't know that Meng Yuqing was in the closet, thinking it was just the two of them. Qin Yuan nodded upon hearing this. "Of course, you're the protagonist. If the Meng family and Meng Yuqing aren't yours, who else would they belong to?" He repeatedly said, yes, Brother Aotian is right. "Is there anything else, Brother Aotian? If not, I need to rest." Dragon Aotian looked around once more, and after confirming that no one else was there, he left, muttering under his breath, "I'll use you as a sacrifice sooner or later." At the same time, Dragon Aotian began to doubt his own divination. Why did the hexagram clearly indicate this location? Yet he couldn't find her? Qin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when Dragon Aotian left. He glanced at the broken lock and called someone to repair it. He went to the room and opened the closet. Meng Yuqing had overheard everything. Only when the closet door was opened did she take a deep breath. Her eyes were glistening with tears, and her face was flushed. As the closet door opened, she leaned into Qin Yuan's embrace. Her thin, high-end nightgown was disheveled, and she panted heavily. After calming down, she whispered, "Is he gone?" Qin Yuan nodded. "What's going on?" "I inexplicably slept with the protagonist woman and almost got caught. Luckily, I reacted quickly. You should go back now." Meng Yuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? You want me to go back?" Qin Yuan scratched his head. "Well, Dragon Aotian is looking for you. We're the only ones staying on this floor. If he can't find you and comes back, seeing you in my room in such a state, he'll kill me." Meng Yuqing ignored his inner thoughts and went to change her clothes. "Understand. Don't go looking for Duan Yuqing again, understood?" Having been intimate, Meng Yuqing naturally assumed the role of Qin Yuan's wife, scolding him with confidence. Chapter 55. What are you doing? "Release me. Do not touch my elbow." Commanding with ease, Qin Yuan wished to avoid entanglements altogether. How could he possibly get involved with the women of Long Aotian? He nodded and gestured dismissively. "All right, I understand. Please return quickly." Meng Yuqing nodded, tidied herself up in the bathroom, and resumed her icy demeanor. Upon returning to her suite, the ominous thunder continued to rumble. Yet, Meng Yuqing felt an unusual sense of fearlessness. Perhaps, as Qin Yuan suggested, the thunder was merely her parents' way of checking in on her. Once she was properly dressed, a knock echoed at her door. After a glance in the mirror to ensure she looked unremarkable, she stood up to open it, revealing Long Aotian standing at the threshold. The chill in Meng Yuqing's expression deepened upon his arrival. She had heard everything clearly from her wardrobe moments ago. This man was full of ulterior motives. Long Aotian, having searched fruitlessly elsewhere, returned to Meng Yuqing's suite, visibly relieved to see her. It seemed his predictions had proven accurate. He stepped forward, feigning concern. "Miss Meng, the thunder sounds quite frightening. Are you all right? Do you need my assistance?" Standing at the door, Meng Yuqing showed no intention of inviting him in. "Thank you, but I do not require your concern. Is this why you sought me out at such a late hour?" Long Aotian faltered. His original plan had been to comfort Meng Yuqing and lower her defenses before proposing a collaboration to help her family with their pressing issues. He did not expect her to be so unperturbed, nor to question him so directly. With an awkward smile, he continued, "I am genuinely concerned for you, Miss Meng. Were you at home just now? Why did it take so long for you to answer the door?" Meng Yuqing scoffed. I required to report my movements to you? What, do you live by the sea? Why are you so nosy?" Long Aotian shook his head. "You misunderstand, Miss Meng. That is not my intention. I am merely worried about you, especially with Qin Yuan living next door. You know, he is quite the lecher." Meng Yuqing rolled her eyes, her hand reaching for the door to close it. "If you have nothing else to say, I shall rest now." Long Aotian quickly interjected. "Actually, I do have something to discuss. I noticed that the Meng family seems to be facing some difficulties. I happen to have a project that may interest you. Would you like to consider it?" Meng Yuqing replied coldly, "I am not interested. You need not concern yourself with the affairs of the Meng family." Long Aotian shook his head, maintaining his composure. "Miss Meng, please take a moment to consider. What if you truly need assistance? You may have a professional review this contract. There is absolutely no issue with it. I understand that you may harbor some misunderstandings regarding me due to the circumstances involving Meng Laudi, but I assure you, I had no intention of causing him harm." Meng Yuqing sneered inwardly, feeling an intense aversion towards him. She had no desire to engage in circles of deceit with him. "You are aware of your intentions, whether they are deliberate or not. I need to rest now. If you do not leave, I shall call security." Despite her words, Meng Yuqing accepted the contract from him. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory, and she needed to understand where he might have hidden traps within this offer. She was wary of any special tactics he might employ against the Meng group. Long Aotian nodded and departed, deep in thought. He had never anticipated such a situation. According to his earlier calculations, the thunder should have held significant meaning for Meng Yuqing. Based on Chun Yu's prior investigations, she should have harbored a fear of thunder, perhaps even a substantial psychological shadow. Yet, the thunder roared outside, and he had observed that Meng Yuqing displayed no signs of fear whatsoever. Long Aotian felt an unsettling connection between this anomaly and Qin Yuan, but he had only recently left Qin Yuan's presence, making it unlikely that it was the case. He shook his head, pondering why Meng Yuqing was so reluctant to collaborate with him. He speculated it was due to the immense influence of the Qin family in Xiudu. Accepting the Qin family's goodwill made it awkward for her to accept help from anyone else. Yet, he could not let this matter rest. His careful planning could not be in vain. He needed to contact the people from the border swiftly. According to his understanding, they should have arrived by morning. Why had they not reached out yet? Meanwhile, Meng Yuqing perused the contract within her room. It appeared to be a fail-safe project, with no discernible issues in the contract. But how could Long Aotian be so benevolent? There must be a more significant trap lying in wait for her. Determined to take the initiative, she sent a message to Long Aotian. I have reviewed the contract and found no issues. Are your qualifications and funds in order? Will it be convenient for a financial verification tomorrow? Long Aotian paused upon receiving Meng Yuqing's message. He too was awaiting funds. Who knew why the other party had not yet arrived? He urgently needed the money. For now, he could only reassure Meng Yuqing, replying, Miss Meng, rest assured, everything is in place on my end. Meng Yuqing scoffed, choosing not to respond further. Let's hope that is the case. That night, as Meng Yuqing lay in bed, she tossed, and Chapter 56. The exemplary gentleman, the professional manager, observed the subtle shift in the expressions of Mr. Qin and his companion, immediately grasping the situation. I shall step out for a moment to inquire about the delay in our meal. Please continue your discussion. Long Aotian turned to Qin Yuan. You are aware of what we discussed yesterday, I trust? I would prefer to avoid any undue embarrassment. Qin Yuan nodded, thinking to himself, as long as I am not implicated as the instigator, all can be negotiated. Moreover, why should the affairs of the leading man and woman concern me? It is best I take my leave. Very well, converse amongst yourselves. I too shall step outside, he said, preparing to exit and grant them privacy. Meng Yuqing's voice was icy. Do not even think about leaving. I am your fiancé. You would so easily trust me in the company of another man? She was acutely aware of his intentions. Long Aotian had brought forth a contract. Look here, compared to investing in the tourism sector, the burgeoning new technology seems far more advantageous, does it not? The initial investment is minimal, yet the potential returns are substantial. Miss Meng, I am merely extending a helping hand. Opportunities like this are fleeting. If you are uncertain, you may consult with old Master Meng. I am confident he too would opt for collaboration with me over the tourism industry. Meng Yuqing's available funds were limited, and Long Aotian calculated that she could only invest in one venture, hence his strategy to ensnare the Meng family through this contract. Upon reviewing the document once more, she had an inkling something was amiss. This time, her suspicions were confirmed. The terms of the contract were somewhat ambiguous, and a moment's inattention could lead to a drastically different interpretation. A sardonic smile crept upon her lips. This cunning man truly believed the Meng family could be easily swayed. Moreover, as far as she knew, Long Aotian was currently unable to muster such a sum. Can you truly produce 10 billion? Long Aotian hesitated. He had been trying to make contact, but had been unsuccessful. No matter his efforts, the other party simply would not respond. The funds are prepared and should arrive in a couple of days, he insisted. Meng Yuqing scoffed. A mere trap is insufficient. He seeks to deceive while appearing magnanimous. How audacious. In contrast, the tourism project proposed by the Qin family was genuinely risk-free. Although the project duration was not short, the tourism sector remained stable. With the picturesque surroundings of Xiudu covered in snow for at least half the year, each winter, the peak tourist season would arrive, and the promotion for luxury travel was already in full swing, saturating the internet. This year, visitor numbers were projected to reach 700 to 800 million. This would not only provide some respite for the Meng family, but also preserve their dignity through collaboration, unlike Long Aotian's condescending approach. In comparison, Qin Yuan emerged as the quintessential gentleman. Upon hearing that the funds would likely not arrive, a sense of unease crept over him. It is highly probable that the money will not be credited, he mused silently. The protagonist's two protectors are still waiting in the heart of Xiudu. Although I am unaware of the reason for their lack of contact, as long as they remain alive, all shall be well. As for the protagonist's funds, what concern is that of mine? Meng Yuqing perceived Qin Yuan's thoughts and began to understand the situation. In essence, Long Aotian's account was unlikely to materialize. She realized that to sign this contract would be sheer folly. She nodded. Let us await the funds before proceeding. Now that you comprehend my predicament, you should also appreciate my constraints. My resources are limited, and I must ensure absolute certainty before investing. Long Aotian nodded, confident that once the fund arrived, he would swiftly gain control over the Meng family. Yet, he was consumed by impatience. When would the money arrive? He planned to have Qin Yuan investigate upon his return. Eager to uncover the truth, Meng Yuqing noted his agitation and glanced again at the composed Qin Yuan. One sought to ensnare her under the guise of rescue, while the other quietly offered genuine assistance. Reflecting on the years past, despite Qin Yuan's tarnished reputation, his unwavering support for her in Xiudu was undeniable. Meng Yuqing found herself questioning her previous perceptions. Had she truly been blind all these years, overlooking such an exemplary gentleman? It was no wonder Duan Yuqing was so fascinated by him. Had she not been vigilant, she might still be oblivious to Qin Yuan's merits. With this realization, Meng Yuqing felt a pang of guilt for her past treatment of him. Qin Yuan remained quietly observant, sensing an intense gaze upon him. Turning, he met Meng Yuqing's tearful eyes, bewildered. What is the matter? Is there something on my face? Why do you gaze at me so? The protagonist has presented you with a contract. You ought to act swiftly. He has saved you from despair, and you should entrust your family's enterprise to him, allowing you both to flourish together. Even without the assistance of those two protectors, the protagonist possesses the ability to rescue his beloved effortlessly. Qin Yuan ventured cautiously. I believe Long Aotian's plan is indeed commendable. How about withdrawing investment from the Qin family and redirecting it toward Long Aotian's project? Rest assured, the Qin family will impose no penalties for breach of contract. Consider it my invitation for you both to visit. Meng Yuqing was profoundly touched. She had initially thought Qin Yuan merely coveted her beauty or desired her physically. Now, having developed an intimate relationship, his willingness to sacrifice for her happiness was evident. He selflessly contributed, asking for nothing in return, even considering stepping back for her sake. It became clear to her that if his affection were merely a fleeting impulse, he would not have pursued her for 3 years. She felt an ache in her heart. She had long perceived Qin Yuan as insufficiently masculine, lacking in responsibility. Yet now, she grasped the essence of true manhood and what it meant to bear responsibility. This was a genuine man. Long Aotian sensed something was amiss. Shouldn't Meng Yuqing's gaze be directed towards him? It was he who was saving the Meng family. Why did she not even glance his way? This was not how things were meant to unfold. Clearing his throat, he sought to regain Meng Yuqing's attention. See, even Qin Yuan agrees. Miss Meng, perhaps you should reconsider. If there are no objections, let us sign the contract. Meng Yuqing shook her head, setting aside her prior knowledge of the contract's issues. Even if Long Aotian could truly save the Meng family, his desire to control them was a foregone conclusion. Even if he were sincere in her eyes, he could not compare to Qin Yuan in the slightest. Let us discuss this once your funds arrive, she concluded. Long Aotian, aware of her hesitations, felt relieved that she had not detected the contract's flaws. Rest assured, Miss Meng, the money will arrive in the next couple of days, he asserted, silently cursing the two fools who had delayed the process. Chapter 57. The loyalty viewer. Long Aotian nodded, affirming the situation. Seizing the moment, he suggested, Miss Meng, why don't we discuss this over a meal? Meng Yuqing shook her head. I have other commitments to attend to. Long Aotian, confident in the outcome, recognized the importance of securing funds at this juncture and refrained from pressing further. Very well, Miss Meng. I shall await your favorable response. Upon returning, Long Aotian immediately employed special means to reach out to the border region. Elder Qiu, upon receiving the message, was taken aback. The Wind Guardian and the Electric Guardian had set off long ago. It was implausible that they had yet to arrive despite any delays. The distance from the border to Xiudu was considerable, and they were not traveling on foot. Clearly, Something must have gone awry along the way. Elder Qiu signaled to the two guardians, since mistaking Qin Yuan for the young master a couple of days prior. They had obediently remained in the villa arranged by the Qin family, awaiting orders. Receiving Elder Qiu's signal, they were momentarily astonished. Why had the young master not contacted them directly, but chose to prompt them through Elder Qiu? Did he harbor dissatisfaction toward them? The two guardians felt a surge of anxiety as they recalled their encounter in the mall. Could it be that the young master was displeased with their failure to contact him immediately upon arrival and instead indulged in leisure? The more they pondered, the more convinced they became. They hastily called Qin Yuan. "Young master, we received Elder Qiu's signal urging us to come. We genuinely had no choice but to take a chance at the mall. Our signaling device was confiscated, and we did not intend to hinder your plans." Qin Yuan listened impassively, realizing the situation. No wonder they had crossed paths in the mall and mistook him for the young master. It appeared that while these two possessed formidable abilities, their intelligence was lacking. Nevertheless, it was imperative to retrieve them from the border soon. Otherwise, their indiscretions could expose him, leading to unfortunate consequences. Qin Yuan maintained an imposing demeanor. "Very well, I understand." The moment he showed no further anger, the two guardians sighed in relief. "Young master, when will the funds be sent?" Qin Yuan considered the situation. The Qin family was certainly not short on money, yet he could not allow them to meet Aotian directly. He had an idea. They could invest the funds in traditional Chinese medicine, thus contributing to society. "I will send you an address where a representative will meet you shortly." The two guardians were thrilled upon seeing the address, a renowned a scenic area near Xiudu. The young master had secured this project shortly after arriving in Xiudu. Truly impressive. They also saw this as an opportunity to enjoy themselves. Given that the border region was harsh and militaristic, in stark contrast to the peaceful and vibrant offerings of Xiudu. "Understood, young master. We will head there at once." After hanging up, Qin Yuan promptly contacted his secretary. "Hello, little secretary. Please draft a contract for traditional Chinese medicine, set at 10 billion. Once completed, bring it to my room." The secretary nodded, having been recruited since Qin Yuan joined the family business to learn about investments. Initially, she had her doubts due to Qin Yuan's notorious reputation in Xiudu, but circumstances compelled her to accept the position. Her father's gambling habits, her mother's illness, and her brother's education were all financial burdens, and she felt the pressure of creditors. As a recent graduate, securing quick income was challenging, and the Qin group was known for its generous salaries. With a mindset of trying it out, she decided to become Qin Yuan's secretary, bracing herself for any inappropriate advances. To her surprise, Qin Yuan showed no interest. He merely teased her verbally or asked for shoulder rubs, never crossing any lines. Now, as she prepared to deliver the contract late at night, she wondered if he was finally going to make a move. Feeling conflicted, she reminded herself of Meng's presence. With a sigh, she steeled herself for work. After drafting the contract, she mustered the courage to knock on the door. Qin Yuan opened it, taking the contract. "Thank you for bringing this over so late." "There's no need to thank me. It's my duty," she replied softly. Qin Yuan nodded and closed the door, reviewing the contract within. Outside, Lin Yin stood bewildered, staring at the closed door. Was that it? Wasn't there supposed to be something more? Perhaps she had overthought the situation. He really just needed a contract. Embarrassed, she bit her lip, her delicate toes curling in frustration at her own assumptions. A mixture of relief and disappointment washed over her, realizing she had misjudged the situation. After reviewing the contract, Qin Yuan found no issues, considering Lin Yin's difficult family circumstances. He thought it commendable that she performed well at her job. Perhaps he should have HR increase her salary. After all, they were all minor characters in this narrative, and every bit of assistance mattered. His father was wealthy enough to accommodate it. In the dead of night, the long-dormant system reactivated. Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone of surviving 6 months. You may now choose one reward from 3 options. Previously, Qin Yuan might have felt a surge of excitement, but after experiencing the pitfalls of the expired card, he had lost all hope in this unreliable system, which seemed designed to bring him misfortune. Reward 1, the heroine's private diary. Qin Yuan rolled his eyes. What use is that? Will expire? Reward 2, a gauge to measure the heroine's affection for you. which can only be used on her, ineffective on others. Will expire? Reward 3. An assessment of your subordinate's loyalty. You should appreciate this reward, host. Qin Yuan nodded. It'd seem useful. But will it expire? I don't want to select it only to find it's useless at a critical moment. The system quickly reassured him. It will not expire. This is a legitimate item that will take effect immediately without side effects. You can rest easy. Qin Yuan agreed. That sounds reasonable. I choose the third option. A small orb of light merged with his consciousness, seemingly altering nothing. The next day, Lin Yin received news about her salary increase. Moved to tears, she had anticipated some hidden agenda. But it turned out that Qin Yuan genuinely only needed her to deliver a document and even rewarded her with a raise. He was usually easygoing and seldom created difficulties for others, secretly aiding her in various ways. The rumors of him being a wastrel were far from the truth. He was, in fact, an exceptional boss. That morning, Qin Yuan noticed his little secretary with red eyes, resembling a little rabbit. What's wrong? Lin Yin, clutching the documents, executed a deep 90-degree bow before Qin Yuan. Mr. Qin, I extend my sincere gratitude. I shall endeavor to fulfill my duties with diligence and dedication, ensuring that I do not betray the expectations and care you have bestowed upon me. Qin Yuan scratched his head, perplexed. What had he done? Merely requested her to work overtime on a late evening and, in turn, augmented her remuneration? It appeared the young lady was easily moved. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. The increment in your salary is a reflection of my belief in your commensurate abilities. Continue to perform admirably. Lin Yin nodded, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Her affection for Qin Yuan burgeoned exponentially. Where could one find such an exemplary employer? She was resolved to toil assiduously, reciprocating the benevolence of her benefactor. Rest assured, I shall exert my utmost efforts. Qin Yuan nodded, recalling the subordinate loyalty viewer he had acquired the previous day. He promptly invoked it mentally. Activate loyalty viewer. Lin Yin's details materialized within Qin Yuan's mind. Name, Lin Yin. Age, 22 years. Measurements, 90-70-90 skills. Master organizer. Exceptional learning capacity profile. A father with a penchant for gambling, a mother afflicted with illness, a younger brother pursuing education, a shattered past. Possesses an indomitable spirit and is a graduate of a prestigious institution. Current loyalty, 100. Admiration. At your complete disposal, to command as you see fit. Indeed, it proves efficacious. He had not anticipated that a mere augmentation in her salary would elicit such an overwhelming surge in her esteem. As Qin Yuan pondered, his phone emitted a notification. Upon inspection, he discerned that the two guardians had arrived at the tourism project area. Chapter 58. The veritable and the impostor young master. Having received prior notification from Qin Yuan, the arrival of the two protectors was met with dedicated attendance throughout their journey. The protectors were immediately captivated by the array of handsome men and beautiful women they encountered, and they were further entranced upon being ushered into such a lavish chamber. They marveled at their young master's prowess. As Qin Yuan approached, the two protectors promptly rose to their feet, bowing their heads with deference. Young master, they intoned. Qin Yuan, initially apprehensive, now accepted their reverence as his due. You both must be weary from your travels. Rest for a while, sign the documents at noon, and then hasten back. I have no need of your assistance here. The two protectors were deeply moved, tears welling in their eyes. Their young master's consideration was truly profound. He was concerned about their potential fatigue from the prolonged journey. Despite his evident urgency, he had even delayed the signing until noon. The two protectors nodded repeatedly, watching Qin Yuan depart. Thank you, young master, they murmured. Throughout the entire encounter, neither harbored any doubts regarding Qin Yuan's identity. The Wind Protector expressed his curiosity. What manner of man do you suppose he is? This individual our young master deems formidable in martial prowess and adept at posturing. It's a pity we cannot aid our young master. The Lightning Protector concurred. If our young master acknowledges his skill and bravado, then he must indeed be quite proficient. Perhaps he is somewhat conceited. If circumstances permitted, I would relish the opportunity to meet this adversary of our young master. The Wind Protector nodded, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. It would be ideal to resolve this matter for our young master. That would render our journey worthwhile. The Wind Protector sighed. However, as we are soon to return, and the young master desires that we refrain from rash actions, we shall heed his counsel. The Lightning Protector nodded. In any event, we shall have ample time to spend with the young master in the future. There is no need to rush. He then announced, I shall venture out for a stroll. The Wind Protector nodded, returning to his chamber. Remember to refrain from any impetuous actions and avoid causing any inconvenience for the young master. The Lightning Protector rolled his eyes, departing without a backward glance. Naturally, meanwhile, their true young master, Long Aotian, had been awaiting a response from the frontier ever since contacting them the day before yesterday. Upon receiving a signal from Elder Cho indicating that the two protectors had arrived long ago, he grew anxious as to why they had not yet contacted him. Long Aotian began to fret. Could it be that these two intend to defect? Why else would they withhold the funds and fail to make contact? Surely, they are not so foolish. Our organization is renowned for its assassination skills. Should they dare to abscond with the funds, a relentless stream of assassins would pursue them, without respite, until the money is recovered. As Long Aotian continued to ponder, having not received any response to his signals and lacking any knowledge of the protector's appearance, he was seized by a sudden sense of urgency. Just as he was lost in thought, he caught sight of a voluptuous and alluring woman. Long Aotian couldn't help but steal a few glances. Her aura seemed ill-suited to the tranquil atmosphere of Snow City, more akin to the rugged lands of the frontier. The Lightning Protector, with her keen senses, noticed that she was being observed. Upon spotting the young master's figure in the distance, she hastened forward and signaled to the Wind Protector, who was resting in his chamber. Qin Yuan, having just concluded discussions with the project manager, was preparing to rest when he saw the Lightning Protector approaching. Long Aotian was still nearby. He was immediately startled. Have they recognized each other? Could it be? Could it truly be such a coincidence? I should never have allowed them to come. I should have gone myself. This is a disaster. The Lightning Protector approached rapidly, bowing respectfully. Young master, might that be the source of your troubles over there? She discreetly pointed in the direction of Long Aotian, who was standing not far away. Qin Yuan was taken aback that the Lightning Protector had mistaken Long Aotian for him. With no other recourse, Qin Yuan nodded imperceptibly. Do you recall what I told you earlier? The Lightning Protector straightened up, her attention fully engaged. Indeed, young master. You said that this man is highly skilled in martial arts and excels at putting on airs. Qin Yuan nodded, having received the Lightning Protector's message. The Wind Protector leaped from his bed and rushed to the scene. Sure enough, he immediately noticed Long Aotian. Judging by his physique and stance alone, it was clear that he possessed immense inner strength. He was undoubtedly not an easy opponent. A surge of battle intent coursed through him. If it came to a fight, the two protectors, working in concert, might stand a chance of victory. Furthermore, it would provide an opportunity to impress the young master. The Wind Protector braced himself and strode to Qin Yuan's side, bowing respectfully. Young master, do you require our... The Wind Protector gestured to strike. Qin Yuan shook his head imperceptibly. These two brutes. He is the protagonist. He is not someone you can simply attack. Besides, even if he wanted to, could they prevail? And what if, during their exchange, they were to discover that Long Aotian is, in fact, their true young master? Therefore, the best course of action is to swiftly sign the contract, secure the funds, and depart as quickly as possible. Let these two protectors return from whence they came. Seeing this, the two protectors couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. But upon reflection, they realized that if even the young master deemed this individual formidable, their chances of victory were slim. Long Aotian had been observing the Lightning Protector from start. Initially, it was merely because she was a beautiful woman who appeared to possess some martial skills. However, he was surprised to see her heading directly toward Qin Yuan. Then, another man with considerable inner strength approached Qin Yuan as well. This time, he clearly saw the jade pendants they wore at their waists, the uniform insignia of their organization. This was a symbol reserved for those within the organization. Clearly, these two were the individuals Elder Cho had dispatched to deliver the funds to him. Shouldn't they be seeking him out? Why were they approaching Qin Yuan? When had Qin Yuan become acquainted with them? No wonder they hadn't contacted him for so many days. These two fools. They couldn't even recognize their own young master. Long Aotian took a step forward, his face darkening, and questioned them. Do you remember the purpose of your visit here? Why haven't you contacted me in advance? The Lightning Protector was the only female protector in the organization. She was beautiful and alluring, and she was accustomed to being fawned over wherever she went. She had never been questioned in such a manner before. Even their young master treated her with courtesy, never reprimanding her. Who was this person to interrogate her? The Lightning Protector rolled her eyes. None of your business. The Wind Protector was equally defiant. Whoever their young master disliked was his enemy. Whatever their young master opposed, he opposed as well. Are you bored? Long Aotian was enraged. Not only had these two failed to contact him upon their arrival, causing him to wait impatiently for so long, but they now dared to speak to him in such a manner. They were truly audacious. Do you two have a death wish? How dare you speak to me like that? Qin Yuan was surprised to see them squabbling amongst themselves. Fearing that they would reveal his deception, he intervened. Enough. Let's sign the contract. Chapter 59. Signing the contract. The petite secretary smoothly produced the contract. The Electric Guardian's demeanor shifted instantly as she alluringly leaned against Qin Yuan, gently soothing him with her delicate hand. Forgive me, young master. It is my fault, she implored. The Wind Guardian nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. I shall sign it immediately. As she picked up the pen, Long Aotian observed the situation and felt a surge of indignation. Why have these two not contacted me? They have mistaken Qin Yuan for me. He snorted coldly. Have your eyes gone blind? You do not even recognize your own young master. Look closely. I am your true young master. The two guardians exchanged knowing smirks, realizing that he was merely a braggart with formidable strength. The Wind Guardian was the first to speak. Mocking him, you? The Electric Guardian chimed in. Do you think you're worthy? Long Aotian's expression hardened, a murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Am I not clear enough? Open your eyes and see. I am your young master, and the one before you is nothing but a waste. If it weren't for the duel with the Van Tion and breaking the token, this situation wouldn't have arisen. It's exasperating that you two still fail to recognize me. The Wind Guardian could no longer endure the slander against their young master. You may insult him, but do not dare insult our young master. He is humble yet charming, never boastful, and treats others kindly. Where else can you find such a young master? With that, the Wind Guardian charged forward, delivering a resounding slap. The Electric Guardian, equally enraged, joined in. If their young master were truly a waste, then what of this man before them? The insult to their young master was an insult to her as well. Utilizing the terrain, they prepared for a surprise attack. Long Aotian was taken aback by the Wind Guardian's audacity to confront him. Had it not been for the tricks employed by the holy maiden of their sect, he could have easily defeated 10 opponents with his strength. These two guardians were not even skilled in offensive martial arts, rendering them no match for him. Long Aotian, now furious, stepped forward, ready to unleash his inner strength. Suddenly, he sensed a chilling wind approaching. The Electric Guardian lunged at him with a claw-like hand, executing a stealthy attack. Long Aotian effortlessly dodged, turning to glare at her with a sinister smile. You seek death. The Electric Guardian barely evaded, using the terrain to her advantage, leaping to successfully restrain Long Aotian. The Wind Guardian seized the opportunity, joining forces with the Electric Guardian to execute their ultimate move. 1,000-year kill. Long Aotian felt an overwhelming impact in a sensitive area, letting out a howl as he protected himself. The Electric Guardian followed up with a swift kick. The two guardians worked in perfect harmony, exchanging blows with Long Aotian. They had learned of his prowess from Qin Yuan and had prepared to ensure he could not utilize his inner strength. Together, they cornered him. Long Aotian found himself retreating until he collided with a chair. His inner strength, honed since childhood, had rendered him nearly invincible, but in this instance, he was unable to unleash it, repeatedly struck by the Guardian's underhanded tactics. It was both frustrating and painful, his head spinning and a sensitive area throbbing in agony. After several exchanges, Long Aotian was left with no capacity to resist. The Electric Guardian delivered a stinging slap. Weren't you arrogant? How dare you insult our young master? Long Aotian's head snapped to the side, his molars feeling loose. The Wind Guardian followed suit, delivering another slap. What are you? Aren't you supposed to be powerful? Aren't you a braggart? Today, let us see how far you can keep up the act. Long Aotian shielded his face with his hands. You got the wrong person. The electric guardian jumped up, delivering a crushing blow to his head. To insult our young master and thwart his plans, we will make you submit today. The two guardians continued their relentless assault until Long Aotian was left dazed and unconscious. In terms of strength, Long Aotian undoubtedly surpassed both guardians. Yet, their preparation and strategic tactics, designed specifically to drain his stamina, led to his downfall. Qin Yuan had anticipated every possible outcome of their meeting, save for the fact that I am his fiancée. The Wind Guardian smiled and nodded, displaying a demeanor of considerable respect. Thank you, young master's wife. The Electric Guardian said reluctantly, also nodding. Not only had they successfully accomplished their mission, delivering the funds into the young master's hands and aiding him in his grand endeavor to unify Snow City, but they also took the opportunity to decisively vanquish those who had persistently hindered him, right before his eyes. Upon their return to the border, the organization would undoubtedly reward them generously. With hearts filled with excitement, the two embarked on their journey. The young secretary who had accompanied Qin Yuan was utterly astonished. A monumental deal worth 10 billion, based on a contract she had painstakingly prepared in a single night, was sealed with such ease. Moreover, the clients displayed utmost obedience to their boss, addressing him reverently as young master. Could this be the same Qin Yuan she knew, the notorious playboy of Snow City? Li Gang, the bodyguard captain, remained unfazed. Who was her boss? None other than Qin Yuan. A mere 10 billion deal signed effortlessly was hardly surprising. It was perfectly in line with his style. Qin Yuan noticed the dazed secretary and waved his hand in front of her face. Lost in thought. Take the contract back to my father. Startled, Lin Yin quickly took the contract. Oh yes, young Master Qin. I'll take care of it immediately. Qin Yuan chuckled, watching Lin Yin's departing figure. This employee is far more dedicated than I am. He glanced at the bruised and unconscious Long Aotian on the ground. Although he was unsure why Meng Yuqing would cover the expenses for those two individuals and publicly acknowledge their relationship, he knew it was best to make a swift exit. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now, Qin Yuan announced. Meng Yuqing, though eager to relax with Qin Yuan, understood that this single project was insufficient to resolve the Meng family's financial woes. With no time to waste, she nodded in agreement and departed. Together, they swiftly concluded their review and returned to the Snow City Center. Upon their return, Qin Yuan still felt a sense of relief. He wondered if the two guardians would experience a drop in loyalty upon discovering that he was, in fact, the antagonist. Shortly after Qin Yuan's departure, Chun Yu, dispatched by Long Aotian on a mission, returned and was aghast to find his young master in such a state. Their young master's martial prowess was renowned in the frontier, and he was virtually invincible in Snow City. Who could have possibly inflicted such grievous injuries? Although their young master had previously offended the Chu family, they lacked the means to retaliate. The only likely culprit was Qin Yuan, whom their young master had always despised. However, he was considered a good-for-nothing. Even his bodyguard captain, Li Gang, possessed limited abilities and would be no match for their young master. Could Qin Yuan have hired formidable new bodyguards? I must evacuate the young master immediately. Qin Yu thought, what if he is killed here? Qin Yu hoisted Long Aotian onto his shoulder and dashed away. Long Aotian regained consciousness several times during the journey, groggily attempting to ask Qin Yu to put him down. He feared being killed by his clumsy subordinate after surviving the guardian's assault. Engrossed in his haste, Qin Yu remained oblivious until he placed his young master on the bed. He then realized something was amiss, frantically attempting to stop the bleeding. The wounds appeared eerily familiar, resembling those inflicted by their own organization. Could their young master have been attacked by their own people? Qin Yu scratched his head and sent a signal to the frontier, incredulous at the possibility of betrayal. Meanwhile, the two guardians who had rushed back to the frontier, eager to bask in their glory, were apprehended upon arrival. Amidst the sweeping sands, within a resplendent palace guarded by sentries, Elder Cho, cloaked in black, glared at the two men dragged before him. His fury was palpable even through his mask. You were sent to aid the young master, and what have you done? Guardian Feng, bewildered by the interrogation despite having successfully completed his mission, bowed respectfully. We assisted the young master by delivering funds and teaching the adversary a lesson. Elder Cho inhaled deeply. Were the funds delivered? Do you realize that you have severely injured the young master? Guardian Dian shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. We attacked the young master's nemesis. His voice trailed off. The two exchanged glances. This. Guardian Feng stepped forward, clinging to disbelief despite a growing suspicion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. We followed the characteristics provided by you, Elder. Guardian Dian nodded emphatically. Surrounded by beauties, ruthless and heartless. All the conditions matched. Besides, how could our young master look so ordinary? We attacked the arrogant and incompetent one. Elder Cho, overwhelmed by their incompetence, felt his head spin. He tossed the received signal before them. See for yourselves. Upon examination, the truth dawned on them. They had attacked the wrong person. They had not only assaulted the young master, but had also slapped him and subjected him to the 1,000 years of death. What fate awaited them now? Trembling, they knelt. Elder Cho scoffed. The money? The 10 billion you were supposed to deliver to the young master. Where did it go? Guardian Feng frantically retrieved the phone Qin Yuan had purchased and hastily contacted the bank. A sweet voice responded, "We apologize, but the funds have been expedited according to your instructions. For further inquiries, please contact the original account holder. We can provide proof if necessary." Guardian Feng despaired. At 40 years old, he lacked Guardian Diane's youthful beauty, which might have swayed the situation. His fate appeared grim. Elder Cho, observing the man's expression, realized that they had delivered the funds to the young master's adversary. He gnashed his teeth in fury. You two will guard the dark chamber. Elder Cho had initially considered executing them, but acknowledged their exceptional strength, demonstrated by their ability to injure the young master. Fearing a desperate revolt, he opted to assign them as guards in the dark chamber. The dark chamber served as a prison for traitors and captives, a desolate post offering no benefits. It was typically assigned to the elderly or disabled. Reduced from revered members of the Four Guardians to mere gatekeepers, their future stretched bleakly before them, akin to a slow death, subject to the ridicule of their former colleagues. The two guardians were utterly despondent. However, Guardian Feng recognized that Elder Cho had shown mercy by sparing his life. He resigned himself to his fate, bowing his head respectfully. "Thank you, Elder." Guardian Dian seethed inwardly. She was a renowned beauty from the frontier, the organization's most exquisite woman. To relegate such a beauty to guarding a gate was a blatant waste of her youth. Chapter 61. Such kindness could it be possessed? Feng Hufa, in his 40s and on the brink of retirement, willingly accepted the role of gatekeeper, while she, the electric protector, had other aspirations. In the current circumstances, their unity was vital. Should they falter, her abilities alone would be insufficient to contend with the entire organization. She clenched her teeth, suppressing her dissatisfaction, and bowed her head. Yes, Elder. One day, she vowed to reclaim all that she had lost. Meanwhile, upon returning to the heart of Shui City, Qin Yuan hurried to meet his father. Qin Jinghua meticulously reviewed the contract, counting the credited amount aloud. Units of 10, 100, 1,000, million. He murmured in disbelief. Was it truly this simple to secure a deal worth 10 billion? This young man was far more capable than I was at his age. No, let me count again. What if I miscalculated? After recounting, he still found it hard to believe. How had he managed such a feat? Wasn't he supposed to be evaluating projects in the nearby 5A tourist resort? How casually he signed a 10 billion deal. His assistant interjected, unable to contain herself. Mr. Qin, the finance department has verified this collaboration. The funds are confirmed and have been received. Indeed, it is 10 billion. You should trust young Master Qin's capabilities. Since taking on the deal, Mr. Qin had counted the amount no less than 10 times, repeatedly exclaiming, "This young man is truly remarkable." Yet again, he found himself counting. How could he be so impressive? Mr. Qin was growing weary of his own disbelief. Qin Yuan entered the room. "Dad, you mentioned that if I completed this project, I could pursue the medicinal herbs project. Now that I have not only completed it, but also secured the deal, can I take full charge? By the way, here is the work report for the tourism project." He placed the report on the desk. Qin Jinghua straightened up, clenched his fist, and cleared his throat. "Quite good. I've reviewed the work report you submitted. It is commendable. Qin Yuan was speechless. Did you not just receive it? What would you have possibly reviewed? However, since he was granted the project, he chose not to dwell on the matter. Turning, he took the materials for the medicinal herbs project back to his office. Just as Qin Yuan settled into his exclusive office, Duan Yuqin arrived. His heart sank at the sight of her. What brings you here? Sister, I don't have time to play. I need to focus on the medicinal herbs project. Duan Yuqin had composed herself over the past few days. Without a title or status, she should not confront Meng Yuqing directly. Instead, she intended to feign innocence and elicit sympathy from Qin Yuan, while simultaneously irking Meng Yuqing. Upon hearing his words, Duan Yuqin nearly lost her composure. Taking a deep breath, she smiled warmly and presented her homemade lunch. You've been traveling. This must be tiring. I made you lunch. Please, try it. She revealed the bento boxes, labeled small bento, rice and large bento dishes. Qin Yuan stared at the labels, then at her seemingly innocent face and shuddered. He attempted to flee, but Duan Yuqin swiftly caught him. Why are you running? This is a heartfelt bento I prepared for you. Qin Yuan squirmed. What kind of heartfelt meal is labeled like this? If you wish to take revenge, just say so. No need to pretend to be gentle. You're not convincing. Duan Yuqin could no longer contain her temper. With a glare and a raised hand, she declared, I am not to be trifled with. Qin Yuan promptly sat down obediently. Duan Yuqin set the bento before him, unveiling the steaming rice and delectable dishes, braised pork, spicy eggplant, and diced chicken. The sight was undeniably appetizing. With a swift motion, she placed chopsticks in front of him. Eat. Qin Yuan hesitantly picked up the chopsticks, struggling internally. You haven't poisoned it, have you? Duan Yuqin pointed at herself incredulously, her anger flaring as she nearly retaliated. Do I look like that kind of person? He gulped. Yes. Duan Yuqin took a deep breath, suppressing her fury, muttering to herself, stay calm, stay calm. If I get angry, we'll take care of my health. I want tea, let others' anger affect me. Terrified, Qin Yuan dared not touch the food. Duan Yuqin forced a gentle smile and gestured for him to eat. A shiver ran down his spine as he hastily began devouring the meal. Whenever she displayed such a sweet demeanor, Qin Yuan knew she was genuinely furious and plotting something. Duan Yuqin leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand, watching him eat with a smile. Miraculously, her anger seemed to dissipate. Observing him rush through his meal, she even reached out to pat his back. All right, slow down. No one is competing with you. Startled by her gesture, Qin Yuan dared not retort, only relaxing once he confirmed he was indeed safe. Duan Yuqin leaned closer, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Tell me, do we not resemble a married couple? Propping her head on her hand, she gazed at him with a playful smile. You are the diligent husband, and I, the caring wife who brings lunch to her hard-working husband. Qin Yuan rolled his eyes in silent critique. Which wife serves small bento rice and large bento dishes? Duan Yuqin touched her nose, aware of her own faults, and coyly whined. It's my first time bringing lunch. And we are childhood sweethearts, destined to be together. At her words, Qin Yuan nearly burst into laughter. We are more like a tyrannical mother and her victim. Duan Yuqin eyed him sharply, then clapped her hands. You can't speak while eating. After their playful banter and finishing their meal, Duan Yuqin grew curious. What was that project you mentioned earlier? Without lifting his gaze, Qin Yuan continued working the medicinal herbs. Duan Yuqin frowned, her tone disapproving. Following the wildfire incidents, medicinal herbs are indeed scarce, but your family does not lack for money. Is this venture truly necessary? Qin Yuan glanced up, giving her a sidelong look. Who said I was trying to profit? Duan Yuqin paused, reflecting carefully. She realized the Qin family had not capitalized on the situation to market the scarcity of medicinal herbs and inflate prices. Confused, she asked, then what is your intention? Is it not in your nature to seek profit? Qin Yuan resumed his work. Just then, his assistant, Lin Yin, entered with documents and overheard Duan Yuqin's remarks. Unable to hold back, she defended Qin Yuan. No, Ms. Duan, our young master Qin aims to stabilize the prices of medicinal herbs. Duan Yuqin's eyes widened. Stabilize? Are you serious? She approached, tiptoeing to gently touch Qin Yuan's forehead. What are you thinking? Have you lost your mind? Every time disaster strikes, it inevitably causes panic among the masses, even if the reserves are sufficient. This leads to a surge in demand as people rush to stock up, creating temporary shortages. Many seize the opportunity for speculation, driving prices up and profiting immensely. Just look at the previous spikes in salt and vegetables. Qin Yuan was going against the grain. And this. Duan Yuqin cupped his face in her hands, examining him closely, murmuring softly, "Such kindness, could it be that you are possessed?" Chapter 62. Emergency measures. Qin Yuan brushed off Duan Yuqin's hand. It struck me that every enterprise bears its own responsibilities. The herbal medicine industry is not like any other. An ordinary person may choose not to consume certain products. Yet traditional Chinese medicine is a matter of life and death for patients awaiting salvation. Duan Yuqin fell silent. She had never contemplated that the snot-nosed child who playfully trailed behind her in their youth could one day embody such responsibility. As she gazed upward, Duan Yuqin compared Qin Yuan to those who espoused lofty ideals yet acted selfishly. She felt that the man before her was the epitome of masculinity. In an instant, Qin Yuan's image loomed large in her heart. She nodded, resolving to invest a portion herself. "I, Duan Yuqin, shall invest in this project." Qin Yuan's interest was piqued. "Are you certain? This venture is a guaranteed loss. It offers no trick for profit." Duan Yuqin nodded. People must occasionally take reckless leaps. Qin Yuan assented and promptly instructed his assistant to draft a contract. Duan Yuqin signed it decisively, her smile sending a shiver down Qin Yuan's spine. "Sister, if you invest 500 million and I catch you flirting with someone else, you will be in grave trouble." Qin Yuan recalled the incident with Meng Yuqing in the wardrobe, feeling a twinge of guilt. "That shouldn't count as flirting, right? We haven't even started dating yet. Our encounter was merely a contingency plan." Meanwhile, Meng Yuqing returned to Meng Corporation, tirelessly initiating project discussions. Meng Xiangrui watched his sister toil late into the night, guilt gnawing at him. If not for him, she wouldn't need to struggle so. He blamed Long Aotian and began severing ties with his former frivolous friends. Earnestly learning from the individuals his sister had chosen for him, adopting a humble attitude. Meng Yuqing noticed this change, her heart swelling with pride at her brother's growth. This situation was not entirely devoid of benefits, as it also involved Qin Yuan. The memory of their transformative night at the snow resort filled her with sweetness. Meng Yuqing finally recognized her true feelings, resolving to treat him well after marriage. With that thought, Meng Yuqing immersed herself in her work. Su Wei, as her assistant, sensed a shift in Meng Yuqing's demeanor upon returning from their trip, noting her increased laughter and kindness, as well as her tendency to daydream with a smile reminiscent of a love-struck maiden. As Su Wei observed her boss lost in laughter, she gently knocked on the door. Meng Yuqing snapped back to attention, donning a serious expression. "What is it?" Su Wei relayed Qin Yuan's intention to stabilize the price of herbal materials and Duan Yuqin's co-investment. Meng Yuqing paused, realizing this was indeed a fortuitous development, especially as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine who understood the significance of each herb. Under normal circumstances, she would have been the first to invest, even if it meant incurring losses. However, given their current situation, the Meng family was only just managing to recover. They simply lacked the spare funds for investment. Recalling the hopeful faces of patients she had treated alongside her grandfather, Meng Yuqing sighed. "I shall auction off a few pieces from my jewelry collection to contribute in any way I can." Su Wei nodded and departed. Meng Yuqing was entirely unaware of the brewing situation until her assistant Su Wei brought it to her attention after Duan Yuqin posted on social media. Clearly, Qin Yuan had no intention of using this matter for show. Throughout their acquaintance, Meng Yuqing had never imagined he could be so responsible. When he had previously mentioned his involvement, she had assumed it was mere rhetoric. During this time, she was preoccupied with seeking partnerships to mend the gaps left by Meng Xiangrui's mishaps, yet she still pondered these matters. Qin Yuan, a man without ailments. Also uninterested in social news, why would he suddenly take an interest in this? The only explanation Meng Yuqing could conceive was that his concern stemmed from his affection for her as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, leading him to empathize with the plight of struggling patients. It was impossible not to be moved. Each time she witnessed patients who could have been saved but were forced to abandon treatment due to financial constraints, Her heart ached. Had she possessed the means, she would have invested herself long ago. To her surprise, Qin Yuan not only perceived her unspoken thoughts, but was also willing to invest heavily to rectify the situation. Among the throngs of admirers, only Qin Yuan demonstrated such heartfelt intent. Their acquaintance had not begun yesterday. She had witnessed his transformation from a notorious spendthrift to a capable individual. Meng Yuqing could confidently regard him as a commendable man. His newfound sense of responsibility and affection elevated him from mere 60 to a perfect score in her eyes. A sense of sweetness blossomed within her. He was incredibly devoted. It was fortunate that she had agreed to their engagement. Otherwise, finding a man of his caliber would be nearly impossible. Meng Yuqing resolved that once the Meng family regained stability, she would generously donate to the herbal medicine cause and compensate Qin Yuan for the years he had pursued her, enduring hardships along the way. With renewed determination, Meng Yuqing focused intently on her documents. The prospective partner was from Haicheng. Despite the distance, their terms were exceedingly tempting. Securing this collaboration would allow the Meng family to recover fully. As she glanced at the time, she prepared to meet them and sent a message to Qin Yuan. Count me in for the herbal medicine project. You are aware of my current circumstances. Once I secure the Haicheng deal, I will increase my investment. Initially dismissive, Qin Yuan was jolted to attention upon realizing the implications of Meng Yuqing's mention of the Haicheng project. He suddenly recalled a detail he had overlooked. In the original narrative, following Meng Xiangrui's investment failure, Meng Yuqing's collaboration with Haicheng led her to encounter a professional financial fraud team. Aotian, with his sharp insights, had identified critical issues at a pivotal moment, enabling the Meng family to avert disaster. He had also revitalized their finances through new projects, not only filling the financial void but also deepening ties with the Meng family, ultimately winning Meng Yuqing's favor and gaining control over the family. However, with Aotian now recuperating, he was unable to assist her grandfather or the company. Chapter 63. Both the living and the spirits are putting on a show, yet only Mr. Jiao is enduring the blows. Qin Yuan swiftly sent her a message. Don't go. That's a scammer. However, the message fell into an abyss, receiving no response. In a panic, Qin Yuan flipped through his contacts, ready to make a call, only to find his phone had died and shut off completely. Time was of the essence. At that moment, Meng Yuqing, clad in a tailored suit, regained her demeanor as the frosty CO. She arrived at the financial building where the meeting with Jiao Yingwu was to take place, accompanied by her team. The ambience was illuminated with staff bustling about, their computers displaying a kaleidoscope of stock market data and various official policies. An atmosphere of professionalism pervaded the air. In a lavishly decorated conference room, understated yet elegant, Jiao Yingwu approached with a cadre of impeccably dressed associates, extending his hand. I have long admired you. I have heard much about you, Ms. Meng. Today, seeing you in person, you truly embody the strength of a woman. Meng Yuqing nodded, engaging in a brief, formal handshake before immediately releasing his grip. Her expression adorned with a courteous smile that subtly conveyed a sense of distance. Mr. Jiao, let's review the contract. If everything is satisfactory, we can sign it immediately, she stated. A member of Jiao Yingwu's entourage stepped forward, feigning interest in the documents. Jiao smiled amiably, though internally he scoffed, recognizing the naivety of youth. He had received news that Meng's family was facing significant losses, over 5 billion, and he was eagerly awaiting this contract to recoup his own finances. Once Meng Yuqing affixed her signature, the funds would be his, and he would vanish without a trace, leaving the Meng family to deal with the aftermath of their misfortune. In his self-satisfied musings, Jiao Yingwu failed to realize that the building was rented and the staff were merely temporary actors. The premises were equipped with signal jammers, rendering external communication impossible. Meanwhile, unable to reach Meng Yuqing, Qin Yuan waved his hand, rallying his team of bodyguards into a high-speed pursuit. So this is the antagonist? I am an antagonist too, and my status surpasses yours. Today, I shall demonstrate what true disruption entails. In the conference room, Jiao Yingwu received a signal from his accomplices and began to press for a swift conclusion. Ms. Meng, this contract has been thoroughly vetted by professionals. There will be no issues. Perhaps we should proceed with the signing? I have another client waiting. As Meng Yuqing scrutinized the document, just as she was about to sign, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. All eyes turned to the entrance, where Qin Yuan stood, hands in his Chapter 64. Is it too late to practice the trumpet? In the end, when the pressure became unbearable, Jiao Yingwu simply feigned unconsciousness. His team members shared the same sentiment. None dared to approach. They merely wished to wait for the confrontation to conclude and then make their swift exit. A notification had been received. The authorities had already taken notice of their presence. Reporting to the police was out of the question. It was evident that Qin Zhong was affiliated with the underworld. Their own team was hardly pristine either, each one behaving as meekly as a quail. After enduring the beatings from the adversary's subordinates, just as they were preparing to flee in disgrace, the door was violently flung open once more. Gu Qing, clad in her police uniform, stood before them with a grave expression. Do not move. Place your hands on your head and squat down. The act of feigning unconsciousness was immediately abandoned by Jiao Yingwu. If they were apprehended, given the scale of their fraudulent activities, a life sentence was all but certain. He waved his hands in denial. No, officer, you misunderstand. Gu Qing was originally collaborating with the local police in Haicheng to track a fraud syndicate that had been operating across multiple provinces. Due to delayed intelligence from informants, they had nearly allowed this group to escape. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Qin Yuan burst in, inadvertently aiding them by buying time. Gu Qing's gaze fell upon a man who was still reeling from the blows, yet continued to utter misunderstandings. She scoffed coldly. What misunderstanding? Jiao Yingwu, whose real name is Zheng Guozhong, has committed fraud across multiple regions, amounting to hundreds of billions. I would recognize you even if you turned to ashes. Gu Qing's lips curled in disdain as she firmly grasped Jiao Yingwu. My coat, my jacket, and my achievements. Do not think you can escape. Upon hearing this, Jiao Yingwu's face turned ashen. After years of hunting, he had never expected to be caught in such a predicament. Gu Qing scanned the room, oddly noting the absence of Long Aotian. With a swift motion, she commanded, take them all away. At that moment, Long Aotian had just recovered from his injuries. Qin Yu approached him. Young master, you are awake? Long Aotian nodded, stating that the collaboration with the Meng family could no longer be delayed. Bring me the contract. Let us find Meng Yuqing. Suddenly, Long Aotian recalled Qin Yuan. Wait, Qin Yu, investigate Qin Yuan's whereabouts. After a brief interval, Qin Yuan is at the police station. Long Aotian let out a scoff, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He is merely a spoiled rich kid. I shall deal with him in due time. As long as he remains absent, this collaboration is nearly guaranteed. Also, look into Meng Yuqing's current location. She is at the police station as well. Long Aotian was taken aback. It was no surprise that Qin Yuan frequented the police station, but Meng Yuqing, the ice-cold CEO, who had always been the model child, could she truly be at the police station? Qin Yu confirmed. Meng Yuqing is there to discuss a collaboration, but Qin Yuan and his men assaulted her business associates, claiming they had touched her hand. Long Aotian relished the irony. Inexplicable events surrounding Qin Yuan suddenly appeared rational. No wonder he has earned himself a 15-day detention. He recalled their previous grievances. Let us go, take the contract, and head to the police station. Inside the police station, Qin Yuan and his companions were no strangers to the officers. Several policemen were focused on interrogating Jiao Yingwu and his gang, while Qin Yuan merely faced routine questioning. Released within half an hour, Long Aotian was astonished by such a swift outcome. Was it not stated that he had been involved in a brawl? Although he had not physically engaged, he had orchestrated the entire affair. By what right were they not detaining him? Gu Qing coldly interjected, Mr. Long, what relation do you have to this operation? Do not obstruct official duties. Long Aotian momentarily stammered, at a loss for words. Why was it that he had been interrogated for an entire night and detained for 15 days, while Qin Yuan faced merely half an hour of questioning before being released? The interrogators of Jiao Yingwu did not emerge until 8 in the evening. Jiao Yingwu and his crew had fully confessed. These seasoned financial fraudsters had deceived numerous affluent individuals, the total amount exceeding hundreds of billions. If all went as anticipated, Jiao Yingwu and his cohorts would face life imprisonment, awaiting execution. Gu Qing emerged, stating, "Qin Yuan, I did not expect your misguided actions to inadvertently aid us in apprehending this financial fraud group. You have done us a service." Qin Yuan sheepishly rubbed his nose. "Oh, it was merely a fortunate coincidence. Of course, I was aware that I was confronting a syndicate. I targeted them specifically. Long Aotian had been recuperating, and I could not stand idly by while Meng Yuqing was deceived." Noticing the predatory gaze from Long Aotian, Qin Yuan felt a pang of guilt and sought to slip away. The look in Long Aotian's eyes conveyed a desire to end my life. I must depart swiftly. Gu Qing was taken aback by his knowledge of their identities. After their last encounter, when he had tricked her into accepting a car, her parents had imposed Stri Qin Jingwa's heart instantly sank. Could it be? Could it truly be that everything had reverted to the past overnight? Previously, it was merely Qin Yuan causing a ruckus at the station, but now they had come to his home, indicating that the situation was far from ordinary. Could it be that he had already been detained? He had but this one son. Was it still possible for him to practice the trumpet? Chapter 65. Aotian Academy. Qin Jingwa welcomed the guests and personally poured a cup of tea, cautiously inquiring, "Officer Gu, what exactly has Xiao Yuan done wrong to warrant such a serious approach? Rest assured, we are willing to settle this privately, no matter the cost. Would you like us to engage the professional legal team of the Qin family?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qing quickly discerned the misunderstanding and decided to be succinct. "Uncle Qin, you need not worry. This is a good matter. Qin Yuan has taken down a fraudulent group we were pursuing, which has been implicated in a massive financial scheme. He played a pivotal role in buying us time. We are here to present him with a banner in recognition of his commendable efforts." Upon this revelation, Qin Jingwa let out a long sigh of relief. "Oh, I see. That's wonderful news." He couldn't help but murmur, "You gave me quite a scare. I thought he had gotten himself into trouble again." Gu Qing shook her head, recalling the affectionate moments shared between Meng Yuqing and Qin Yuan, a twinge of bittersweetness stirring within her. "No, young Master Qin has genuinely changed for the better." Qin Jingwa beamed with pride. "Indeed, he is my son." After bidding farewell to Gu Qing, he and his wife eagerly awaited their son's return. During this time, Tian Yadu had visited, and eventually they were reunited with Qin Yuan. Curious, they both asked, "Now, tell us, what is the situation? Even that girl from the Gu family praised your heroism." Naturally, Qin Yuan could not divulge the true storyline he was aware of. He merely laughed it off. "It's nothing much. I happened to learn about this fraudulent group due to some chance encounters. I frequented those places, so I gathered a myriad of information. This time, I unexpectedly found out that Meng Yuqing was planning to deal with them. When I couldn't reach her by phone, I took it upon myself to lead a team over. He was unaware that Gu Qing and her group were already tracking the criminals." Qin Jingwa patted Qin Yuan's shoulder, feeling a surge of pride that nearly brought him to tears. "My son, by the way, that girl from the Tian family is waiting for you. You should go see her." Qin Yuan nodded, acknowledging his father's words. He understood that he had been overly pampered as a child, often worrying that he might not be able to uphold the family legacy after his father was gone. However, it seemed he was not only responsible, but also capable and considerate of his partner. Qin Jingwa realized that, regardless of circumstances, his son was bound to thrive. Meanwhile, Qin's wife shot a disapproving glance at her husband while gently massaging his back, exasperated. "Isn't it enough? You used to hide under the covers crying at night when our son was wayward, and now that he has finally matured, you're still shedding tears?" "I'm not crying. It's just sweat," Qin Jingwa retorted, wiping his eyes. Upon entering his room, Qin Yuan was enveloped by Tian Shiner, who clung to him like an octopus. Feeling the softness before him, he gently patted her fluffy little head, pulling her back slightly. "What brings you here?" Dressed in a JK uniform with her hair in pigtails, Tian Shiner playfully lifted a leg to rest on his waist, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Brother Qin, hug me in the comfort of home." With no formidable rival looming, Qin Yuan felt at ease to embrace her. "Why does it feel like I have gained another daughter?" he mused. "What's wrong?" Tian Shiner sighed, resting her head against his chest. "I'm going to university, Aotian Academy. Elliston Academy is renowned for its strict regulations and exceptional academic performance. This development had not been part of the original narrative, likely due to his influence preventing the antagonist from causing trouble for Tian. Thus, she would need to take a leave of absence. That's great. Qin Yuan smiled. You'll be safer without me around. But if I go to university, I won't be able to see you anymore, Tian pouted. All right, don't be upset. University is a good thing. I'll bring you some sweets when I visit, he reassured her, thinking to himself, the fewer people around, the safer I feel. I sense that the antagonist might cause trouble. Tian sulked, but Brother Qin, that means I can only come back on weekends. How about I accompany you? He offered. Recalling the inexpensive clothes her parents had bought her, she shook her head. No, I can manage on my own, though she could wear them. They paled in comparison to her meticulously chosen outfits. Every girl desires to look her best in front of her beloved, after all. This predicament had stemmed from a few days prior when her parents, fearing she might go astray, resolved to provide her with a modest monthly allowance of only 1,000 yuan. While this might suffice in other regions, it was woefully inadequate in the expensive downtown of Shui City. Tian did not wish to reveal her vulnerable side to Qin Yuan, so despite his protests, she insisted on going alone. Reluctantly, Qin Yuan acquiesced, comforted by the fact that the university was not far away. After bidding farewell to Qin Yuan, Tian set off to school with her bags in hand, wearing a 9 yuan, 9-coin red-fitted t-shirt that accentuated her slender waist and inexpensive jeans that highlighted her curves. She radiated youthful vibrancy. Even in the simplest attire, she exuded a captivating charm. On her way, several upperclassmen eagerly offered to help carry her luggage, but she politely declined each time. Upon reaching her dormitory, 2 girls had already arrived and, upon glancing at Tian's outfit, chose to ignore her and continued their animated conversation. At that moment, Wang Li entered, clad in high-end Chanel attire, gracefully strutting in Valentino heels. With even her suitcase being Louis Vuitton, she cast a disdainful eye over Tian, her expression revealing her contempt. I thought I caught a whiff of something unpleasant upon entering. Turns out it's just someone else's frugality. Wearing 9 yuan clothes in public, what were you thinking? Don't assume that charming a few upperclassmen makes you special. Chen Jia and Li Qing, who had been chatting, exchanged glances at Wang Li's opulence, their eyes lighting up with envy as they chimed in, exactly. Who knows if she might resort to theft? Tian stood there, feeling helpless, her head drooping. There's nothing wrong with a 9 yuan shirt, she murmured. She had anticipated making friends at her new school, but instead, she faced scorn right from the start. Feeling dejected, she lowered her head, attempting to place her belongings on her bed. Just as she approached, Wang Li, from a distance, tossed her bag onto the bed, nearly hitting Tian in the process. Wang Li rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with irritation. Do you always have to be so slow? With pursed lips, Tian reluctantly chose the least desirable spot. A week later, when Qin Yuan returned, he noticed Tian sullen demeanor. What is the matter? Upon seeing him, Tian burst into tears, overwhelmed by the pent-up frustration. The group of girls had been utterly unreasonable, consistently bullying her with their numbers. Qin Yuan, perplexed, asked what happened. But Tian sobbing, refused to disclose the details. After much coaxing, he finally managed to console her. After all, she was the beloved of the protagonist. With the Tian family backing her, who would dare to mistreat her? Surely, she must have encountered difficulties at school. Qin Yuan pondered the situation and sent Xi Jinping to investigate. It was then that he uncovered the truth. At the time of registration, among the seniors eager to help Tian with her luggage, there was Wang Li's idol. Coincidentally, Wang Li happened to witness this. Under Wang Li's influence, the others in the dormitory began to form a coalition to bully Tian. Qin Yuan had not anticipated such circumstances. Merely 1 week into the new semester, he was already confronted with such despicable behavior. Fury surged within him, and he gritted his teeth in rage. This group was courting disaster. Chapter 66. The arrival of the deity at Elliston Academy. A convoy of sleek black luxury vehicles paved the way, and an Aston Martin executed a stunning drift, arriving at the school entrance to gasps of astonishment. Even the affluent scions, accustomed to opulence, couldn't resist capturing the moment on their cameras. Rumored to be one of only 3 in the world, the car exuded an aura of magnificence. How splendid it would be to ride in such a vehicle at least once in a lifetime. Who could possibly possess such a magnificent car? It seems somewhat reminiscent of young Master Qin style, but isn't he already a graduate? What brings him back here? From the vehicles, a dozen imposing bodyguards clad in black, donning sunglasses, emerged. Li Gang approached the Aston Martin and opened the door. A polished black leather shoe stepped out, eliciting another wave of gasps. It was indeed young Master Qin, handsome and wealthy, the embodiment of allure. How delightful it would be if you were my boyfriend. Oh, how Navi! Young Master Qin is already my boyfriend. Could it be that he has come here to seek someone? Who could possibly command such attention that he would personally appear? Meanwhile, inside the dormitory, Wang Li spotted Tian Xner and wore a look of disdain, deliberately raising her voice. If one is so impoverished, they ought to work in a factory instead of attending university. The other 2 chimed in, echoing her sentiments. Indeed, do they truly believe that merely gaining admission to university transforms them into a phoenix? Tian Xner, raised with utmost propriety, had never encountered such hostility in her previous school. Before she could formulate a retort, a familiar male voice cut through the air. Qin Yuan strode in, flanked by his bodyguards, none daring to obstruct his path. He spoke coldly. What concern is it of yours whether she attends university or not? The transformation from sparrow to golden phoenix is indeed impossible, just as you're destined to remain a mere sparrow in this lifetime. The 2 women trembled in fear, and Wang Li quickly abandoned her previous arrogance, forcing a smile. Why, young Master Qin, what brings you here? Qin Yuan scoffed, nodding slightly. Ah, you do recognize me. Wang Li, trembling, nodded cautiously. Of course, in the entirety of Shuidu, who is unaware of young Master Qin's formidable reputation? Qin Yuan then pulled Tian Xner closer. Do you know who she is? Wang Li, puffing out her chest, retorted. Isn't she just a pretty girl, flaunting her looks, hoping to climb the social ladder? Young Master Qin, do not be deceived. She has been flirting with men since she arrived at school. Qin Yuan scrutinized her, then coldly remarked, Your father is Wang Dehai, the CEO of Hanqing International. Is that not correct? Realizing his intent, Wang Li's face drained of color, and she immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. Young Master Qin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken ill of her. Please spare my family. The other 2, equally shocked, quickly knelt, feverishly slapping their own faces. Young Master Qin, we were wrong. We only bullied Tian Xner because we followed Wang Li's lead. Wang Li was taken aback, realizing her loyal subordinates had turned against her at such a critical moment. Despite her usual generosity, panic-stricken, she stammered, No, let me explain. It's not what it seems, young Master Qin. Qin Yuan, genuinely infuriated, raised his hand, and his assistant immediately stepped forward. The chapter 67. You speak my words since you have called me brother. You must surely be my sister. As an elder brother, how could I bear to see my sister suffer? Before entering university, Tian Xner had only interacted with those meticulously selected by her parents, most of whom were inherently kind-hearted. She had never encountered such a situation. Coupled with her strict upbringing, designed to instill resilience, she dared not confide in her parents, and thus endured silently. Had it not been for Qin Yuan's timely intervention, she might have spent her 4 years at university under the torment of these bullies, potentially leaving her with deep psychological scars. Upon learning of her plight, Meng Yuqing hurried over to comfort Tian Xner. As the sister of Qin Yuan, she naturally considered Tian Xner as her own sister. She brought along a plethora of items, which her assistant helped her change into. Sweetheart, if there is anything troubling you that you can't share with others, feel free to talk to me. I'll protect you from now on. Tian Xner was deeply touched. Thank you, Sister Meng. Meng Yuqing smiled, embodying the demeanor of an elder. It's nothing, since you are Qin Yuan's sister. You are my sister too. Amid her gratitude, Tian Xner felt a twinge of guilt. Oh no, Sister Meng is so kind, and here I am, harboring feelings for Brother Qin. I must be utterly despicable. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan was taken aback by her words. What did she mean by my sister is your sister? Why was she acting so much like a sister-in-law? If Long Aotian found out, it would spell disaster. He already wanted to get rid of me. Wouldn't this only heighten his resolve? Pondering this, Qin Yuan pulled Meng Yuqing aside to a secluded area. Meng Yuqing, misinterpreting his actions, felt a blush creeping upon her cheeks and playfully chided. "What are you doing? We're still at our sister's school. Save the affection for home." Qin Yuan paused. Realizing the misunderstanding, he steeled himself and, with a stern expression, said, "What do you think our relationship is? On what grounds do you speak so possessively? Let me be clear. I do not harbor any feelings for you. Do you understand?" Meng Yuqing stood frozen, his words striking her like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily dazed. Tears threatened to spill from her wide eyes, but her pride and dignity forbade her from shedding a single tear. Yet the tremor in her voice betrayed her. "Why? How would you not like me?" Seeing her distress, Qin Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, how could the protagonist ever fall for the antagonist? He struggled to articulate that he had never truly liked her. "I once had feelings for you, but they have dissipated." Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, tears cascaded down Meng Yuqing's cheeks. "How is that possible? If you don't like me, why did you confront Jiao Yingwu? Why did you help me so much?" Qin Yuan, maintaining his icy demeanor, averted his gaze. "It doesn't matter. I simply don't like you anymore. Why do you keep asking?" Meng Yuqing was oblivious to how she had returned home and was lost in thoughts of Qin Yuan's words. "But I don't like you now." Her heart ached, and her throat felt constricted. Was this the sensation of heartbreak? In truth, these words paled in comparison to the sentiments she had expressed to Qin Yuan over the past 3 years. Yet, why did the pain feel so profound? She couldn't help but reflect. During those 3 years, every time she expressed her feelings to him, did Qin Yuan experience a similar anguish? Countless rejections flooded her mind. Meng Yuqing could no longer contain her sorrow and locked herself in her room, weeping uncontrollably. It took her the entire night to regain her composure. The following morning, she couldn't resist the urge to analyze her situation. Had she inadvertently angered him? Things had seemed fine before. Now, as she reflected calmly, was Qin Yuan's affection for her merely a sense of obligation? It appeared he smiled more when he was with Duan Yuqing. A realization struck her. Qin Yuan no longer liked her. Over the 3 years of her repeated rejections, he had gradually extinguished his feelings for her. Would she truly let this opportunity slip away? Covering her face, she felt lost and unsure of her next steps. After a long moment, a newfound determination gleamed in her eyes. "This man, Meng Yuqing, shall claim him. If the mountain come to me, I shall go to the mountain." With firm resolve, Meng Yuqing no longer felt conflicted. This time, her intentions were not driven by the pressures of Long, Aotian, or the Meng family. She genuinely liked him and desired to be with Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan reflected on his harsh words from the previous day. Given Meng Yuqing's proud nature, she wouldn't let him off easily without a confrontation. To his surprise, she returned the next day, coincidentally running into Duan Yuqing, who was delivering lunch. Duan Yuqing's expression morphed into one of disbelief upon seeing the lunchbox in Meng Yuqing's hands. Everyone knew that Meng Yuqing was the quintessential ice queen CEO. Who could explain why she was holding a lunchbox at Qin Yuan's company? A thought crossed Duan Yuqing's mind, her brow furrowed in disbelief. "You're not here to deliver him lunch too, are you?" Meng Yuqing glanced at the lunchbox in Duan Yuqing's hands and instantly understood. Yes, indeed. Duan Yuqing's vigilance heightened. "Weren't you saying you didn't like him before? What brings you here now?" Meng Yuqing replied coolly, "Well, I like him now. Is there a problem with that?" Duan Yuqing took a deep breath, reminding herself not to engage in a futile argument. She needed to make Qin Yuan feel sorry for her and side with her. Meanwhile, the colleagues around them were buzzing with excitement, whispering amongst themselves. "No way. You won't believe what I just saw. CEO Meng from Meng Corporation is here in person, bringing lunch." And she ran into CEO Duan, both seemingly delivering lunch to young CEO Qin. "My goodness, is this still the cold, aloof ice queen I know? She was always so distant before." Our young CEO Qin is incredibly charming, attracting 2 prominent female CEOs to personally deliver him lunch. Truly, he is something else. Amidst the curious gazes of her colleagues, Meng Yuqing remained unfazed. Love is love. There's no need for embarrassment. Carrying the lunchbox, she confidently walked into Qin Yuan's office. Qin Yuan looked at the two women before him. He could understand Duan Youqing's presence, given her daily pursuit of him. But Meng Yuqing? Hadn't he just issued her a harsh warning the day before? Yet here she was, unperturbed, bringing him lunch. Was he going mad, or was the world upside down? Setting the lunchbox on his desk, Meng Yuqing gazed earnestly at Qin Yuan. I'm sorry for not cherishing you before. Can you grant me another chance? I made you lunch, and I hope you enjoy it. As she opened the box, an array of fragrant dishes was revealed, captivating the attention of everyone present. Duan Yuqing, feeling a surge of urgency, exclaimed, "You speak my words." Chapter 68. The Iceberg CEO's Epiphany. Sincere yet humble Duan Yuqing, unwilling to be outdone, pushed her lunch aside and brought out her own. "Eat mine," she declared. Qin Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief. What is happening here? Have you both lost your minds? Shouldn't you be seeking out Aotian instead? It's quite frightening. As he picked up his chopsticks, he trembled slightly as he lifted a morsel to his mouth. The fragrant and spicy flavor erupted on his palate instantly. Truly, as the protagonist, her cooking was exquisite. Duan Yuqing shot him a glare. Why are you eating hers and not mine? Qin Yuan quickly grabbed some of the food that Duan Yuqing had brought. After being forced to eat her lunch daily, he had grown accustomed to it. However, upon tasting Meng Yuqing's dishes again, the contrast was undeniable. Qin Yuan reflected on the hardships he had endured previously. Duan Yuqing leaned closer. Whose is better? Meng Yuqing, seemingly casual, was secretly eager for an evaluation. Qin Yuan sighed. They're both delicious. The unintentional interaction between the two women made Meng Yuqing envious, and she nodded. If you like it, I will bring it for you every day. Qin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Who is this? The Iceberg CEO of the Meng Corporation? The one who is always cold and busy? It was astonishing to see such a formidable woman gently preparing meals for him. Qin Yuan waved his hands repeatedly. No need to go to such trouble. About what I mentioned before. You're aware, right? He refrained from being too explicit in front of Duan Yuqing, preserving Meng Yuqing's dignity. Meng Yuqing recalled their shared past at Aotian Academy. Tears welled up in her eyes as she fought to keep them at bay, nodding. I understand, but please grant me another chance. Let me truly understand and care for you, to atone for my actions over the past 3 years. She hurriedly added, You needn't feel burdened. This is entirely my own choice. Meng Yuqing's heartfelt and humble confession left Duan Yuqing stunned. What is this? Are you really going all out from the start? I haven't even made my move yet. Qin Yuan felt alarmed. What is happening? I've clearly rejected the protagonist. Yet she persists. Did the system feed her something? The system's voice echoed. What could I have given her? It's entirely her own will. Just wait and see. You're beyond saving. Noticing Qin Yuan's prolonged silence, Meng Yuqing felt a pang of disappointment as he appeared unable to accept her. She lowered her head slightly. It's all right. I'm willing to wait until you accept me. During this time, I will demonstrate my sincerity. Qin Yuan internally lamented, This world is utterly insane. A mouse is set to be a bridesmaid for a cat. The protagonist is pursuing the antagonist. What is happening? Aotian has always wanted me dead. If he finds out his woman is chasing after me, he might just strangle me on the spot. Meng Yuqing, attuned to his unspoken thoughts, reassured him. Rest assured, this is solely my personal desire, and I will not bring you any trouble. I promise. Qin Yuan forced a smile. Your promises hold no weight. I trust you as far as I can throw you. You're a sly old fox. He continued. No thanks, you've hurt me too deeply before, and I've given up on you. Your family's crisis has been resolved. If there's nothing else, let us discuss ending our engagement. Meng Yuqing's face turned pale. Deep down, she had anticipated this outcome. Yet Chapter 69. Aotian learns the truth. The frontier assassin arrives to kill. Tian Xner is severely injured upon realizing the gravity of the situation. Aotian found it hard to believe. He needed to witness it with his own eyes before he could truly come to terms with it. He summoned Meng Yuqing, determined to seek clarity. In the CAF, as Meng Yuqing entered, her cool demeanor, striking beauty, and tall stature immediately captivated the attention of everyone present. She walked straight towards Aotian, exuding an aura that dissuaded any approach. Is there something you wish to discuss? Aotian fixed his gaze upon her. There have been rumors lately that you are pursuing a lover, Meng Yuqing replied, meeting his eyes. I would like to clarify. Those rumors are not unfounded. I am indeed pursuing him, she stated. Long Aotian's eyes widened, struggling to process her words. It dawned on him that his previous feelings were not mere illusions. Meng Yuqing was not being coerced, as he had presumed. It was absurd, truly laughable. How could this be? After all this time, was she not forced by him? Meng Yuqing scoffed. Which of your eyes saw me as being forced? It has always been your self-deception. With that, she turned to leave. By the way, do not pursue me any longer. You are quite bothersome. Long Aotian stood frozen, fists clenched, unable to calm his tumultuous emotions. He could accept that Meng Yuqing had her own struggles. However, he could not bear the thought that she did not harbor feelings for him, but instead favored that useless Qin Yuan. With his eyes burning with fury, Long Aotian's hatred for Qin Yuan reached a boiling point. Eliminate him. If I can rid myself of him, everything will improve. Each setback he faced was due to Qin Yuan's interference. He signaled to the frontier, and upon receiving the message, the agents, having witnessed Qin Yuan's prowess before, wasted no time. They dispatched their top assassins immediately. Long Aotian chuckled coldly. So is you, Qin Yuan? Tonight, you shall meet your end. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Qin Yuan was preparing to visit Tian Xner, hoping to evade the daily jealousy of the two women who followed him relentlessly. He felt as if Long Aotian's blade could strike him down at any moment. Tian Xner was innocent and had strict parents, making her an easy target for bullying. Yet ever since Qin Yuan's visit, her circumstances had vastly improved. Few dared to cross her, especially after the principal's stern punishment of all involved in the bullying incidents. As a result, Tian Xner gradually emerged from her shell, making new friends. However, over time, her admiration for Qin Yuan grew almost mythic, and she found herself unable to resist thoughts of Qin Gij, brother Qin. Torn between her feelings for him and her loyalty to Meng Jie, sister Meng, she was thrilled to learn of Qin Yuan's visit. Excitedly, she prepared to welcome him. When Qin Yuan arrived, she instantly leaped into his arms, gazing up at him with sparkling eyes. Qin Gij, why have you come? Qin Yuan, taken aback by her exuberance, ruffled her hair. Did you miss me? I came to see you. He sighed internally, pondering when she would truly mature enough to understand the boundaries of affection. I've come here to escape. Meng Yuqing and Duan Yuqin are constantly alternating in their attention, and I fear Long Aotian may end my life without warning. Xian Xin initially excited. Felt her heart sink as she overheard his thoughts. Long Aotian was after Qin Yuan. What did she do? She was overwhelmed with concern for him. The assassins swiftly arrived in Shuadu, searching through Qin Yuan's company and home, but found no trace of him. Following the clues, they eventually traced him to Elaston Academy. Dressed in a loose black hoodie, they blended into the crowd, hardly attracting a second glance. Under the cover of night, the assassin approached stealthily. Qin Yuan caught a glimpse of the figure. It's too late, he shouted. Tian Xner, please go over there and fetch me a bottle of water, will you? With a cheerful tone, she responded, all right, Qin Gij, I'll be right back. Tian Xner, however, was already on the verge of tears. She understood that Qin Yuan was trying to protect her by sending her away. In a moment that felt simultaneous, the assassin lunged forward, knife glinting in the dim light. Qin Yuan knew that his bodyguards could not match the skill of such a seasoned killer. As his guards attempted to intervene, they were a moment too late. Qin Yuan closed his eyes in despair, hearing the sickening sound of steel piercing flesh and the collective gasps of the crowd. Yet he felt no pain. When he opened his eyes, he saw Tian Xner collapsed in a pool of blood. The assassin, realizing their failure, vanished into the chaos without hesitation. Qin Yuan rushed to embrace Tian Xner, who was dazed and in agony. She vaguely felt warm drops falling onto her. Chapter 70. The failed assassination. Do not weep, brother. Do not suffer, Xner. Qin Yuan cradled Tian Xner in his arms. Call for an ambulance. Lin Yin immediately dialed for emergency assistance while simultaneously notifying the Qin family. Li Gang promptly directed all bodyguards to secure the area. Tian Xner was rushed to the hospital for urgent medical attention. Upon hearing the news, Tian Xner's parents hurried to the hospital, their hearts heavy with dread. She was their only daughter, a precious gem they cherished dearly. The recent bullying incident had already left them distraught, and now, just days later, they faced an assassination attempt. As they watched the surgical lights illuminate the operating room, Tian's parents felt as if their hair could turn white overnight from the anguish. They stood in silence outside the operating theater, where the nation's leading surgical experts were engaged in a tense operation. The assailant had aimed to kill. Tian Xiner's condition was dire, and the surgical lights remained aglow deep into the night. Qin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Had he not insisted on seeking out Tian Xiner, this calamity might have been averted. He had thought that Long Aotian had abandoned her, given his prolonged absence, and had merely sought refuge. He never anticipated this dire outcome. When the surgical lights finally dimmed, the esteemed doctor wearily removed his mask. The anxious group immediately surrounded him. Mrs. Tian's eyes were bloodshot, trembling as she inquired, "Doctor, how is my daughter?" The doctor nodded. She was brought in just in time. With proper recovery, she will not bear any scars. Tian Dongliang's gaze burned with fury. Who did this? Who sought to harm my daughter? Qin Yuan remained silent. The one responsible was a formidable adversary. Even if Uncle Tian poured his entire fortune into the fight, he could not contend with Long Aotian. Could this be allowed to pass without retribution? Clenching his fists, Qin Yuan felt a surge of pain and self-reproach. For the first time, he contemplated confronting Long Aotian directly. He was merely a pawn, a villain destined to be vanquished by Long Aotian. Yet, Tian Xiner was innocent. Meng Yuqing, having concluded a meeting, rushed to the hospital upon receiving the news. Upon hearing Tian Dongliang's words, she recalled her confrontation with Long Aotian at the CAF yesterday. A chill ran down her spine. It was highly likely that Long Aotian's ire was directed at Qin Yuan, especially after uncovering the depths of Long Aotian's influence. She realized their individual powers were utterly insufficient to challenge him. Only by uniting the strength of the four prominent families might they have a chance to fight back. Before she could finish her thought, Qin Yuan interjected, "This was my doing. Someone wanted to eliminate me, and in my attempt to divert Tian Xiner, she bravely intervened." He understood the gravity of the situation. They could not let anyone know it was Long Aotian behind the attack. Uncle Tian would undoubtedly pursue him with relentless fury. But who was Long Aotian? A protagonist of immense power. The Tian family could not withstand such a foe, and they could find themselves ensnared in the conflict. Meng Yuqing, hearing Qin Yuan's thoughts, fell into a contemplative silence, tacitly accepting his words. Tian Dongliang's emotions were tumultuous. As a father, he could not absolve Qin Yuan of blame. Yet, the young man had repeatedly come to his daughter's aid, often more effectively than they had. Moreover, it was Tian Xiner who had thrown herself into harm's way. Removing his glasses, he pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. As he regained composure, something felt amiss. He began to scrutinize the expressions and actions of those around him. Who was Tian Dongliang? A cunning fox who had thrived in the business world for years. A figure even Qin Zhenghua had to regard with caution. The subtle exchanges between Meng Yuqing and Qin Yuan hinted at an unspoken depth. It was clear they were entangled with forces beyond their control. Yet, he could not shy away from confronting that which threatened his beloved daughter. She was his only child, cherished since birth. Having faced multiple dangers, he felt an immense weight of responsibility as a father. If he discovered the true culprit and failed to seek retribution, he would be unworthy of the title. Meanwhile, Long Aotian, upon learning that the assassin he had dispatched had failed, could scarcely believe it. This was one of the most skilled killers from their borderlands. There was no way Qin Yuan's lackluster bodyguards could have thwarted him. How could this have happened? Useless. Qin Yu bowed his head, recalling how Long Aotian had suffered at Qin Yuan's hands time and again. It was hard to discern who was truly inept. Report the facts. The assassination took place in the university district during a peak dining hour, amidst a large crowd. During the attempt, Tian Xiner shielded him from a blow. If our men hadn't retreated immediately, they would have surely been apprehended. Long Aotian snorted, "Useless. All of them. How could Tian Xiner possibly shield him? Did he lure her into this?" He ordered Qin Yu, "Investigate if there's any room for maneuvering." Qin Yu pressed her lips together. "Young master, This was already clarified. It was Tian Xiner who acted on her own. Just days prior, she had faced bullying at the university, and Qin Yuan was the one who intervened. Long Aotian's voice turned cold. Why was I not informed? Qin Yu lowered her gaze. The young master had been thwarted on numerous occasions by Qin Yuan, visiting hospitals several times and even spending time in custody. She thought it prudent to avoid further complications, thus keeping the information from Long Aotian. Long Aotian's expression darkened. He had assumed that with Tian Xiner's intellect, she could be easily swayed with a few offerings and had not paid her much heed. To his dismay, she had now jeopardized his plans at a critical juncture. It was not enough that Meng Yuqing harbored deep feelings for Qin Yuan. Now Tian Xiner had risked her life to save him. What was it about Qin Yuan that drew such loyalty? Was he destined to be his nemesis? Long Aotian furrowed his brow and took a moment to regain his composure. We must handle this matter discreetly and ensure they do not discover our involvement. Additionally, contact the borderlands and delay any further actions for a time. His eyes glinted with determination. I refuse to believe I cannot eliminate him. This situation may provoke unwanted attention. And for the first time, I question the efficacy of my decisions. Can the Tian family still be of use to me? I must ascertain their stance tomorrow. As news of Tian Xiner's recovery circulated, the gathering crowd gradually dispersed. Late into the night, in a private hospital room, Tian's parents kept vigil by their daughter's side. Tian Dongliang sighed. Qin Yuan, you should return home. Although this incident originated with you, the blame does not rest solely upon your shoulders. Qin Yuan shook his head. I am fine. I wish to remain here with her. After all, she took that blow for me, leading to this predicament. Seeing Qin Yuan's resolve, Tian Dongliang ceased to insist otherwise. He would return to uncover the truth behind his daughter's injury. In Shuidu, where the top 4 families wielded immense power, the sole heir of the Qin family had been attacked. A daughter of the Tian family lay gravely injured. Should either of these esteemed individuals meet further misfortune, the repercussions would be felt throughout the city. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. Early the next morning, bodyguard Captain Li Gang arrived. Boss, the police have dispatched personnel to pursue the assailant. Based on the evidence left at the scene, he should not be far. We will locate him by tonight. Qin Yuan nodded, his eyes rimmed with red. We will hand him over directly to the authorities. Secretary Ling Yin entered with breakfast, gently massaging Qin Yuan's shoulders. Young master, I brought you breakfast. You have kept watch all night. Please eat and rest for a while. Qin Yuan shook his head, casually consuming his breakfast as he spoke. Go investigate what the Tian family is up to. It was evident without inquiry that this individual was dispatched by Long Aotian. However, given the current circumstances, it was imperative that the Tian family not be allowed to involve themselves in this murky situation. No sooner had Qin Yuan finished his statement than Long Aotian strode in, concern etched upon his face. I have heard that Tian Xiner has been injured. What transpired? Is it serious? Chapter 71. The Saintess of the Brahma Society. Qin Yuan gazed at the approaching Long Aotian, for the first time not evading his presence. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the impulse to confront his adversary. Is there something you need? Long Aotian inquired with a sardonic smile, his expression lacking warmth. I heard you and Tian Xiner were injured at Aotian school. Have you apprehended the culprit? At that moment, Tian Xiner regained consciousness. Her delicate face was pale, her head wrapped in bandages, dressed in a hospital gown, presenting an image of fragility and innocence. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, she instinctively reached out her small hand. Brother Qin Yuan, Long Aotian stepped forward first. How are you? Why did you act so foolishly to block that blade? Upon seeing Long Aotian, Tian Xiner was taken aback that he dared to approach her. Reflecting on the situation, she felt that her instinct had surpassed her intellect at that moment. Lowering her head, she spoke shyly, oblivious to the presence of others. It's because I like him. I've liked him for a long time, but never had the courage to confess. Now that I know about your relationship with Sister Ming, I feel I should be brave for once. Her heartfelt confession elicited varied reactions from the others in the high-level ward. Qin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had always regarded Tian Xiner as a younger sister. Perhaps he had harbored some thoughts about her initially, But as she was too innocent and, moreover, Long Aotian's woman, he had suppressed those feelings. Little did he expect that she had long been deeply infatuated with him. Long Aotian clenched his fists tightly. Why? What right does Tian Xiner have to like this worthless Qin Yuan? Captain Li gang of the bodyguards wore an expression of acceptance. Their boss was indeed remarkable. What was so surprising about captivating a girl like Tian Xiner? It was Long Aotian's jealousy that seemed misplaced here. Secretary Lin Yin bowed her head, a mix of bitterness and envy welling up within her. Someone as exceptional as Qin Yuan could only be matched with someone from a prestigious family like Meng or Tian. If only I were wealthier and braver. Perhaps then I could stand proudly by Qin Yuan's side. Noticing Qin Yuan's silence, Tian Xiner grew anxious. Brother Qin Yuan, I know you have always seen me as a sister, but you don't feel pressure to respond immediately. Qin Yuan smiled, ruffling Tian Xiner's hair in front of Long Aotian. Don't overthink it. Focus on your recovery, and we can discuss this later when you are well. Understanding that he might not accept her feelings right away, Tian Xiner nodded obediently. Long Aotian struggled to suppress his emotions. He remained unwilling to accept that everyone seemed to have deep feelings for Qin Yuan. He was merely a clueless wastrel. Even if he had made some investments and earned a bit of money, what did that matter? Such a useless person was incomparable to him. Sister Xena, why do you feel this way? Long Aotian asked, though his gaze remained fixed on Qin Yuan. In truth, perhaps my feelings for brother Qin Yuan began back in a bar. I simply mistook my emotions for gratitude due to my youth and inexperience with the opposite sex. Now, in university, I realized my true feelings for him. Long Aotian was momentarily taken aback, feeling a lump rise in his throat. Qin Yu, who was nearby, subtly tugged at Long Aotian's sleeve, prompting him to remember the purpose of his visit. He feigned nonchalance. Have you discovered the identity of the assailant? Qin Yuan scoffed. ISNT at you? Why pretend otherwise? Captain Li Gang stepped forward. We have identified the culprit. We will apprehend him tonight. Long Aotian's gaze remained fixated on Tian Xiner and Qin Yuan. Noticing their calm demeanor, he finally relaxed. It seemed they had not connected the investigation to him. With a forced smile, he nodded. It is indeed necessary to investigate thoroughly. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to exit with Qin Yu. Later that evening, in the high-level ward, the assailant had been captured, and a weight finally lifted from Qin Yuan's heart. After exchanging pleasantries with Uncle Tian, he returned home to rest. Upon arriving, he discovered a breathtakingly exotic beauty seated upon his bed, clad in sheer fabric. Her skin was fair and her figure voluptuous, the delicate gauze barely concealing her curves. Her facial features were striking, hinting at her origins from the borderlands rather than Snow City. Qin Yuan scrutinized her silently, calling upon the system. Who is she? Why is she here? What does she want? Host. Her name is Wu Lingqiu, the saintess of the Brahma Society, the nemesis of the protagonist from the borderlands. As for her purpose here, I cannot ascertain. My research into the original plot revealed nothing of this encounter. Exercise caution. How is it possible that such a stunning beauty would not be involved in the plot? No wonder she becomes a focal point for the protagonist later on. I suspect the ancestral leaders had ulterior motives in subduing the borderlands beyond mere interests. Qin Yuan was speechless. Are you male or female? Why are you more lecherous than I am? Quickly find out why she has come. She is undoubtedly female, exuding an air of authority. As for her reasons for visiting, I regret to inform you that the host cannot access that information. May fortune favor you. Qin Yuan was at a loss for words. This system had never been reliable. What could be the purpose of the saintess's visit? Since Wu Lingqiu had triumphed over Long Aotian in the grand tournament, she had left the borderlands per their agreement and withdrawn from the organization. However, the Brahma Society had discovered that the Aotian Society had maintained covert contact with Long Aotian. After Long Aotian arrived in Snow City, the Aotian Society had aided him in numerous ways, both overtly and covertly. Wu Lingqiu was aware that Long Aotian was a schemer and did not expect him to truly sever ties with the Aotian Society. Initially hoping to delay him for a month, she was astonished that Long Aotian had not returned for months. Moreover, the Aotian Society had been unusually active, with 2 of the 4 guardian protectors reassigned to guard duty. incurring losses exceeding 10 billion. Recently, they had dispatched their top assassin, notorious even among the Brahma Society operatives. Realizing that such a formidable assassin had been caught in the relatively inconsequential Snow City, the Brahma Society could no longer remain idle, prompting them to summon her to investigate the situation. They sought to uncover the identity of the individual capable of causing Long Aotian to repeatedly falter, leading to the Aotian Society's persistent setbacks. Wu Lingqiu regarded the man before her with keen interest, having heard numerous rumors about him during her journey. It was said that he had pursued his fiancée, Meng Yuqing, for 3 years and was now on the brink of marriage. Additionally, he had transformed from a debauched youth to a shrewd player in the ruthless world of business. The more she learned, the more intrigued she became. She had already formulated a plan in her heart. If Qin Yuan was handsome, she would keep him as a lover, bearing him a child to silence the elders of the Brahma Society, who often lamented the absence of saintess. If he was not handsome, she would use Qin Yuan to eliminate Long Aotian and then dispose of him as well. Wu Lingqiu scrutinized Qin Yuan from head to toe. He wore a well-tailored suit, his shirt collar slightly loosened, his sword-like brows and starry eyes radiating charm. A hint of fatigue in his demeanor evoked sympathy. Not bad-looking at all. Descending from Qin Yuan's bed, she approached him directly. "Hello, handsome. I would like to bear you a child." Chapter 72. Tian Xener's disappearance. Qin Yuan's lips twitched. That's hardly necessary. Tian Xener's injuries were still healing, and although their relationship wasn't formally established, being with another woman at this juncture might provoke her and exacerbate her condition. Wu Lingqi knitted her brows, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "Why? Because of your fiancé, Qin Yuan shook his head. "It has nothing to do with her. If you have nothing else, please leave. I need to rest." Wu Lingqi's eyes widened, bewildered. "A beauty like me? Rejected? Why?" Qin Yuan frowned, but before he could speak, Wu Lingqi pushed him onto the bed, straddling him. "Don't worry, I won't hold you responsible. Nor will I interfere with your engagement. I simply desire a child. Your superior genes shouldn't be wasted." Qin Yuan struggled, feeling a prickling sensation on his skin. "Let me go. Does this holy maiden have some kind of mental issue? I've heard of holy maidens who avoid defilement, but never one so uninhibited." Wu Lingqi was astonished. She hadn't seen Qin Yuan's lips move. Where did that voice come from? "Never mind. I'll just sleep with him first." "Well, now you have," Qin Yuan retorted, still struggling. He suddenly found himself unable to move and immediately called upon the system. "What's happening? Why can't I move?" "These are special silver needles from the Frontier Brahma Society, similar to anesthetics, but they won't affect your virility, host. They'll automatically dissolve in half an hour." Qin Yuan was speechless. What kind of unorthodox methods are these? And won't affect virility? "Thanks, you're so considerate. Just undo these needles for me. Forced fruit is never sweet." Wu Lingqi was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect you to know so much. No wonder even Long Aotian finds you troublesome, whether it's sweet or not. You won't know until you take a bite." As she unzipped his clothes, her delicate, boneless hands roamed restlessly. She said, "Let me give you pleasure." Seeing that he couldn't break free, Qin Yuan gritted his teeth. "So be it if it's embarrassing. Better than being used by this inexplicable woman. Help! Someone!" Hearing the commotion, the maid rushed over. "Young master, are you all right?" Hearing the knock, Qin Yuan was overjoyed. "Yes, coming quickly." Seeing that she was about to push the door open, Wu Lingqi cursed silently, got up, and jumped out of the window. "Just you wait. There's nothing Wu Lingqi, can't obtain." Qin Yuan turned to watch her disappear out the window, instinctively reminding her, "This is the second floor." Immediately after, he heard a muffled groan and a voice from outside. "Ouch!" The maid, dressed in her uniform, pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Qin Yuan lying disheveled on the bed, her face turned as red as an apple. Lowering her head, she whispered, "Does young master need my help?" Seeing Wu Lingqi leave, Qin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "It's all right, you can leave." As the maid was about to leave, she noticed Qin Yuan's fly was open. Instinctively, she reached out and zipped it up for him, then ran away with a flushed face. Qin Yuan was dumbfounded, watching her flee. Was that so natural? Half an hour later, the paralysis automatically wore off. Qin Yuan rested for a while before the secretary arrived. We've investigated the Tian family matter you requested. There's been nothing unusual recently. Qin Yuan nodded, relieved. That's good. As long as Uncle Tian doesn't go to long Aotian seeking death, there's still room for maneuver. But what kind of person was Tian Dongliang? After learning that Qin Yuan didn't want him to investigate, he went directly to the Meng family. Meng Yuqing was surprised by his visit, but still had the servant serve him tea. Uncle Tian, what brings you here? Tian Dongliang went straight to the point. President Meng should know the truth about my daughter's injury, shouldn't she? Meng Yuqing was silent, recalling Qin Yuan's thoughts. Hasn't the culprit already been arrested by the police? Tian Dongliang took a sip of his tea. You and I both know that's not the real culprit. I'm here to find out the truth. Meng Yuqing was silent for a long time. She knew Qin Yuan's good intentions, but after being frightened for so long, now that she had finally learned the other party's secrets, she didn't want to live with a sword hanging over her head for the rest of her life. Even if it was a cliff ahead, she wanted to try. It was Long Aotian. Tian Dongliang paused, the name sounding familiar. After the Entertainment City incident, he had investigated the entire place, and Long Aotian was one of the people he investigated. Meng Yuqing briefly recounted the events. Uncle Tian, that's all I know. Qin Yuan doesn't want you to know, not because he's intentionally protecting Long Aotian, but because he's afraid that you'll be too protective of your daughter and put the entire Tian family in danger. Tian Dongliang listened in silence for a long time, then nodded. That child, Xiao Yuan, is thoughtful, but this matter could not be left at that. Meng Yuqing nodded. What Long Aotian is plotting is not just the Meng and Tian families, but all four major families of Snow City. We should gather all our strength to deal with him. Only then will we have a chance of winning. Tian Dongliang agreed, but raised his concerns. But Long Aotian's power is far on the frontier. Even if we unite, we can't reach him. Most people there admire martial arts. Is it possible for the underground boxing champion in Snow City, the one who has won the gold belt several times, Qin Yuan's bodyguard, what's his name, Li Gang? Can he win against Long Aotian? Meng Yuqing recalled the time Long Aotian was in the police station, and Li Gang was the one who cried the most. She fell silent. Seeing her silence, Tian Dongliang understood and said unwillingly, Do we have no hope at all? Are we really going to be controlled forever? He can attack Qin Yuan recklessly this time. So what about next time? His only daughter is still in the hospital. But if even Li Gang can't beat him, what can we do? Tian Dongliang put the teacup on the table, his tone resolute. Since we can't beat him, there will naturally be others who can beat him. Money makes the world go round. I don't believe there aren't any capable people in other regions. Meng Yuqing nodded. This isn't just about our two families, but about all four major families in Snow City. Uncle Tian, how about we invite Uncle Duan and Uncle Qin to discuss it together? Tian Dongliang nodded in agreement. First, stir up the waters. Qin Jinghua, that fellow, would be beside himself over his precious son's safety and would want to kill the other party. He was the one who pressured the police to conduct a carpet search of Snow City when the culprit was arrested. The problem was how to get Lao Duan on board. Just as Tian Dongliang was pondering, a rapid phone rang. It was his private phone, and only his closest relatives had his number. Tian Dongliang answered the phone, and Tian's wife's urgent crying came from the other end. Lao Tian, something bad happened. Exiner is gone. Chapter 73. Come here and give me a kiss. The man's addiction strikes. Tian Dongliang furrowed his brow, abruptly removing his glasses and rising to his feet. What? Don't rush. I'll be there shortly. Meng Yuqing hurried to the hospital as well. Mrs. Chan was crying so hard she could barely catch her breath. This morning, when you left, Exiner expressed her desire for my specially made pigeon soup. I went home to prepare it, and upon returning, I discovered she was missing. The hospital director wiped the sweat from his brow, trembling with anxiety. Mr. Tian, as soon as we noticed something amiss, we reviewed the surveillance footage and dispatched personnel to secure the hospital in search of her. Tian Dongliang's face darkened. Isn't there a nurse assigned to accompany Exiner in her room 24 hours a day? Why was she left alone? How could someone approach her without an attendant? This was their family's private hospital. If such an incident occurred elsewhere, Tian Dongliang could find solace in the idea that it was beyond his control. But in his own establishment, it was a stark reflection of his inadequacy as a father. The hospital director nodded repeatedly, internally lamenting his predicament. The daughter of the group's head had vanished right under his nose. He questioned whether he would retain his position as director. Yes, we are investigating. It was during mealtime. One nurse was eating while another took a quick break for water, and in that moment, she disappeared. The hospital is now on complete lockdown, and we are exerting all efforts to locate her. Please rest assured, we will find her safe and sound. Tian Dongliang nodded, suddenly recalling something. He raised his hand, and his assistant stepped forward immediately. Inform Xiao Yuan about this matter. See if he knows who has abducted my daughter. The assistant nodded, bowing slightly. Understood. I will take care of it right away. Upon receiving the news, Qin Yuan's first thought was that Long Aotian was responsible. After all, who else would dare to kidnap Tian Xin in Snow City? Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed unlikely. Long Aotian's primary goal was himself. During his last visit to the hospital, he had merely been probing the waters, not wishing to provoke the Tian family directly. Tian Xin was just a defenseless young girl. He had no reason to target her. Suddenly, Qin Yuan recalled the peculiar saintess, a strange notion blossoming in his mind. Could be her doing? But there was no vested interest between them. What would that saintess want with her? Contemplating this, he dispatched his men to conduct a thorough search. Meanwhile, Tian Xin had just regained consciousness when she was abducted again. Her frail body could hardly withstand such turmoil. On the other side, Wu Lingqiu delicately pinched Tian Xin's chin, scrutinizing the girl clad in a hospital gown. The young girl's face was pale, her head wrapped in bandages, and she wore a simple white and blue-striped hospital outfit, her illness still lingering. Her slightly drooping, dog-like eyes gazed at Wu Lingqiu with fear and helplessness, making her appear exceedingly adorable. Ironically, her figure was remarkably voluptuous, leaving even the saintess feeling inferior. Wu Lingqiu clicked her tongue, her fingers playfully gesturing at Tian Xin. No wonder Qin Yuan has pursued you for 3 years. You truly are beautiful. You and I are only a step apart, little sister. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. I merely wish to teach Qin Yuan a lesson. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's name, Tian Xin tensed. What? What are you going to do? You mustn't harm brother Qin Yuan. Are you also from the border? Wu Lingqiu smiled enigmatically. Correct. My purpose in coming to Snow City is to gather resources from the east. I also intend to use Qin Yuan to eliminate that group of troublesome brats from the Aotian society. Tian Xin tilted her head, utterly perplexed. Gather resources from the east? What does that mean? Just as Wu Lingqiu was about to respond, the door burst open with a loud bang. A dozen bodyguards surged in, surrounding Wu Lingqiu. Quick-witted, she drew a gleaming dagger and pressed it against Tian Xin's neck, applying a slight pressure that drew a bead of blood from her delicate skin. Tian Xin trembled, on the verge of tears, but too frightened to cry. Upon seeing Qin Yuan among the newcomers, Wu Lingqiu appeared both surprised and yet unsurprised. No wonder even Chapter 74. Dearest, yesterday I savored a peach. Would you happen to know its variety? Tian Xin, upon hearing this, halted her departure. Hesitantly, she glanced back, only to witness Qin Yuan pinned against the wall, receiving the ardent affections of the saintess. Their gazes met, and Wu Lingqiu responded with a defiant glare before emphatically slamming the door shut. Inside the room, Qin Yuan extricated himself from her embrace. Now that we're alone, divulge your true intentions. Wu Lingqiu licked her lips, tilting her head with an innocent demeanor. I've come to extract your essence. Qin Yuan, recalling Tian Xin's injuries, grew impatient. Cease your charade. A saintess from the frontier, surely you have your pick of men. Why seek me out specifically to bear my offspring? Wu Lingqiu nodded earnestly. Is that so implausible? Qin Yuan frowned. Have you lost your senses? Are all the protagonists' late-stage paramours this unhinged? Wu Lingqiu rolled her eyes. Her true objective was to exacerbate the conflict between Qin Yuan and Long Aotian, manipulating him to eliminate the Aotian society. You're the mad one. Gulme, give your sister a kiss. Qin Yuan scoffed and turned to leave. With the matter of Long Aotian unresolved, he had no time for this madwoman's nonsense. Seeing him depart, Wu Lingqiu grew anxious. Do you desire to know how to contend with Long Aotian? Qin Yuan paused. Naturally, he yearned to know. He had endured and bided his time for so long, all in the hope of surviving unscathed until the denouement. If possible, Qin Yuan would gladly obliterate Long Aotian to prevent future troubles. However, Long Aotian was, after all, the protagonist. For a villain to confront him head-on would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Wu Lingqiu, sensing his interest, was elated. "Bear me a child, and I shall reveal the secret." Qin Yuan shook his head. "No, I have no interest." Wu Lingqiu persisted. "Have you harbored no resentment toward him after all this time?" Qin Yuan left without a word. Upon seeing Qin Yuan emerge, Tian Shiner rushed over, her face etched with concern. "Are you all right, Brother Qin Yuan? Did she harm you?" Tian Dongliang, her father, watched with concealed anger. Initially, he had suspected that Tian Shiner had been inadvertently used as a shield by Qin Yuan in a moment of desperation. Now, however, he understood. His foolish daughter was simply lovesick. She had not even recovered from her injuries, yet she was already worrying about Qin Yuan. It was said that a pig would spoil a cabbage, but in this case, she was chasing after the pig herself. Tian Dongliang gnashed his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. "Enough, stop worrying about him, and focus on healing your own wounds." Tian Shiner lowered her head, responding meekly to her father's scolding. "Oh, all right. I'll go back now." Qin Yuan nodded, reassuring her. "I'm fine, don't worry. Take care and recover well." That night, Qin Yuan lay in bed, gazing at the ceiling, pondering Wu Lingqiu's words. Unbeknownst to him, the next day had already arrived. Wu Lingqiu materialized beside his bed, propping herself up on her hands, gazing at Qin Yuan. "Dearest, yesterday I savored a peach. Would you happen to know its variety?" Startled, Qin Yuan sat up abruptly. "What? What peach? Why are you here again?" Wu Lingqiu formed a heart with her hand, disregarding Qin Yuan's impatience. "My love for you is inescapable." At that moment, the system's voice echoed. "Congratulations, host, for triggering the Saintess's third avowal of love, achieving the Saintess's favor achievement. Select one of the following rewards." Qin Yuan perked up immediately. The loyalty checker from last time had proven quite useful. Ignoring Wu Lingqiu, he rose and entered the washroom, locking the door behind him. Option 1. Jade Maiden's 18 Styles. Automatically unlocks various advanced positions. Qin Yuan pinched his brow. "Absolutely unnecessary. I previously thought you were unreliable, but now I suspect you crawled out of some obscure website. Are you even a legitimate system?" "Host, please do not question this system's origins. I am a perfectly respectable system." Pouting face. Option 2. Heavenly Tao rewards diligence. Grants you stamina for an entire day. Qin Yuan was speechless. "I can manage without that." Next, Option 3. Warrior's Allegiance. Grants 3 top-tier loyal experts. All frontier guardians of the highest caliber. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. "That's the one. I choose 3. Even if he couldn't defeat Long Aotian. Having these 3 top-tier loyal experts would greatly improve his situation. Perhaps in the future, he could even confront him head-on." The thought ignited a fervent excitement within Qin Yuan. 3 top-tier loyal experts have been dispatched to the host. Their memories are being altered. Memory alteration successful. The bodyguards will arrive tonight. Please receive their information. Confirm reception. Instantly, the 3 experts' dossiers flooded Qin Yuan's mind. Name: Pei Jinwan, alias Black Widow, age 32 measurements, 95-62-98 abilities, keen observation, meticulous attention to detail, proficient in cooking and massage, adept at using everyday objects as weapons. Profile: widowed at a young age, subjected to persecution, orphaned, kills without bloodshed, ruthless methods, possesses an extreme lack of security, desires a strong and gentle support. Currently in Haiqing. Current loyalty: 100, can be freely dispatched, even for unscrupulous tasks. Qin Yuan was astonished. Using everyday objects as weapons. She seems to be a rare talent. No wonder she's called Black Widow. Name: Bao Hai, age 40 measurements, NA abilities, Toad stance profile, studied the inherited Toad stance from a young age. His wife and children were murdered in his early years. After avenging them, he retreated to Yanqing. Current loyalty: 100, can be freely dispatched, even for unscrupulous tasks. But it's not recommended. He's a bit of a pervert. Qin Yuan was speechless. The bit of a pervert part, did you add that yourself? I don't have any strange proclivities. The system's voice echoed. How could I? Flustered. Name: Neo 1, age 45 measurements, NA skills, invincible body profile, studied the iron shirt and golden bell cover from a young age. Current loyalty, 100, can be freely dispatched, even for unscrupulous tasks. Steadfast and reliable, taciturn. Methodical, absolutely obedient to orders. Located in the Jiangxiang countryside. After reviewing the 3 profiles, Qin Yuan nodded to himself. Indeed, the true masters reside among the common people. Wu Lingqiu stared inquisitively at the washroom door, muttering to herself. He succumbed to a single love phrase? Wu Lingqiu tentatively knocked on the door. What are you doing in there? Qin Yuan collected his reward, washed his hands, and emerged. Nothing. If you have nothing else to do, leave quickly, or I'll call for help. Wu Lingqiu's gaze lowered, fixating on his nether regions, as if trying to burn a hole through his pants. Qin Yuan retreated a couple of steps. You're a pervert. It doesn't seem like he was doing any handiwork. Wu Lingqiu mused. She touched her nose embarrassedly. It's nothing, I was just taking a peek. Qin Yuan rolled his eyes. Is this late-stage woman of long Aotian's addled? In the original plot, wasn't she chaste and pure, only succumbing after Long Aotian conquered the entire frontier in the later stages? Who could tell him what was going on with this female pervert before him? Wu Lingqiu, hearing his thoughts, was secretly alarmed. How does he know that my public persona in the frontier is that of a chaste and pure woman? She had assumed that with her looks, winning him over would be a piece of cake. Wu Lingqiu had even concocted an excuse of being pregnant. It is said that the deities they revere granted this child to the two in their dreams. Eventually, they planned to entice Qin Yuan and take him as a male consort. Who could have predicted that this individual would be so impervious to persuasion? And that arrogant fellow, Long Aotian, would astonishingly defeat the Brahma sect and unify the borders in the later stages? This will not do. It seems I must hasten my efforts. Chapter 75, Confession. A dual blow to career and love. Wu Lingqiu's gaze remained fixed on Qin Yuan's younger brother. I'll come to find you again next time, Qin Yuan stated decisively. Wait a moment. Wu Lingqiu turned her head, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. What? You can't bear to part with me? In an unprecedented display of affection, Qin Yuan embraced her, discreetly placing the newly developed miniature listening device into her pocket. He harbored no trust for this woman. Her intentions were undoubtedly ulterior. Wu Lingqiu felt a surge of secret triumph. He was so close to Meng Yuqing, and upon learning that she had been kidnapped, a tremendous search ensued to rescue her from Wu Lingqiu's grasp. Yet, despite all the effort, the affection she held for him had ultimately led to her being usurped. Satisfied, Wu Lingqiu departed and returned to her residence, contacting the Fan Tian Association. Clearing her throat, her voice slow and icy, she exuded an air of unassailable authority. Everything was proceeding according to plan. By intensifying the conflict between the two men, she could utilize Qin Yuan to eliminate Long Aotian and deliver a heavy blow to the Aotian Association. The Holy Maiden is wise. The Aotian Association will surely fall. After ending the call, Wu Lingqiu let out a cold snort. Long Aotian, prepare for your demise. Meanwhile, Long Aotian was meeting with Duan Yuqin. Among the 4 prominent families of Xiudu, he had courted 3 of them, while the others had their own misunderstandings towards him for various reasons. However, Duan Yuqin was different. He had genuinely assisted her. Besides, a woman as gentle and refined as Duan Yuqin could hardly be infatuated with Qin Yuan, could she? Duan Yuqin had been preoccupied with her recent involvement in the herbal medicine investment alongside Qin Yuan, nearly losing her position due to her father's interference. In her pursuit to better manage the company, she had been spinning like a top, which was why she had not sought out Qin Yuan until now. Her assistant briefed her on recent events, and Duan Yuqin was astonished. I always thought Tian Xnr was just a child. I had no idea she also had feelings for Qin Yuan. The assistant nodded, concern etched on their face. Indeed, Miss Duan, not only does President Meng have affections for young Master Qin, but even Miss Tian has developed feelings for him. Our hopes seem rather dim. Duan Yuqin remained unfazed. As expected of my first love, he is quite charming. At that moment, the butler approached and bowed slightly. Miss, there is a gentleman named Long Aotian outside who claims to be your friend and wishes to see you. Duan Yuqin frowned, a flicker of disdain crossing her face. What does he want? After a moment's hesitation, she relented. Fine, let him in. Adjusting her attire, she donned a gentle and gracious smile. Upon seeing Duan Yuqin, Long Aotian felt warmth envelop him. Truly, she was the best among them. Although the Duan family was not as formidable as the Meng or Tian families, they were still one of the four great clans, and their foundation was undeniably strong. Having lost the support of the Meng family, and seeing Tian Exeter swayed by Qin Yuan, Duan Yuqin was his last hope, and the one he deemed most likely to win over. Long Aotian approached casually. I wish to inquire about your thoughts on me. Duan Yuqin inwardly rolled her eyes. What do you think? How could I possibly view you differently? Perhaps I should try standing on my head? She maintained her gentle smile. Brother Aotian, you are of course wonderful. Long Aotian nodded, feeling reassured. Of course, I cannot possibly be unable to win over a single woman. What if I told you that I share the same sentiments for you? He continued. Duan Yuqin's smile faltered almost entirely. You must be mistaken. It seems you are akin to a toad seeking a princess, playing beyond your means. Have you forgotten your own worth? I am a remarkable individual. Can you truly be worthy of me? Duan Yuqin lowered her head, elegantly sipping her tea to mask her impatience. In public, she was always gentle and composed. Brother Aotian, you are too kind. Your presence makes me feel inferior. Why not seek out Sister Meng? Only someone as exceptional as her deserves your attention. Go on, go find Meng Yuqing. The sooner you can capture her, the better for me. It would eliminate one rival. Long Aotian's smile faltered momentarily, and he quickly professed his loyalty. I have never had any feelings for her. Previously, I merely felt pity for her when I saw her being coerced by Qin Yuan. Please do not misunderstand. Duan Yuqin nodded knowingly. Oh, so you were rejected by Meng Yuqing and have come to use me as a backup? You seem to think you can match the village flower when you resemble a toad. Forgive me, but I currently have no intention of pursuing romance. Long Aotian's smile froze. Had he just been rejected again? How peculiar. Why did he think to phrase it as again? Surely, Duan Yuqin was simply shy. After all, a woman of her traditional nature would surely mean yes when she said no. Long Aotian turned away. I am serious about you, do not be shy. Duan Yuqin nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. How could he not understand simple human communication? Yet, if even Long Aotian, with his peculiar mindset, had recognized his rejection, it was evident that both Meng Yuqing and Tian Exeter had distanced themselves from him. With two rivals pledging their loyalty, how could she lag behind? Why should she feel shy? Could he not see how much I disliked him? Do you not perceive my disdain? You are being rejected, she declared, her thoughts echoing in her mind. You resemble a caveman, yet you entertain such grandiose notions. Long Aotian felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What do you mean? Did I just imagine that? Is this still the gentle and refined Duan Yuqin I remember? He stood frozen, eyes wide. What did you just say? You loathe me? That cannot be. You are not truly fond of me? Duan Yuqin waved her hand dismissively. Where did you get the idea that I was fond of you? Were you conjuring fantasies in your mind? Long Aotian's expression darkened as he finally grasped the reality of being played. So, you have never held any affection for me, have you? Duan Yuqin smiled. Oh, I have. When was that? In your dreams, she replied. Long Aotian clenched his fists, taking deep breaths to suppress his anger and the urge to retaliate. I will ask you one last time. Were you coerced by Qin Yuan? Duan Yuqin rolled her eyes at him. I have known Qin Yuan since childhood. What could he possibly force me to do? If anyone is doing the coercing, it is I who would compel him. Long Aotian simply could not fathom what made Qin Yuan so appealing, drawing these women to him. It was a blow not just to his romantic endeavors, but to his ambitions as well. This meant that after all his efforts, these women had not only failed to develop feelings for him, but his ambitions to reclaim Xiudu had also been delayed, costing him a fortune of 10 billion. All of this turmoil traced back to Qin Yuan, a worthless individual. Had it not been for him, Long Aotian would not have been mired in this predicament. He was filled with rage and bitterness. Why was it that despite his relentless efforts, he was still overshadowed by the so-called useless Qin Yuan? Duan Yuqin, having perceived his thoughts, decided to confront him directly. Feeling discontent, are we? Then tell me, how did you learn that Zhang Yongwang had drugged me? Chapter 76. The conspiracy of kidnapping. Long Aotian's expression faltered. What are you talking about? It's been so long, I can hardly remember. Duan Yuqin gazed directly at him. Fine. Let me ask you again. Recently, when a Meng family encountered trouble, were you involved? Long Aotian was taken aback. Who told you about this? Could be Meng Yuqing? No, that doesn't make sense. According to Qin Yu's investigation, they seem to be at odds and have no private dealings. The only one entangled with them is Qin Yuan. Did he inform you about this? It's not like that. Let me explain. Long Aotian began, but Duan Yuqing interrupted him with a cold laugh. Enough with the pretense. None of us are fools. You harbor ulterior motives towards us. Do you truly believe we cannot see through your facade? You constantly strive to position yourself on a moral high ground, portraying yourself as a savior, but it is genuinely quite repulsive. Although Qin Yuan may not match your strength and has a questionable demeanor, he is a man of integrity. Unlike you, a hypocrite who knows no shame. Long Aotian saw no fault in his actions. Everything was orchestrated by Qin Yuan. If it were not for him, his affairs would not have come to light. It's always him, time after time. The reason I couldn't seize the entire Snow City is also his fault. His resentment towards Qin Yuan reached its zenith as he stormed out of the Duan residence. Upon returning to his abode, Qin Yu noticed the young master's demeanor and understood he had suffered another setback at the hands of Qin Yuan. Long Aotian remained silent, contemplating for a while before speaking through gritted teeth, returned to the frontier. Qin Yu's eyes widened. She had accompanied Long Aotian through many trials and tribulations and was aware of his previous declarations to eliminate Qin Yuan. Why the sudden announcement of retreat? Having spent considerable time with him, she understood that a proud and arrogant man like him would never concede easily unless faced with significant setbacks. Young master, what is this? Long Aotian shot her a cold glare, his voice icy. Do not question me. Return to the frontier. His fury was palpable. I can go back to the frontier, but Qin Yuan must die. I no longer desire control over Snow City. I only want him dead. Qin Yu recalled the elite assassins lost in Snow City and reported, the cause of Old Dao's death has been clarified. Logically, the local thugs and bodyguards should not have been his match. However, overwhelmed by sheer numbers and willing to expend vast resources, they conducted a city-wide search. It was only then that Old Dao was captured. Long Aotian's face darkened. I understand. Let's depart. As he left, he cast a lingering glance back at Snow City. One day, he would reclaim all that belonged to him, and Qin Yuan's fate would be nothing short of a grave without a burial. Wu and Qiyu pondered how to intensify their conflict. Upon arriving at Long Aotian's residence, she found it already deserted. What's going on? Has my charm diminished? Why are they both avoiding me? The call from Fan Tian interrupted her thoughts. Holy Maiden, we have received word from the undercover agent in Aotian's camp. Their young master, Long Aotian, has already set off back to the frontier. Please return promptly. Wu and Qiyu rolled her eyes, her voice steady yet frigid. Understood. After hanging up, she vented her frustration with expletives. Damn it, that little brat is quick on his feet. I can't just return empty-handed. I need to devise a way to lure Qin Yuan over. An idea struck her. I'll bring his fiancée over. Given his infatuation with Meng Yuqing, he will undoubtedly follow her. I truly am a genius. At his villa, Qin Yuan, through a listening device, learned that Long Aotian had departed from Snow City, and his heart raced with unease. He has left just like that? This is illogical. System, please verify if Long Aotian has indeed left. According to the data, Long Aotian is en route back to the frontier. Oh, and by the way, host, he intends to kill you. He even left some harsh words as he departed. Would you like to hear them? Qin Yuan furrowed his brows. What has triggered him this time? Apologies, host, but that information falls under the protagonist's privacy. Qin Yuan was left speechless. You have already disclosed more than enough of his privacy. You might as well have shared the number of moles on his backside. Now you're bringing up privacy? I don't believe you, you crafty old man. Since the system refused to divulge, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Qin Yuan began arranging for someone to investigate and replayed the recording. He was aware that the Holy Maiden harbored sinister intentions. After abducting Tian Shiner, she sought to ensnare Meng Yuqing next. I must warn Meng Yuqing in advance, so she can be on guard. Qin Yuan promptly called her. Meng Yuqing, where are you? Do you remember the female psychopath who abducted Tian Shiner? At that moment, Meng Yuqing was on a business trip and had not witnessed the incident. However, upon her return, she had heard her assistant mention the abduction of Tian Shiner. I remember. What is the matter? Qin Yuan recounted the situation succinctly. You need to bolster your security. I suspect she intends to take you to the frontier. They possess a peculiar needle that functions like a tranquilizer. Ensure all doors and windows are secured. Meng Yuqing nodded, warmth flooding her heart. She had known all along that Qin Yuan's words, though often casual, reflected his concern for her. See, he does care. A shy smile crept on her lips. All right, I understand. By the way, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Qin Yuan pondered, considering the possibility of Long Aotian sending assassins after him and the risk of collateral damage to Meng Yuqing. I've already eaten. Meng Yuqing pleaded. Are you really going to deny me a chance to make amends? I know I have done many things wrong in the past, and I want to make it up to you. Please don't refuse me. Qin Yuan shook his head decisively. No, you are in danger right now. Stay at home after work and don't wander around. A wave of joy washed over Meng Yuqing. So you do want to have dinner with me? Then come over. I'll cook for you. You mentioned before that my bento was delicious, right? Do you prefer Sichuan, Cantonese, or Huaiyang cuisine? I can cook any of them, and I'm willing to learn if I don't know how. I even found a tie that would suit you perfectly. Qin Yuan quickly interrupted her. Stop. Stop. I'm fine. I don't need anything. Just take care and avoid getting kidnapped by that female psychopath. Meng Yuqing's voice involuntarily took on a playful tone. Come on, keep me company. I haven't seen you in ages. Chapter 77. The Wrong Kidnapping. Upon hearing the playful voice on the other end of the call, Qin Yuan felt his heart soften involuntarily. Yet, recalling the elusive saintess, he regained his composure. No, you must take care of yourself. Meals can be enjoyed at any time. But if you get abducted, that would be a predicament. It seems he truly cares for me. Meng Yuqing mused sweetly, pouting in reluctance. Very well, once this period passes, you must adequately compensate me. At the very least, accompany me for a movie, a meal, and let me give you a proper massage. Qin Yuan nodded. Why does it feel like Meng Yuqing is becoming increasingly spoiled? Whatever happened to the ice-cold CEO who kept everyone at bay? Just as he pondered this, Duan Yuqing called. Hello, are you missing me? Qin Yuan replied with a hint of impatience. If there's something to discuss, please do so without causing me further trouble at this crucial moment. Duan Yuqing pouted in discontent. So, when other women express their feelings for you, it's perfectly acceptable, but when I do, it's a nuisance? Qin Yuan was taken aback. What do you mean? Duan Yuqing, visibly upset, continued. Don't think I'm unaware. Long Aotian approached Meng Yuqing and her friends, only to be turned down. Qin Yuan was astonished. Is that so? No wonder Long Aotian suddenly decided to return to the frontier. He furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of bewilderment. What's going on? Aren't they all Long Aotian's women? Why have they all suddenly rejected him? Duan Yuqing continued unabated. I'll come find you immediately. It's been ages. I've missed you. She lamented how her father pressured her into managing the company, nearly brainwashing her to avoid romantic distractions. Fortunately, even if I forget everything else, I will never forget you. Qin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, recalling Wu Ling Qiyu. Never mind, you needn't come. If anything arises, I shall notify you in advance. By the way, the Qin family's research team has developed some gadgets. I'll have someone deliver a few to you. Without allowing Duan Yuqing a chance to object, he abruptly ended the call. At that moment, Secretary Lin Yin approached. Young Master Qin, 3 individuals outside request to see you. Qin Yuan was taken aback, remembering that these were 3 experts sent by the system. Quickly let them in. The trio stood beside Qin Yuan, their heads bowed in reverence. Young Master. Qin Yuan maintained an inscrutable demeanor. You have traveled far. Rest well. We can discuss matters tomorrow. The Black Widow glanced at him, a coy smile gracing her lips. Clad in a delicate lavender camisole, her already voluptuous figure appeared even more enticing, reminiscent of a ripe peach. Suddenly, a silver flash shot towards Qin Yuan's forehead, nearly imperceptible in the bright light of day. The Black Widow, with lightning speed, seized a nearby pen and hurled it. With a sharp ding, the silver needle collided with the pen, both falling to the ground. Qin Yuan's expression remained calm, though his heart raced. Another assassin sent by Long Aotian. This marked the 7th attempt this week, more frequent than his workdays. The pen lay nearly pierced through by the fragile silver needle, hinting at the dire consequences had it struck a human. The Black Widow bent slightly, exposing half of her alabaster bosom, and retrieved the silver needle. "Young master, did I startle you?" She stepped closer, embracing him gently, patting his back in a soothing manner, her voice soft and tender, exuding maternal warmth. Qin Yuan felt his face pressed between her curves, maintaining his composure as he gently pushed her away. "Others are still present. Fear not. You may consider me your personal bodyguard from now on. Now please go and rest." The Black Widow lowered her head slightly, her hair brushing against Qin Yuan's neck, creating a ticklish sensation. Her warm breath caressed his ear, her voice low and tender. "My young master is truly brave." With that, she stepped back and performed a slight bow. "Yes, young master." Bow high, with a round belly, perhaps a result of practicing the frog technique, looked plump, his large eyes slightly bulging, exuding an air of respect as he kept his head bowed. "Yes, young master." Yuan stood upright, his faded clothes contrasting sharply with his dark skin and crew cut. Looking quite spirited, he knelt on one knee, his posture impeccably formal. "Yes, young master." Qin Yuan gestured for Secretary Ling Yin to arrange accommodation for them and procure new attire. Once they departed, he urgently summoned the system. "What memories have you instilled in them? Why do they refer to me as young master?" "Nothing much, from the Black Widow's perspective. You are a top-tier expert who saved her from peril. As long as she stays by your side, she feels a profound sense of security. From Bao Hai's viewpoint, you are the unparalleled master who avenged his family. In Yuan's memories, you are his revered uncle." Qin Yuan was taken aback, recalling Long Aotian. "Then quickly alter Long Aotian's memories. Make him less hostile towards me and keep those women at a distance. Memory alteration is ineffective on protagonists." Qin Yuan fell silent. "Very well, then." He steeled himself and began to investigate Wu Lingqiu's whereabouts. After all, one can only evade a thief for so long. Knowing her movements would be crucial for better defense against her. Meanwhile, Wu Lingqiu hurried to Tian Shiner's hospital room. Since the previous kidnapping incident, security had intensified, with a minimum of 4 nurses attending to the supreme VIP ward around the clock. Not even a fly could infiltrate. However, as the frontier's saintess, she possessed more than just silver needles as her arsenal. Wu Lingqiu swiftly incapacitated one of the nurses and, employing one of the 4 great Asian dark arts, infiltrated Tian Shiner's room. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she approached a young nurse and spoke. "I'm taking the young lady out for some sunshine." As the nurse arranged the freshly prepared medication, she replied, "Let me find someone to accompany you. Please wait. I need to wash my hands and sanitize first." Wu Lingqiu nodded, turning to lead Tian Shiner out of the hospital. Observing the pale, frail face of Tian Shiner, she shook her head. "Perhaps I should bring some medicine. If I inadvertently exhaust you, what will Qin Yuan do in desperation?" Shaking her head frequently, she lamented, "I am far too kind." 10 minutes later, the nurse returned, only to discover both the nurse and the young lady had vanished. Panic set in as she rushed outside, searching frantically. After a thorough search yielded no results, she stumbled upon her unconscious colleague in a corner. Immediately, she called the police, causing chaos within the hospital. Tian Dongliang could hardly believe that despite their stringent security, an incident still occurred. According to their investigation, Long Aotian had already left. Could it possibly be that saintess again? They had assumed that with Long Aotian's departure, they could relax their vigilance. But to their dismay, the daughter they had barely allowed to recuperate had been kidnapped once more. What on earth does this woman intend to do? Without a moment's hesitation, Tian Dongliang contacted Qin Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, please investigate what this woman is up to." Qin Yuan received a phone call and, after repeatedly confirming, was astonished to discover it was indeed Uncle Tian on the line. This was perplexing. Had not Wu Lingqiu stated that he intended to abduct his fiancée, how had Tian X ended up in their clutches instead? "Uncle Tian, please remain calm. I will contact her immediately." With that, Qin Yuan dialed Wu Lingqiu's number. "Where are you?" "Release Tian Xiner first. We can discuss matters at our leisure. Is it not your intention to exacerbate the conflict between me and Long Aotian? I assure you, if you free her, I will comply with your demands." Meanwhile, Wu Lingqiu was on the way back, glancing at the unconscious Tian Xiner beside him, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What do you mean? Are you saying She is not Meng Yuqing? Qin Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Surely, you cannot still be unaware that she is the eldest daughter of the Tian family. Tian Xin. Chapter 78. Want to save someone? Go to the frontier. Wuling Qiyu's eyes widened in surprise. Oh dear, I've tied the wrong person. However, considering your level of anxiety, this binding is not in vain. Qin Yuan pinched his brow. Irked, I have no interest in bickering with you. Release her at once. Her body cannot withstand your torment. Wuling Qiyu leisurely adjusted Tian Xiner's blanket. Rest assured, she won't die. I brought her medicine when I tied her up. See how kind I am? But since you already know, I shall drop the act. If you wish to save her, come to the frontier. Qin Yuan couldn't help but raise his voice. You took her to the frontier? Do you have any idea how much she can endure your torment? Wuling Qiyu held her phone at a distance, leisurely enjoying her fruit. I'm hanging up now. I shall await you in the frontier. After saying this, she ended the call. Tian Dongliang fumed anxiously nearby. What on earth is she taking Xiner to the frontier for? The environment there is so harsh, and there are so many thugs. What is the difference between taking a rabbit to a wolf's den? No, I must go rescue Xiner. Meanwhile, Madame Tian was weeping heart-wrenchingly. Mike Xinia, I will fight them. Qin Yuan pressed his brow. Wuling Qiyu must have taken Tian Xiner to compel me to go there. If anyone is to go, it should be me. Tian Dongliang recalled Meng Yuqing's earlier words, suddenly realizing that the root of all this was Long Aotian. He had never given up from the beginning. Tian Dongliang scoffed. I used to think Long Aotian had left, intending to give up, but judging by this situation, he truly is relentless. Regardless, we must first deal with Long Aotian to eliminate future troubles. And that so-called saintess must also be dealt with. Qin Yuan had not intended for the Tian family to be embroiled in this mess, but given the current situation, persuading Uncle Tian was out of the question. Meng Yuqing arrived upon hearing the news. Ultimately, Wuling Qiyu had intended to capture me. Tian Xiner is suffering in my stead. Uncle Tian, please don't panic. With our current capabilities, we can only ally with the 4 prominent families to have a chance against him. These individuals are in the frontier, beyond our reach. We must devise a solid plan. Tian Dongliang nodded. The Meng and Qin families will undoubtedly stand by him in opposition. The question remains, what does the Duan family think? Tian Dongliang beckoned, and his secretary promptly approached, head bowed in respect. Mr. Tian, how may I assist you? Tian Dongliang spoke sternly. Go fetch old Duan and his daughter. Tell them I need to speak with them. Old Duan had previously entrusted the entire company to his daughter to manage. Duan Yuqing, in a moment of zeal, had followed Qin Yuan to invest in a traditional Chinese medicine project. It was then that he realized, despite her extensive education and cleverness, his daughter was merely infatuated. To prevent her from losing the entire company to her romantic whims, he had to return and keep a close watch to ensure she wasn't deceived by that scoundrel Qin Yuan, thereby jeopardizing the entire Duan family. Old Duan sat in his office, listening to the secretary's report that Tian Dongliang, that crafty old fox, had summoned them. He felt a sense of foreboding. He raised his hand to call his assistant. Find out what this is about. Why must both of us go? The assistant nodded and shortly leaned in to whisper in old Duan's ear. It appears that Miss Tian has been kidnapped again. Moreover, they seemed quite anxious when they came to summon us. Old Duan immediately grasped Tian Dongliang's intentions, cursing this old fox for his cunning. He aims to stir the waters and drag his family into this mess, forcing the Duan family to contend with Long Aotian and that so-called saintess. Old Duan restrained Duan Yuqing, who was about to move. Stay put. I'll handle this myself. While having one less rival is advantageous, facing a life-and-death situation made Duan Yuqing uneasy. Dad, why don't I accompany you? Old Duan pressed his daughter back into the chair. Listen to your father. You are still young. Prioritize your own safety for now. Don't you like that young man from the Qin family? If you behave and patiently await my return, I will swallow my pride and approach old Qin to propose. Duan Yuqing's heart leapt with joy as she hugged her father, discreetly placing the tiny listening device that Qin Yuan had given her into his pocket. Thank you, Dad. Old Duan felt a sense of pride. His daughter had been raised with elite education. She must not be dragged down by that old fox Tian. Tian Dongliang surveyed the lack of allies behind old Duan, feeling somewhat disappointed. Old Duan, where is your daughter? She is unwell, so I asked her to stay home and rest. What are they saying over there? Tian Dongliang pondered. I mean to eliminate both Long Aotian and that saintess entirely to prevent further issues. Old Duan remained calm. While the thought is commendable, I can only offer you my moral support. Tian Dongliang cursed inwardly. He knew this man wouldn't feel urgency unless the fire was at his own door. Not at all. This matter requires a coalition of our families. The Qin and Meng families have already expressed their support. Now we simply await your Duan family's response. Old Duan appeared troubled. You know that Yu Qin is rather infatuated. Just a few days ago, she invested in some herbal project with Qin Yuan. The Qin family is vast and wealthy. They can easily produce tens of billions. Our Duan family focuses on elite education. Even if we wish to assist, our hands are tied. Meng Yuqing stepped forward. Long Aotian's targets are not limited to just one family. He seeks to challenge all four prominent families of Xiudu. His current retreat is merely a temporary pause, not a sign of surrender. This time, he is after Qin Yuan and me. Next time, it could be anyone. Uncle Duan, I mean no offense. I merely wish for us to unite and nip this danger in the bud. After all, no one wishes to live under a daily threat. While others may remain unaware, Meng Yuqing was among the first to grasp Long Aotian's intentions. She firmly believed he would not give up easily. Only by uniting the four prominent families could they hope to resist. Old Duan contemplated. Recently, Qin Yuan has been targeted with increasing frequency, which has raised suspicions. Additionally, the earlier investment mishap involving the Meng family and the recent troubles with the Tian family's daughter have convinced him that Meng Yuqing speaks from experience. Yet, he had not suffered any losses thus far. Perhaps with caution, they could avoid any issues. I shall consider this matter carefully. I understand your concerns, but those individuals are far away in the frontier. Do you expect us, ordinary folk, to match up against those who have grown up amidst bloodshed? That would be akin to sending lambs to slaughter. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Yes, who should be sent? To the frontier, death is almost certain. Abandoning the comforts and luxuries of life here to face perilous conditions in the harsh frontier is unthinkable. Whoever the four families send will be ill-suited for the task. If they send an outsider, they might even be swayed by Long Aotian and his ilk. That would be a greater loss. After all, it is his territory. Should anything occur, they would be powerless from Xiudu. At that moment, Qin Yuan spoke up. You shall go. Wuling Qiyu kidnapped her to draw me in. My presence there is the most prudent choice. Chapter 79. Where's my daughter? My beloved daughter. Meng Yuqing suddenly turned to Qin Yuan, her eyes filled with concern. What are you going for? Do you think your physique is adequate? We must deliberate on this matter further. In truth, Tian Dongliang's ideal candidate was also Qin Yuan. However, the Qin family, being the foremost of the four great clans, and Qin Yuan, the cherished late-born of Qin Jinghua, represented a singular lineage. Should anything untoward befall him at the frontier, the consequences could be dire. If Long Aotian failed to eliminate him, the Qin family might very well do so, resulting in a grievous loss. Qin Yuan frowned. This is a matter that I must undertake. None of you are suitable for this task. Long Aotian was evidently intent on his demise, and assassination attempts had been relentless during this period. It was not feasible to remain ensconced in the snow-laden city for eternity. Moreover, Tianqiner was still in the clutches of Wuling Qiyu. As you are all aware, Wuling Qiyu is formidable. If I do not go, what if Meng Yuqing is abducted? What if Duan Yuqing is taken as well? Since there is no retreat, we must confront the challenge head-on. Tian Dongliang silently nodded. He had not anticipated this level of resolve from Qin Yuan. Ordinary individuals would wish to distance themselves from such a perilous situation, but his bravery was indeed rare. It was no wonder his daughter held him in such high regard. Duan's father was equally astonished. He had considered that Qin Yuan would shirk responsibility, perhaps sending his subordinate, the renowned bodyguardly gang, in his stead, but he never expected him to volunteer personally. With his status, even if he chose not to attend, the Qin family would ensure no one dared voice dissent. Yet, this man, whom the older generation had never deemed worthy, resolutely chose to face the ordeal alone. Such fortitude even commanded his admiration. Duan's father contemplated. Perhaps the cabbage his daughter pursued was indeed a fine pig. Meng Yuqing, realizing she could not sway him, spoke with unwavering conviction. Then I shall accompany you. What purpose would that serve? You cannot assist in any meaningful way. I am skilled in traditional Chinese medicine. Should you sustain injuries, I can treat you. You know my medical expertise rivals that of Long Aotian. Qin Yuan shook his head firmly. No, your presence would only complicate matters. This place is not replete with luxury. What if he simply abducts you, in front of numerous uncles and relatives? Meng Yuqing's tone was resolute and sincere. I am your fiancée, your future wife. In marriage, one must follow their partner. Where you go, I shall follow. If they were to kill you, I would collect your remains, and then I would join you in death. Should you become disabled, I shall be a wife to a disabled man. If you were to be rendered a eunuch, then I shall be the wife of a eunuch. In short, I am bound to you for life. Whether you wish it or not, I, Meng Yuqing, am yours in life and in death. Her words rang with conviction, leaving the room in stunned silence. Duan's father felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness he had not brought his daughter along. Otherwise, with her romantic inclinations, she would have hastily packed her bags and followed suit. In fact, through a listening device, Duan Yuqing was already in the midst of packing. After a lengthy silence, Qin Yuan shook his head. What will happen to the Meng family if you accompany me? What of old Master Meng? I am indifferent, but he has already lost his son. Do you wish to deprive him of his sole remaining granddaughter? At that moment, a male voice interjected. I support my sister's decision. Everyone turned to see Meng Xiangrui. What was this? Hadn't he always looked down upon Qin Yuan? Why would he allow his sister to endure hardship alongside him? Meng Xiangrui stepped forward, reiterating, I support my sister's decision. Brother-in-law, I was thoughtless before and caused you much trouble. I have since changed. The affairs of the company can be managed by my sister and my trusted aides. I apologize, sister, for my previous ignorance and for causing you worry. I have come to understand your good intentions since the investment failure. Pursue what you wish. You will always be my sister. I must shoulder the family responsibilities, allowing you to live for yourself. Meng Yuqing's eyes brimmed with tears, deeply moved. She was never adept with words. Often, she had many thoughts but struggled to articulate them. Her voice barely above a whisper, she replied, Tian Dongliang interjected to ease the tension. In light of this, we must prepare adequately. Additionally, Xiao Yuan, you should inform your parents. The more individuals involved in rescuing one's daughter, the greater the odds of success. Qin Yuan nodded as the others discussed how much each family could contribute. Naturally, Tian Dongliang was determined to rescue his own daughter. I shall contribute 10 billion. Money can sway even the most obstinate. Since we lack sufficient manpower, let us amass our resources. The Meng family could also contribute 5 billion. Following their successful navigation of the crisis, Meng Xiangrui began to work diligently, and the Meng family was now on solid ground. 50 billion was not an insurmountable sum for them. The Qin family could also provide 50 billion. At this point, everyone turned to Duan's father. Tian Dongliang adjusted his glasses, smiling. Old Duan, look at how both the Meng and Qin families are contributing both manpower and finances. We, the Tian family, have no one to offer. And since it is my daughter at stake, we shall contribute 100 billion. How much can you provide? 1 or 200 billion would be ample. 70 to 80 billion would be modest. Duan's father, unfazed, chuckled. Old Tian, do not overestimate my means. I have little to spare. However, since you all have spoken, it would be remiss of me to abstain. Therefore, I shall contribute 53 million as a token of goodwill. With no family troubles and no threats to his company, he admired their efforts but was unwilling to part with much of his wealth. Moreover, he was still somewhat irked by Qin Yuan's previous antics with Duan Yuqing, which had resulted in a loss, and thus he could not be as generous. Tian Dongliang was taken aback by his frugality, yet any contribution was better than none. After all, the Duan family could remain aloof. Very well. The total stands at 205,300 million, to be transferred directly to Qin Yuan's private account. Once the figures were settled, everyone dispersed. Duan's father hurried home, relieved to find Duan Yuqing in her office, attending to company matters. He sighed quietly. His daughter had always been crafty. She presented herself as obedient and gentle before others, yet at home, she was quite the little tyrant. Fortunately, She had heeded his advice this time and refrained from causing a scene. Duan Yuqin, maintaining her composure, looked up upon hearing his voice. Dad, what did they discuss? Why the urgency? Duan's father shook his head. Nothing of consequence. We merely discussed a joint investment. You need not concern yourself. This is a matter for your father to handle. Duan Yuqin nodded, moving closer to embrace her father. Thank you for your hard work, Dad. During the embrace, she discreetly retrieved the listening device and tucked it back into her pocket. Duan's father felt a vague sense of unease. Today, his daughter seemed overly affectionate, yet he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. That evening, as Duan's father sat down for dinner, an inexplicable void lingered. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. Where's my daughter? My beloved daughter. Chapter 80. Farewell, Mom and Dad. Tonight, I set sail. Madame Duan cast a disapproving glance at him. She must still be working at the company, right? Why do you impose such immense pressure on a girl? It's no wonder she returns home late every night. Her health is deteriorating. Duan father, having barely touched his meal, set down his chopsticks and rose to leave. I must go see her. Wait. Finish your meal first. Madame Duan reached out in protest. Without pausing, Duan father hurried to the Duan group. He took the elevator straight to the top floor, frequently glancing at his high-end watch, silently praying for the elevator to ascend faster. As the doors opened, Duan father rushed out and entered Duan Yuqin's office. She was engrossed in her work and looked up in surprise upon hearing his entrance. What's wrong, Dad? Why the urgency? Seeing his daughter still at the company, Duan father exhaled a sigh of relief. Wiping his brow, he nonchalantly replied, Oh, nothing. Just getting some exercise. Duan Yuqin smiled and did not press further. All right, Dad, take care of your health. As Duan father made his way back, he reassured himself. Perhaps after the last discussion, she no longer harbored strong feelings for Qin Yuan. Besides, since he hadn't brought her along this time, even if she were to find out, it wouldn't be so immediate. If he were to chase after her now, by the time he reached her, Qin Yuan and Meng Yuqing would have already arrived. He reflected on how he had barely finished dinner before this distraction left him hungry again. With lingering concern, he glanced back to confirm that his daughter was still engaged in a discussion with her secretary. Only then did he nod and head home for dinner. He resolved to keep a close watch on her during this period, ensuring she did not venture into danger. Duan father acknowledged that Qin Yuan was commendable. Yet, no father wishes to see his daughter recklessly pursuing a man, disregarding her own safety. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, in a casual tone during dinner, declared, Dad, I'm going to the border. Qin Zhenghua, already aware of these matters, immediately became alert upon hearing this. What do you intend to do in the border? To rescue Tian Shiner. Qin Zhenghua slammed his hand on the table, his expression darkening. What nonsense! I know what my son is capable of. Do you truly believe you can confront those people at the border? This was the first time he had lost his temper since Qin Yuan had turned his life around. The pressure from decades of experience in the business world bore down on them. Standing tall, Qin Yuan replied, maintaining his composure, Dad, you know better than anyone the number of assassination attempts I've faced lately. Moreover, Tian Shiner was injured while trying to save me and has now been kidnapped to the border. If you worry for me, shouldn't Uncle Tian be concerned for a young girl who just turned 18 and is still recovering? Qin Zhenghua was momentarily at a loss for words. But it's not for you to intervene. There are police and many people in this world. If the sky were to fall, there are those taller than you to bear it. Qin Yuan shook his head firmly. Having spent so much time with Long Aotian, I am acutely aware of his strength and the hatred he harbors for me. Sending anyone else would only be a futile sacrifice. Qin Zhenghua scoffed. And you think you wouldn't just be another casualty? He sighed deeply. Son, you're my only child. You arrived later than others. Your mother and I are getting older. What would you have me do if something were to happen to you at the border? What would become of your mother and the Qin group? In the past, when his son was reckless, he had lost sleep worrying, wishing to shadow him to ensure he behaved responsibly. Now that his son had grown up and taken on responsibilities, that very responsibility both comforted and concerned him. Under different circumstances, he would have wholeheartedly supported such bravery, even offering financial aid. But this was his own son, his cherished late-life blessing. How could he bear the thought? Qin Yuan was silent. Long Aotian has sworn vengeance against me. There is no avoiding it. You are aware of the police's capabilities. How much manpower was wasted in the pursuit of Lao Dao. You know this well, Dad. I cannot continue to hide while he poses a threat to those around me. Enraged, Qin Yuan put down his chopsticks and turned to leave. Go ahead. If you go, you will no longer be my son. With a sigh, Qin Yuan understood his father's concerns. However, go to the border was imperative. There was no room for negotiation. Thus, their evening meal ended on a sour note. Madame Qin attempted to soothe both sides, but neither was willing to relent, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce to his decision. Qin Yuan's resolve was not impulsive. Had this been earlier, he might have hesitated, but now Long Aotian had made his intentions clear. He wanted him dead. Moreover, 3 formidable experts were aligned with Aotian. Wu Lingqiu's attempts to draw him in were clearly aimed at dealing with Long Aotian. If that were the case, a temporary alliance with the Fantian society could be feasible, although the border revered martial prowess, who would refuse an abundance of wealth. The Chris currency would not suddenly turn to worthless paper upon arrival. With Long Aotian's protagonist aura and his own system rules, while he could not alter the protagonist's memories, he could certainly modify those of supporting characters. The outcome was still uncertain. As Qin Yuan pondered, a delicate, unyielding hand suddenly grasped his. He opened his eyes to find it was the Black Widow, and he relaxed. Dressed in a nightgown, one shoulder strap had slipped, revealing an expanse of porcelain skin. With sultry eyes, she playfully caressed him, lightly licking his earlobe. Little master, are you feeling down? Qin Yuan shook his head. Not really. It's just that with these experts around, my safety has significantly increased. The Black Widow nodded, pulling his head down to rest on her own. But I really want to serve you, little master. Qin Yuan considered for a moment. Since she was not the protagonist's woman, he saw no issue in indulging her. All right. The following day, Qin Yuan departed with a host of bodyguards and Meng Yuqing. Qin mother came to see him off, while Qin father remained absent. Once they had left, Duan father finally breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to the Duan group with a cheerful disposition, he intended to invite his daughter home for dinner, only to discover her phone was off. Sensing something amiss, he rushed to the company. Finding Duan Yuqing's desk empty, he muttered a curse under his breath. He immediately summoned her secretary. Where is the general manager? Where is my daughter? The secretary trembled in fear. The general manager was just here. She said she was going to the restroom. Duan father felt darkness closing in around him. An assistant quickly supported him. Looking at the quaking assistant, he commanded, go to the restrooms and search each one. You must locate the general manager. The assistant nodded vigorously and rushed off to search the restrooms, even rummaging through the trash bins, but failed to find her. Fortunately, in the last restroom, she discovered a small note left by the general manager. Without delay, she brought it to Duan father. Upon opening the note, he found it was indeed his daughter's handwriting, containing only a brief message. Farewell, parents, tonight. I embark on my voyage. Do not fret for me, as I possess the ore of joy and sagacity. Chapter 81. To die together, mister. Duan clenched his teeth in anger. This stubborn girl. I wondered why she seemed so obedient. It turns out she was already well prepared. Just wait. I shall practice the trumpet tonight. After contemplating, Mr. Duan could not resist calling Qin Yuan. Hello, it's me. Please take care of you, Qin. Qin Yuan was somewhat bewildered. What is going on? They didn't bring Duan Yuqing this time. However, the fact that she didn't come to see him surprised him. As he spoke, he turned to glance at the cramped trunk. Surely, she wouldn't be hiding in there, would she? Uncle Duan, are you mistaken? Yuqing didn't come along. Mister. Duan snorted coldly. Impossible. I know my daughter well. She might have arrived already. If you see her, please send her back. Qin Yuan nodded and hung up. He and Meng Yuqing sat in the car. After being busy for so long, they could finally set everything aside and be together with the one they cherished. Meng Yuqing felt a bit nervous for some reason. Was this considered an early honeymoon? Shyly, she glanced at Qin Yuan and subtly inched closer to him. Qin Yuan, puzzled, thought something might be wrong. What is up? Meng Yuqing leaned slightly, a faint, cool fragrance lingering near Qin Yuan's nose as she whispered in his ear, do you think this counts as an early honeymoon? Qin Yuan was at a loss for words. What honeymoon? This was a trip to face death. Observing Meng Yuqing's bashful demeanor, he refrained from disheartening her. If you say so, then so be it. Meng Yuqing tilted her head. Double affirmation equals double certainty. Thus, Qin Yuan also looked forward to this journey, a trip solely for the two of them. Meng Yuqing discreetly glanced at Qin Yuan, noticing he was oblivious to her, and quietly searched on her phone. Does a man going on a trip alone with you indicate he has feelings for you? The first result stated, certainly. It means he likes you. Otherwise, why would he be so idle? Meng Yuqing nodded and murmured softly, oh, so he really does have feelings for me. She continued to search. How to make a man fall for you? The answer suggested, be a bit more enthusiastic and less shy, and send him signals of affection. Meng Yuqing pondered the advice given by enthusiastic netizens. The thought of romance suddenly reminded her of the incident at the five-star scenic area's wardrobe, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Was that the scent of love? Her browsing history also included, what does it mean when a man praises your cooking? And why do men seem to care deeply, yet push you away verbally? As a novice in love, having been too occupied with work and lacking a confidant, her only recourse was to consult Baidu. Recalling Qin Yuan's previous kindness towards her, she thought perhaps she should be a bit more proactive. Gazing at the man before her, Meng Yuqing instinctively leaned closer and planted a kiss on his lips. Qin Yuan was taken aback. What is happening? Am I hallucinating? Summoning her courage, Meng Yuqing straddled Qin Yuan, her small hands encircling his neck. Her usually frosty face now bore a blush of shyness, trembling slightly as she whispered, this is not an illusion. As she spoke, she extended her damp little tongue to lick Qin Yuan's lips, feeling him awaken in response. Her face flushed crimson as she inadvertently squirmed closer, melting into his embrace. Breathlessly, she gently nudged him, her eyes glimmering with affection, playfully hesitant. Not here. Qin Yuan nodded and released Meng Yuqing, relieved that Duan Yuqing had not come. Just then, an unexpected noise emanated from the trunk. Qin Yuan turned, locking eyes with the suddenly emerging Duan Yuqing. What are you doing here? Meng Yuqing's eyes widened. Her face flushed with a charming hue as she hurriedly dismounted from Qin Yuan. How could she be in the car? Did she witness everything that just transpired? Duan Yuqing had initially intended to stay hidden until they reached the border, but the trunk was cramped and stifling. Hearing the commotion, she feared that if she didn't emerge, Meng Yuqing might truly take Qin Yuan for herself. With an innocent expression, Duan Yuqing said, I don't know how I ended up here. I was just looking at the contract. She looked at Qin Yuan with concern. Brother Qin Yuan won't blame me. Will he? Qin Yuan rubbed his temples in frustration. While Meng Yuqing could at least assist him with her medical skills, what could Duan Yuqing contribute? Nothing at all. You're not helping. You're just complicating matters. Duan Yuqing climbed from the trunk to the seat, playfully massaging Qin Yuan's shoulders. No way. If you take me along, I can keep you entertained on the way. Qin Yuan sighed. That's unnecessary. Driver, stop at the next service area and drop her off. Duan Yuqing panicked. No, I'm not here for free. I brought money. Qin Yuan exhaled deeply, exasperated at her inability to comprehend. This isn't about money. Duan Yuqing, brimming with confidence, raised her finger in front of Qin Yuan, smugly declaring, I brought 100 million as my dowry. Qin Yuan, his patience waning, emphasized, even if it's $1 billion today, you still need to get out. Duan Yuqing, I'm not joking. Duan Yuqing, feeling both angry and wronged, sat on the luxurious leather seat, turning away from him, tears streaming down her cheeks. You're being mean to me. Sighing, Qin Yuan reached out to her, but she turned her body away, crying out, don't touch me. Qin Yuan softened his tone, attempting to negotiate. I'm not being mean. This isn't a joke. You're just a girl who can't defend herself. Meng Yuqing and I are facing life-threatening challenges. What are you doing here? You're only causing trouble. Duan Yuqing covered her ears. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Qin Yuan, feeling helpless, tried to reason with her. Can we discuss this rationally? Duan Yuqing turned her back, sobbing even louder. Qin Yuan glanced helplessly at Meng Yuqing, who had returned to her icy demeanor, instinctively feeling this was not worth her energy. Yet, seeing Qin Yuan's pitiful expression, her heart softened. She attempted to reason with Duan Yuqing. This is indeed not a trivial matter. Duan Yuqing rolled her eyes. What is it to you? Meng Yuqing shot Qin Yuan a look of helplessness. Qin Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose. Consider this carefully. Other matters are negotiable. But this is non-negotiable. I worry about you. The border is perilous. We've known each other since childhood. After my studies abroad, I hoped to marry you, but now, having returned, you're engaged to someone else. Duan Yuqin felt increasingly wronged, bursting into tears. If I stay in Snow City, I'll have to part ways with you again. I refuse. I'll die with you. Faced with the sobbing Duan Yuqin, he dared not touch her, fearing any misstep might worsen the situation. Why is there so much water? Is she made of water? Qin Yuan sighed. That is not what I meant. It is simply too perilous here. Your presence does not contribute any assistance. There is a possibility that you may also find yourself in danger, and I would worry for your safety. Duan Yuqin sniffled, her eyes reddened, resembling a pitiful little rabbit, as she grasped Qin Yuan's hand. Rest assured, I promise to be obedient. I will sleep beside you every night, and I shall never stray, even step away from you. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan had yet to respond when Meng Yuqing expressed her discontent. What do you mean by that? Miss Duan, this is my fiancé. Are you attempting to undermine our relationship in my presence? Chapter 82. I detest being threatened. Duan Yuqing stood with her hands on her hips, her indignation palpable. What do you mean, your fiancé? That was my first crush, you know. Meng Yuqing was left speechless. She had never encountered such an unreasonable person. With a cold snort, she exuded an aura that discouraged any approach. She was too weary to engage in an argument. Qin Yuan shook his head. No, you must return quickly. If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Uncle Duan? Duan Yuqing suddenly smacked her forehead. Right? How could I forget that? She opened the window and leaned out. You just wait. If you dare to leave me at the service area, I'll jump out of the car and end it all. Qin Yuan sighed deeply, feeling a sense of helplessness. All right then. Duan Yuqing's face brightened immediately, wrapping her arm around Qin Yuan's, swaying joyfully. That's the spirit. Thank you, brother Qin Yuan. Meng Yuqing let out a cold huff, feeling utterly disdainful of her behavior. Her already frigid demeanor grew even more distant. Qin Yuan could even sense the temperature in the car drop significantly. Clearly, these two should not meet. They would inevitably clash. After a while, the two, who had been lively upon entering the vehicle, now appeared drowsy and lethargic. Qin Yuan also closed his eyes to rest. Upon reaching the border region, the system's voice abruptly sounded. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Proactively defeat the protagonist. This is a time-limited task. If not accepted within 30 minutes, it will automatically disappear. Rewards, choose one, with double drop rates. Qin Yuan was jolted awake, instinctively replying, accept. Glancing at the two girls leaning against his shoulders, he noted they remained undisturbed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations, host. Task accepted. Objective, defeat Long Aotian and severely damage the Aotian Association. Upon arriving in the city center, the vehicle came to a smooth halt, and they alighted. From a distance, they could see a row of men in suits welcoming them. A middle-aged man, dressed in a tailored suit with a distinguished countenance, approached. We warmly welcome Mr. Qin to cooperate with our enterprise. Meng Yuqing maintained her icy facade, yet a hint of aloofness crept into her smile as she stood beside Qin Yuan. She was aware of the Qin family's immense power and influence, but never expected to find such connections in this remote border region. If her memory served her correctly, this man was none other than Mayor Zhao Buju. Duan Yuqing, elegantly clasping Qin Yuan's other arm, felt a mix of surprise and pride. She had arrived here anticipating hardship, yet now found herself welcomed by the mayor. Was this spectacle truly necessary? Had he arranged everything beforehand? Clinging to Qin Yuan, she felt a sense of shared glory. No wonder he is my first crush. He truly is impressive. As Qin Yuan stepped out of the car, he was momentarily dazed, yet accustomed to grand occasions from his time in Shuadu. Recalling Zhao Buju's identity, he approached with calm composure, extricating his arm from Duan Yuqing's grasp to shake hands with the mayor. Not at all. We are newcomers in this esteemed place and must look up to Mayor Zhao. Mayor Zhao waved his hands repeatedly, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. No need for such formality. I understand Mr. Qin must be weary from travel, so I won't delay. I've arranged accommodations for you. We can gather again tonight. He gestured invitingly. After some polite exchanges, the group departed with the mayor. Long before their arrival, Zhao had received word from old Qin, who had mentioned that his son, Qin Yuan, was coming. Initially reluctant, Zhao had not been in touch with Qin Jinghua for many years. However, a late-night call from Qin Jinghua, requesting Zhao to take good care of his son due to the local underworld, compelled him to personally welcome them. Having heard whispers of Qin Yuan's previous reputation, Zhao was reminded of their old friendship. He had expected a brash young heir arriving for vacation. Yet upon observing Qin Yuan's demeanor and the presence of two extraordinary women beside him, one exuding an icy detachment and the other radiating warmth, he realized they were not of ordinary lineage. Especially the cold woman, who, though lacking internal energy, walked with a steady gait that hinted at innate pride. Such a woman would only yield to someone of significant merit. Mere wealth would not even warrant her attention. This realization prompted Zhao to abandon his previous nonchalance and welcome them with sincerity. The three individuals following him formed a semicircle around Qin Yuan, guarding him closely. If Zhao was not mistaken, one was the heir of the frog kung fu. Another exhibited movements reminiscent of a long-lost martial art that even he, as a mayor, could not discern, and the last was the Black Widow. In regions like the border where martial prowess was esteemed, many experts remained hidden in the populace. The fact that an ordinary person without internal energy could command such loyalty from three top-tier experts spoke volumes of Qin Yuan's extraordinary nature. This was why the mayor treated Qin Yuan, a mere junior, with such deference. Moreover, Zhao sensed that Qin Yuan's intentions extended beyond mere investment. The border region was known for its fierce culture, with the Aotian Association and the Fantiang Association posing significant challenges. As mayor, Zhao held little true power. If Qin Yuan possessed genuine capability, he could easily subdue both organizations. Even if Qin Yuan wished to assert dominance over him, Zhao would cheerfully acquiesce, simply inquiring if he had brought any paper. In a premier suite of a culturally themed hotel, Qin Yuan allowed his companions a moment to recover before promptly calling Wu Lingqiu. "I've arrived. Where are you?" "Quite fast. I see Tian Shiner was right to capture you." Wu Lingqiu replied with a smug tone. "Where are you? I'll come find you." This woman had repeatedly used Tian Shiner to threaten him, and it was time to teach her a lesson. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yuan provided the address. "Bring Tian Shiner. I need to know her current situation." Wu Lingqiu contemplated for a moment, realizing that Qin Yuan's lackluster bodyguards posed no threat to her. With a cheerful tone, she replied, "Got it. Make sure to be clean and wait for me." Qin Yuan smirked coldly. "Good." The three experts form a line. "Listen to my commands when the time comes." After spending time together, they had developed a mutual understanding. Half an hour later, Wu Lingqiu arrived, bringing along the bound Tian Shiner. "I'm here." Before Wu Lingqiu could react, the three swiftly subdued her, pinning her to the ground with her head pressed against the floor. Qin Yuan held Tian Shiner close, looking down at Wu Lingqiu with an imposing demeanor. His polished shoe pressed against Wu Lingqiu's exotic face. "I detest being threatened." Looking up at Qin Yuan from her position, Wu Lingqiu felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction bubbling within her. Ah, how delightful. Chapter 83. If I don't obliterate you within 3 days, Ailong Aotian will change my surname to yours. Qin Yuan was taken aback. This reaction was unexpected. Glancing at Wu Lingqiu's upturned lips, Qin Yuan fell silent. So all his efforts had been for this depraved woman's pleasure? What a lunatic! Qin Yuan frowned and rose. Wu Lingqiu's lips curled slightly upward. Never in my life have I experienced anything like this. Qin Yuan retracted his foot, utterly speechless. Wu Lingqiu, a smile of exhilaration gracing her face, stood up and brushed off imaginary dust. To ride in public? How audacious! Qin Yuan had only encountered the perverse in novels. Now, he had witnessed it firsthand. "Weren't you planning to use me against Long Aotian? If you want to cooperate, you must demonstrate sincerity. Outwardly, we are partners. Inwardly, you are my master." Wu Lingqiu stared intently at Qin Yuan, a morbid smile playing on her lips. Qin Yuan was at a loss for words. After a long silence, he inquired, "What level of sincerity can you offer in this collaboration? To ensure your safety, Brahma will concede 5% of the new energy project's profits." Qin Yuan shook his head, his gaze meeting Wu Lingqiu's. "Insufficient. At least 10%. Wu Lingqiu instinctively lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. 10%. It's not impossible to negotiate with those old fogies, but to concede so much would be a loss. Wu Lingqiu pursed her lips, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Then, may we continue? I'm so wicked. Wu Lingqiu gazed at Qin Yuan with downcast eyes, a picture of pitiable vulnerability. Qin Yuan was speechless. This was the first time he had encountered such a request. Perhaps another time. Wu Lingqiu nodded, her face lighting up with joy. Rest assured, master. I will prepare upon my return. I am quite resilient. On the way back, Wu Lingqiu was in extraordinarily high spirits. Initially, her only desire was to obtain Qin Yuan's superior genes to bear a child and inherit the position of holy child, thus silencing the elders who constantly droned on about her illegitimacy. Wu Lingqiu had been held to the standards of a holy child for years. Everything, from the number of grains of rice she consumed to the clothes she wore, from the cultivation techniques she practiced to the pace at which she mastered them, was dictated to her. Only when she was under Qin Yuan's heel did she feel truly alive. Alive for Qin Yuan. 10% is a trivial matter. Although those old fogies are rigid and dogmatic, they share a common trait: unwavering faith. As long as it doesn't contravene the organization's regulations, everything can be justified through faith. Inside the grand hall of Brahma, the roof was adorned with intricate patterns, its expanse vast and resplendent. 5 elders clad in white robes greeted Wu Lingqiu with a slight bow, their right hands placed over their chests. Holy Maiden, how did the negotiations proceed? Wu Lingqiu adjusted her attire, slightly raised her chin, and spoke in a measured tone, radiating inviolable sanctity. They have agreed to cooperate, but they require an additional 10% concession on the new energy project. The 5 elders exchanged glances. One of them retrieved a tome half their height. The codified regulations of Brahma, seeking an answer within its pages. The eldest elder frowned deeply. Their previous inquiry to Brahma had yielded the result that a 5% concession was optimal. Moreover, could such a decision be altered so readily? The elders' hearts bled inwardly. 10%. It was their money. This is irregular. If the Holy Maiden could bring them here, why couldn't we achieve our objectives? Wu Lingqiu, clad in a white gown as pure as an angel, furrowed her brow slightly, causing the other elders to tense. The Holy Maidens will represent Brahmas. Had the eldest elder's words offended Brahma? This is the most favorable outcome I can negotiate. If it is unacceptable, we must consult Brahma once more. The elders exchanged uneasy glances. Then let us inquire again. The 5 elders formed a circle, closing their eyes and chanting repetitive verses. Wu Lingqiu knelt in the center, bathed in a beam of light from above, solemn and dignified. With practiced ease, she shook the tortoise shell in her hand, posing the question in her heart. Brahma, your most devoted servant, Wu Lingqiu, beseeches your divine will. Reveal to us the ultimate answer. While shaking the tortoise shell, Wu Lingqiu subtly manipulated the coins. As expected, the result was once again affirmative. As the pronouncement echoed, the elders opened their eyes. Seeing the outcome, they could no longer object. Wu Lingqiu maintained a solemn expression. With a slight nod, she said, "Since the elders have no objections, I shall take my leave." The elders stood in a row, bowing in unison. "Farewell, Holy Maiden." Wu Lingqiu departed, bestowing blessings upon the fervent believers she encountered along the way, maintaining an air of noble elegance. Only upon returning to her villa did she fully relax, collapsing unceremoniously onto the sofa and sending a message to Qin Yuan. "They have agreed. My master, I will send someone to fetch you immediately." A flicker of ambition gleamed in Wu Lingqiu's eyes. Aotian would inevitably fall into their grasp. Meanwhile, at Aotian, Qin Yuan knelt on one knee. "Young master, the brothers report that Qin Yuan has arrived at the frontier." Long Aotian sat upon his lofty throne, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The fire and lightning guardians stood behind him, one on each side. "That good-for-nothing. Instead of me seeking him out, he dares to come to the frontier? He has a death wish." The fire guardian pondered for a moment before kneeling. "Young master, according to our investigation, Qin Yuan is now accompanied by 3 experts who guard him day and night. Now that they are at the frontier, I'm willing to go and relieve your worries." "Young master," Long Aotian scoffed, How long has he been back at the frontier? And those wastrels still haven't managed to kill Qin Yuan? A bunch of useless trash. He looked down at the Fire Guardian. This was their organization's most formidable guardian, swift and ruthless. A top-tier expert who would require even Long Aotian to exert his full strength. Long Aotian said coldly, "I hope you can deliver on your words. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you to guard the gate with the Lightning Guardian." The Fire Guardian nodded, his voice resounding with determination. "Yes, young master, your subordinate will not fail you." He had long desired to meet Qin Yuan. The Lightning and Wind Guardians were useless fools who had been completely deceived by Qin Yuan. As long as he dealt with those three experts, he could easily subdue Qin Yuan with a cool beating. If he could defeat someone even the young master couldn't, wouldn't he be eligible for promotion to elder? Long Aotian looked at the kneeling Fire Guardian with a hint of smugness. "This is more like it. It's one thing to suffer losses in your territory, but now that you're in my territory, do you think I'll let you leave alive? If I don't obliterate you within 3 days, I, Long Aotian, will change my surname to yours." Chapter 84. Is Qin Yuan connected to the Fantian Society? The Fire Guardian retreats. Without a fight, the Fire Guardian departed. And based on the information provided by Qin Yu, he did not immediately resort to violence. He had sworn an oath in front of the young master. Failing to eliminate this individual would result in his return to guarding the gates. He had no desire to share the same fate as the Electric Guardian and the Wind Guardian, while the latter was somewhat understandable due to his advanced age. The Electric Guardian was a striking beauty in her prime. The Fire Guardian had assumed that the Electric Guardian might leverage her allure to secure a chance for redemption from the young master. However, she remained remarkably reserved, not even engaging in any provocations. The Fire Guardian meticulously analyzed the young master's journey to the snow region. Was the person who could cause such difficulties truly as easy to deal with as he had initially thought? Furthermore, he was perplexed by how Qin Yuan managed to quickly subdue 3 top-tier masters in such a short span. He had perused their profiles. Each, when isolated, was quite formidable. Individuals of their caliber were typically exceedingly proud. Yet, how could an ordinary person like Qin Yuan command their unwavering loyalty? Regardless, to resolve the issue of Qin Yuan, he first needed to neutralize the 3 formidable individuals surrounding him. The Fire Guardian resolved to observe first, believing that to strike at the heart of the matter, one must first sharpen their tools. Only by identifying the opponent's weaknesses could he deliver a decisive blow. Although his training centered on offensive techniques, facing 3 top-tier masters posed a significant challenge. Following Qin Yu's intel, the Fire Guardian located the headquarters of the Fantian Society. As he stood at a distance, a sense of trepidation washed over him. What was going on? Hadn't Qin Yuan only just arrived at the frontier? How could he possibly be involved with the Fantian Society? Was there an existing collusion between them? It appeared that this location was likely the private residence of an important figure within the society, heavily guarded with sentinels stationed every few steps, each armed to the teeth. From what he could see, there were several masters present. In such a place, not even a fly could infiltrate, let alone a living person. The Fire Guardian cautiously lay in wait until midnight, seizing an opportunity to evade the changing of the guards and stealthily infiltrate the premises. Concealed in a tree, he peered through binoculars to observe the situation within Qin Yuan's quarters. To his astonishment, the formidable Holy Maiden of the Fantian Society, who had even put the young master at a disadvantage, was kneeling at Qin Yuan's feet. His eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and looked again through the binoculars. It was not a mere illusion. No wonder Qin Yuan dared to venture into the perilous frontier during such tumultuous times. He had the protection of the Fantian Society and thus felt no fear. However, if Qin Yuan was indeed relying on their protection, then logically the Fantian Society should be the one in a position of superiority. The typically dignified and sacred Holy Maiden of the Fantian Society would never stoop so low. The Fantian Society and the Aotian Society had long harbored animosities. Having crossed paths with the Fantian Society on several occasions, he was well aware of the Holy Maiden's character. For years, unending, she had epitomized sanctity and inviolability. There had once been an unfortunate soul who made light of the Holy Maiden, only to be dealt with in a brutally public manner by the Fantian Society. Such a conservative and rule-abiding organization would never permit their holy maiden to act in this manner, unless they were offering her as a sacrifice to Qin Yuan. Once he had presumed the most challenging aspect of dealing with Qin Yuan would be his elite guards, it now appeared that Qin Yuan was, in fact, the ultimate adversary. The Fire Guardian's eyes widened, and he clamped his mouth shut, feeling a wave of regret for accepting this assignment. Yet, upon reflection, with only himself and the Thunder Guardian remaining in the organization, they would eventually have to confront this reality. Refusing the task could lead to losing everything he currently possessed, ending up like the Wind Guardian, merely guarding the gates, which would be far worse than death. At least facing Qin Yuan would allow him a swift end. Continuing to observe with his binoculars, the Fire Guardian noted that Qin Yuan had already moved into the villa of Wu Ling Qiyu with several companions upon receiving the news. He had anticipated that Wu Ling Qiyu would make new arrangements, but unexpectedly, she had placed him in her own residence. Reflecting on this, he realized it was indeed something that the peculiar woman would do. Tian Shiner, still recovering from previous injuries, had also been startled. The moment Qin Yuan saved her, she immediately video-called Uncle Tian to report her safety to the Tian family. Meng Yuqing, a workaholic, wished to enjoy a moment alone with Qin Yuan. But sensing he had no such intention, and with the presence of Duan Yuqin complicating matters, she tactfully returned to her own room to handle work. Duan Yuqin sought to cause trouble, but as a defenseless woman, she was no match for Wu Ling Qiyu. It was futile. A proper approach could not outmaneuver one who played dirty, and ultimately, Duan Yuqin was confined back to her room by Wu Ling Qiyu. Upon returning to his room, Qin Yuan locked the door without a second thought. After the exhausting journey, with safety temporarily secured, he finally had a moment to rest. After reassuring everyone of his safety, he prepared to enjoy some well-deserved repose. Just as he was about to drift off, he heard the sound of the doorknob turning, instantly alerting him. Then came the unmistakable sound of the lock clicking open. The door swung wide, revealing Wu Ling Qiyu clad in an exceedingly short maid outfit, crawling toward him. Qin Yuan was speechless. Wasn't she supposed to be steadfast, sacred, and inviolable? Who was this bizarre individual before him? He reached out and grasped her neck. "You have quite the audacity." Wu Ling Qiyu lowered her gaze, visibly exhilarated. "I was wrong. Please punish me severely." It wasn't until he had vented a significant portion of his pent-up Chapter 85, a strong alliance, the Fire Guardian nodded repeatedly, casting a glance at the filthy, disheveled prison cell, the blood-stained torture instruments, and the once resplendent colleague, now worn and haggard, caught in a state of indecision. Regardless of the outcome, he found himself unable to accept either. However, since he was already there, the Fire Guardian gestured for his subordinates to prepare fine wine and sumptuous dishes. "Come, brother Foam, let's drink and converse." As the Fire Guardian poured wine for the Wind Guardian, he cautiously inquired, "I wish to know, what was your impression after your confrontation with him? I can't shake the feeling that this person is rather formidable." Upon finishing his words, fearing that he might misinterpret, he swiftly added, "Do not misconstrue my intention. I harbor no thoughts of retreating without a fight. I merely seek to understand more." The Wind Guardian nodded, savoring a sip of wine as he reflected on the past. It would be disingenuous to claim he bore no hatred towards Qin Yuan. Because of Qin Yuan, they had lost a staggering 10 billion. He himself had fallen for being one of the 4 illustrious guardians to a nameless figure tasked with watching over a traitor. Subjected to ridicule from all, gazing at the dilapidated, shadowy prison, he was constantly bombarded by the sounds of anguished cries and curses proclaiming the inevitable downfall of the Aotian clan. Their living conditions had plummeted to several levels below acceptable standards. Especially after having enjoyed the luxuries of Xiudu, everything now felt utterly unbearable. The Wind Guardian deliberated before speaking. "This individual is exceedingly cunning, surrounded by countless beautiful women, charming and elusive." The Fire Guardian nodded in agreement, confirming his observations. Trust in the Wind Guardian's words grew slightly in his heart. As the Wind Guardian indulged in the wine, he silently lamented. Initially, he had believed Qin Yuan's strength to be extraordinary, his internal power boundless, which had led him to underestimate the situation. Little did he know, it was his own oversight. Of course, he could never disclose such sentiments to the Fire Guardian. who would describe the one who had bested them as a fool. That would imply he was inferior even to a fool, especially in front of former colleagues. After some contemplation, the Wind Guardian continued. Moreover, Qin Yuan possesses an unshakable composure even in the face of calamity, indicating an exceptionally strong mental fortitude. He is a remarkably challenging opponent. I'm curious, Brother Foam, what prompted you to suddenly take on this task? The Fire Guardian inwardly groaned. He had realized after shadowing Qin Yuan that this task was far from what he had initially envisioned. He had hoped for a chance to rise through the ranks, perhaps even attain the status of elder. Yet now, simply retaining his position without being cast aside felt like a considerable achievement. I have been left with no choice, he replied. As you can see, both you and the Electric Guardian have been penalized. Within the organization, no new guardians have been appointed to fill the vacancies. The burden naturally falls upon me and the Thunder Guardian. This confrontation was inevitable. It is better to understand our opponents sooner rather than later. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. As he spoke, he poured more wine for the Wind Guardian. Thus, I sought you out, Brother Foam. The Wind Guardian nodded and drank thoughtfully. It appeared the organization had no immediate plans to promote new guardians. Did this imply they might still have a chance to rise again? Now, relegated to gatekeeper, he became the target of mockery from many. It was rare for a former colleague to show him such respect. He couldn't help but express a few more thoughts. Honestly, if I were granted another opportunity, I would still wish to confront him. Initially, I intended to assist the young master with his troubles, yet I was deceived by him, leading to a loss of 10 billion for the organization. Now that the organization has spared my life, merely assigning me to this position as a gatekeeper is already an act of great mercy. Upon hearing this, the Fire Guardian felt a surge of joy. If the Wind Guardian were to join him in confronting Qin Yuan, their chances of success would undoubtedly increase. If Brother Feng harbors such thoughts, why not allow me to speak favorably on your behalf to the young master? Perhaps you could redeem yourself. The Wind Guardian shook his head with a bitter smile, downing his cup of wine. If the Aotian clan's leader, Xing Tian, were present, he might have a chance to fight back. However, the leader was currently in seclusion. Matters within the organization were dictated by the young master, Long Aotian, and several elders. Should he dare show his face before the young master, his situation would only worsen. The young master had made a series of decisions upon returning from the frontier, revealing a strong yet narrow-minded character. Particularly during their time in Shudu, he and the Electric Guardian had used a lethal technique against the young master, resulting in his hospitalization. Given the current circumstances, it would be prudent to avoid drawing attention to himself in front of the young master, lest he be reminded of past grievances and suffer the consequences. The Wind Guardian pondered before glancing once more at the dilapidated prison and the traitor within. If given the chance, who would wish to be confined to such a small space for life? He too desired to forge a future for himself. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Brother Fire, if you truly wish to assist me, please do not disclose this to the young master. Let us work together, and I shall strive for redemption. Only then might the young master consider reinstating me, especially if he sees that I have eliminated a significant threat. Even if the young master holds no fondness for me, he must consider the higher authority of the clan leader, as long as I tread carefully and avoid further mistakes. Even enduring a lifetime of obscurity would be preferable to languishing in this wretched place." The Fire Guardian nodded in agreement. The two shared a mutual understanding. Qin Yuan was indeed a formidable adversary, and having someone who had previously faced him and possessed considerable strength would undoubtedly be advantageous. At the very least, they could provide support against his formidable subordinates. If things went awry, they could place the blame on the Wind Guardian, asserting that he had betrayed them, thus diverting suspicion from themselves. Both men calculated their next moves, drinking in silent accord. The Fire Guardian felt a surge of happiness, but noticed the absence of the Electric Guardian, stirring his curiosity. "Where is the Electric Guardian? She is renowned as a beauty within our clan. I had assumed she would leverage her charm to secure an opportunity for redemption, yet it seems so quiet." Upon mentioning the Electric Guardian, the Wind Guardian paused, recalling the time they were both demoted to this gatekeeping role. The Electric Guardian had once urged him to rebel alongside her, suggesting they might seek positions within the Fantion clan. At the time, however, he had felt too old for such endeavors. Instead of risking capture, he opted to accept his punishment, believing it wise to preserve his life. Since then, various individuals had attempted to approach the Electric Guardian, drawn by her beauty. However, those who sought to take advantage of her found little success, as her abilities remained intact despite her demotion. Gradually, the number of suitors dwindled. Listening to the Fire Guardian's remarks, the Wind Guardian realized it had indeed been a while since he last saw her. I wonder what she has been up to lately. She has been rather mysterious. When the shift change occurs tonight, I shall inquire further. The Fire Guardian nodded. Every ally counts. The more, the greater the odds of success, and the more support we can muster. Chapter 86. The Protagonist's Connections, Opportunities. I shall seize them all. The Wind Guardian surreptitiously resolved to eliminate Qin Yuan, viewing it as his ultimate chance. Securing the aid of the Lightning Guardian would ensure victory, regardless of Qin Yuan's formidable entourage. A coordinated assault with the Lightning Guardian would undoubtedly subdue Qin Yuan. Meanwhile, the Lightning Guardian was galvanizing the inmates, poised to launch a counteroffensive against the Dragon Domination Society. She possessed a keener understanding of Aotian's duplicity, recognizing his facade of virtue concealing a petty nature. Their past confrontation in Snow City had undoubtedly earned his animosity. His delayed retaliation stemmed solely from his current preoccupation with Qin Yuan. Once Qin Yuan was dealt with, neither she nor the Wind Guardian would escape his wrath. Ironically, Aotian had approached her shortly after his return, demanding she debase herself to earn his forgiveness. Such a notion was preposterous. The Lightning Guardian possessed both talent and beauty. Aotian's unremarkable appearance paled in comparison, especially after her elevated perception of the young master, Qin Yuan. Their interaction ended acrimoniously, exacerbating the Lightning Guardian's predicament. Rather than enduring subjugation, she resolved to incite a rebellion among the prison's malcontents. A knock resonated through the chamber. The Lightning Guardian concealed her schemes, meticulously inspecting the room before admitting the Wind Guardian, who broached the subject directly. Qin Yuan has arrived in the frontier. Are you aware? The Lightning Guardian's eyes widened. What? Qin Yuan has ventured to the frontier? Isn't the young master relentlessly pursuing him? The Wind Guardian affirmed. I overheard the Fire Guardian mentioning his alliance with the Brahma Society. I propose we preemptively strike, atoning for our transgressions and potentially reclaiming our former positions. The Lightning Guardian regarded the Wind Guardian, silently lamenting his delusions. Even now, he clings to such fantasies. The chairman and the young master share a master-disciple bond. Do you truly believe they would forgive our past actions? It's a fool's errand. However, this development served her own purposes. Establishing contact with Qin Yuan offered a respite from her current suffering. The Lightning Guardian harbored little animosity toward Qin Yuan, acknowledging the inherent human inclination toward strength. Qin Yuan's deception reflected his superior intellect, a consequence of their own negligence. Moreover, comparing Qin Yuan's demeanor during their misidentification of the young master in Snow City with Aotian's, she unequivocally favored Qin Yuan. He ensured their comfort and enjoyment, treating them with utmost respect and without arrogance. In contrast, Aotian exuded condescension and sought to humiliate her, revealing his depravity. Above all, Qin Yuan possessed greater allure and harbored no ulterior motives. Furthermore, she had already contemplated initiating a revolt. Qin Yuan's arrival was opportune. Observing the Lightning Guardian's reverie, the Wind Guardian assumed she shared his animosity toward Qin Yuan. What do you say? With you, me, and the Fire Guardian united, even Qin Yuan's formidable entourage would pose no challenge. The Lightning Guardian, regaining her composure, responded with an effusive smile. Indeed. The Wind Guardian nodded, a hint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Then it is settled. We shall convene in 3 days, ensuring Qin Yuan's demise. The Lightning Guardian concurred, her smile growing more alluring. I shall betray you all. After dismissing the Wind Guardian, the Lightning Guardian promptly contacted Qin Yuan, who was taken aback. The Lightning Guardian? Recalling his past transgressions against them, Qin Yuan sheepishly scratched his nose. However, having chosen to confront Aotian head-on, he felt no remorse. He answered the call with composure. Hello? The Lightning Guardian's voice was melodious tinged with elation. "I heard you've come to the frontier," conscious of their ostensible animosity. The Lightning Guardian succinctly informed Qin Yuan of the Fire Guardian's plot to unite against him. Upon concluding the call, Qin Yuan pondered her motives. Why would she confide in me? Shouldn't she harbor resentment? As Qin Yuan contemplated this, Meng Yuqing entered, offering him a bowl of freshly prepared soup. "What occupies your thoughts so deeply? Take a sip of this soup and rest. What would you like for lunch? I'll prepare it myself." The previous night, Wu Lingqi had seemingly reveled in her vocalizations, depriving Meng Yuqing of sleep. Hence, she had arrived early to deliver soup to Qin Yuan. She had yearned to intrude the night before, but, mindful of Qin Yuan's unresolved feelings and his crucial endeavors, she had restrained herself. Qin Yuan hesitated, instinctively recoiling. However, mindful of his irreconcilable conflict with Long Aotian, he reasoned, why not partake in his woman's culinary offering? He was entitled to more than just soup. He could seize his women as well. Regardless, Long Aotian sought his demise. With this justification, Qin Yuan embraced Meng Yuqing's ministrations. The flavor is exquisite. Meng Yuqing, initially melancholic, felt her spirits lift at Qin Yuan's praise. A sweet sensation enveloped her, and even her usually aloof countenance bore a hint of smile. "If you enjoy it, I'll prepare it for you every day." Qin Yuan vehemently declined. No, the purine levels would be exorbitant. Meng Yuqing lowered her head, a tinge of disappointment in her voice. "Very well. What has become of me? I'm usually not so sensitive." She patted her cheeks and, recalling the new energy project, adopted a serious demeanor. "The new energy project is already underway, and the contract should be finalized tomorrow." Qin Yuan nodded. Despite the Dragon Domination Society's hostility, he refused to remain confined to Wu Lingqi's villa. Otherwise, he would inevitably be drained by that aberrant woman. Having incurred the protagonist's wrath, he resolved, "Very well. Then I shall claim all the protagonist's connections, opportunities, and women. Then I shall entrust this to you." Meng Yuqing affirmed, her expression composed, yet her eyes shimmering with delight. Qin Yuan's delegation of such a significant project, his first in the frontier, suggested that he was beginning to forgive her. Meng Yuqing bit her lip and delicately caressed Qin Yuan's palm with her slender hand, her head bowed, exuding bashful anticipation. Then tonight, Chapter 87, Three People Surrounding. Seizing opportunities, she had initially intended to remain on her wedding night. However, as time passed, she realized that if she did not act soon, someone else would seize the opportunity. Moreover, in terms of status, Meng Yuqing was indeed the first. She was also the one whom Qin Yuan had once cherished the most. Why should she allow others to take the lead? Meng Yuqing cast a shy and anxious glance at Qin Yuan. In the past, he would have undoubtedly refused any advances. "I won't. I didn't tea. Please don't touch my elbow." Yet, the circumstances were different now. Currently, Long Aotian was clearly intent on eliminating her, and he had resolved to confront Long Aotian head-on. Given this situation, what was wrong with vying for the protagonist's woman? Nothing at all. However, if it were Duan Yuqing or that perverse Wu Lingqiu, he could understand it. To his surprise, Meng Yuqing had also joined the fray. "Then you should stay tonight," she said, biting her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. Dang. I'll go prepare." Qin Yuan gestured for her to leave. With her head lowered, Meng Yuqing departed, feeling both nervous and expectant. This would be their first formal intimacy. The last time they were in the wardrobe together, it was under duress. This time, there was no need to rush. Preparation was essential. After sending Meng Yuqing away, Qin Yuan contemplated that while the new energy project was profitable, it was a long-term investment that wouldn't yield immediate returns. He needed to swiftly expand his business empire. If one were to consider who was most affluent in this world, it had to be Long Aotian, the main character. Wherever he was, opportunities would abound. Given the stakes, Qin Yuan would not hold back. "System, please check Long Aotian's opportunities." According to the inquiry, Long Aotian had partnered with a wealthy dog lord in the oil business. The data retrieved by the system revealed that during a meal, Long Aotian had inadvertently encountered a beggar and casually handed him a leftover piece of bread. Little did he know that the elderly man was a renowned oil magnate associated with the wealthy dog lord. 3 months later, after Long Aotian suffered a setback due to a conspiracy by the Fantian Society, The old beggar invested billions into Long Aotian's company without conditions, instantly reversing the situation. Not only did it revive a critical industry on the brink of collapse, but it also allowed Long Aotian to profit immensely, enhancing his reputation as a commercial prodigy. All of this transpired due to that half-eaten piece of bread. Upon discovering this, Qin Yuan took 3 bodyguards and prepared to leave the villa. When Duan Yuqin saw him heading out, she followed closely. "Take me with you. Take me with you," she insisted, pouting. "Why won't you take me, brother Qin Yuan?" Qin Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. "If you mimic Tian Shiner's way of speaking, I'll twist you into a braid and make you jump rope. What on earth is this girl doing? She refuses to go home and is just here to annoy me. I even have to send someone to protect her." Duan Yuqin pouted, clearly aware of Meng Yuqing bringing soup for Qin Yuan early in the morning. The two had spent quite a while in the room before emerging. Was she merely a nuisance to him? "I'll bring money and behave myself. One tea that be good? Why is it that when Tian Shiner calls you brother Qin Yuan, you're overjoyed, but when I call you brother, you want to twist me into a braid? Forget it. You're just here to be a mascot. Once Tian Shiner is well, you can go back with her." Duan Yuqin glared at Qin Yuan, hands on her hips. "Fine, you want to let me go, huh?" With that, she unhesitatingly laid down on the ground, straight as a rod. Qin Yuan was bewildered. What was this behavior? As a servant approached, Duan Yuqin showed no intention of getting up. Qin Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose. "How embarrassing. All right, come with me, but remember not to cause trouble." Duan Yuqin immediately sprang up with joy. "Great." Qin Yuan led everyone straight to the address provided by the system. "We're 2 pieces of bread, after all. Buns, steamed buns, stone buns, baked flatbread, scallion pancakes, sweet, salty, spicy. I'll bring a truckload of delicacies and show that it can outshine Long Aotian's 2 buns." Upon exiting, Qin Yuan proceeded to purchase the entire commercial street nearby. He had plenty of money, after all. 205,300 million. Even buying the whole street would cost merely millions. Although Duan Yuqin could not comprehend why he was acquiring these seemingly worthless stalls, she believed he must have his reasons. She promptly produced her card. "Here, take my supplementary gold card and enjoy yourself." Qin Yuan accepted the card without hesitation. "Are you teaching me how to conduct business?" "No, I just admire your integrity." The 3 individuals trailing behind Qin Yuan exchanged glances. These stores, if placed in Shuedu, they wouldn't even spare a glance. The Qin family owned a vast commercial empire, and these petty shops were not worthy of even serving their young master. They could not fathom why he was doing this, especially since he bought several shops that were evidently struggling. Not only did he purchase them, but he also instructed 3 experts to bring an assortment of pastries and ensured that each store's specialty dishes and drinks were packed. Furthermore, he had no intention of making any changes. He wished for the original owners to continue managing them. It appeared to be a losing proposition. However, these individuals were utterly loyal and, though puzzled, would strictly follow Qin Yuan's orders. As Qin Yuan walked ahead, he remained vigilant for a hunched, ragged old beggar. Ordinarily, it was time for the old beggar to appear. Could it be that the old beggar only manifested when Long Aotian was around? At that moment, the electric protector called. "Young master, they are approaching." Qin Yuan smiled slightly, acknowledging the information. He had heard some details about the electric protector's experiences after returning to the border when he had treated Wu Ling Qiu to puffs yesterday. Given the current situation, it might be prudent to consider swaying the wind protector to his side. After all, returning to Long Aotian's side was no longer an option for him. "No need. Just hold your ground and follow my instructions." The electric protector nodded, unconsciously complying with Qin Yuan's directives. In her heart, only someone as benevolent as Qin Yuan deserved her loyalty. "All right." Qin Yuan glanced at Duan Yuqin, who was happily eating and humming. "Wife earns money for her husband to spend. Darling, you've worked hard." He handed her a pair of earplugs. "Put these on. If you see something amiss later, hide yourself." Duan Yuqin nodded, understanding that he was likely plotting something, and obediently donned the earplugs, singing loudly. "Drink less alcohol outside, and it's best not to smoke." Qin Yuan silently shook his head. He should have known better than to bring this burden along. The Black Widow noticed someone approaching and deftly grasped the chopsticks used for frying snacks. She leaned in close to Qin Yuan's ear and whispered, "Young master, They're coming this way. Following her gaze, Qin Yuan indeed spotted the wind protector and the electric protector stealthily converging upon them. Chapter 88. 3 against 3? No. 5 against 1. Upon being discovered, a group of figures clad in black boldly approached. The once lively street fell silent as the sight of these cloaked individuals prompted residents to swiftly secure their doors and windows, some even abandoning their stalls to hide away. The wind guardian glared at Qin Yuan, his teeth clenched in fury. Long time no see, Qin Yuan. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen to such depths. Qin Yuan remained composed. With the electric guardian as an undercover ally, what did it matter if he brought along Duan Yuqin? That burden? For against 2, they could easily handle the opposition. Long time no see, Wind Guardian. How have you been lately? The Wind Guardian scoffed coldly. How had he been? Since his demotion, he felt as though he had aged a decade. How could I possibly be well? All of this is your doing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament. The Fire Guardian nodded in agreement. Brother Wind has suffered greatly. If it weren't for your deception of 10 billion and the enmity you incited with the young master, Brother Wind would still be a respected guardian like me. His resentment towards Qin Yuan only fueled his determination to succeed in their mission. The Wind Guardian's eyes blazed with fury as he lunged forward. Enough talk. Take this. Fueled by his hatred for Qin Yuan, he unleashed the Black Tiger Prowling Heart with all his might, aiming for a decisive blow. The Black Widow and Electric Guardian feigned a confrontation, while the previously inconspicuous Neo Wan swiftly positioned himself before Qin Yuan, activating the Golden Bell Shield, which emanated a faint golden glow. The Wind Guardian, unable to rein in his momentum, felt a sharp pain as his finger snapped under the force. He cried out in agony. The Fire Guardian, astonished by the sudden turn, realized the Wind Guardian had succumbed to a mere defensive maneuver without even launching an attack. His focus wavered momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, the Violent Sea unleashed his frog technique, causing his cheeks to bulge. Lonely and desolate, his voice, though not loud, pierced through the air like a spell, leaving the Fire Guardian's head buzzing. Instinctively, he covered his ears. Violent Sea took advantage of the distraction to launch an attack on the Fire Guardian, who staggered back, still clutching his ears. The Black Widow, gripping a hidden chopstick infused with Chapter 89, venturing in peril with a woman. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. If all went as expected, it must be him. The old man had been wandering this district for nearly a month. He had initially heard that the local customs were simple and decided to have a look. But who would have thought that upon arriving at the border, both his ID and phone would be stolen? Coupled with the language barrier, he found himself unable to contact anyone. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. During this time, he had survived by stealing a few morsels or relying on the charity of nearby diners. However, recently, the atmosphere seemed to have shifted. Even ordinary people had become scarce. He had gone several days without food, and it was only today that he spotted a few individuals. Observing that they were all well-dressed and possessed martial skills, he hoped his chances of obtaining something to eat would improve. Seeing them cease their fighting, he dared to approach in search of a meal. The Fire Guardian was about to flee when someone grabbed his sleeve. Thinking it was one of Qin Yuan's men, he shuddered in fear. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a filthy old beggar, which ignited his irritation. "Get away! How dare you beg before me? If I dirty my clothes, can you compensate for it? Do you even know who I am?" The old man paused, glancing at his tattered clothing and the dirt under his fingernails. Instinctively, he released his grip. Once upon a time, not only would he have been offered a bun, but countless people would have clamored to treat him to a lavish feast. Now, even a simple bun was met with disdain, leaving him with a sense of desolation. He tidied his greasy hair slightly, attempting to present himself in a somewhat respectable manner. In broken Chinese, the old man spoke, "I want tea, take it for free. Give me a bun, and I will offer you 1 billion, no, 100 billion. Just lend me your phone for a moment, and I'll make a call." The Fire Guardian scanned him disdainfully. "I'll give you 1,000 billion if you just get lost." The old man sighed, fully aware that, given his current appearance, he had no credibility. It appeared he would again go hungry today. His eyes lingered on the food in Duan Yuqin's hands. He had noticed these people earlier. The young man at the forefront exuded an aura of immense wealth, and with so many bodyguards behind him, he feared that if he sullied the man's suit, he might end up on the receiving end of a thrashing. Casting another glance at the shop that had resumed business after the fight, the old man swallowed hard, suppressing his hunger, and prepared to retreat to the alley once more. Gurgle. Qin Yuan did not rush forward immediately. Acts of kindness must shine brightest when the recipient is in dire need. If you offer someone a bun when they are not hungry, they will thank you. But if you give it to them on the brink of starvation, they will be eternally grateful. Observing the old man's predicament, Qin Yuan knew the moment had arrived. With a slight smile, he addressed the elderly gentleman. If you are hungry, I have some food over here. The old man looked at Qin Yuan in astonishment. From what he knew, young men like him, especially those impeccably dressed, were often spoiled rich kids who delight in mischief. It would have been a stroke of luck if they merely kicked him aside instead of offering him food. Pointing to himself with skepticism, the old man asked me. Qin Yuan remained composed, not allowing the old man's appearance to diminish his respect. Yes, old sir. My father is about your age, and seeing you makes me feel a sense of kinship. If you don't mind, please take this to fill your belly. As he spoke, Qin Yuan took the food from Duan Yuqin and offered it to the old man. During the scuffle, Duan Yuqin had safeguarded the food, and in no time at all, she had gathered quite a bit. Fortunately, Qin Yuan had prepared more than enough. The old man eyed him with suspicion, glancing from the food to Qin Yuan before reluctantly accepting the offering. He began to eat heartily. It was simply too delicious to resist. Duan Yuqin then fetched a cup of sweet water from the shop and handed it to the old man, feeling pity for his plight. What a kind-hearted soul my first love is, she thought. After the old man had eaten and drunk his fill, he wiped his mouth, realizing that this was the best meal he had had since losing his phone and ID. Could you lend me your phone? Qin Yuan smiled as he produced his iPhone 15 Pro Max in blue titanium with 512 gigabyte storage and handed it to the old man. He appeared to be a simple-hearted, wealthy heir, naive yet generous. The old man regarded Qin Yuan, saying, "Your kindness will be rewarded, young man." Just then, taking advantage of their conversation, the fire guardian attempted to escape but collided head-on with Long Aotian, halting abruptly and quickly bowing respectfully. "Young master, what brings you here?" He hoped that his previous cowardice had gone unnoticed. However, with the young master present, perhaps the tide could turn. Given Long Aotian's prowess, he could easily defeat 10 adversaries. Long Aotian casually waved his hand, moving aside. "All right, rise." A nearby beauty promptly wiped the chair, and only then did Long Aotian sit down. He had originally been nearby, discussing collaborations, but, for reasons unknown, felt an inexplicable anxiety and hunger, prompting him to visit the snack street for a light meal. The locals of Xinjiang might not be familiar, but Long Aotian's name was known far and wide. Young women flocked to him, eager for a glimpse. To be associated with Long Aotian was akin to boarding a rocket and soaring to greatness. "Long Zong, you've come. This is our freshly baked treat. Please have a taste." "Long Zong, we've developed a new dish. It's exquisite. You must try it." "Long Zong, are you thirsty? We've just launched a new beverage for you to sample." Previously, he would have deemed such pedestrian offerings unworthy of his palate. Yet now, observing the food in Qin Yuan and the old beggar's hands, he smiled as he accepted it. "Thank you all for your kindness. We at Aotian will strive to ensure your safety, protecting you from the bullying of outsiders." It was evident who this outsider was. Earlier, in Qin Yuan's domain, none had offered him a kind word, yet now, in his own territory, he sought to let Qin Yuan experience the bitterness of exclusion. Several merchants who had come to curry favor exchanged glances, realizing that this outsider was, in fact, their new boss. The once enthusiastic crowd fell silent, realizing that in their attempts to flatter Long Aotian, they had inadvertently offended the true master. With their establishment now under the larger boss as control, what would happen if he chose to dismiss them? Long Aotian reveled in the adoration of the crowd, casting a smug glance at Qin Yuan. They had bought the merchants' loyalty, while the merchants were freely offering theirs. Such was the disparity. Duan Yuqin immediately understood his implication and shot him a disapproving look. Long Aotian, catching sight of Duan Yuqin, recalled the humiliation he had suffered in Snow City and sneered. "Qin Zong, long time no see. Have you come to meet your doom while bringing a woman along?" Chapter 90. Who says kindness cannot yield wealth? "Young man, do you lack money?" Qin Yuan glanced at the elderly man on the phone and then at the smug long Aotian, smiling lightly, maintaining a demeanor neither servile nor overbearing. What are you saying, brother Aotian? Wealth is something we can all share. He had no intention of severing ties with Long Aotian, as he would need to seize opportunities from him in the future. Long Aotian, suspicious, followed Qin Yuan's gaze to the old man. Isn't that just an ordinary beggar? What could possibly warrant attention? He pondered, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the elderly figure, yet he could not place it. With a sneer, he remarked, "What you call sharing wealth is merely charity to a filthy beggar. Is it that you cannot assist the beggars in Snow Capital? So you've come all the way to the border to do charity?" Long Aotian was disdainful. He would not play the role of a do-gooder. Duan Yuqin stepped forward, linking her arm with Qin Yuan's. "What do you mean by filthy beggar? Speak with some respect. No matter what, the old gentleman is still an elder. Do you think everyone is like you, springing from a pile of dung, without parents?" Long Aotian's face darkened, his fists clenched, eyes glinting with menace as he glared at Duan Yuqin. In Snow Capital, his greatest resentment was directed at Qin Yuan, followed closely by Duan Yuqin. Other women, even those he fancied, had never granted him any opportunity. Yet Duan Yuqin not only treated him well, but also called him brother Aotian, which only fueled his misunderstandings. Had she not bolstered his confidence, he would not have boldly approached her with a confession. Seeing the woman he desired standing beside Qin Yuan, defending him, only incited further fury within him. "Miss Duan, you should understand, this is the border, not Snow Capital. If you are wise, you should come over quickly. Otherwise, you can wait to scavenge for trash alongside him and support that filthy beggar." Long Aotian spoke earnestly, embodying the voice of experience. In this society, kindness was of no use, especially in a place like the border that revered brute strength. Associating with a useless person would only squander your youth. Duan Yuqin shot him a disdainful glance. "Who I choose to be with is none of your business. Even if he were to scavenge for food, I would accompany him. If you feel dissatisfied, then keep it to yourself. Surely, you aren't enraged after being rejected by me?" Long Aotian's expression turned ashen. The alluring woman beside him scanned Duan Yuqin with hostility, instantly deflating his anger. Fine, she is indeed more beautiful than I am. Yet witnessing their young master being insulted, the onlookers felt uneasy, fearing his wrath upon returning. The woman, with a sultry demeanor, coldly scoffed, "What good is good looks or a steadfast heart without wealth? Can you compare with our young master's riches?" This remark did not silence Qin Yuan, but rather left Long Aotian speechless. Why did he choose to go to Snow Capital after losing to the saintess of the Fanhua Association? It was undoubtedly because that place was prosperous, abundant in resources and wealth. As the sole heir of the richest family in Snow Capital, Qin Yuan possessed more wealth than anyone else, even surpassing the combined riches of the entire border. Seeing the young master's expression worsen rather than improve, the woman panicked and quickly attempted damage control. "Isn't he just a bit handsome? Can handsomeness fill one's stomach? Kindness does not translate to wealth." After speaking, she noticed the young master's expression gradually softening and finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that her flattery did not backfire. At that moment, the elderly beggar, who had been making a phone call in the corner, approached. "Who says kindness cannot yield wealth? Young man, do you lack money?" Qin Yuan reflected on the hundreds of billions in his personal account and the substantial family fortune awaiting him back home. "I do not lack." The old beggar looked at Qin Yuan incredulously. "No, how can you not take the bait? They've set the stage, waiting for you to show off. And you simply say you don't lack. How am I supposed to respond?" The elder asserted firmly, "You do lack." Qin Yuan appeared innocent. "I truly do not lack." The old man rubbed his forehead, reconsidering his earlier assessment of Qin Yuan. This young man was simply the foolish son of a wealthy family. Qin Yuan casually took a few skewers of freshly fried meat from a street vendor and handed them to the old man, beginning to speak earnestly. "The reason I wish to assist you is indeed because you bear a striking resemblance to my father. He is far away in Snow Capital, and seeing you reminds me of him." The old man accepted the skewers, having observed their previous interactions. These merchants, who would typically haggle over every penny, were now eager to please Long Aotian. Why was it that this young man received items without any demand for payment, as if it were a matter of course? They seemed to hope he would take even more. Perhaps sensing the old man's confusion, Qin Yuan casually remarked, "Rest assured, these shops are all mine. If you wish to eat anything, feel free to come over. Just mention my name, and it's on the house." As he spoke, he handed the old man his business card. Long Aotian watched the scene unfold in shock, simultaneously feeling disgusted. He had actually bought out those shops. The merchants, who had just been trying to curry favor with him, were now treating this beggar with utmost reverence. Just moments ago, he had boasted about his popularity in the border. Now, he felt like a fool. Merchants with insight quickly welcomed the old man into their stores. "Ah, elder, we were blind to your status and have offended you. We didn't realize you were a friend of our esteemed boss. We have water in the staff lounge. Please, make yourself comfortable." The merchants, who had once found him repugnant, now beamed at him like blooming chrysanthemums. The old man chuckled, accepting the hospitality, recognizing that it was time for a proper wash given his filthy appearance. After cleaning his face, he emerged, and Long Aotian finally recognized the once filthy beggar as the illustrious oil magnate, Mr. Saad. His eyes widened in shock. A month ago, Mr. Saad had mysteriously vanished. Long Aotian had heard whispers about it, but never imagined he had been in the border all along. With Mr. Saad's wealth, even if 10 long Aotians were combined, they would not equal half of his fortune. How could such a prominent figure be reduced to a filthy beggar? Mr. Saad, the fire guardian, who had been maintaining a low profile, stared in disbelief. What is happening? Wasn't he just a filthy beggar? How could he possibly be Mr. Saad? So the saying that a bun could be worth 100 billion was true. At this realization, the fire guardian felt his heart bleed. 100 billion? What a staggering concept. It meant he could spend lavishly for a lifetime without lifting a finger. Had he known this, he would never have sold his life to the Aotian society. Mr. Saad had not forgotten the disdainful expressions of these people just moments ago. Chapter 91, Mr. Saada's departure. Mr. Saad smiled dismissively, a gesture he had often encountered. "You flatter me," he said, before turning to Qin Yuan with a friendly demeanor. "Do you know who I am, young man?" Taking advantage of their conversation, Qin Yuan signaled to the electrical guardian to prepare those they had contacted earlier for action. Hearing Mr. Saada's inquiry, Qin Yuan responded with a warm smile, his demeanor sincere. "You resemble an elder like my father." Saad chuckled softly, observing the reactions of Long Aotian and his bodyguard. He expected Qin Yuan to ingratiate himself upon learning his identity, but he was pleasantly surprised to find the young man maintaining his composure, neither arrogant to his subordinates nor obsequious to his superiors. A kind-hearted lad indeed. Saad examined his business card closely. Qin Yuan. He had previously mentioned that his parents resided far away in the snowy capital, the Qin family of Xiudu. It became evident why this young man claimed he lacked for nothing. "Since you believe I resemble your father and feel you owe me a debt of gratitude, allow me to take the liberty of acknowledging you as my godson. Would you accept this?" Qin Yuan, sensing the favorable turn of events, bowed slightly to Mr. Saad. "I will be honored." Long Aotian felt a pang of anxiety. Was it merely a meal that warranted such an acknowledgement? Reflecting on his previous demeanor, he felt a twinge of regret. Rising from his seat, he took a deep breath and bowed slightly, his tone respectful. "Mr. Saad, I apologize for any offense I may have caused. I hope you can overlook it." Saad shook his head. In the past month, he had been called a filthy beggar countless times. He regarded someone like Long Aotian with indifference, dismissing him as unworthy of his attention. With a tranquil smile, he did not even deign to look at him. "No matter." Long Aotian nodded, relieved that Saad did not take offense. Although Saad was associated with the influential dog family, his connections were vast, and he was generous. Even the top families across various regions held him in high regard. Offending Mr. Saad might not cripple Long Aotian, but it would yield nothing but harm. "Very well, Mr. Saad. Have you had the chance to sample our border specialties? The day is growing late. Perhaps you would consider resting at my place for a few days?" Saad did not even glance in his direction, instead turning to Qin Yuan with a jovial tone. "What do you think, godson?" Qin Yuan wished to prevent any interaction between Saad and Long Aotian. Who could predict that Long Aotian's presence might overshadow everything, leading to a brotherhood between them? That would truly establish him as a prominent figure in Gotham City. I've just had my fill. If you lack accommodation, you're welcome to stay at my place for a couple of days. Saad shook his head, contemplating that time was of the essence. He gazed up at the sky, noticing several helicopters approaching, hovering over the food street. No, I have already delayed long enough. I must return and deal with the mess I left behind. We shall meet again another day. Qin Yuan understood that Saad had likely faced considerable turmoil at home over the past month, so he did not press further. All right, I will visit you when I have the opportunity. Saad nodded and departed with assistance. Long Aotian rose and waved from a distance, watching Saada's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something precious had been taken away. That damned familiarity. After seeing him off, Long Aotian regained his composure. Wait a moment. How could Qin Yuan possibly be so benevolent? In Shiwedu, he is notorious for his debauchery. What would compel him to treat a beggar with such respect? Unless he was already aware of the old man's identity. Long Aotian's heart raced as he turned to Qin Yuan, his tone resolute. You knew Mr. Sada's identity all along, didn't you? Qin Yuan smiled, neither confirming nor denying. What difference did it make? He had already seized the opportunity that Long Aotian coveted. He had established a connection with Mr. Saad, not for the sake of a mere 100 billion, but for the network and resources behind him. Long Aotian scoffed. Don't play coy with me. You know very well your reputation in Shiwedu. You suddenly purchased all these stalls for what purpose, if not for this? Long Aotian's suspicion was not unfounded. Qin Yuan had gone to great lengths to acquire the entire street's shops as a precaution. If Long Aotian's influence proved too strong, he could ensure that vendors delivered food to Mr. Saad ahead of time, completely severing the chance of Long Aotian meeting him. Qin Yuan feigned innocence. Were you implying? If Duan Yuqin wished to eat, would I deny her? Suddenly mentioned. Duan Yuqin looked bewildered, pointing to herself. Me? Oh yes, I want to eat. Long Aotian's cold laughter only solidified his suspicions. Mr. Saad truly believed Qin Yuan to be an innocent soul. He must inform Mr. Saad of these matters. By then, not only would he not acknowledge Qin Yuan as a godson, but it would be best if he became enraged enough to financially crush the Qin family in Shiwedu. If not that, then at least sever ties completely. What was so impressive about having money? Long Aotian resolved to act. He glanced at the fire guardian beside him. Hadn't she vowed to resolve the Qin Yuan issue within 3 days? Why was he still here? And the electrical guardian, he almost forgot about her. The fire guardian trembled under Long Aotian's gaze, her head lowered. Young master, the wind and electrical guardians have betrayed us. You know their strength. I was outnumbered 5-1, which is why I lost. Long Aotian was acutely aware of how difficult it was to deal with Qin Yuan. How'd she ended up here? The fire guardian silently lamented her situation. Who could have predicted that she would risk breaking the rules to persuade the other two to join her against Qin Yuan, only to be left alone? The electrical guardian, enjoying the spectacle, smiled playfully. Of course, it was our beloved fire guardian who let us out. The fire guardian buried her head further. That's not what I meant. I'll let you two out to help me deal with Qin Yuan, not to come and attack me. Young master, please listen to my defense. No, wait, let me explain. Long Aotian sat expressionless in his chair. What more is there to explain? The fire guardian lowered her head. Just then, a member of the Aotian society, clad in black clothing and a mask, hurried over, whispering urgently in Long Aotian's ear. Young master, trouble is brewing. The traitors have emerged and are wreaking havoc in the Aotian society. Long Aotian turned sharply, glaring fiercely at the electrical guardian. This was likely the doing of the two of them. Chapter 92. Duan Yuqin's jealousy. The electric protector laughed with enchanting allure, her mirth unrestrained. Are you pleased with the gifts we presented to you, Dragon Aotian? To think you believed you could compel me to kneel before you, to serve as your lackey? How absurd. This is merely your retribution. Dragon Aotian glared venomously at the electric protector. Just you wait. He snarled before departing in haste with his entourage. The electric protector feigned innocence. Young master, do you find our actions agreeable? Qin Yuan responded with a touch of resignation. Why must you also address me as young master? The electric protector cast a languid, flirtatious gaze, her delicate hand tracing circles upon Qin Yuan's chest. Because I am, after all, your handmaiden. While he intended to seize Dragon Aotian's opportunities, influence, and paramours, his desire was not so ravenous as to indulge immediately after subduing the electric protector. Enough with the prattle, he said. As for those traitors, oversee their disposition. Absorb those who may prove useful, summarily dismiss the rest. The electric protector acquiesced, for such was also her inclination. Among the traitors incarcerated within the prison, some were simply of dubious character, betraying confidences and allegiances. Others had suffered injustice within the organization. To assimilate them all indiscriminately would not only render them unusable, but also disrupt their existing cohesion. Furthermore, their young master was not one to accept just anyone. The electric protector nodded with a smile, her voice trailing off with alluring languor. Yes, young master. As she departed, she cast a final, flirtatious glance at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan returned with his subordinates and Duan Yuqin, suddenly realizing that Duan Yuqin had remained silent throughout. He turned to her in the vehicle. Have you dined sufficiently? Yes. Young master. No. I'm inquiring whether you have had your fill. Yes, young master. Qin Yuan sighed, attempting to reason with her. If she insists on addressing me thus, I am powerless to prevent it. Yes, young master. Regardless of Qin Yuan's utterances, Duan Yuqin seemed to echo him, repeating yes, young master like a broken record. Upon arriving home, they found Meng Yuqing had already bandaged the wind protector's hand. Seeing their return, the wind protector swiftly rose, kneeling on one knee and offering a respectful salute. Were it not for Qin Yuan, he might still be guarding the prison gates. Young master, Qin Yuan waved dismissively. Rest and recuperate from your injuries. The Black Widow and others are capable, and security here is tight. There's no need for you to exert yourself. A warm current coursed through the wind protector's heart. No wonder the electro protector was so enamored with the young master. One who showed such consideration for his subordinates was truly worthy of their devotion. Yes, young master. That evening, Meng Yuqing, having bathed and adorned herself in a gossamer qipao, gently knocked on Qin Yuan's door. Qin Yuan was engrossed in thought, realizing that remaining at the Witch Spirit Jade Estate was not sustainable and presented numerous inconveniences. Once he had expanded his influence, he would seek a new location to serve as headquarters. Hearing the knock, he assumed it was the Electro Protector reporting on her progress. Upon opening the door, he was met with a sight that stirred his passions. He swiftly ushered Meng Yuqing inside, closing the door behind them. Are you not cold? You might catch a chill. Meng Yuqing lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Her long, alabaster legs were encased in black silk stockings. The translucent, ultra-short qipao barely reached her thighs, revealing glimpses of her voluptuous figure. A gentle breeze from the air conditioner caused the hem of the qipao to flutter, tempting one to caress it. Have you forgotten that I mentioned I would seek you out this morning? Qin Yuan paused, realizing he had indeed forgotten. He had been preoccupied with numerous matters, compounded by Duan Yuqing's inexplicable behavior, repeating yes, young master incessantly, causing his head to spin. Seeing his reaction, Meng Yuqing understood that he had genuinely forgotten her. Her expression turned cold, and her formidable aura returned, her voice tinged with a hint of unshed tears. In that case, I shall not intrude upon President Qin any further. She turned to leave, but Qin Yuan swiftly grasped her hand. You are not intruding. Lying in bed, Meng Yuqing's legs were slightly crossed. Her face was flushed as she stuck out the tip of her pink tongue, looking like a doll that one could take advantage of. Qin Yuan's beastly nature was aroused, and he tore open her stockings. Some time later, Meng Yuqing lay in Qin Yuan's arms, the blush on her face not yet faded. The air was filled with the fragrance of petrichor. Meng Yuqing looked up at Qin Yuan, her eyes filled with love. From this day forward, she was his woman. She drifted off to sleep. When she awoke, the person beside her was gone. In the living room, Qin Yuan was eating breakfast as the electroprotector stood by, reporting respectfully. Young master, after yesterday's engagement, out of 130 individuals, 50 were lost. From the remaining 70, I have selected those who may be of use. This is the list for your review. Qin Yuan nodded, taking the list and examining it. He was surprised to find that nearly half were viable candidates. He looked up at the electroprotector with a hint of astonishment. So many? The electroprotector nodded. There are 30 individuals in total. The internal structure of the Dragon Aotian Association is not as impenetrable as rumored. The Wind Protector nodded in agreement. Wherever there are people, there is strife. Even in the martial-oriented frontier, where the strong are revered above all else. Qin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Ultimately, stripped of their martial prowess, they are merely ordinary individuals. The upper echelons oppress the lower, and those with connections exploit those without. Qin Yuan voiced his lingering question. In that case, why does the Dragon Aotian Association not simply eliminate them, instead of retaining them? The Electra Protector lowered her head. This matter is related to a pronouncement made by the Dragon Aotian Association's leader, Xing Tian, before his seclusion. Although Dragon Aotian is the young master of the association, Xing Tian is the true authority. No matter the severity of their transgressions, their fate must await Xing Tian's return. Neither Dragon Aotian nor the Grand Elder, Qiu Laogui, can intervene. Hearing the name, Qin Yuan felt a sense of familiarity. Chapter 93. The Gathering of Shadows. The system retrieved the profiles of the old demon Qiu and the formidable Xing Tian. According to the information, Xing Tian is the master of Long Aotian and the founder of the Aotian Society. Although Long Aotian hails from the Long family, his grandfather passed away early, and he was sent to the frontier shortly after birth. The name Aotian was actually bestowed upon him by Xing Tian. The relationship between them transcends that of a master and disciple. It resembles that of a father and son. A year ago, Xing Tian secluded himself to break through his martial arts limitations. Consequently, the Aotian Society was managed by Long Aotian and the old demon Qiu. Subsequently, Long Aotian was defeated by Wu Lingqiyu and arrived in Sudi. The old demon Qiu is known for his ruthless and sinister methods, making him the most likely candidate to succeed Xing Tian as the next leader. Qin Yuan pondered whether all these individuals were under the oppressive thumb of the old demon Qiu. If that were the case, then Long Aotian and Qiu must be at odds with one another. The Electric Protector nodded and handed Qin Yuan a handgun. This can be considered a trophy we acquired from the Aotian Society. Perhaps it will prove useful to you, sir. Qin Yuan accepted the firearm, idly toying with it. Although he had never handled a real weapon, he was no stranger to such things, having been a military enthusiast in the past. After some practice, and under the guidance of the Wind Protector, he quickly became adept. He then set the gun aside, contemplating whether he could use the old demon Qiu against Long Aotian. However, he decided that the immediate priority was to meet them and select a suitable location for their headquarters. Qin Yuan shook his head, deciding that since Qiu had not yet posed a threat, he would not concern himself with him for the time being. Please arrange for those 30 individuals to come here. The Electra Protector nodded and brought several people over. Among them were both men and women, their ages predominantly ranging from 25 to 35. Each bore a weathered expression. Heads bowed, Qin Yuan rose, a smile gracing his face. You must understand that I am merely an ordinary person. I offer you an opportunity. Those willing to stay shall become my brothers. For those who choose to leave, I will not compel you. I will provide you with a sum of money for your departure. Those who could join the Aotian Society undoubtedly possessed commendable martial skills. Now that they had finally regained their freedom, Qin Yuan, an ordinary man with mere protection and some money, was somewhat overreaching in expecting their allegiance. Yet, some believed that if an ordinary person like Qin Yuan could garner the loyalty of the Electra Protector and the Wind Protector, he must possess other advantages. Perhaps they were homeless or harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Aotian Society, intending to remain and continue their resistance. Upon hearing that they could leave with money, whispers of discussion erupted among them. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 30s stepped forward, raising his hand. I'm sorry, but I do not wish to stay. I seek a life of normalcy. Qin Yuan raised his hand, and his assistant Ling Yin promptly produced the prepared money, handing it to the man. Qin Yuan's smile remained unchanged. I understand. After all, lacking martial arts in a place like this can indeed be disadvantageous. Those unwilling to align with him would serve no purpose even if they stayed. The young man accepted the money, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet he gently advised. People strive to ascend, just as water flows downward. I hope you can appreciate my choice. I know your intentions, but the Aotian Society is not easily dealt with. Qin Yuan nodded, turning his gaze to the remaining individuals. What about you? If any of you share the same sentiments, now is the time to voice it. Subsequently, 8 or 9 others stepped forward to leave. Qin Yuan regarded the remaining 20 with a faint smile, rising to his feet, his voice resonating with authority that brooked no dissent. Those who choose to remain hold me in esteem. In return, I shall not treat you poorly. The Wind Protector knelt respectfully. Yes, sir. The others exchanged glances, the atmosphere falling silent for a moment before they too knelt in unison. Yes, sir. Congratulations. You have acquired 20 subordinates. Qin Yuan promptly opened the loyalty panel, scanning the individuals before him. The loyalty ratings hovered around 50, which was reasonable given that they had just met him, and he was merely an unassuming man without martial prowess. He did not expect much from this loyalty. Among the crowd, a short, dark-skinned, middle-aged man stood with his head bowed, his loyalty rating shockingly negative. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Logically, since the Electro Protector had released them and allowed them to exact revenge, they should at least hold a neutral sentiment towards him. Why was it negative? He opened the detailed information panel for the man. Name, Wang Ming. Age, 35. Measurements, unknown skills. Tai extreme domination summary. Gambler and womanizer. He had previously associated with the impoverished and offended the old demon Shio's confidant, landing himself in prison. Current loyalty, -10, hostile towards you. Wang Ming, noticing Qin Yuan's gaze, forced a naive smile, appearing harmless. However, his eyes ling. Chapter 94. All bodyguard the Electro Guardian took the key, her admiration for Qin Yuan deepening. She had always known that this gun was a fitting gift for the young master. Yes, young master. Feng Hu, along with others, was also taken aback. Qin Yuan had always been gentle, yet he had struck with such ferocity. Though Feng Hu could not comprehend how Qin Yuan had deduced the situation, it seemed plausible that he could indeed contend with the Aotian society. Watching the Electric Guardian depart with her entourage, Feng Hu glanced at his hand, wrapped tightly in bandages. With a hand that was of no use, how long could Qin Yuan tolerate him? In the Aotian society, he and the Electric Guardian were on equal footing. Though older and more experienced, he considered himself superior to the Electric Guardian. However, now that he had injured his hand and was temporarily unable to serve Qin Yuan, anxiety gnawed at him. That evening, after Qin Yuan finished his bath, Wu Lingqiyu entered without knocking. I heard that you killed someone during the day. Qin Yuan paused. What? Is such an event not routine for you? Such matters would be deemed significant elsewhere. Yet in this frontier, rife with conflict and gang rivalries, they were commonplace. Had this occurred in Xuedu, Qin Yuan would have outright expelled Wang Ming. But where was this? It was the frontier, a notorious lawless zone. How else could such large organizations continue to exist? Wu Lingqiyu sat on the bed, cradling her face, her eyes brimming with admiration. What should I do? I find myself increasingly drawn to you. Qin Yuan glanced at her attire. Typical Japanese fashion, twin ponytails, a sailor uniform exposing her slender waist and long legs, complemented by blue and white striped socks that enveloped her delicate toes. It exuded an aura of softness and purity that invited one to playfully caress her. So, what do you wish to do? Qin Yuan mused, acting upon his thoughts. Wu Lingqiyu blinked innocently. I want to learn to shoot from you, teacher. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow and reached for his handgun, only to be halted by Wu Lingqiyu. With a playful nudge of her foot, she smiled brightly. Not that gun, this gun. To this, Qin Yuan could only respond with 2 words, skillful play. Wang Ming's corpse was disposed of by Wu Lingqiyu's subordinates. As Qin Yuan had asserted, such occurrences were indeed frequent in the frontier. Moreover, the man was far from innocent. Had he not offended an associate of the vengeful old ghost, he would never have dared to act tyrannically within the Aotian society. In this sense, Qin Yuan had done the community a service. After the matter was settled, Qin Yuan pondered. He turned to Wu Lingqiyu beside him. Is there a suitable place around here? Something larger and more secluded? Wu Lingqiyu immediately realized his intent. He was selecting a location for a headquarters. She hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Had it only been a few days? Are you planning to leave me? Qin Yuan nodded. I have many people. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to stay here indefinitely. Wu Lingqiyu bit her lip. Although she was playful, she could not compete with the deep bond between him and Duan Yuqin. Even if she wished to tease him, she feared Qin Yuan might genuinely become upset. Meng Yuqing and the others could accompany Qin Yuan, but she had her own responsibilities to manage with the elders of the Fan Tian Society. As the revered holy maiden of the Fan Tian Society, convincing the elders to allow Qin Yuan and his companions to reside with her had been no small feat. If others learned of her close relations with Qin Yuan, the elders might either go mad and harm her or turn against Qin Yuan. With a hint of grievance, Wu Lingqiyu spoke, "There is a place, but what if I miss you?" Upon hearing there was indeed a place, Qin Yuan perked up, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, then we shall go see it tomorrow. If you miss me, then you can simply think about it." Wu Lingqiyu's expression became more forlorn. "Why do you act as if you don't recognize me after you've pulled up your pants?" Qin Yuan feigned innocence. "Why didn't he pull up my pants?" Wu Lingqiyu turned away. "Just go. If you leave, don't ever come back. I'll find someone else." Qin Yuan nodded, unaware of any underlying issue. "Fine. Better than being drained dry by you." Wu Lingqiyu gritted her teeth in frustration. "You insufferable man. Can I sneak over at night?" Qin Yuan, exasperated, replied, "Why does this feel like something else?" With the headquarters matter resolved, the next step was to select a building for their office. He decided to have Meng Yuqing keep an eye out for suitable options. Suddenly, he felt a delicate, innocent hand resting on him. Looking down, he saw Wu Lingqiyu gazing at him with sultry eyes. "Aren't we already in that situation?" The following day, Qin Yuan sought out Meng Yuqing. After listening to his requirements, she contemplated suitable locations. The World Trade Center is excellent. It's centrally located with high floors and a good environment. I've already purchased it. Furthermore, I believe we can participate in the expansion project in the city center, although our competitor is the Aotian Society, which may make it challenging for us. Qin Yuan nodded. "That's agreeable. Simply inform Mayor Zhao." In truth, Qin Yuan's motives were twofold. He intended to compel Zhao to choose a side. He was preparing to confront Aotian directly, but there was no reason to allow Mayor Zhao to benefit without consequence. If the situation shifted unfavorably, Zhao might align with Aotian and betray him. Meanwhile, upon learning of the turmoil within the Aotian Society, Mayor Zhao was taken aback. He welcomed Qin Yuan's investment to stimulate local economic growth and supported his opposition to the Aotian and Fan Tian societies, ideally hoping for their downfall. However, he was not keen on allowing Qin Yuan to establish a foothold in his territory, with both the Aotian and Fan Tian societies looming over him. How could he maintain his position as mayor with Qin Yuan's arrival? That afternoon, Mayor Zhao paid a visit. Just as Qin Yuan was about to seek him out, they crossed paths. "Mayor Zhao, long time no see. I was just about to visit you," Qin Yuan greeted with a smile. "Please come in and have a seat." Zhao felt a wave of frustration wash over him, but he smiled and nodded as he entered. This was his first time in the core residence of the Fan Tian Society's elite. He had known they were wealthy, but the opulence of their abode was astounding. The exterior appeared to be an ordinary villa, but the interior was lavishly decorated, exuding elegance and sophistication. Outside, countless bodyguards stood watch. Had he not mentioned Qin Yuan's name, he might not have been granted entry. Damn it, this group from the Aotian Society is more ostentatious than I am as a mayor, he thought. As they settled down, Qin Yuan poured Zhao a cup of tea, maintaining a calm smile. "Technically, I should be the one visiting you, yet here you are first. Please try this. It's tea I brought from Shui Du." Zhao took a sip, unable to suppress his thoughts of scolding the capitalist in his mind. Setting the cup down, he fixed his gaze on Qin Yuan. "I want tea beat around the bush. I've heard you've taken in quite a few people." Qin Yuan feigned innocence. "What do you mean, Mayor Zhao? I merely acted out of kindness, offering temporary refuge to those in need. Can you honestly say they are not your subordinates?" "Those you mention are merely my bodyguards," Qin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Chapter 95. The bidding project. Mayor Zhao set down his cup, frustration evident in his tone. "Damn it, how can that scoundrel not handle this? Qin Yuan is merely a junior. Surely he can't be beyond my reach. Don't play the fool with me. Who hires 20 or 30 bodyguards at a time?" Qin Yuan fixed his gaze on him, a sly smile on his lips as he savored his tea. "What is wrong with that? Do you really believe you have no insight into the security situation here?" With a sigh, Mayor Zhao replied, "Mr. Qin, You know, there are two major chambers of commerce here. If you continue this way, it complicates many matters for me. Qin Yuan chuckled lightly. Rest assured, my father is still in Snow City. Once I resolve this issue with Long Aotian, I will return. Hearing this, Mayor Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. I will remember your kindness. Qin Yuan shook his head. There is no need for that. I've heard there is a recent bidding project for an expansion in the city center. Mayor Zhao pondered this. Indeed, it was true. The Shermao building had just been completed, located in the heart of the city. Its height was impressive, and it had been evaluated by experts as an excellent site. With it as a focal point, the surrounding facilities were also being upgraded. Funds had been allocated for various projects, just awaiting bids to commence. However, it seemed that the Aotian society was also involved in this bidding. Though Mayor Zhao wished for Qin Yuan to deal with the Aotian society, he understood that it was best not to offend them while Qin Yuan was still establishing himself. Qin Yuan, being new to the area, likely knew little about the Shermao building. The individuals interested in purchasing it had yet to reveal themselves, but they were likely from the Aotian society. Given their involvement in the bidding, you wish to bid? I'll find you a suitable location, Mayor Zhao said, albeit hesitantly. Qin Yuan stared intently at him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Is that so? Feeling somewhat guilty under Qin Yuan's gaze, Mayor Zhao lowered his eyes and took a sip of tea. Yes, it's a shabby place. If you truly want to find a location, I can allocate the land in the west of the city to you. It's also under development. At that moment, Meng Yuqing, who had just finished her work, overheard the conversation and subtly shook her head at Qin Yuan. While the area was indeed large and picturesque, it was quite remote, mostly surrounded by warehouses and logistics industries, far from their headquarters of the Shermao building. Understanding Meng Yuqing's hint, Qin Yuan turned to Mayor Zhao with a smile. I know you and my father are old classmates, and I respect you. But Mayor Zhao, I may be young, but I'm not naive. If you're engaging in such matters, it loses its charm. With a sigh, Mayor Zhao replied, Xiao Yuan, it's not that I don't want to help you. The bidders are the Aotian society's Shou Laogui. You're new to the frontier and may not know. This person is essentially a local emperor of the Aotian society, making things quite difficult for me. Qin Yuan smiled. Enough of the roundabout talk. Just tell me if you can assist. You don't need to do much. Simply approve the documents fairly and justly. Since you wish for my help against the Aotian society, you should naturally provide me with an attitude. Mayor Zhao pondered this. It didn't quite contradict his principles. Fine. We're both dealing with a bunch of ingrates. All right. Let this be a gesture of goodwill towards my friendship with your father. Qin Yuan grinned. Now that's more like it. A pleasant collaboration, Mayor Zhao. After Mayor Zhao departed the villa and settled into his car, he suddenly slapped his forehead. His intention was to pressure Qin Yuan into disbanding those individuals, preventing them from evolving into a third Aotian society. Yet, instead of achieving his goal, he had agreed to assist Qin Yuan with the Shermao building's bidding approval. His assistant hesitated, recalling the Aotian society. You mean we agreed to Qin Yuan's terms? What about the Aotian society? We had previously made arrangements with them, and if the approval doesn't go well, it will surely offend them. The mayor shook his head. Since he has raised this, one side must be offended. We are supporting external forces against local organizations, so we must be prepared for sacrifices. Moreover, I have tolerated the Aotian society's antics for long enough. The assistant nodded. If only the Aotian society's leader, Xing Tian, were still around. Now he is in seclusion. With Shou Laogui and Long Aotian in charge, the Aotian society is becoming increasingly arrogant, disregarding us. Considering recent events, the assistant analyzed. Qin Yuan has only been in the frontier for a few days, and already there has been turmoil within the Aotian society. Not to mention, he has managed to win over certain individuals. The attitude of the fanatical members suggests his relationship with them runs deeper than mere surface cooperation. Mayor Zhao nodded, recalling the past. Qin Jinghua was the most cunning among them, and it seems his son has inherited that talent. He sighed indeed. A tiger begets no dog. After seeing Mayor Zhao off, Qin Yuan reflected. I must ensure a double layer of security. One never knows if Mayor Zhao can be relied upon. Meng Yuqing wholeheartedly agreed with his assessment. It's certainly not an easy task. At that moment, a slightly weak voice interrupted, Brother Qin Yuan, Sister Meng, are you discussing the reconstruction around the Shermao building? Qin Yuan nodded and looked at Tian Shiner. Is your injury better? Why are you out again? Tian Shiner shook her head, weakly coughing. Her injury was not as severe as others believed. But knowing Qin Yuan's character, he would send her back to Snow City the moment he learned she was fine. She didn't want to be separated from her brother. I'm still a bit unwell, but it doesn't affect me much. I heard from a distant relative that he seems to be in charge of the bidding. I'll ask my father about it. Qin Yuan had anticipated this connection and ruffled her hair affectionately. Good, if this works out, I'll treat you to strawberry candy. Tian Shiner's cheeks flushed at his touch, her heart racing. She smiled sweetly at him. Okay, indeed, Tian Shiner is the most adorable. She doesn't scheme to extract from me like the others. Meng Yuqing, overhearing Qin Yuan's thoughts, felt her face heat up. She shot him a glare and turned to flee. I'm going to work. Qin Yuan scratched his head in confusion. What else with a glare? I'm simply going to work too. Tian Shiner watched Meng Yuqing leave, then turned to Qin Yuan with a slight tilt of her head. What does extract mean? Is it something to do with pickled vegetables? Qin Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose, puzzled by her sudden question. It's an adult matter. Children shouldn't inquire too much. Tian Shiner looked up with a pitiful expression. I'm already an adult. I'm almost 18, nearly 19, approaching 20, and soon to be 21, then 22, rapidly nearing 23, and before I know it, I'll be 24, then 25, and quickly approaching 26, almost 30. As she clung to Qin Yuan's arm, her youthful exuberance was palpable. Brother Qin Yuan, just tell me. Qin Yuan, feeling exasperated, replied, It's just that when you grow up, you'll understand. Tian Shiner pouted, You're so stingy. I'll just ask Sister Duan. Qin Yuan's head throbbed at the thought of Duan Yuqing. If she learned of this, she would surely turn the place upside down. He quickly reached out to stop her. I'm telling you, don't go looking for her. Chapter 96. He possesses more than just Mayor Zhao as an ace. A glint of slyness danced in Tian Xiner's eyes as she playfully sidled closer. A delicate fragrance of milk enveloping Qin Yuan's senses. The stark temperature fluctuations of the frontier meant that her attire was light in the daytime heat. As Qin Yuan glanced down, a tantalizing expanse of skin was revealed. Unaware of the effect she was having, Tian Xiner inquired, So what does milk dry mean? Qin Yuan sighed inwardly and leaned in to whisper an explanation into her ear, causing her cheeks to flush crimson and her eyes to widen in astonishment. This is simply mind-blowing, she exclaimed, stamping her foot in embarrassment. Qin Yuan, you cad. Qin Yuan chuckled mischievously. So, I'm a cad now, am I? Weren't you the one who prompted me to say it? Tian Xiner turned her head away, feigning indignation. I'm ignoring you. She retreated to her own chamber, where she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Qin Yuan's words replayed in her mind. This is just too much, she muttered, burying her face in her pillow. Judging by Sister Meng's expression, it must be quite pleasurable. Throwing back the covers, she stared at the ceiling, musing aloud. I want to be with Qin Yuan too. Realizing that she had spoken her thoughts aloud, she quickly clamped her hand over her mouth and dove back under the covers. Oh, how mortifying, how mortifying. The following morning, Tian Xiner emerged with dark circles under her eyes. Duan Yuqing teased, What were you up to last night? Why are your dark circles so prominent? Guiltily, Tian Xiner lowered her gaze and stammered, I didn't do anything. She quickly changed the subject. All right, Qin Yuan asked me to inquire about the World Trade Center reconstruction project. I must be going. With that, she fled back to her room, as if Duan Yuqing were a fearsome beast. Back in her room, Tian Xiner called her father. Tian Dongliang felt a pang of sadness upon receiving his daughter's call. His precious girl had always been by his side, and their separation filled him and his wife with constant longing. However, Tian Xiner's injuries had not fully healed, and he was unable to leave his affairs behind. The arduous journey could cause further complications, and he would never forgive himself if anything were to happen to her. Hello, Xinia. Are you settling in well over there? I seem to recall having a cousin who was involved in the World Trade Center reconstruction project here in the frontier. Tian Dongliang pondered for a moment. Yes, there is such a relative. What about it? Tian Xiner hesitated before asking. Qin Yuan wants to bid on the project. Dad, Could you ask them to sell it exclusively to Qin Yuan? Please? Tian Dongliang was a cunning fox in the business world, but a doting father at heart. His resolve melted whenever his daughter pleaded. Despite knowing that she was doing it for that rascal Qin Yuan, he couldn't help but soften. All right, leave it to Dad. Come back as soon as you're healed. I won't pressure you anymore. You can do whatever you want, eat whatever sweets you desire, and go wherever you please. As long as you're safe. Tian Xiner offered a sweet smile. Thank you, Dad. That evening, Qin Yuan returned home. Tian Xiner skipped and leaped into his arms. My dad has agreed. We're sure to win the bid this time. Qin Yuan instinctively caught her and gently pinched her cheek. Thank you for your efforts. I'm sorry to trouble you while you're still recovering. I'll send you back home as soon as you're well. Tian Xiner pouted at his words and placed her hand over her heart. Oh, I'm in so much pain. Only a kiss from Qin Yuan can make it better. Qin Yuan sighed. That little imp. On the day of the bidding, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. The Brahma Society, aware of Qin Yuan's interest in the project, refrained from participating. However, several prominent families from the frontier region were present. The sight of the Azure Heaven Society members in their signature black robes and garments caused many to lament the inevitable outcome. With the Azure Heaven Society here, is there any need to even consider the results of the bidding? Qin Yuan and Meng Yuqing also arrived on the scene. From afar, they observed a middle-aged man in black robes and garments, his face concealed by a mask embroidered with golden patterns, being escorted by a throng of black-clad figures. The intricate and opulent design of his attire suggested that he held a higher rank than any of the other black-robed individuals Qin Yuan had encountered. This must be Qiu Laogui. Simultaneously, Qiu Laogui noticed Qin Yuan. Few had managed to gain an advantage over Long Aotian, but Qin Yuan was one of them. Qiu Laogui took the initiative to approach him and extend his hand. Qiu Laogui, acting president of the Azure Heaven Society. Qin Yuan smiled and shook his hand. Qin Yuan. He was surprised to learn that Qiu Laogui was only the acting president, not the Grand Elder. Qiu Laogui was quite pleased with his new position. In the past, he would have been more cautious, as Long Aotian possessed formidable strength and was a disciple of Xing Tian. Xing Tian's choice of name for Long Aotian indicated his hopes that the latter would inherit the Azure Heaven Society. Although Qiu Laogui had seniority, the position of president was not guaranteed. However, Long Aotian's recent setbacks in Snow Capital and his failure to secure Mistercide had fueled Qiu Laogui's ambitions. He seized the opportunity during the previous unrest to seize the position of acting president. His only regret was that he had been unable to discover who had purchased the World Trade Center, despite extensive investigations. Otherwise, he could have used the World Trade Center as a base to expand outward. However, the situation was not entirely bleak. Securing the reconstruction project around the World Trade Center would eventually lead him to the person who had purchased it. He intended to discover who had dared to defy the Azure Heaven Society. Having previously informed Mayor Zhao, his presence at the bidding was merely a formality. He had not expected to encounter Qin Yuan there. Could it be that Qin Yuan was also interested in the reconstruction project around the World Trade Center? I've heard so much about you, Mr. Qin. You are truly young, promising, and dashing. Qin Yuan found it difficult to compliment the masked face before him. He offered a polite greeting. You flatter me. In that instant, Qiu Laogui realized that Qin Yuan possessed no internal force. He could not understand why Long Aotian had been unable to deal with him. Qiu Laogui's expression turned arrogant. Mr. Qin, you may be disappointed. The Azure Heaven Society is determined to secure the reconstruction project around the World Trade Center. Qin Yuan remained nonchalant. I'm just here to observe. I've heard that the bidding process here is quite exciting, and I wanted to broaden my horizons. Qiu Laogui nodded, his tone haughty. Indeed, you should come here to learn something. He had initially regarded Qin Yuan with some respect, but now that he had confirmed that Qin Yuan possessed no martial prowess and was accompanied only by a cold, beautiful woman whose strength was only slightly above average, he no longer considered him a threat. Money alone was not enough to compete with him. Before the bidding commenced, many individuals approached Qiu Laogui to curry favor and establish connections. With Mr. Qiu's presence here, it seems there's nothing left for us to do. Indeed, is that newcomer from out of town also hoping to bid? You're overthinking it. How could someone like him possibly outbid the Azure Heaven Society? Moreover, the acting president of the Azure Heaven Society is here. Success is practically guaranteed. I'll bet $1,000,000 that the Azure Heaven Society will win this time. A hint of smugness flickered in Xiao Laogui's eyes. He reveled in the flattery. Qin Yuan smiled, unfazed by the negative predictions. He possessed more than just Mayor Zhao as an ace. Chapter 97. Bid results. Old Ghost Xiao sat in the audience, brimming with confidence as he handed over the bidding documents. He had already conferred with Zhao Buju beforehand. The outcome of this bidding was evidently in favor of their Aotian association. Recently, Long Aotian had been attempting to make contact with Saad, aiming to reclaim the agency rights of Aotian association. Only by acting faster than him could one secure the position of the association's president. In his view, Qin Yuan was hardly a threat. He could not fathom that Zhao Buju would dare to defy him for Qin Yuan. After the proceedings concluded, several individuals departed. 3 days later, the bidding results were announced. Old Ghost Xiao was at headquarters, anxiously waiting for the invitation letter, which had yet to arrive. Frowning in impatience, he urged his secretary to investigate the delay. Logically, the invitation should have been delivered by now. Why was it taking so long this time? The secretary, covered in cold sweat, realized that the announcement of the bidding results had already been disseminated. The invitation that should have been sent had not yet arrived, indicating that something was amiss. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to confront Old Ghost Xiao's wrath. He recalled Qin Yuan's calm demeanor on the day of the bidding, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Their subservient expressions only fueled his anger. He kicked the nearest secretary, infusing the action with internal energy. The secretary was sent sprawling, too fearful to utter a word. It seemed he would endure a few more months of pain. The secretary, trembling, was evidently accustomed to such treatment. Useless bunch. Not a single one is competent, Old Ghost Xiao muttered as he opened his computer to check the results personally. Upon seeing the name that emerged during the announcement period, Qin Group, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? How could it possibly be Qin Yuan? Zhao Buju actually dared to disobey his orders. Recalling his smug expression at the bidding site, he felt like a fool, especially when he remembered Qin Yuan smiling serenely before the crowd. In retrospect, it seemed more like a mockery of him. The others in the building, witnessing Old Ghost Xiao's demeanor, dared not breathe, fearful of becoming the next target of his ire. They were also curious about what result could incite such fury from a man over 50. The secretaries stole glances at the computer screen, where it boldly displayed the winning company, Qin Group. They were momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why was it Qin Group? Shouldn't it have been their own Tian company under the Aotian Association? After all, Old Ghost Xiao himself had attended the bidding, particularly since the Fantian Association had not participated. How could they have possibly lost? Moreover, how could a newcomer like Qin Yuan have secured the project? If not for the brief encounter at the bidding site, many might not even recognize who Qin Yuan was. Zhao, the mayor, had actually offended the Aotian Association for such an obscure figure. Did he truly wish to court disaster? Or did this individual possess a more formidable backing? Meanwhile, Qin Yuan held a sleek, black gold invitation letter, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was confident that Zhao Buju would indeed align with their interests. A malignant entity masquerading as a business association, a constant blade hovering over Mayor Zhao's head. Were he in Zhao's position, he would likely sleep with one eye open, wary of the martial individuals wielding economic power over border cities who might strike at any moment. Meng Yuqing had followed her grandfather since childhood, eventually taking over the Meng family business. Initially, there had been some disdain regarding her gender, but in the subsequent years, her exceptional capabilities had mostly led her to smooth sailing. She had never been the one to suffer cold treatment. It was always others who felt the chill. Reflecting on the bidding site and the sycophantic faces around her, Meng Yuqing let out a cold laugh. The new energy project was nearly complete. For now, she would delegate it to Duan Yuqin and focus on this new endeavor. Qin Yuan glanced at her, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. This was the Meng Yuqing he knew, strong, proud, and utterly unyielding. However, thoughts of Duan Yuqin troubled him. Could that young lady handle the new energy project effectively? Moreover, Uncle Duan was quite concerned about her and had been urging her to return. They would need to find capable individuals for future tasks. Qin Yuan pondered whether to inquire with the system about potential management talents from Long Aotian's side to recruit a few. Regarding Meng Yuqing's intention to take over the World Trade Center project, Qin Yuan was not entirely supportive. With the plot already in disarray and given old Ghost Chio's temperament, he doubted she would be able to escape unscathed. Who could predict whether old Ghost Chio might target her? The Aotian Association would not let matters rest easily. Were she certain about this course of action? Meng Yuqing smiled slightly, determination gleaming in her eyes. I am sure. The new energy project can be entrusted to Duan Yuqing for now. Do not underestimate her. After all, she is a highly talented individual who has studied abroad and has successfully managed several projects in the Duan family. She should be capable of handling the already established new energy sector. As women, although Meng Yuqing and Duan Yuqing did not see eye to eye, Meng Yuqing understood her well enough. She knew Duan Yuqing would never easily leave Qin Yuan's side, whether in the borderlands or elsewhere, as long as Qin Yuan was present. She would be there too, particularly when Duan Yuqing insisted on accompanying them to the border. Meng Yuqing had already realized that Duan Yuqing's feelings for Qin Yuan were no less than her own. As they discussed, Tian Xner approached, her eyes sparkling as she ran towards Qin Yuan. Brother Qin Yuan, have the bidding results come out? Qin Yuan affectionately ruffled Tian Xner's hair, genuinely viewing her as a little sister, adorable and endearing. The results are in, and I owe you my gratitude for your assistance. Tian Xner blushed, looking down bashfully. I'm not as good as Brother Qin Yuan says. Her distant cousin was one of the judges in this bidding. Initially nervous, she was relieved to have helped Brother Qin Yuan secure the project in the end. Qin Yuan smiled and gently examined her injury, noticing it had almost healed completely. Considering Tian Xner was merely a girl and that Dragon Aotian primarily targeted him, he felt assured that she would be safe. He decided to have Baohai and Yuan escort her back to Xiudu to prevent any unforeseen complications. Xina, your injury has nearly healed. What if? Tian Xner's face flushed. Is it about what we discussed? Is it finally my turn? Should I consult Sister Meng for advice? Will Brother Qin Yuan think I'm too eager? She excitedly interrupted him. I'm willing. Wait, am I being too forward? But I really like him. Qin Yuan scratched his head, surprised by how much Tian Xner wanted to return home. It was entirely his oversight. Chapter 98. Even unto death. I shall remain by your side, Qin Yuan tenderly caressed Tian Xner's head, a gesture of remorse. Forgive me, I have been remiss in considering your feelings. Perhaps we should depart tonight. I shall inform Yuan and Baohai to escort you back to Snow Capital. Qin Yuan then struck his forehead in realization. Ah yes, she is still attending university. No wonder she is so anxious. My apologies, Qin Yuan has been preoccupied lately and has neglected your academic pursuits. Tian Xner's eyes widened, tears welling up rapidly. She gazed at Qin Yuan, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Qin Yuan was bewildered. Why these tears? What has transpired? Could it be that Tian Xner is reluctant to return to her studies? Ah, I comprehend now. Tian Xner has never been apart from Uncle Tian since childhood. She must be longing for Uncle Tian and Aunt Tian. Behold, the child is weeping with yearning for her parents. Tian Xner stamped her foot in vexation. How could she broach such a delicate matter directly with him? Qin Yuan, you cad, she exclaimed, turning abruptly and retreating to her chamber. Slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, she collapsed on her bed, sobbing into her pillow. Qin Yuan scratched his head, glancing at Meng Yuqing, who was stifling a chuckle. What ails Tian Xner? Meng Yuqing shook her head. Though she harbored affections for Qin Yuan, she acknowledged that Tian Xner's and Duan Yuqing's feelings for him were no less profound than her own. With a sigh, she suppressed the pang of sorrow in her heart. You shall discover the truth this evening. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up with sudden comprehension as he observed their veiled demeanor. Has Tian Xner commenced her menses? I have heard that women tend to be more irascible during this period. Meng Yuqing was amused by his deduction, observing his air of enlightened understanding. She refrained from divulging the truth. Cupping Qin Yuan's face in her hands, she playfully massaged his cheeks and said with a smile, "How utterly endearing you are." The warmth of her touch melted away his confusion, leaving Qin Yuan's mind reeling. That evening, Tian Xner composed herself. Qin Yuan was intent on sending her back to Snow Capital, but she was loath to part with him. Once she departed, who knew when she would have the opportunity to see him again? With the perilous presence of Long, Aotian looming, and the menacing nature of the individuals here, what if Qin Yuan were to meet with an unfortunate incident? She must remain by his side, even if it meant facing death. She must demonstrate her resolve to Qin Yuan. If Sister Meng and Sister Duan could do it, so could she. Tian Exiner mustered her courage and knocked on Qin Yuan's door. Qin Yuan opened the door, assuming she was unable to sleep due to abdominal discomfort. He glanced down and beheld Tian Exiner clad in a pink camisole dress, her hair adorned with 2 pink ribbons, her large eyes fluttering, and her small mouth slightly agape. She was already the most voluptuous and adorable among the women. Now, her attire accentuated her youthful countenance and ample bosom, making her all the more captivating. One could not resist the urge to hold her in one's hands and caress her. Qin Yuan swallowed hard, averting his gaze. He cursed his unruly libido. She was currently experiencing her menses and had only recently come of age. To take advantage of her would be a despicable act. Qin Yuan steeled his resolve and ushered Tian Exiner into the room without suspicion. He reached out and gently massaged her abdomen. Are you unable to sleep due to stomach cramps? Does this provide some relief? Tian Exiner's face flushed crimson. His sudden gesture startled her, causing her to emit a soft shriek. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her abdomen, the words she had prepared vanished from her mind, escaping her lips in a barely audible whisper. Please cease. Qin Yuan, do not do this. I am not. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan placed a blanket behind her for support. He then wrapped the scantily clad Tian Exiner in a plush blanket, transforming the delectable beauty into a veritable caterpillar. Having completed his task, Qin Yuan could not help but feel a sense of smug satisfaction. I am truly a warm-hearted gentleman. No need to thank me. Does this provide some comfort? After all, Tian Exiner had contributed to the bidding process, both rationally and emotionally. Qin Yuan could not stand idly by while she was in distress. Tian Exiner's face darkened. She wriggled free from the blanket. Good heavens! She was not experiencing her menses at all. Why couldn't Qin Yuan comprehend her feelings? Tian Exiner glared at Qin Yuan, striving to adopt a serious and solemn demeanor. Qin Yuan, cease your jesting. I am not experiencing my menses. I have come to you with a matter of importance. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Then why did you suddenly burst into tears? Tian Exiner felt helpless. If only she had consulted Sister Meng beforehand to learn how she had captivated Qin Yuan. Why did their interactions invariably devolve into juvenile banter when she desired a more mature connection? Very well, I shall clarify the matter first, she thought. Qin Yuan, I do not wish to return to Snow Capital. I desire to remain with you. Were we not already together? Qin Yuan inquired. Tien sina ashuk hiahit. I mean as adults. She hastily added, rest assured, I am aware of Sister Meng's and Sister Duan's affections for you. I do not demand to be your only love. However, I implore you to regard me as a grown woman, not as a mere child. Qin Yuan awkwardly scratched his nose. In truth, I do not perceive you as a child. You are my. He caught himself just in time. Sister. He had narrowly avoided divulging his true feelings. Tian Exiner's eyes gleamed with hope. Woman? Suddenly, she was struck by a realization, and her head drooped. Her voice tinged with disappointment. Daughter? Observing Qin Yuan's reaction, she instantly understood that her suspicions were confirmed. Tian Exiner glared at him, her anger now palpable. She had anticipated that Qin Yuan might view her as a younger sister, but she had never imagined that he would consider her a daughter. No wonder his gaze was always so affectionate whenever they conversed. Daughter, you regard me as your daughter? I shall demonstrate my prowess to you this very instant, she declared, summoning her courage and leaning forward with her eyes closed, bestowing a fleeting, butterfly-like kiss upon Qin Yuan's lips. I'm not your daughter. We share no familial ties. The soft touch, accompanied by a milky fragrance, left Qin Yuan flustered as he self-consciously touched his lips. I understand, he mumbled. Tian Exiner moved closer, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she rubbed her tender cheek against Qin Yuan's. However, if you truly wish to be my father, it is not entirely out of the question. Tian Exiner knelt down, gazing at Qin Yuan with a pitiable expression. If I call you father, would you refrain from sending me back to Snow Capital? I yearn to remain with you. Qin Yuan was aghast. Who has been teaching her such things? What depravity! Qin Yuan did his best to avert his gaze. Please rise. These are separate matters. Tian Xner gazed at Qin Yuan with tear-filled eyes. Do you not wish to be my father? Why do you now reject the notion? Sister Meng and Sister Duan are permitted, so why not I? With that Tian Xner, what are you doing? Please rise and let us discuss this. Qin Yuan stammered. Father, she pleaded. Very well, I acquiesce. Please rise. Qin Yuan relented. Tian Xner beamed and rose to her feet, clinging to Qin Yuan's arm and showering him with affection. I knew that father would always be the most benevolent. Like Qin Yuan, Chou Lao Gui also remained awake throughout the night, though for entirely different reasons. One was fatigued, while the other seethed with anger. The following morning, Chou Lao Gui sought out Zhao Buju. He refused to believe that Qin Yuan possessed such remarkable abilities. He was convinced that Zhao Buju had manipulated the situation, allowing Qin Yuan to secure the project through illicit means rather than genuine merit. Chapter 99. The true master of the World Trade Center, Old Ghost Qiu, hurriedly sought out Zhao Buju. Zhao Buju had already anticipated his arrival and had prepared tea in advance, waiting for Old Ghost Qiu. Despite knowing that Old Ghost Qiu was coming with great fervor, he felt no trepidation on his own turf. After all, having served as mayor in the border region for such a lengthy period, he surely had capable associates by his side. Initially, he contemplated whether to assist Qin Yuan, but it was not until the evaluation committee delivered the 2 bidding documents to him that he comprehended why Qin Yuan was so resolute in his belief that he would secure victory in this bid. The mysterious tycoon purchasing the World Trade Center turned out to be none other than the Qin Group. Although they were newcomers, their management style and other aspects were already remarkably sophisticated. While there may have been some shortcomings in personnel allocation, as long as there was financial backing, nothing was insurmountable. In contrast, the Aotian Association was based far away, and Zhao Buju harbored a deep-seated aversion towards these social parasites masquerading as business associations. Naturally, he chose to align himself with Qin Yuan. Old Ghost Qiu, on the other hand, would not directly confront Zhao Buju over the failure of this bidding. For as long as Zhao Buju held his position, he was still the one overseeing these business associations. A public falling out might cause significant repercussions. However, the subsequent operations would likely not unfold easily. Nonetheless, he was confident that, given Qin Yuan's pace, dominating the commercial landscape of the border region was merely a matter of time. He hoped that his decision would prove to be the right one. Old Ghost Qiu arrived with his entourage, and no one dared to intervene. In the martial atmosphere of the border region, the Aotian Association, while nominally a business association, comprised individuals skilled in combat. With their slight frames, they were no match for a single blow from the opposing party. Only those close to Mayor Zhao remained unmoved. Zhao Buju sat resolutely in his seat, presenting the brewed tea to Old Ghost Qiu. Apologies for not welcoming you properly, President Qiu, he remarked. Old Ghost Qiu scoffed, placing the teacup on the table without taking a sip. Mayor Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Clearly, we're the most qualified company for this bidding project. Why? Then, is the final result awarded to the Qin Group? The Aotian Association has been an established business in the border region for over a decade, contributing positively in terms of taxes and social activities. Our qualifications are robust, and we possess the most profound understanding of local dynamics. I hope Mayor Zhao can provide me with a rationale. Old Ghost Qiu fixed his gaze intently on Zhao Buju, seemingly searching for any hint of vulnerability on his face. Zhao Buju smiled, unperturbed by the inquiry, leisurely sipping his tea. President Qiu, let's not rush. The Qin Group's acquisition of this project is entirely legal, reasonable, and compliant. Old Ghost Qiu sneered derisively. Is their legitimacy truly stronger than ours? Zhao Buju regarded him steadily. Do you know who the true owner of the World Trade Center is? Old Ghost Qiu replied nonchalantly. Who else could it be but those from the Fantian Association? Zhao Buju shook his head, taking another sip of tea before responding. Take another guess. Old Ghost Qiu narrowed his eyes dangerously, a thought he was reluctant to entertain surfacing in his mind. It cannot possibly be Qin Yuan. can it? Indeed, Zhao Buju confirmed. Initially, I was unaware that it was him. It was only upon receiving their bidding document that we learned the truth. Old Ghost Qiu fell silent, taken aback by the revelation. He did not doubt Zhao Buju's claim of ignorance. For if even the Aotian Association had failed to uncover this information, how could Zhao Buju have done so? Old Ghost Qiu pondered the situation. He understood that Qin Yuan was wealthy, but he had not anticipated the extent of his affluence. The World Trade Center must be worth at least 100 billion, right? Zhao Buju shook his head. Not just that. It amounts to 125.8 billion. Paid in full. This figure encompasses not only the purchase of the World Trade Center, but also 50 years of service and maintenance, along with various guarantee fees. Additionally, the surrounding area is bound to develop. Regardless of its merits, the World Trade Center is a landmark of the border region, which justifies the exorbitant price. Old Ghost Qiu suddenly laughed. So, 125.8 billion was spent merely to secure this project? I cannot decide whether to deem Qin Yuan foolish or excessively wealthy. Zhao Buju responded slowly, given that, should I not award this project to him? Even if I wish to assist you, the disparity is far too great, and others would not acquiesce. Old Ghost Qiu nodded deep in thought. He had initially intended to use the World Trade Center as the headquarters for future projects, only to find that Qin Yuan had beaten him to it. Fortunately, the majority of significant projects in the border region were still under the purview of the Aotian Association and the Fantian Association. Even if the Fantian Association offered him support, they would not relinquish their foundational assets. Thus, despite Qin Yuan's investment of over 100 billion, developing the project would still prove exceedingly difficult. Indeed, it was a classic case of a young bull not fearing the tiger. Old Ghost Qiu rose to leave, returning to the Aotian Association's headquarters. Upon seeing him, Long Aotian sneered, fully aware that Old Ghost Qiu had suffered a setback at Qin Yuan's hands. He felt no sympathy, believing this misfortune to be deserved. Originally, the master intended to hand the Aotian Association to him, yet a trip to Shudu had led Old Ghost Qiu to entertain unwarranted ambitions, even usurping his position as acting president. If he could expose Qin Yuan's true nature to Mr. Said and sever their ties, while also winning Mr. Said over, then the position of acting minister would remain uncertain. Moreover, with his master by his side, he had no reason to fear Old Ghost Qiu. What's the matter, acting president? Are you anxious because you failed to secure this bidding? Old Ghost Qiu felt a flicker of murderous intent rise within him at these words. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, in front of the crowd, he would still afford Long Aotian some measure of respect. After all, the true president, Xing Tian, was merely in seclusion, not deceased. For now, he could not afford to offend anyone too deeply. Old Ghost Qiu forced a smile. Do you know who the owner of the World Trade Center is, young master? Long Aotian scoffed. Who else could it be but those from the Fantian Association? It is Qin Yuan, Old Ghost Qiu revealed, close to 126 billion. Paid in full. Long Aotian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be him? Even for the Aotian Association, it would be somewhat challenging to produce such a sum at once. How could the Qin family be so generous as to provide him with that much money? Recalling Mr. Said, Long Aotian suddenly understood. It must have been Mr. Said who provided the funds. He had not anticipated that even the acting president's direct involvement would fail to secure the deal. In that case, it would be prudent to contact Mr. Said as soon as possible. Old Ghost Qiu smiled. The outcome now rests in your hands, young master. As he observed Long Aotian, a glimmer of disdain flickered in Old Ghost Qiu's eyes. That fool, Qin Yuan, had managed to outmaneuver him time and again. Long Aotian was indeed unfit to assume the position of president of the Aotian Association. After some contemplation, Long Aotian acknowledged that the Aotian Association was founded by his master. For the time being, he would have to rely on Old Ghost Qiu, the acting president. Unable to restrain himself, he offered a cautionary reminder. Qin Yuan is not as easy to manipulate as you might think. Be wary of falling into a trap of your own making. Chapter 100. A windfall falls from the sky while one sits at home. Old Qi chuckled, displaying an exceptionally amiable demeanor. Naturally, he expressed his gratitude for the young master's reminder. Long Aotian recognized that his words would likely fall on deaf ears, so he chose to disregard him and focused on contacting Mr. Side. Fortunately, after concluding his affairs, Mr. Side finally consented to meet with him. Long Aotian set off towards Mr. Side's residence, a villa resplendent in opulence. The lights illuminated the grand space, and the servants moved about with meticulous efficiency. Mr. Side had resumed his previous elegance and affability, donning a bespoke suit and gold-rimmed reading glasses. He held a book in hand, exuding an air of old-world aristocracy. Upon seeing Long Aotian, he offered a slight smile, his demeanor calm and welcoming. Long Aotian approached with a respectful yet assertive posture, determined to apologize for his previous transgressions in the borderlands. Mr. Side waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that it was of no consequence and urged him not to take it to heart, patiently awaiting the young man's next words. Mr. Side understood that Long Aotian's visit could not merely be a simple apology and was curious to discern his true intentions. Long Aotian breathed a silent sigh of relief and articulated the purpose of his visit. The foster son you recognized in the borderlands, named Qin Yuan, is not as innocent as you might believe. He is a cunning and ambitious scion. Mr. Side nearly chuckled aloud. Could one truly conflate ambition and guile with the notion of a scoundrel? A glimmer of intrigue sparked in his eyes as he contemplated Long Aotian's motivations. It is rather impolite of you to malign my foster son, Mr. Long, he remarked. Long Aotian felt a pang of anxiety and respectfully clasped his hands in front of him. My concerns are not unfounded, Mr. Side. If you harbor any doubts, you may dispatch someone to investigate in Shuai City. Compared to an unknown foster son adopted by Mr. Side, this composed young man seemed to garner the housekeeper's favor. The housekeeper, in his heart, sided with Long Aotian. Mr. Side, not being of their nation, was only vaguely aware of the intricacies of many families and would not delve deeply into investigations. Moreover, he placed greater trust in what he had witnessed with his own eyes and his years of discerning character. Noticing Mr. Side's lack of interest in continuing the conversation, Long Aotian felt a sense of urgency. Mr. Side, this man is profoundly deceptive. Do not let his facade mislead you. He is aware of your identity and has intentionally drawn near to you. The property you purchased for him in the World Trade Center, if I may be blunt, is akin to feeding a dog meat buns, likely to vanish without a trace. Mr. Side nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Thank you for imparting this information. Is there anything else? Long Aotian shook his head. He did not expect Mr. Side to sever ties with Qin Yuan directly or take action against him. His sole intention was to plant a seed of doubt in Mr. Side's mind, guiding him to investigate Qin Yuan's actions over the years. After all, he was a debauched youth, merely fortunate enough to have met Mr. Side. Allow me to take my leave, Long Aotian stated. Mr. Side instructed his staff to see him off. Once Long Aotian departed, Mr. Side gazed at the book in his hand and raised his hand, instructing the housekeeper to verify the veracity of Long Aotian's claims. In truth, he had just finished addressing a troublesome matter and had not provided any funds to Qin Yuan, let alone anything further. The housekeeper journeyed to Shuai City, deliberately concealing his true purpose to avoid recognition. Disguised, he began by searching for information about Qin Yuan online. Among the top results were headlines such as, Qin Yuan acts heroically, Qin Yuan survives an assassination attempt, Qin Yuan, a business prodigy, and Qin Yuan, a pillar of commerce. As he scrolled further, he indeed found traces of a wayward youth, though the most egregious actions seemed to be his relentless pursuit of a female CEO over the past 3 years. Aside from that, his mischief appeared relatively minor. After grasping the situation, even the housekeeper found himself impressed. In the incident involving medicinal herbs, Qin Yuan had genuinely invested his own funds, rallying those around him to contribute as well. This seemingly naive individual, having squandered 2 years in folly, was now redeeming himself. The housekeeper queried several passers-by, who spoke highly of Qin Yuan, some even asking why they had not seen him in the news lately. Returning with a wealth of information, Mr. Side smiled. Indeed, he is worthy of my choice. Recalling Long Aotian's demeanor, the housekeeper felt a twinge of disdain. He had assumed the man to be virtuous, yet found him to be rather petty. Mr. Side, what course of action shall we take? Mr. Side chuckled, flipping through the pages of his book. Didn't T. Long Aotian mention that Xiao Yuan spent considerable funds on purchasing a World Trade Center property? Let us send him 2 billion as a token of appreciation, a little red envelope, if you will. It seems our people have a penchant for such gestures. The housekeeper nodded, bowing slightly. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan sat at home, bewildered as a fortune fell upon him from the heavens. His astonishment only deepened when the housekeeper's call revealed that it was Mr. Side who had sent the funds. This is a red envelope from Mr. Side for you. Mr. Qin, it is customary for elders to present red envelopes to their juniors. Mr. Side, having heard you recently acquired a building, wish to offer you some pocket money. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. Side. When I find the time, I shall pay him a proper visit. After hanging up, Qin Yuan sensed that this windfall was undoubtedly connected to Long Aotian. After all, Mr. Side was preoccupied with resolving other matters. It was peculiar for him to suddenly send funds. The only explanation Qin Yuan could fathom was that Long Aotian had spoken to Mr. Side about him, revealing something that prompted this unexpected generosity. System, please investigate what transpired. After a brief moment, the system provided its findings. Qin Yuan was left both amused and incredulous. This was utterly surreal. He had presumed that Long Aotian would present himself favorably before Mr. Side, given his protagonist aura. Instead, he had implied his own inadequacies, instigating Mr. Side to investigate on his own. Shuai City was his territory, and with his father's protective nature, how could he possibly conceal his transformation? Qin Zhenghua would be eager to announce to everyone in Shuai City that his son had turned over a new leaf. Meanwhile, Long Aotian, upon learning the news, was seething with frustration. How was it that his efforts had inadvertently allowed Qin Yuan to receive a staggering 2 billion? He had initially believed that this money was a direct gift from Mr. Side, but now it seemed to further solidify their bond.